out there and they're not going to know what they're doing. However, I would just like to point you to the did I get that right? Did I still name it correctly? Anyway, I would just like to point out, we had a gentleman by the name of Trapp, and he's still here. And he was just explaining that the National Guard in DC is there operating all of the time anyway because of the crowd control issues and problems from all of the events and everything that go on in DC. So this particular National Guard, this is stuff that they are called in for regularly and frequently. He had actually said that what he was more concerned about was the FBI involvement.
Hold on, Trav. I'm just going to quell this. So the National Guard are not trained killers. These are not war fighters. These are not the 225,000 plus or minus whatever you want to add that are the ones on the battlefield that go out and rip somebody's spine out and make bowls out of their skulls. These are not them. They're trained in rescue operations, crowd mitigation, crowd control, disaster preparedness, disaster relief, the logistics. The idea that every person in the military is designed and picked up and serves at the point to just kill people, and God forbid they go, again, military personnel are involved in your everyday society. They're delivering you foods, they're delivering you power, they're delivering you medicine, they're airlifting you out of rescues, they're out on the seas pulling your stupid sailing asses because you watched a fucking movie, gained some money, and thought you could buy a boat and go sail the Atlantic.
I feel so judged.
Until someone like me has to go fucking jump from a boat or a helicopter and come swim to your stupid ass because you got lost.
Let me get in there.
Hold on, dude.
Right now, you're just going on the right.
Trap. Hold on. Give him 30 seconds.
That does have a weird rant. He's kind of right.
So I don't give a shit. Like, again, a bunch of pussies that are at the behest of that you won't serve. So, like, I would suggest stepping up and figuring out what exactly is in the military and what the variety of options that you are for a career path that do support a whole bunch of different functions, from cooking to fucking cleaning to stores to, yes, and fighting. But they do a whole ton of shit. And in fact, many of your areas that you want help with, wildfires, this comes on behalf of the military, the National Guard. These guys are not trained to go out and kill. They do calls, but they are not in a warfighter presence nor shape of mind to actually do this. Understand the roles.
Yeah, you ain't the only one that served. and I just take docs on myself, but I'm in law enforcement and I was in the military. There we go, catch out the fucking bag. I'm in fucking Virginia. But anyway, the National Guard, most of them motherfuckers is police anyway. Thank you. Citizen serve.
Yeah. Well, and
So
those are very good.
I'll go after serendipity.
I was just going to say, those are very good points, too, that I was thinking about and I didn't bring up. But between the two of them, yeah, I think they made it.
Can I go after Monica?
It won't be long. Trap, thanks for sharing your experience with us. So I'm kind of relieved that the civil liberties are less likely to be violated than I thought they might be, and that's good.
Go ahead, Mother.
Sorry, I was starting the laundry machine, which is, I gotta get fixed. But anyways, what I was gonna say was, yeah, I don't get the big hoopla about this. Maybe it's just because, you know, like, usually, I'm Dominican, right? We use the military for everything. They supplement the police. They help with monitoring of high crime areas. They help with, you know, I mean, they're obviously on the border, but that's they help run the country alongside the police, and it's never been a problem, right? I just don't see why Americans are so uptight about this. This is my viewpoint. It's quite strange.
To your point, Roger actually made an interesting point in that last room about the fact that what was going on in the news before all of this stuff with the National Guard in DC started, that now you don't see at all. Epstein.
And this is why I say Trump is he is masterful at the art of marketing, propaganda, promotion. He has switched the topic in the blink of an eye. No Epstein list conversation is happening right now. At least it's not dominating the algorithms across social media. This is the primary talking point. DC crime, teenagers riding around in Chargers with AK-47s and the National Guard. It's genius how he has shifted how the wind is blowing in his direction, and now the conversation is going to likely divide local politicians and the residents in the area over this National Guard issue, and that'll be the talking point for probably the rest of the week, in my opinion.
Unfortunately, I think that's a little disingenuous. I know everybody living in a bubble right now, focusing on Washington, D.C., but you seen when the president came on, he said this is a D.C. press conference. Why the fuck is everybody here? This is D.C. business. I was born and raised in D.C. I've been going through this shit my whole life, right? After 9/11, who you think was on the ground? The military. And they was there for a good while. As a nigga who has family in this city right now, little sister who is in the age of the range of the girls who beat up and killed the elderly man.
Wait, really quick, Trump, we can't say the N-word in here. They'll boot you out. So just
My bad.
no N-word. Thank you.
I'm working out, my fault. Yeah, I appreciate somebody doing something and actually caring about the city. I know this may seem like being a vacuum for y'all, because it's like, whoa, DC. Listen, man, if y'all got kids, make sure y'all know y'all kids are at night. Make sure y'all know what they doing, because it's a different world out here. But yeah.
So you're pleased with Trump's Trump enacting the National Guard? That's good to know. Thank you.
Yes, I concur, Trap. And I'm glad you stopped by today to give us your 2 cents, because it's interesting hearing from somebody who's kind of like right there in the center of it.
But all these, nobody's talking about the FBI though. I don't understand why FBI agents, they don't patrol anything ever. That's not what they do. They
How are you
investigate.
is there an announcement that the FBI will be involved with the National
Yes.
Guard?
Yes,
Okay,
it was.
so I apologize, because when Trump's press conference was going on, I went to several rooms saying, hey, there's a live press conference going on, and nobody paid attention. So I heard like 5 minutes of it, and then I really need to go back and listen to it. Trav, I invite you to join in the MUP. We are, what are we? Serendipity of mostly free-ish speech space until Mojo decides he's heard enough from some of us.
So it is kind of interesting, because I was just curious if like what the actual crime rate was in DC, and it says according to this article that crime is actually down 26% from last year, and it's down 35% from the last 2 years in actual the DC proper area. So I don't know. Someone brought that up. It's a little bit weird that we haven't done this earlier, and now we're gonna do it now.
Well, it has been brought up. There's been some talk about the fact that the way that they're measuring those metrics has also changed in the last couple of years, and that the metrics aren't necessarily entirely reliable, which was why I was glad that we had Trap and Victoria kind of doing that exchange about like what is the crime actually really like there. Is it as bad as we're being told it is?
So did you heard the Attorney General? She talked about the wharf, right? She talked about somebody overdosing at the wharf. If y'all understand what the wharf is probably like $1 billion renovation. They re-renovated that motherfucker for $1 billion. There's all types of restaurants and things like that down there. There's money. Somebody just OD'd off fentanyl sitting on a park bench in front of a bunch of families. They had to give them Narcan. People tired of that shit. If that's normal for you motherfuckers, if y'all are okay with that, then go to somewhere else. But I'm not cool with that shit.
Madison, I was just about to invite you to come up.
Because I'm just hearing a lot of
Yeah, I saw your comments.
that totally go against actual logic.
Go ahead, Madison.
And if you're concerned about fentanyl, he should be concerned about China and where the actual raw materials come from when it comes to fentanyl. This is like the crime bill redux all over again. It's all stated in Project 2025 that they would take over basically liberal cities, and I'm paraphrasing. He tried to do the same thing in LA, and now it's DC, and it's going to be anywhere else where there's a black administration. Mark my words.
Does anyone really care about fentanyl? Like, I don't do drugs. My friends don't do drugs. I don't give a
Oh
shit.
my God, brother.
It's
Listen,
a rather all or nothing statement that Trump is doing this to black cities. Wow.
So let Mother can complete his thought, because he asked a question that there's a lot of interest in, and then we can hear from everybody.
Okay, I'm almost done, I promise. Like, let these people die. Like, this should not be America's first priority, right? Like what we should be worried about is our defense industrial base is relying on fucking China for manufacturing of our defense weapons. That should be our number one priority. Let these fuckers die. Who cares about them? If you don't want to die, don't do drugs. Keep it moving.
yeah, the problem is, like I told you, I'm in law enforcement. Fuck, the axe out the bag. It only takes a drop of sand to knock out the whole park. You understand? I don't know the chemistry behind that as to how somebody can test it, have a pill in their pocket and walk around okay with it, but somebody, like, the pill could break and then they're not okay. I don't understand that shit, but fentanyl is something else. I don't know. You never encountered it. Shit is something else.
Yeah, you can't even share a blunt with strangers anymore because it might be laced with fentanyl.
Maybe that'll get these kids off drugs finally.
But Mother, here's the thing. I am a mother. I'm a mother to a teenager. I've had 5 teenagers, and you know what? Teenagers do dumb things, and teenagers are dying in record numbers because of fentanyl. The very first time they try something, and you can't tell me you've never smoked a joint or you've never done something you shouldn't have done. Kids do stupid things. Like, you're not just talking about drug addicts and homeless people and people who are addicted to different drugs. You're talking about a lot of children. So, I don't think you can just have the bucket. I don't care.
Really quickly, I just want to say I'm so thrilled right now that I'm in Congressman's PTR. Serendipity, you are too. I'm open mode.
Man, listen. Some of y'all want to encounter people on drugs and things like that. So I let them help.
No, not really. I don't want to.
So let that man clean up his city or my city and don't say nothing about it. But you don't have to do that. You go work in your local city jail. Go work in your local city jail and encounter that shit all day long. You understand? Like, deal with that shit. Then maybe y'all might go get your family, go check on your family. There's a lot of this got uncles, it's causing problems, mental health issues, shit like that. Man.
There's a comment in the chat, just super quick. Now, Madison came in, stated their opinion, and then bounced without any reciprocal conversation. They can, and of course no one cares about, no one gives a damn about fentanyl in here. Well, you didn't stick around long enough to learn, did you? Go ahead, Nani.
I was just going to say to Trav's point, first of all, Akima, why are you in the goo? Come up. But anyway, don't need to call you out, but I feel like you're part of our stage family. And Trav, I just want to say for the record, I support our president. I support his efforts to clean up these degenerate-ass liberal cities, and I live in one of them. I mean, my neighborhood is pretty cool. We have a dynamic police force where I live. The cops show up, they do their job, they don't put up with the riffraff. I would have it no other way. If these loony liberals started protesting in my town about defund the police, I would stick the dogs on them and turn on the water hose on these lunatics. But I support 100% Trump's efforts to, if he has to use the National Guard to go into these cities and fix the homeless problem, fix the crack problem, fix the gang problem, make our streets safe for women to walk down the streets, folks to walk their dogs, mothers to play in the park with their babies without sitting on crack needles. I'm with it 100%.
I appreciate that because I don't see what the fuck the problem is. That's all I'm asking for. That's it. I pay too much fucking money. I pay too much. I don't live in the city no more. Like I said, I don't like the gun laws. But even though I can do whatever I love I want, but still, just don't trust it. It's either you federalize that motherfucker, I'm good. I don't want to live it. But I do want my family that stay there to be okay and to be able to do the shit that I do outside the city, like leaving DC for me is like leaving the hood, and living everywhere else is like sunshine. So I want them motherfuckers to be able to walk around parks and shit, like you said, and enjoy life and just live differently. Like this shit's great.
Hey Trav, do you think bringing in the National Guard is going to make citizens feel safer?
Yeah, because we see them all the time. DC see them all the time. All the time.
Yeah,
This
but
is
not,
a big
not,
inauguration.
but not
It's a
like Trump calling him in.
inauguration.
This is a much bigger. This is a much bigger alteration when the president calls him in, though, right?
No, it's not. It's really not. Like, it's really not. I'm sorry, people.
So when you say you see him all the time,
Pentagon officials, we used to see the military riding around, and as you can see, they got Black Hawks in the skies, right? All the time. This is not, it's not different. I'm from South East.
no, I hear you.
It's not
But
different.
the president is talking, but he's sending him in to like effectively patrol to augment law enforcement. I think that's the difference.
They're not doing that. They're not patrolling. That's not what he said. And if they did,
Well, it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, okay. Like I said, brother, I'm more concerned about the FBI. The military, you can see the motherfuckers coming. You know, it is what it is. It's the spook behind the door. You know what I'm saying?
So wait, Moose, you're saying you're opposed against the National Guard being deployed in DC?
Yeah, I am. Well, I mean, not just DC. I just think I'm opposed to the reason of why he's apparently attempting to make this move. I don't know. Apparently, he has a time frame. Apparently there's a clock how long this can go or not happen. But yeah, that's what we were talking about when I was in a room earlier today with Mojo and Anson and what is that house? The Reasonable House or Reasonable Discussion?
The rationale.
Rational, thank you. Rational, where it was actually kind of evenly divided. 1/3 wasn't sure, 1/3 said no, 1/3 said yes. I was 1/3, I know, shocking, that said no, because, I mean, Brad, if we're going to set a precedent to use the National Guard in an effort to reduce crime, they are not equipped to, A, apprehend anyone, detain anyone, arrest anyone. They don't even know the streets. They don't know how to interrogate. I mean, I get, of course, they can be there for riots and looting and stand in front of buildings as a presence to protect, which is more their job, but not to. I mean, Roger was saying that actually he had a great example. I think it was Seattle, when the mayor, governor, or whomever called in the National Guard for help, they saw an enormous drop in the law enforcement in that city. Like, no surprise.
Do you think that's a good thing, Moose, what the governor did?
Do I think what's a good
In that
thing?
example. In that example of the governor in Seattle.
Seattle? Well, I honestly, I don't remember the particulars of why they were called in. Can you remind me?
Well, I thought you just said it was a good thing that they came in and settled things down. Well,
No, I never said that. I never said that.
Well, that's what
Wait, are you talking about DC or are we talking about Seattle? Sorry, Brad asked me, is it a good idea for National Guard in DC? And I say,
Yeah,
the
you were
imminent,
talking about
the imminent no. The imminent no.
Okay, so can I go back and forth with Moose? Thank you. So
Can I say one thing quick? Rob? Well, I was talking before you started, but Moose, I thought you were saying it's a good thing that the National Guard was called in by the governor of the state to settle it in Seattle. If you didn't, I apologize. But if you think
No,
that's
all
a
good.
good thing.
All good, man. All good. Listen,
But if someone would think
Again,
that's a good thing, they would think the person who has that position of power in Washington, D.C.,
yeah.
that they should be able to do it too. And since the president is that person, I guess I think he's qualified to do that.
Right, again, but it's not so much, again, what I said earlier. It's not the calling it, it's the reason behind that call. It's the reason. Again, I understand January 6th.
Why they're going there and what they're actually going to do are two different things. So that's why I think we disagree.
Well, I don't think it's an interpretation. I think Trump flat out said the crime rates are way up, albeit some data says yes, some data says no, but I don't think there's anything room for interpretation. Am I missing that?
Moose, have you ever been to Washington, D.C.?
I have, yeah. My brother went to college there. I went there, been there many times.
Okay, so you understand that the downtowns and shit like that, I don't know. Maybe you don't know. But anyway.
I mean, I've only visited there. I don't have a lived experience there, so.
The place with is most of the federal property and shit like that. On weekends and shit, like it's intertwined with the late night goings. You know what I mean? So, you know, like I said, there's a lot of people out roaming the streets doing certain things on those type of nights. Those people, the National Guard is going to be there protecting property, but they don't even have the equipment to be riding around. You think it would be in Humvees? DC Street's not even big enough for Humvees to be patrolling every neighborhood. Let's just talk about that.
Yeah, I agree. They should protect property.
So like I said,
they should protect property. Sure.
Okay. So like I said, bro. Yeah. I forgot. I was gonna say something else that you said.
You stated Moose's concerns were not founded because you live there and your sister lives there. Well, not you no longer live there, or you still live there.
But I'm 2 hours away, man.
Right. So you're, and with Moose, when was the last time you visited Washington, D.C.?
Right, and that's what I was trying to say. Like, anyone, I was only there as a tourist. If I could,
Chuck, are you in a hurry? You have to go? Like, we can't hear when there's 3 mics.
Yeah, I just wanted to say real quick, I don't have a lived experience. I'm not going to pretend that I know what the streets of DC are like. I've visited there, but being a tourist and living there are galaxies apart.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to tell you. I have more concern about. So he's even talking about bringing in. This is what I'm saying. He's talking about bringing in active duty military. Now that's different for me, because they're not fucking from there. They have no ties to the city. National Guard got all ties to the city. That's different bringing active duty personnel in there.
Okay, so let's use that example. So why does that? Because active duty.
Because the National Guard will be shaken. Because they are citizens of that town. And so for you to think that they're just going to take out orders and just take everybody the fuck out, hell no. That's never going to happen. Why? Because they're citizens of that town, that city, that city.
You think that military, that might be lost on military who are just there for business and who don't care about the citizens because they don't live there themselves? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's like that. Unfortunately, we're human beings. We are human beings. Believe you me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Travis. Yeah. So let's take the DC example, albeit a unicorn because it doesn't have a governor, but let's apply it to another city, be it Democratic or Republican. I don't care. Wherever there's high crime, wherever there's apparently need, where the law enforcement is not doing their job, do you think, in general, the president sending in the National Guard, again, not to protect property, but to apparently augment police, and again, National Guard are not authorized to detain, arrest, interrogate. They're there for a military presence. Do you think that in general is a good idea for the president to do, to send in National Guard where there is, wherever in this country there is high crime, versus perhaps reaching out to that governor, that mayor, and seeing why there is high crime there?
No, you should definitely reach out to the governor of that state. But since Washington, D.C. does not have a governor and it's not a state, do what you gotta do.
Chat Mojo earlier, go ahead.
Yeah, so
I appreciate your honesty,
I don't
Travis.
like that people say the National Guard can't detain people. They can if those orders come down. Whether they come from the government. So let me finish here, dude. Like, chill out. So like the idea that they have powers that are appointed to them. The president can say, hey, if you see a woman being attacked by a group of an individual and they're beating her up, please detain them. They just don't have the powers to throw them in jail. They'll detain them until police officers come back and go further and conclude the arrest. And they'll do that. But yes, the National Guard can be enumerated. California has done it. Every state has pretty much done that with their National Guard at some point in their history. And the National Guard.
Okay, I was wrong.
Hold on.
I was wrong.
DC is deployed every year or every time there's an election. It has been deployed so many fucking times. It's still on active deployment in there. They're rotating people out, still in DC. Through the war of terror since 9/11, for 20 years, we had National Guard deployed all over there protecting areas. We've had, Biden brought in 25,000 troops and gave them powers for 3 months there. So, we've had multiple times throughout the bonus pay rebellion. And here's another thing. The National Guard can also be deployed to protect protests. The most famous one being I Have a Dream speech by Martin Luther King with 250,000. The National Guard weren't there to just make sure nothing got out of hand, which they were, but they were also there to protect the protesters from any kind of violence that would have been conducted upon them. So they do a very, it's actually really weird how they'll operate and what orders they get. During George Floyd, they were there to protect property. They were there to protect even some of the protests that go on if they're large scale. Think the Million Man March. Again, National Guard was deployed to actually ensure that did not get out of hand, because they're an asset that can contain and help route and control crowds.
Yeah, but see, these people that live in these little towns and little small areas that come on Clubhouse don't live in a city like mine, they don't understand how many raids and protests and all that type of shit that happens on a daily fucking basis. Like, the sky is blue today. The blue crowd had a fucking protest today. Like, the shit happens on a regular fucking basis. You just named some shit that a lot of people don't even know about. Million Man March? I'll pay somebody to tell me who the fuck started that without Googling.
Yeah, I hear you. And Brad, I hear you too. Like, okay, I stand corrected. I was wrong about detaining. But in the interest of devil's advocate, if you have, 50 people you detain, half of them run away, they're not going to be able to do much about that. And like you said, they can't arrest them. So I'll ask you directly, Brad, same question I asked Trap. Forget DC. Is this a reasonable or warranted response for the president to set this as a precedent and moving forward, deploy the National Guard across the country? To deploy the National Guard to wherever city at his whim, if there's like some crime.
It's the only city where
Sorry, Trav.
But you're not being you're asking an honest question. You just talking.
No, I am asking an honest question. No, Trav, actually, maybe you missed it.
He can do this on the whim. It's the only one.
Trav, did you forget that he did it?
He would have did it.
All right, let me know when you're done. So, exactly, LA. He had no jurisdiction in LA until the governor pushed back. So, but I'm saying, if for whatever reason they give the president this power, hypothetically, and moving forward he's able to do this, is this a reasonable response to essentially say, sorry, law enforcement, you're not cutting the mustard. Sorry, we're gonna, you're gonna create shit morale in that law enforcement. Never mind that you went to the academy for nearly a year. Never mind that you're on the streets every day risking your lives. I'm going to come in because I'm going to make a political move and a political stance to perhaps distract away from other stuff that's going on that doesn't put me in a great light. So he did deploy them in LA. The governor pushed back. He apparently won that. But I just think this is
Correct.
Okay.
This is a dangerous precedent. This is a dangerous precedent.
Wait, Trap, hold on. Trap, hold on a second. Yes, it was you, Brad, and I'm going to let you respond to Moose right after me. One thing I wanted to say, Moose, is that, I don't really think you can compare the deployment to LA to what he's doing in DC right now. What he is doing in DC right now it's not an overreach. He is authorized to do what he's doing in DC right now because it's not a state. What he did in LA was, the reason that he won on that pushback was because it was classified under immigration enforcement. So he can't just willy-nilly order and by virtue of what he's doing in DC, he's still not going to be able to willy-nilly order National Guard to go in because of police departments. I think that's a bit of a stretch to think that.
I also think there's a Project 2025 element too as it relates to DC.
What element is that? Oh, Brad was winning, right? Sorry.
Sorry, Brad. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So yeah, the president can deploy if certain codes are failed. So like, let's for instance, Seattle, he could have deployed. I agree, Trump could have deployed him in Seattle during the Summer of Love when you had inability of the mayor, the governor, and other police chiefs to remove the city of Chop and go. You can't have that go on in the city. We've had this. There's precedent for that. They've done it multiple times. The U.S. has done it. Multiple presidents throughout history. Now you have this action. Trump can deploy them again. We deploy them all the time in D.C. They're all always on a rotation. They're getting deployed there. This is probably no different. If you're going to deploy him to a city, he's going to face an uphill battle because generally they fall under the governor, but conditions need to be met. Usually that's a failure to maintain laws and orders to protect property, to protect the civilian population. And if the police are ineffective in that area, regardless of how their experience is, the president then has the power to deploy the National Guard. So does the governor of that state to back up and help assist to return order to that city or location.
And I was just going to add, I think DC is unique unto itself because I believe in Project 2025, it hasn't been implemented yet, but I believe part of the Project 2025 plan is to provide the Secret Service with law enforcement powers for the District of Columbia.
Why do you keep referring to Project 2025? I mean, if I go to Grok right now and I ask Grok, hey, in Project 2025, was this predicted? I mean, don't you think you're being a little Project 2025 Tourette syndrome?
No, because if you look at Project 2025, it's actually in there. So it's whether it's correct or not, I'm not going to say that. I'm just saying there is definition in Project 2025 to provide the Secret Service specifically with law enforcement responsibilities for the District of Columbia.
Oh, I see.
That doesn't sound like derangement syndrome. That sounds like facts.
Oh no! Project 2025 has a good idea. Oy vey!
Hey, why don't you eat another fucking cheeseburger?
Not too much of cheeseburger.
I've been going to Wendy's recently, and just let me say that cute Polish girl that works there, wow, she's a hard-working girl.
Sorry, can we play a new drinking game? Every time 2025 said everybody's got to take a shot. I'll participate once I get out of the truck.
Project 2025. Project 2025. Project 2025.
Okay, only if we are drinking water shots because I need to drink more. So that is a very good incentive. Ready, go.
It's the end of the world. They're implementing good ideas from something called Project 2025.
I thought that drinking water bottles is a really good idea. Yes, thank you.
So what else in Project 2025 do you not want to happen, Howard, since you've read this Bible called the Project 2025?
I don't want the peace and order they called for. That's just not realistic.
Go ahead, Howard. I don't think I saw you put on.
No, again, I was addressing specifically about the District of Columbia, which I know we're talking about the National Guard, and I'm just saying that there was some reporting that it's only for 30 days. It may or may not be, but I'm just highlighting that one initiative that hasn't yet been implemented provides the Secret Service law enforcement responsibilities specifically for the District of Columbia. That's all I'm saying.
They already do have some, though, by the way.
On federal property, they do. Like I said, man, I really, it's like y'all don't really understand how DC works. It's probably a foreign concept to y'all because y'all have
Yeah, actually, I used to live in DC, so thank you.
Cool. It's still probably foreign to your ass. You probably lived uptown and didn't even really go outside. But anyway,
Trap, are you the only one here who can speak on DC? Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
If you feel like if that hits your heart like that, then it is what it is. If that's how you feel. But until somebody can give me some better knowledge than the generic bullshit that's coming out your mouths, then challenge me. Come harder than that.
You fell for the trap, Moose. He got your ass.
Yeah, egg on my face.
Well, listen, I appreciate Trav coming up to the stage to offer his perspective, especially for those who don't live in the area. And we're trying to figure out if the National Guard is actually necessary. Is the crime as bad as this administration claims it is? Well, the media claims it's not as bad because the crime rates have dropped since last year. So, Trav, I appreciate you coming up to share your perspective as someone who's actually in the area.
If I'm not mistaken, Trav, did you say you moved out of D.C. because of the crime problem, or do you still reside within the urban areas of D.C.?
I live in Virginia Beach. I'm 2 hours away. All of my family lives in
Ah.
Yeah. What?
How long ago did you move away?
Brother, I'm a man that chose to do better. Like I said, I didn't stay in the city.
No, kudos to you. Absolutely.
I went to college. And I chose to live life. So, yeah, like but I go back and forth to DC all the fucking time. Like I said, I'm 2 hours away. I'm actually getting ready to go with my father for lunch.
Boots on the ground experience, though, right, Trav? You have boots on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand.
Yeah, that's my point. He might not be there right now, but he's lived there.
Like what? My mother's there, my grandmother, my sister, my father, my brothers. Like, what are we talking about? Huh? I'm gonna be buried there. Like, what are we talking about?
Do all your family agree that the National Guard is the good answer right now?
No, hell no. I got family that's stuck in the Matrix. Like I said, I chose to get the fuck out of it. I definitely have family that's stuck in the fucking Matrix. But I'm not that. So like I said, I live in Virginia where I got good gun laws. I got me a nice little piece of land. Come on now. I don't need to be in that little Democrat-ass city. You can't do shit. No, sir.
Moose, you never served in the military, right? You don't understand the beautiful simplicity of following an order.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. I had parents though, so I know what I had strict immigrant dads. So I'm very familiar with following orders.
Okay, so what do you think the National Guard will do? What do you think? What do you think a sergeant? What do you think a corporal? What do you think a second lieutenant or a captain in the Army is going to do when they deploy to a hot spot somewhere in Washington D.C.? What do you think they're really going to do?
I don't know. That's why I was asking. I would imagine they would secure property first, maybe reach out to the chief of police. And that's why I'm really trying to wrap my brain around it. Like, how would they actually assess the problem? That's a great question. How would they actually assess the problem? Boots on the ground and get those gangsters.
Well, I don't know if you've observed the police recently, Moose, but let me pretty much tell you what the police do. They sit in their car and they look at their cell phone. Am I wrong, anyone?
So most the National Guard is not going to be doing internet transfer or interceding policies. They're not going to be targeting gang members and going and kicking in doors to, at least at this juncture. Now, if that does happen, that'll be eye-opening. But they're currently, that's not the crux of their role. That's not even in their. Which has been outlined by even Trump on the podium today. What's been outlined is that they're going to be there as a force on the corner so that people can walk the street. They're going to protect national or federal properties. They're going to coordinate with police and other entities to do crowd control, to do, again, normal roles that they currently are ongoing and doing. And then they're going to be assisting police because, again, even in 2023 and in 2024, Mario Mazur was asking for assistance and asking the council for more police because they had a decrease in it. And their Safer, Stronger Together Act on the city council that really just basically put a target on police backs and took a pussyfooting approach, which led to record high murder rates in 2024, 2023. That's huge. And you can kind of say, hey, you know what? Maybe this approach is not working, especially when we have all the power brokers located in one place, and it's not just for gangs. Like you wanna make sure that there is nothing bad going to be on. We don't want a bomb at the Capitol building, do you? I mean, you don't want it at I don't know, at any of the other federal buildings. I don't want to see the Washington Monument blow up. And apparently, we have more and more violent protests going on these days.
Cool. Okay, appreciate the answer. So there you go, anonymous or John, whoever you're identifying. So what happens, Brad, when they leave. What happens when the National Guard leave, and then the citizens are subjected again to apparently their insufficient, inadequate law enforcement?
Well, hopefully that the Capitol Police can protect the federal grounds and find the perpetrators, and then the DC Police can actually go after the crimes. They don't have to be busy directing traffic. They don't have to sit there and just be sitting in a patrol car, as somebody said earlier. They're going to be there on the ground as deterrents, and that should be. It should help at least alleviate some, and actually provide a sense of relief for some of the citizens that have been, for instance, a woman getting attacked on her way just walking down the road. Like, these stories aren't uncommon, or the two teenagers that killed the person just for being out because they thought it was a fun night to do that, to get their kicks out. So hopefully this will be a mitigating factor, and they'll have a quicker response time. They'll be able to coordinate, and these guys won't be able to go away. And then it's up to the council to maintain some kind of semblance or order that literally starts protecting the citizens rather than the virtue signaling. It's clearly evident that 2021, 2022, that the city council's virtue signal policy, we can figure out a better way to police a population than what the current police are doing, led to mass quits of police and increased crime. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, we also need, I think, even above that, again, are the DAs, the judges, the legislators. Like, believe it or not, I'm actually on the left and still think that there should be tougher laws against underage, especially for homicide, especially for any violent crime. We're not talking about smash and grab, we're talking about sexual assault and homicide. They should be tried, I think, as adults in most of those scenarios.
You won't get enough for me. I'm on your side with that one.
Yeah, so none of that shit you said you agree with flies in a liberal city like DC. The dude who was speaking kind of has it correct. This is just a federal fucking takeover because the city council, the mayor, that motherfucker who wear them glasses at that police press conference, that spokesman, they come to that podium every time there's some bullshit going on. They don't really give a fuck about the city, they just care about the money that they making. This is a federal takeover, all that shit. Something's gotta be done. It's a different type of white folk that live there. They wanna be able to spend their fucking money and go outside. And so, you're not gonna be able to have the bullshit no more. That's all that's happening. That's all that's happening. You're not gonna act like the city ain't been gentrified. Oh shit, that's crazy. So what kind of snake that is?
So how would people rate this topic in terms of priorities if you were president and this is what you were doing for your people? Is this a top 10 priority for you?
Sounds like a poll. I'm on it.
Trap, if you were president, what would your top 3 priorities be for the American people?
I'm a Christian. You don't want to know what my principles are.
I'm sorry, what would be the top 3 priorities for you as president of the United States, Mr. Trap?
The Trinity.
And what is the Trinity, Mr. Trap? Does the Holy Spirit have your tongue?
Sound like you're a fool ass no. It's better never to answer a fool.
All right, let me ask you another diagnostic question, Mr. Trap. What is... Oh! He left. Hey Kima, did you enjoy reading the Tao Te Ching today? I felt like that was a good group bonding moment.
I'm thinking I'm about to pick the book up.
Any other moderators or readers today enjoy that Tao Te Ching moment? Was that the highlight of your Clown House debate day?
I think it's fun to do group things.
Define group things.
Reading a book together.
Not those group things.
And just saying the actual talk and hopefully education some people got on Washington D.C. and just how it's different from everywhere else. But most of all, I think that should be, maybe it's not going to be the example for safety, but if it's the head of our nation, everything trickles down, and if there's chaos there, it's going to trickle down everywhere else just as fast.
Oh, I wanted to respond to somebody who said that DC is a maze or a mess. I think it was Victoria, also known as Dementia or whatever her name is. Whatever. The DC, if you actually look at it on a map, the Capitol building is literally in the center of DC. Everything else is in a northwest corner, northeast corner, southwest corner, and it's ran in a grid fashion. It's actually a very particular design. You don't really need a whole-scale map to navigate DC, but it is done by design, and it has had moderations done, and the system actually works quite well, especially in evacuations. We were once invaded by the fucking Canadians that we should have killed. And then, we should take care to just learn your city. Like, these quadrants exist, and how to navigate those quadrants is very simple. You can just see it on a basic map. Pull it up on Google if you don't believe me. But the National Guard will have no problem navigating DC. It's really very basic.
Well, Brad, what if I'm a total square? I can't handle anything that isn't square.
Lord help you then.
Keep the day job, Brian.
I drive in circles all day. I love Washington D.C.'s layout.
Isn't DC all, like just roundabout after roundabout?
Essentially it is, yeah, but it's way easier to fortify different areas the way it's set up.
Yeah, it's really simple. Like, numbered streets run north and south. Lettered streets run east and west. That's how you can tell which road you're on and how to intersect. It's really, I don't know how to make it so simple for people.
That's the critical thinking part that we don't have anymore, Brad, that's why.
The three orders are pretty simple for these soldiers. I mean, carry out the commander's intent, protect your men, make sure they're safe and sound, and your women, don't sacrifice their lives to go get a bunch of little thugs. And then third, protect the property, protect the assets, protect the value in society.
This one was full of chatty Cathy's and that. You're all sitting here.
How is the poll? I love that Serendipity picked the same one I did. I would round out the top 5 with, foreign affairs. I don't like the forever wars. If I had to add 5 more, I'd have to think about it.
Scarlett, were you asking
how's the poll?
Mm-hmm.
The P-O-L, the P-O-L-L.
Oh.
Serenity? You instigator.
I'm not. Roger's the one that said that.
Can you imagine
I was
anyone?
just asking if I heard her correctly. You guys, minds are in the gutter. I don't even talk to her.
It's Kristen. Kristen's mind is always in the gutter.
I am innocent as usual.
To be fair, Serendipity was talking about group activities together
Oh
and
my
then talking about polls.
Gosh.
Exactly.
I like group activities. Like reading
Hold on,
books.
I gotta polish my halo. Hold on.
Hey, Roger, go ahead and put a poll for how many women here have taken a pole dancing class, but make it anonymous. Oh, wait. Clubhouse doesn't allow you to do that.
I'm just saying, I think there are more ladies than Dismal on the app.
I agree. I might not be one of them, but I agree.
Does anyone think it's a lie to say that the economy is the number one reason why society, has so much crime and poverty and homelessness? Is it the economy or is it something else?
It's something else. Not enough women are taking pole dancing classes. Duh. I have a question.
Ah.
If we let economics, which is the number one issue that we should care about, get so out of control that we have $37 trillion worth of national debt and $100 trillion of unfunded liabilities, if now the situation is so bad we just don't even do anything about it, what's to stop us from feeling the same way about all of the other issues, such as crime?
Well, what I'm thinking is if you find yourself high on fentanyl in a street in Philadelphia, can you somehow reverse engineer $37 trillion in debt? I mean, should you have another $35,000 in your pocket, and not be in the street high on fentanyl? Like, is it just one system? Is the system one and they are a victim of this system? Is that the right approach to reverse engineer your position if you're a fentanyl addict on the street in Philadelphia?
Who told him I was in Philadelphia?
What's going on up there, guys? It's been so quiet. So well behaved.
There's been so many revelations of people's opinions. There have been so many understandings. There's been a lot revealed. I don't know a lot of stuff about cops and military and...
Couldn't you have just stopped your sentence that I don't know a lot of stuff?
Yeah. Would you like me to continue?
Please do, please do.
Okay.
Ladies' night.
Thank you, honey. I'm so glad. Even though I'm your second favorite.
Third.
Second and a half. So, it's really interesting under people's perspectives because I really am. I'm very sheltered. Yeah, my dad was in the military and he did Vietnam, so he was a career person. But I'm really not very. I don't have a lot to do with armed forces. I have a great respect for them, and it's really great to get insight from people who are in the environment. The multiple kinds of opinions that are shared. It takes a lot of courage for people to share their experiences and to be heard. So I appreciate that, and I've learned a lot today.
During the discussion, residents did not hold back, voicing their frustrations.
Am I blaming the
Okay, you
system?
can have his poll
Many
tonight,
questioning why kids
They'll have to
aren't
share.
being held accountable.
We as a city and a community need to be much more focused on prevention and surrounding young people and
I had the mother today, Roger, because you decided to like go have a life and do
Their
things while
families.
she out.
You did a great job.
It happens. It happens every now and again. I was out looking at like beautiful flowers that I could send to my favorite clubhouse crush. Yeah.
I was afraid of Brad.
I was scared of you, Brad.
What did Brad do the yelling thing? I like that. I hate when he misses.
Yeah. He tried to do the yelling. Well, he did do the yelling thing in Victoria, and I kind of cut him off midstream and said, "Okay, Brad, finish your thought." And he said, "I'm trying to." Like the other way.
There's some people that crash out and you're like, oh man, this fucking guy sucks. And then when Brad crashes out, it's like fun. He's like the positive crasher outer. I remember back when progressives weren't afraid to debate people and they would come in rooms, like the Brad goat discussions were fucking amazing. Because you get goat's pseudo-intellectual ass trying to fucking make a point, and Brad would just fucking like rip his head off verbally. It was amazing. Those were the days.
That's only because KK took away my tomahawks.
Christy asked a question in chat. She said, "How do you define a leftist versus a progressive?"
That's a good question. So, all of these terms suck. Lefties want to fight against tradition, right? The whole term left is, they sit in opposition to the king. That's why they sat on the left physically. The people that wanted to uphold tradition, this is in France, by the way, so I don't know why we have to use their terms, but if you sat on the right of the king, you were really saying, hey, we're going to defend the king, and we're going to essentially defend tradition, and that's then gets into these ideas of like, okay, well, conservatives, they want to uphold tradition, so I guess right and conservative can have some sort of, they're adjacent, I suppose, and then, but left of center, when you're fighting for change, you can do that in an authoritarian way. That would be the progressives, right? Or you can do it in a liberal way, at least in the classical sense. Classical liberals, they supported things like capitalism and individual rights, but they had a strong sense of like, justice specifically around like equal protection under the law. So a lot of the really good things that we have are because of radical liberals. The Constitution was written by radical liberals, but then later, conservatives were, hey, that's pretty bitchin', that seems to work, maybe we should protect that. And so the liberals and the conservatives, true liberals, true conservatives, they can coexist, they can get along, and they're really just deciding, like, when is their time for change, when is their time to preserve something. And so the more important the thought here was, how are they willing to weaponize the government? So progressives, they think very collectively. Liberals do too, but liberals don't want to weaponize the government in quite the same way. And so progressives, they literally want to trample on some people's rights in order to give other people their rights. And so it's just, it really comes down to authoritarian left versus liberal left. And then you have authoritarian right, and then you have like the libertarian right. those are really the better distinctions. And in fact, you can throw out left and right if you want. You can it really comes down to what degree do you want individual liberty and to what degree do you want authoritarianism. And by authoritarianism, that means all of these collective things where they have to take from one person or one group to give to another group. Like the only way that you get this idea of equality is if you're willing to violate people's rights. I would point people to a book by Yaron Brook called Equal is Unfair. He explains it very well there.
The thing that like bugs me is that we're all squabbling, fighting, or competing for borrowed money. Like that alone should cause panic. And then secondly, people should try to work together and depoliticize and stop the gaslighting and the fake outrage when everyone is a hypocrite because they're fighting over borrowed money.
That's a good point. Necro said something interesting in the chat. He said, I consider myself a classical liberal. Necro, the rest of the world considers you a faggot.
That's not nice.
Which part wasn't nice?
Mojo!
See, Necro agrees.
Don't worry, Negro. You're a wonderful gentleman. And you're loved.
You know, people smoke fags, they fight over fags, and I just gotta say, you know, the F word, the K word, the N word, the S word, the C word, the Z word, you know, there's a lot of words that can cause gaslighting, but don't fall for the clickbait gaslight words, because if you do, and you're chronically road raging on this app because people ask questions that aren't necessarily appropriate, or they say, you know, very vulgar and obscene things, maybe it's a you problem for being here, to listen to these very toxic words.
Great way to just shun accountability and responsibility. Just to be a decent human. Like, we're adults. This isn't a kid's app. What the?
Demo, do you know what the term faggot means? Yeah, burn sticks. I was asking Bimo.
So you said
It was a good question I wanted to answer.
in the context that you used it. Do you remember what you said?
Yeah, I said that he believes that he's a classical liberal and everyone else believes that he's a faggot. And what do you think that word means in that context?
I don't think it means anything nice. Did you have good intentions? Or was that nice? Oh.
Yes, absolutely. Like it's a term of endearment. Like when I was a kid, we would we would call our friends faggots. Like for example, if I wanted to play Tecmo Bowl and somebody wanted to do their homework, I would say, hey, quit being a faggot. And that's what I mean by it. So I don't know what your definition of faggot is, but it has nothing to do with sexuality. If that's what you were gonna say, you bigot.
Bima, why Roger, did you put out fake news that Bima quit the app, or that was fake news?
I did not. We were told that she quit the app. Somebody. It was Daniel that told us that. I think Daniel, someone that shared that she deactivated her account.
No, that's true. That's true.
You did deactivate. Now you've reactivated.
Yeah, I have to try to start doing it more, but the app only will let you do it like once a week, I think. So I'm gonna try to just do it once a week. I have to cut down.
That should be the same frequency that you wax your armpits.
Imagine if people had that same personal responsibility while they're robbing people in the streets or breaking into restaurants when they're closed at night and stealing the cash register. Imagine if they took that type of personal responsibility, Bima.
Imagine if you made sense.
Can I just point out the people that felt like they needed to rescue Necro? People in the chat, people on the stage. Do you guys not realize that Necro and I are friends? You guys not understand that? Necro, can you tell them about our friendship?
Are you more than friends?
You would never cheat on Monica like that.
Yeah, but I might win it for Monica secretly.
Over my dead body.
I just have to do it when you're not looking.
I wonder, have you ever checked on that, Roger? Let me ask Necro. Necro, has Roger ever talked to you about, like, your friendship and made sure that you weren't ever offended by any potentially offensive things that he would say as terms of endearment? Has he ever checked in with you with that? Or did he just assume?
I mean, he knows I'm not offended by most, by insults pretty much. I mean, they're just words.
That wasn't my question. My question was...
Why are you more offended on his behalf than he is? This is weird.
That's not, I'm not offended upon his behalf.
This is what white progressives do. This is what white progressives do when they have a grievance and they want to get offended on behalf of someone else. Necro and I share stages. We agree on some things. We disagree on some things. We can have playful banter. He just said that he wanted to steal my woman, for fuck's sake. That's meaner than anything that I've said to him.
Can I ask a question here? America is in a danger point here, and I'm just wondering, is there any patriots in the room? Let's say the CIA wanted to give you a direct commission to deploy to a sanctuary city to fight violent crime. Who in this room would have the physical ability, the desire to join that paramilitary operation? Anyone here?
Well, hold on. Welcome, Jason Deucin.
I'm ready.
Jason, you're the man for the job, right?
Jason takes the place of 10 men. And I just think it's funny that when some people don't get the answer back in the exact words they want, they pretend like the question wasn't answered. I find that funny.
You know what I find funny in an annoyingly ironic way? Roger, if you could please reach out to the founders, who is it, Paul, Ruan, whatever. If they're going to allow you to name a house in the MUF, is there a reason why they're not allowing me to type the word MUFF in chat? As you can see, I can alter.
So if you look at the house title in the MUF, you will see that they're not separate words. If you try to type in the MUF in the chat, you can do it if you do it the way that I spell it. I also have clever workarounds where I can put an accent over certain letters and get away with all kinds of tomfoolery.
You muffed it, you pussy.
Gotta be smarter than the algorithm is what Mojo just said. Take the red pill.
That's a legitimate question. Who here would go on a 6-month deployment to perform security in a major U.S. city for $10,000 a month for, say, 6 months? Anybody want to go on a short-term activation?
That's actually cheaper than I would have gotten paid back in the day, but it wouldn't take me 6 months to pacify a city, and I only need 2 other people with me to go ahead and do that.
You need to double that realistically.
I mean, you could go be a journeyman tradesman somewhere and make triple that, so.
No, I just have to target, once I'm on the ground, all I have to do is just target the main leaders, then I just have to break in at the twilight hours, and snatch and grab them, waterboard them for a little bit, and then figure out any certain acts and commands, just take those out and keep those guys alive while they're still needing me information. It's not really that hard. I can pretty much pacify them within a couple weeks.
Did you guys, anybody in this room, did you guys stop by the Critical Thinking Forum today? Anybody get a chance to hear the words of wisdom from Monsef?
I think I'm blocked from that room.
Imagine that.
Which room and house was it?
The Critical Thinking Forum. That's Gary Bumgarner's room.
Oh.
He's like the Walter Cronkite of the net.
I wanted to go in there and do a simulcast. Actually, I wanted to do your room and his room at the same time, but unfortunately, I couldn't get it to work, and I thus unveiled my anonymous account. So this has been my anonymous account that I've been recording rooms on for about 60 days, hardcore with.
I just think it's interesting that in those rooms they want to tone police certain people. They don't allow the chat. And then they'll allow somebody like Monsef to just go on for 15 minutes at a time. The room's
Well, that's a problem. I agree on both sides. He allows people to go on and on and on and on, but sorry, I gotta push back. 'Cause, I mean, yes, he takes the chat away, but how does he tone police? I mean, people can argue that you tone police by not allowing certain words to be said or threatening. So how is he do tone policing and you're not?
Well, I will say this. Why don't you ask that question to Anson Burlingame?
You know, he has a personal history, so Anson's a bit biased towards Gary at this point. So
let me ask you this: of those two guys, if they were in a bar, or let's say a Moose Lodge, right? If they were having a couple beers and they stepped out,
I see what you did there.
If they were to step outside after a couple of beers, who do you have your money on?
Oh, are you kidding? I mean, you know, Anson is an older gentleman. Gary's no spring chicken. I'm guessing they have 10 years difference, maybe. My money's still on Anson.
Yeah. Dude, Anson swims with dolphins, dude. Like, Anson's a legend. I like Anson. It's amazing. But I have to say this. I don't have a problem with Gary, other than, like, some of his judgment. Like, remember when Merrill was one of his co-hosts?
I remember old school, season 1 or 2 that was, and I don't know if they kind of, well, I'm not going to speak about other people that are in here, but I personally don't have a problem with her, but apparently she's received mixed reviews, so I don't know why she didn't mod anymore with Gary.
Well, she had Trump derangement syndrome, hardcore, and I think it infected a lot of people. It rotted the brains of a lot of people in that room. I thought Howard was a really good mod in that room.
And I disagree. Howard was good.
Yeah,
Marshall was good.
Well, Marshall's good when he, like, isn't drinking. Like, I like Marshall a lot, but drunk
He was asleep.
Wow. But the worst part of that room, it's not the chat, it's not the fact that you can't push back on ideas. You know what the worst part of it is?
Do tell.
Scott Jones doing a Trump impersonation.
I knew, there it is. I knew that was a thing.
LOL.
He did it. Didn't he just do it in your room before?
Oh yeah, I encouraged him to do it. He did it like he was like winning. It was hilarious.
Nails on the chalkboard.
Do you know who does a better Trump impression? Darth Arianos. No. I mean, like, it's like impossible to tell the difference. Darth Arianos, incredible, like insane.
Actually, Jamie Foxx does a really good Donald Trump. I don't know if you guys have heard that.
Darth Arianos would also hand you your ass, Roger. Like, hand it to you. In pretty much absolutely any topic, I mean, anything. He would just destroy you. He'd destroy anyone on that stage. Darth Arianos, you could give me your best, and Darth Arianos will destroy.
Wow. Who is this person?
Like, verbally,
He's the true clubhouse. He's the true clubhouse legend. Yeah. Well, no, not verbally, not insults. He's an extremely logical, philosophical mind. Incredible.
I bet I could beat him on specific topics, so.
Hey.
Well, Brian, I appreciate the ambition. I mean, I'm interested.
Yeah, I'd like to see him beat me on agriculture, but there's not many people that are good at that.
I think what Bima just really said is that she wants to fuck this guy. That's really what I heard her say.
Oh my god!
Hey, this is anonymous. Can I quickly say something about the poll and an experience that I had here in Chicago? I did the carry and conceal permit, and the instructor who gave that carry and conceal permit in that tiny class with 30 American patriots who, you know, do carry and conceal in the city of Chicago and actually save their lives as they're about to get killed in many, many situations that keep coming out of the news. I just want to say that one guy who taught that 30-person class, who has probably done hundreds of classes and taught thousands of people, that is the only actual person in Chicago out of my 42 years of living who has ever done anything in terms of, like, actually preparing the population to save lives and carry out the will and intent of our founders and the Constitution. So if only one person in my whole life I've ever seen do anything actually which is normal and rational and pragmatic, I mean, you know, meeting a lot of people who do absolutely nothing for the city. So I mean, government, you know, is.
Let's hear your Bill Clinton, Necro.
Give me a minute.
Is it over yet?
That's what she said.
That's what Hillary said.
Tomorrow's rational discussion group is going to be amazing. I think it might be the biggest one ever.
Oh, what's the topic? Is there a topic? Tell us the. Can you give us like the 411 on this time? What it is?
They're always at 2 Pacific, 5 Eastern, but actually 10 minutes before.
It's a pure coincidence that Roger does it at the same exact time as the aforementioned room of Gary and.
It is a little passive aggressive, isn't it? Or is it just aggressive?
It's just aggressive.
This is McDonald's and Burger King on opposite ends of the corner competing for cheeseburgers. Listen, all you know, opening up competing shop raises the overall economy. I mean, did you guys ever remember that class in college where you get like an extra 10, 20, 30% margin because now there's 2 competing businesses in the area?
I can have healthy competition is good.
Is there a reason why they don't have the chat open, but they encourage people to go to Facebook to have chat? How can you better moderate chat on an app that you're not currently on?
Wait, that might be a good business model, like a cross. You see what I'm saying? Like a cross. Like people are gonna be talking like, what the hell? What? Oh yeah, go to this app.
It'd be almost like a Discord model.
But like pulling people off of Facebook onto that. That's interesting.
What would you know about interesting people?
Way more important for the mission.
Absolutely nothing. Except, let me direct you to my PTR. This is a begonia, Darth Vaderiana, a terrarium begonia, very rare. It is absolutely incredible. If anybody knows of where I can buy one, I'm interested. I've been looking for about 6 months.
What is
I
would if I knew someone who had it, and that's I'm like I get all these crappy ducks, but these are so rare that I can't find anybody that has them.
I bet you if you paid enough, you could.
Yeah, no, I did. I found.
Like people bring plants.
Yes, they're called plant swaps, and you just meet up with a bunch of people, and you all bring different plants.
Explains your PTR. God, sorry, I'm a little slow today.
But in the first half,
Well, yeah, no, it's great. Everybody, I mean, like we edible plants, you know, like if you want, I mean, anything, tomato plants, cucumber, anything that you could think of.
Venus flytrap.
I mean, sometimes those are more rare, you know, but it's mostly more common plants or edible plants. Mojo knows all about that. He was talking about edible flowers. He said he told somebody to eat flowers earlier, and I was so happy.
No,
I was like, oh my gosh.
Hold on.
That's because he's a fag.
This is true, Moose. That was Michael Yap, actually. I don't want to take credit for Michael Yap. Michael Yap's shtick on here
News
was...
Talk is online. News Talk is a production.
Oh, well, I think that it's such a brilliant, amazing, I love people who say eat flowers. It assumes, for me, that you know about edible landscaping, and that's so amazing.
It's ironic the guy, I mean, I don't think it was flowers, it's berries, the infamous story of the Harvard grad, who, there's a whole movie about it, Into the Wild,
He goes on this journey to find himself, and he eats berries and dies. 22, 23, Harvard grad.
He ate the berries. Were they poisonous?
Indeed, they were.
Jeez.
This is pre-internet, so you couldn't just Google it.
He had a book that he was looking at where he was trying to determine if it was good or not, and he made a mistake. He made one mistake while it was out there.
Holy shit. What was this called? Into the Wild?
Into the Wild, based on the book, I think. Eddie Vedder does all the soundtrack, Sean Penn directed. It's good.
Hey, I tried to put in a chat a video of Gary Baumgarten and Brent debating on Clown House, and I gotta say, if you want an example of a difficult conversation to listen to, this would be the video of Gary and Brent arguing. It's pretty funny.
Hey, nonsense. I mean, Anonymous. Did you do a reading earlier today? Because I missed it and I was so upset.
We did.
The Dao De Ching? Is that it, Anonymous?
I recognize that voice.
That's a good voice.
There's Roger's future ex-wife.
I don't believe in divorce.
Faithless.
Roger, the poll, you would have put economy before education?
Yeah, of course.
You know, Bima, you can go on
It's
Mojo.
always a big economy.
You can go on
No,
Mojo's
it is,
profile.
the quote is accurate, right? It's the economy, stupid. I should have done that, but
Correct. The only thing more important than the economy is love.
Amen. That's the best thing. Can we get a replay? Can someone cut that? That is so
No,
good.
Bima, get a hold of yourself. You're in public. You're getting really rather excited over there.
second.
Can I make it clear, without making it overly awkward to the woman of my desires, that I was not referring to Bima when I was saying those words.
So it's Monica first, Bima second, and me.
Kristen, you were in front of Bima just in case you wanted to know where you're at on
No, I'm not. If I'm second and a half, then there's got to be number 2.
I told you were number 3. There's definitely a number 2, but there is a wide gap between 2 and 1.
Wait.
Yeah, Kristen, I think it's all the ladies, including you, and then all the men, and then Bima on Roger's list.
That's more like it.
So, Mr.
I have to agree. Well done.
Bima, who would you put as the one who fits your policy the best out of everyone in this room?
I would have to say right now, men or women?
Just anyone.
Well, I don't know Moose, and I haven't heard much of Devin, but I like Devin. So I would have to say, and I haven't heard much of Brian either. So Brian is a curiosity to me. Moose, Devin, but I would have to say you're definitely my number 1 right now.
Me?
Oh yeah.
Well, hold on. Can I just hold on? Can I just share this with you, Bima? As much as that might have flattered him, he would still put Joe B, who's like 87, in front of you.
I'm sure he would.
God damn it, Joe B's in here. She heard that. I'm just kidding, Joe B.
Tall Lady is in the audience. Tall Lady is top 10 in my Clubhouse fave list, and that's not inconsiderable. I mean, that's considerable. That's
Scarlet Tutis. Where do I rank on that list?
Yeah, probably shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, I just happened to glance down in the audience. I didn't see. A shout out to Sean B and Weavy, 2 other minds that I really enjoy. Yeah, and Marty too. I like Marty down there too. Yeah.
Bima, let me ask you a question. If you were president of the United States or head of the Federal Reserve,
That wouldn't happen. But go ahead.
I'm just asking, how would you optimize the economy?
I mean, and the Fed.
Well, that's not a bad answer.
That was a bit Marilyn Monroe impersonation.
But Bima, let me ask you this. let's say
The Fed.
hold on. Let's say that the Fed was ended. Let's say the whole government was ended. Bima, can you explain to the people here when there's no government left in the United States, where those 5,500 nuclear weapons? Who would have those? Who would control the nuclear weapons?
I would defer that to much more intelligent people that would be able to organize and figure that out.
That doesn't sound like you've got a very good plan here. It sounds like you haven't thought about who's going to have the nukes.
I mean, like, that's the point of a decentralized, state of society. It's to say, like, hey, look, why don't we talk about who has the best ideas, and then let's do that, right? And the best part is it's voluntary. It's not like by force, violent by force, as you see in a federal constitutional republic, which I'm not, terribly upset about. I do appreciate it for what it's done.
I got a question for you, Bima. If you don't have a government, who's going to protect black people in your society?
To single out any type of individual, it doesn't even make sense.
Hi, this is Anna. Give me a call back if you're in.
It goes, like, the idea of a voluntarist society is to not use violent back coercion on people, right?
Hey, Ross, you said we need government protection. Doesn't that we're gonna be, like, beat up or killed or something? That's weird.
Well, it seems to me that if you're going to protect individual freedom and extend that to all individuals, you probably need a government that has the authority to make those protections. Otherwise, what would keep a band of marauders? Like, imagine like a village of Pepes that hate black people. What would you do to make sure that this village of Pepes doesn't try to trample on the rights of black people?
It's called guns and bullets.
Facts.
What if the battle was in the water?
What if the battle was in the water?
Hakima, would you like to be the one to tell her?
Well, I don't know what you mean.
When this conversation's over, I would love.
Sorry, Charlie.
No, I interrupted you guys, so go ahead and finish this conversation. But if you have a question for Tall Lady, I'll just put it in the chat so y'all can keep going.
I was gonna tell Mojo he gotta spread his own races. One say about water.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Can you repeat that? I don't know if you're cutting out. What was that, Hakima?
I think Hakima was saying that the stereotype of black people not being able to swim is incorrect.
I know for me, and most people I know is incorrect.
You're a swimmer? When we're done with this survey, can we get a survey that asks if we think that Hakima is a strong swimmer?
Absolutely, we can take it down right now. It was just a filler poll.
I got a filler poll.
I guarantee I would have.
I'm just gonna stop talking. That's it.
Hakima, did you say that you're a stronger swimmer than I am?
Yep.
Oh, wow. It's amazing.
Roger, were you in the reading room today?
Yes, but I went last because my reading comprehension level is the lowest of the room.
How about a poll that says,
What? What does the poll do?
who can vote for who would be able to save who's swimming? Can Hakima save Roger? Or can Roger save Hakima if one of them was drowning?
Who would save them? Not could they?
who would save them.
For the record,
Physical capabilities.
I have saved 4 people from drowning, including like a 350-pound white dude who jumped in the middle of fucking 12 people. So, yeah.
It's looking good for Hakima, Roger. It's looking real good.
Wait, hold on. This is like lefties. They hear one side of the argument and they've made up their mind. Here's the other side of the argument. When's the last time you've seen a world-class water polo team that was all black?
Well, fat people float too.
That just means we got better shit to do with our time. Like play basketball or football or some shit.
Now that is stereotypical. That's bordering on racist there, Hakima.
Why? Because I'm just saying what we like to do. We like to play basketball and football.
Okay, new poll up. Damn.
All bags on Hakima. Oh, so what was the reading? What did how many verses did you do, or like what did you get through to as a?
We got through a third of the book, and
Really?
yeah, got through a third.
So can I ask a question? I'd like to ask Roger. Excuse me, Mojo. Mojo Jojo. What did you?
Nice drift gas, right?
Is this a manic episode? Should we be concerned?
Manic Monday. So.
What's your question?
From the reading, thank you. From the reading, how many of those principles would you be able to apply to what Israel is doing currently?
Well, I think the first principle I would put is that you shouldn't try to control them. The fact that you want to control what Israel does would put you in violation of the principles of the Tao.
Fabulous deflection, but the question was what Israel is doing. So I'm a third party, or it doesn't matter what I think.
You can say that again.
What Israel is doing. How many of those, master principles could you apply to what Israel is its current policy? And we can, pretend that we're all in support of what Israel is doing right now. And there's no genocide, and they're defending themselves, okay? So if we use that baseline, how many of those principles line up with the current policy?
I would say there's very strong alignment with the good people of Israel when it comes to the Tao. The main thing is that we have to accept that you can't change things. You just have to accept things the way that they are. This is the Tao.
And I think I got my answer. I think that answer is none. I'm pretty sure. I mean, you didn't get through the whole book, so I'll ask again when it's finished.
Yeah, you simply can't have your cake and eat it too.
Hold on. That is the stupidest fucking saying. Why couldn't you buy a cake, eat a cake? In fact, in what situation would you buy a cake and not eat a cake? It makes no sense to fucking that saying. That's got to be a white person saying. But Hakima, correct me if I'm wrong.
I am a white person.
I guarantee you came from England. I'm betting on it.
Roger, you have to say the quote right. You can't eat your cake and have it too is the correct quote.
Damn it, Joe, with your reality facts.
Jesus Christ. So what you're saying is Necro got it wrong.
Most people get it wrong. They say it backwards.
Wait, how did I say it backwards?
It's the OG of this misinformation.
Well, wait, what's the right way of saying it?
You can't eat your cake and have it too. It means you've eaten it, it's gone, so you can no longer have it.
And you also can't have it if you eat it.
I didn't write the quote.
I believe believe the idea, Necro, is that it's chronological matters. Chronological order matters.
Who told us that we were having that quote wrong?
Joe did.
Joe, you get an ad, man. You solved one of the most irritating, and I love cliches. I was always frustrated with that quote because it made no sense. And when you said it, I had to grok it, and like it's beautiful. Thank you, Joe.
I'm just surprised.
My pleasure. I have a moment every moment.
I'm just surprised you hadn't run across the true way it was said before it started up.
Brian, you knew it, and you were holding out on me these last 4 years.
Yeah, I just thought it was common sense. My bad.
Well, but that's because you feed us. You're a farmer. You provide, like, you have the common sense of being a man of the land. So I can't blame you that I was ignorant. Thank you. That we should do a whole room on that. Cliches and quotes that don't make sense, and do origin stories to find out why.
The other good room is music lyrics that people think they are and what they actually are. Like Hold Me Closer, Tony Danza?
Yeah, I want Tony Danza. That's the best song ever.
Hurt So Good by John Mellencamp.
He doesn't really say that?
No, he does actually.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
My eyes are tortured instead of my eyes adored her.
Oh, no.
Maybe
Something like a deuce. Keep going. I interrupted you, Jules.
Hey, Roger, I was surprised that no one really gave you a good answer for your question about if the country was decentralized, who would gain control of the nuclear weapons.
They don't have a good answer for that because they're anarchists and anarchists are dumb.
I would say most likely the military is my answer in one form or another. I think that it'd be that over, say, UN control. That's just in a simple answer form.
Yeah, but let me ask you this, Sean. If the military kept their weapons, how are you going to overthrow the government?
It's true, but pretty much, I mean, in a lot of countries where countries are decentralized, and I'm just trying to think of...
Name one.
Egypt, possibly. At a certain point, Egypt became militarized as a country there for a while. I don't know if they still are. I don't really pay attention to Egypt. Would that be a good
military
example?
coup against Saddam in the 70s, right? 80s, late 70s.
I mean, I'm asking. I just been thinking about that question. I think it's a good question.
I have a question.
That would be.
I have a question for Bina. If anarchy is such a good idea, how come nobody's trying it?
I just think it's, like one of those short-sighted, trained, indoctrinated programmings, and we just continue to pass it down, right? Because we could say, why didn't anybody choose a federal constitutional republic, 1,000 years ago? Why haven't we been doing that forever? You know what I mean? I think it's just a little bit, also, this is interesting, and I don't actually have an answer to this because it goes back and forth, but do you believe that our morality as humans, like humanity as a whole...
Did you say humans or humans?
I'm not sure. What did I say? Humanity as a whole, do you believe that morality...
Are you saying humanity or are you saying humanity? Humanity.
Well, those would be sheep people.
Hold on, wait a second. So do you believe morality evolves? Do you think that we've evolved with our moral, underpinnings of what we believe society, you know what I mean? Do you think that it's...
Well, we don't do any public hangings anymore, so I would say yes.
You know why we don't do public hangings anymore? The real story is because of botched hangings. It was never banned or outlawed. It was because of botched hangings that we stopped hanging people.
What about public shootings?
We still do that. It was done in Utah. And, was it North or South Carolina? Where was the other one?
It's a firing squad, but I'm not sure it's
firing squad.
Public.
Yeah.
I don't think it's public.
Well, actually,
well, it's not public, but it is bizarre that you can
It's not
still.
the streets.
Yeah, it was the guy on death row, if I'm not mistaken, who killed that young mother like 30 years ago. He actually requested a firing squad.
Can we go back to Biba's question about, like, does humanity evolve? I think that
Morality.
Yeah, I think the civilized societies do evolve, but if you take like a pedophile death cult that's 1,000 years old, they haven't evolved much. They still want to fuck kids.
Oh, Roger, that's such terrible Islamophobia and bigotry and hatred. That's just fear speaking, Roger. That's not your true self, Roger. That's hate speech, Roger.
So this is the question. Do you believe that morality has evolved? Like, we see, anarchist societies. Well, I'm not sure it goes deep enough into like the what and what we know and how we know, and like, just like, there have been, mutualist societies, anarchist societies throughout time.
Name the one that thrived the most.
I don't know which ones thrived the most, but Kropotkin.
Wouldn't that be a good thing to examine if we're going to advocate for a society? Shouldn't we look back at history and you're going to say, hey, we should look back to these societies. Which one thrived the most? Well, I don't know about that.
Yeah, because it was just a long time ago. Like, we're talking, like hundreds and hundreds of years ago. Just not enough documentation. You know what I mean?
So why are you convinced it would work then if you don't know anything about it?
Well, I mean, like, I don't think that that's a good argument to say it's not going to work, right? For the same reason that we're going to say.
What the fuck are you doing?
Who? Which one?
Unfucking believable.
Can I name some anarchist communities that have been fairly successful in the past 100 years, perhaps? So
Can we just get a check on David real quick? David, are you okay? Sorry, Eleni, go ahead.
I'm okay. What's up?
Oh.
I hope that was a crap stealer that didn't pay out full odds. That was it.
We have her on film. So I wish John was there to record it.
The guy who requested firing squad was Jack Henry Abbott. The book was The Executioner. There is a book, The Executioner's Song, Letters from Jack Henry Abbott to Norman Mailer. I read the book. It was pretty good.
So I was going to say, so ones that are still sort of operational.
What are you going to say, Catalonia?
That was 1930s.
Catalonia still exists. Catalonia still exists.
Not as much, but like the most successful part was sort of between 1936, 37.
Are you familiar with Catalonia?
Yes, I just told you the years in which it was first. Yes.
Hold on real quick.
Let me just finish my thought.
Well, I will, but I wanted to just ask you a question. Are you familiar with their tradition of the Kagane in their nativity scene?
No.
So the Kagane is the shitter. They have a character within their nativity scene that squats and takes a shit, and it's kind of that like soft swirl shit that you get out of like a McDonald's like freezy thing if it was working. But go ahead. You were saying something far more important. Go ahead.
I'm eating chocolate right now, Roger. Bad timing. In Korea, there are among like certain Korean refugees. This was also in the 1920s, 30s. But in Copenhagen, there's been like a very long-running sort of self-governing commune.
How many people live there?
I'll have to check, but it's a small community. And they've been running since the 1970s. I'm not making an argument for or against it.
No, this is good. No, listen, you sound like an intelligent person. You're well-read. I'd like to think of you as a man of letters. I'm just curious, though. Would you agree with me that in a country of 350 million people with a sophisticated system of infrastructure and government intertwined in every aspect of our fucking lives and a military that has nuclear capabilities, do you think that type of society could collapse into anarchy and be okay.
But you're conflating the sort of normal definition of anarchy with anarchism, the philosophical idea. So it's for something to descend into anarchy. This is not what anarchism is. Anarchism doesn't. Listen. I've written the book. Can I finish one thought? Well, I was asking you a question, and then you refused the question because you wanted to get into this pedantic thing about what anarchy is. So let me define. Hold on one second. Just so everybody knows. Okay. Well, maybe you don't want me to speak. I'll just leave it. It's fine. Well, that's fine. Carry on. Yeah. You're not the star. Just so everybody knows, the definition that's used by anarchists is that it's no rulers. That's what they mean by no anarchy. They don't want government. They don't believe in a ruler. They do believe in rules, but they don't believe in... Look who wants to be the star. Oh, gosh. Well, I am. I am the star. Do you want a podium? No, well, I have a podium. What are you talking about? I do have a podium. Hold on. All right, hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna create a poll, and we'll see. Let's see here. Hold on. I thought this was a place where people talk, but anyway, go ahead. With your little no, go right ahead. Go ahead. Little dick swinging contest. You want the attention? It's all yours. Go ahead. On the phone. What's up? Nah, I'm not speaking here. This idiot. Wow, why did you even say anything then, dude? No, but like... why do you say that and then just do that? That's stupid. That's like what chicks do. Stop. No, this is idiocy. If you want a small group where you talk to your friends, that's fine. If you don't want people to come up, don't invite them up. Well, you were given the stage, but you apparently wanted to throw a hissy fit. Stupid. It's not hissy fit. You're an idiot. This is not how people talk. Like, yeah, I'm not an idiot. You don't even know who I am. I know who you are. You're an idiot.
Okay, so making it personal doesn't help your argument. It brings you down. Yeah, they're speaking of going down.
Maybe I didn't read the book. As I recall,
Someone's talking about me? Oh, sorry, no.
But I'm reading a review, and it says that he committed suicide.
Hold on, Devin, hold on. Can we bring... I want to bring the star of the show back up. L. Nathan. L. Nathan, come tell us all about anarchy. Get up here. We got a poll in your honor, too. Get up here. Come on, L. Nathan. If that is your real name. This is what happens when you challenge an anarchist. It's funny.
I disagree.
You have to hold L in the thumb.
Shown that he's an anarchist. We don't know if he's an anarchist, first of all. And two, this just goes to freedom of association. If you want to have civil dialogue, he set his boundaries. I respect him. I'm sorry, L. Nathan. I would have liked to have heard you.
I would have liked to have heard him. I actually said I would like to hear him. I invited him up. He's refusing because he's afraid.
Yeah, L. Nathan, you're never likely to be anybody's professor.
I don't think he's afraid. He didn't sound afraid.
He said you wouldn't even qualify to sit in my class. Listen, I wouldn't pay money to go and get a fucking education to be taught by fucking morons like yourself. What are you gonna do? You're gonna tell me about these thriving anarchist communities? It's fucking amazing. Like, Jesus Christ, you guys hear yourselves?
Do you understand that that's like an appeal to, what is it? Is it an appeal to history, right? Like, you're saying that it's literally a logical fallacy, saying just because something hasn't been done in the past means that
Do you think appealing to reason is a bad idea?
To appeal to reason, well, I mean, not for the sake of just saying something is reason, but if there's if there's actually reason in the reasoning, then sure. Bro.
Jesus Christ.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie.
I hope this is streaming. I wanna...
You heard that, right?
This should be a.
Serenity, I'm dying.
Please mute yourself. This should absolutely be a fucking PSA of why young people should not use drugs. I just don't get it.
I do not use any drugs. I'm a teetotaler.
Maybe
I'm a
that's your problem.
teetotaler, and I actually haven't told that. But I do love begonias, specifically the Darth Vaderiana. If anyone knows where I could buy.
Is it edible? Is it an edible begonia?
No, but there are edible begonias. They're beautiful little pink ones. There's like the double pink Francises. They have a very sweet. You can put it on, salads and things. It's very nice.
It's like my saying is beautiful presentation. You shouldn't do drugs, or else you might have to become president of the United States.
Hey, hold on, guys.
Mojo, breaking news. Elton John blames the democratization of microphones. Idiots like this who are nothing in real life enjoy this, but yet he takes the time to stay here and somehow feel gratified that he's putting this professor has sunk to our level, apparently, with his hubris and his ego, but yet he takes the time to put that message in. The irony is hard to ignore.
Listen, they're all here for the dopamine hit. I'm here for it. You're here for it. We all collect it in different ways. I think the issue is that Bima collects her dopamine. She overindulges. This is why you get ideas like anarchy. Bima, let's ask you a couple questions. So the collapse of the U.S. happens, and I know you don't want to talk about the idea of who gets the nukes. Can you explain to me, who would set age of consent laws if there was no government?
So the point is it's decentralized. So you all would. Everybody here would.
But wait a minute. But what if there was a compound of people that decided that they wanted to throw all age of consent laws out the window? Where would the authority be to say, hey, that's a bad idea?
Well, you had talked about appealing to reason, and I think that's a good, I actually, if you want to use the appeal to reason, okay, we've gotten to the point where we have a great structure. We understand the psychological damage that, the different, the Erik Erikson model of psychology, the children's psychology and how they grow and how their brains develop. So obviously there's limits, and we can use, great with our science eyes and objectivity to incorporate. And so there are going to be better ideas. There's going to be lesser known ideas, or
take a breath. Take a breath.
Better and lesser.
Take a breath. I'm trying to help you. Take a breath.
You gotta break a record, Mojo. Let her go.
Listen, I just want her to breathe.
Do I sound like I'm not breathing?
Correct.
Yeah, you sound like you're so hungry.
Oh my God! Wait, I sound hungry?
Did you take any nitrous?
Wait, hold on. Why do you keep saying that, Moose? That is such a it's a weird thing. Can we talk about how you know about this nitrous stuff? Where do you get it? How would I do it if I had it?
When it is gives you the giggles.
I want to go back to this thing. So Bima, in an anarchist society, who has the authority to set an age of consent law?
The people, the decentralized communities.
Where do they derive their authority?
They derive their authority from mutual reciprocation of agreements.
Okay. What if this is the part about age of consent where you need a government is because some people aren't old enough to even consent. And so how do you have mutual consent if you're not legally able to give consent?
Well, that's a good question, and voluntarism or anarchism. Well, yeah. Well, what you're asking me is things that we don't even have figured out right now, and all that voluntarism is saying is that we're decentralizing the power to say if age of consent, if there's a community where they have children that are 10 years old and they have they are able to take full accountability of their successes and failures. They're fully self-sustainable, raising in their own themselves and are able to fulfill contracts, right? Who's to say that they shouldn't be able to be a part of the moral calculus, right? That's all that is. But I think for the most part, we already have a lot of great structure that we can agree to, and that we would say using reason. Yeah, that's a reasonable thing to do.
Can you pause right there? And I'm not even going to interject. I'll let you continue. Take your deep breath. All that. So I just want to ask the people that were listening to that. Was there anything within that resembled a point that you pulled out of it? I'd love to hear from the people in the chat if that made sense to anybody. And then we'll give it about 30 seconds, and then Bima, you can go ahead and talk more about how age of consent laws are just going to be, decided based on mutual respect with no authority. Amazing. Go ahead, Bima.
I actually liked your exercise. I wanted to hear from the crowd.
Bima, can I ask you a question? Can you just re-summarize what you said maybe in like 3 sentences? Thanks, Bima.
Yeah, it's like, yo, dude, wait, hold on. No, we just need a moment, dude. We just need a moment of silence. Because I had something and it slipped away, and I feel like we should just...
Yeah, you guys got to drink that one in. That was a good question.
Dude.
Okay, Bima, you didn't like the question, so let me give you a different one. Okay, so if you have no government, and let's say you have these different territories, you have your little compound, I've got mine, how would an interstate highway get built cooperatively?
Oh, what the fuck? Do you think that is there a demand? Do you think that there would be demand for something like that?
No, there very well could be a demand, but I'm guessing who would organize it and who would gather the resources, and what happens along this path if there was some old codger that said, "You're not going to put this road through my yard," would you just have to build the road around his house?
I mean, like, if you believe in private property and you want to be consistent, right?
I do.
Yeah, of course.
I do.
Sure.
I do.
Sure. You have to make it.
That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking you, in an anarchist society, how would these decisions get made?
So I know you ask me this question all the time and you don't like the answer, but the idea is just to decentralize the power structure. So when there's better ideas that pop up, we can voluntarily associate and put our productive ability and our money into those ideas. And I don't think most people in the United States are irrational, right? So let's use just the United States. If you think they are, that's interesting, because there's still people that vote, and so that would kind of dissolve your argument that there's a system of control by the people that you think are irrational. So what do you think that the average American is irrational? Just out of curiosity. Yes. Absolutely. So then, do you believe in voting pockets? I'll leave it much. I mean, if most people are irrational, and then you believe that we should, or the authority in the United States is derived by that group of irrational people, what are we really talking about? I don't know, I think we just solved the puzzle right now. That since irrational people are voting, of course the government's going to be trash. So.
Well, people in California are not rational, so there you go.
Wait, which
We're on
government?
fire right now, apparently.
The government now, the government then, which government exactly? Pockets.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Before Pockets goes, I want to ask Bima to take a look at the question of the room. What would be preferable to the U.S. government? reducing government, eliminating government, or more authoritarianism? What's your
The
option?
answer is always eliminating government. Always. That's always the answer.
All right, perfect. Let me see if you can get a co-signer. So she has nominated eliminating government. Does anyone want to co-sign with her on eliminating government? We have got nobody to second her motion. Nobody seconds her motion.
And so let me and who said
Oh, we
that?
got one.
Half my
We
time.
got one.
Perfect. All right, hold on. Now I want to. I want to find out who. Hold on. Let's see. I want to see. So the Greens, we've got Nye, we got Serenity, we got Shirley, we got David, we got Necro, we got Sean B, we got Devin, we got Father. Those are the Greens that are on the stage. I need 2 volunteers that believe reducing government is a better idea. Can you blink your mic if you believe reducing government is a better idea and you want to volunteer to have this discussion? It'll be a tag team match. Bima and Hakima in one corner versus the reduce government folks in the other corner. Okay.
Reduce but not eliminate, to be clear, right?
Yeah, correct. Reducing versus eliminating. Okay, and Pocket said more authoritarianism, so here's what we'll do. I will represent reducing government. Pockets will represent more authoritarianism, and Bima and Hakima can both talk about this. I want to give the eliminating government folks the first advantage. Just like in chess, whoever goes first has the advantage, so I want to make sure that I'm not using home court advantage here, so I want to give the position to you guys. Bima or Hakima, who wants to go first?
I'm sorry, I was a little distracted. Can you give me your abridged version, quick?
We're going to have a debate. I'm going to represent reducing government. You and Hakima are going to represent eliminating government. And Pockets, of all people, is going to represent more authoritarianism. So go ahead, Bima or Hakima, tell us, make your best case to the people listening down below why eliminating government is the best choice.
Because governments are nothing but corrupt. Every last one of them on the planet is corrupt. And they just funnel the money up to the rich and robbing the middle class, creating the poor. And it's never going to change. They're going to dress it up in another package, no matter what, and they're going to steady fuck the people over, control the people. So I'm for no government. Well, we govern ourselves. I don't think it'll be some wild west scenario. I think people will govern themselves and protect their families and do what they got to do. I think the world would be much better without some fucking corrupt ass government.
Okay. Hey, that's one man's opinion. Bima, if you want to add anything to that before we go to Pockets to represent the authoritarian position, go ahead, Bima.
I love what Hakeem is saying. I think that we, as human beings, have an incredible ability to innovate, create, and work things out. And I think the idea that, government is the necessary evil, I think that's honestly been a scam that a lot of people bought into, right? It was, I think most of the time it's actually the government and violent backed force and coercion against our will that causes the biggest atrocities, the wars, this collectivist diseased mentality, and the idea that there are people that have a moral authority over you is insane. I don't think that anyone in this room actually believes that, and that's why I would appeal to your better judgment and your true sensibilities to say, if you believe that you are the arbiter, the writer, the author of your life, that you should be able to make the decisions for what you do, for what you could deem moral and immoral, and what you'd like to, where you'd like to put your productive ability, I'd like to invite you to understand that coercive government, which is a federal constitutional republic, although not the worst, it's still a coercive institution that enslaves, that robs this of you. And if we were to decentralize this authority and allow us to freely associate without violent-backed coercion, we would live a more peaceful, a more creative, and I just think an overall better life. Thank you.
Okay. We just heard from Bima about the virtues of eliminating government. Pockets, you chose to represent more authoritarianism. Can you please give us your take on why more authoritarianism would be preferable?
So I feel like, as Americans, we have a lot of freedom, a little too much freedom, to where we become violent, we become desperate, we become just a completely different type of person. So I feel like we need to crunch down on shit. I feel like we need to start respecting law and order, and law and order should be respecting us as well. I don't believe in getting rid of the police. I actually believe in supporting them. And I believe that people just need to, crack down. There's so much fraud, so much freedom to do whatever we want. Like, we're literally frauding federal aid, we're frauding the most needed things in our country, and it's because we have that freedom to do so. And I feel like we just, things just need to be cracked down on. People are wild. And eliminating government, we are not a peaceful species, to be honest. We are a very violent species. We are animals, 100%. Territory is a thing, and people kill over it. So I feel like, when you're eliminating government, you're allowing the irrational to lead, and that's horrible. It's like the blind leading the blind. That's what it is.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Pockets, for your submission. And now for the contrarian view, the person that is going to represent reducing government, I give you Mojo. Okay, people. Now that we've gathered around and we've heard from the anarchists as well as the authoritarians, I'd like to speak to you about the fallacies of both of the arguments. I will start with Bima's submission. Bima had made the claim that she was against collectivism. The problem is the ideology she's representing is the most collectivist. In fact, left-leaning anarchy was born on the left, born out of the idea of collectivism. In fact, anarchists believe, and if you look globally, there are different versions of anarchists. There's the anarcho-capitalist, which is a very small number of people globally, although it's more popular here in the US. But from a global perspective, the majority of anarchists are left-leaning collectivists. They're actually communists. They're anarcho-communists. This is the majority of the school of thought. It's where it was born, is out of communism. So this idea that she rejects collectivism but wants to give you a system in which there's no checks on the power that her collective would have over you. I would submit to you that the best system of government is one where we limit power, where we have a standard, and that standard is individual rights. I would like to talk to you about John Stuart Mill, who wrote in On Liberty, the harm principle. You should be free to do what you want to do, provided that you don't harm anyone else. In order to do this, you have to allow for a lot of freedom. That being said, you need to curtail it when it comes to doing harm. And in order to curtail it, you have to have an authority that can make decisions. You have a legislative branch that can make laws. You have a police force that can apprehend criminals. And you have a judicial system with judges that can decide if somebody is innocent or guilty and be able to sentence them to a punishment. These are the things that we need to keep in mind when we start thinking about these amateurish ideas of collectivist thought, which is what anarchy is, that wants to eliminate government so they can live in a society where they can do whatever they please and they can infringe on anybody's rights. One of the most popular anarchists out there, and you guys can look this up, Proudhon famously wrote a book titled Property is Theft. So for anyone that believes in the Lockean principles of freedom, life, liberty, and property, this is in direct contravention of those principles. And I would submit to you that the best way to be able to ensure that people have individual freedom is to have a limited scope government that has a standard to uphold that protects individual rights. If you have no government, you have no protection over those individual rights. And to Pockets, I don't think I even need to speak on this. What she's asking for is to restrict individual freedom, and I think you guys already know from my previous statements how I feel about that. I'll go ahead and lay my mic down. Thank you. And we'll go to the poll and see who won.
Hey, Roger, that whole individual rights and the police force and the judges that don't protect it, they haven't been doing it. It sounds good in theory, but they don't do it. The only thing they do is protect themselves. So you just like, you said Bima want a world where people control themselves or whatever. Like that's what we need. I mean, the government is taking from us. They selling us some bullshit dream that's never gonna fucking happen. And just to control us. Like, no, the real freedom is no government. That's the only way you're going to ever get real freedom.
Okay. And I guess my question to you is, when you look across the Americas and you see groups that maximize freedom, we could look to some of those groups. Is there a particular reason why you haven't decided to become Amish?
Yeah, that's a few reasons I can think of.
What would those be? I mean, they've found a way to get out of paying taxes. Many of the taxes that you and I pay, the Amish don't have to because they claim a religious exemption. So they have thrown the yoke of government off of them. They have figured out how to live in a society that has a government and to live with the government having minimal intrusion in their life. So my question is, if you guys are so committed to being anarchists, why don't you move to Amish country?
I'm working on my own country, Roger. Don't worry about it. I have my own. I'm not gonna become Amish.
Where you going, Liberia?
No, right here where my ancestors come from. Right here. I'm not leaving.
Okay. Pockets, did you want to weigh in on this?
No, I'm good.
All right. Well, I guess the last thing that I would say is that we have to look at the threats realistically. There's countries that are adversarial to us, countries that have armies, countries that can organize. And in order to be able to defend against foreign foes, we need to have a military. We need to have a well-armed military. We need to have an organized, coordinated effort to be able to bring together the Army, the Navy, Air Force, and Marines. I don't believe that in an anarchist society, these small little militias led by Hakima and Bima would be any match for a sophisticated army that decides that they want to battle us. I actually think that their ideas on this disregard the very freedoms that we're granted because of our military protecting us. Yes, we have these oceans that is a huge advantage, but we also have brave fighting men and women that will protect our freedom from tyranny. And the political ideology that they're giving you is only going to work until somebody with enough guns comes over and takes all of your freedom. And so for that reason, I remain firmly in the camp of reducing government, improving government, not eliminating government. This is not some... Just take your ball.
Going in there saying that he's the leader of the African Americans.
Follow him. I used to be friends with the Sewer Rat. But then I was like, no, I don't really want to be friends with this scumbag anymore. Actually, I blocked him when I stopped being his campaign manager.
Campaign manager?
For 2032.
Oh, I haven't. I think maybe he stopped following me because I don't.
No, I blocked him.
No, me. I'm saying I don't think he's. I haven't seen him in the hallway. You see people's names in the hallway.
You're not missing out much, are you?
No. It is funny though. If it's an African American room and he's in there, I'll go in.
Thing, and when Brad does it, it's not a fucking problem.
Doing that I ever can, but I
don't doubt that.
Thank you, Roger.
But the idea is that it would look very similar. The only difference is there isn't coercion, right? There isn't a force that's going to make the decision to say we're going to do this or that because a particular percentage of the society decides to make these choices. It will be, listen, everybody is going to have to either pay into it and you're going to support it, or if you don't like it, you remove your predictive ability and you put it either in a competing institution, in something that's better, you fire, the changes come much more, they come quicker and they come faster. So the oversight, the accountability, the curtailing, all that's going to be there. It's just going to be extremely more effective, much more time efficient. There's going to be immediate decisions, right? It doesn't have to be caught up in all the legislative red tape, right? And also the left-leaning,
and there's more.
Of course, right? So the societies, I had mentioned that Kropotkin had talked about a bunch of societies in his one of his essays, and he mentions, there's multiple, and there was indigenous societies, there was Christian communities, right? The medieval guilds, the Icelandic Commonwealth in 1930, right? And there were multiple Christian communities. So even if you're a Christian, right? Those I don't know why that wouldn't be appealing to you. So the Apostolic Church, the Pauline communities, I don't know.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, anything for you.
So I've heard you make the comment a few times while you were explaining this that, immediate decisions to be made, immediate response. Who's making those decisions, though, if there's no government?
So it's not that. Okay, so we use the term, I'm sorry, Serenity, the word government, we say it's not government. There's still going to be a governing structure. The only difference is it's not coercive. So there's going to be a government, there's going to be a governing structure and an organization. It's just that when that organizing structure is there, it's because everybody that's there absolutely has given explicit consent. Because if they didn't want to continue to participate and support it, they immediately can withdraw their consent at any time, right? So that's the only difference. So there's going to be government, and there is going to be structure. There's going to be, just like as a business would run, same thing.
May I ask a question? So the anarchist position is typically that you need to end the monopoly of force that the government has. And the answer to that is essentially the democratization of force, where everybody can initiate force should they choose to. Now, my question for you is, in this society where you indicated you had this vision where you believed that if it made sense, we would just keep the military intact because that would be in everybody's rational best interest. I think that's what you meant to say. My question for you would be, what about these anarchists that believe that they would be safer if they had their own little community of defense folks, and they decided, well, in order to best defend ourselves, we need a nuclear weapon. Do you think in your society that you and your family and maybe your neighborhood, maybe you've got like a little neighborhood watch, a little cul-de-sac somewhere like in Alabama or something like that. I don't know where you live, but let's just picture that it's in Alabama. It helps for people with a visual. And you're in a cul-de-sac and you and your neighbors are anarchists. If you decide that you want a nuclear weapon, what's the authority that would tell you that, no, Bima, you can't have a nuclear weapon?
So my best answer to this would be for the same reason that we as a society don't believe that there should be nuclear weapons around. I think the world is pretty concrete on that. The thing is something like a nuclear weapon is the complete antithesis of freedom, right? Because it's an indiscriminate weapon. It's an indiscriminate tool. It's going to, it creates a harm, not by self-defense, but by massive force, violent force specifically. And that's what we're trying to do by decentralizing the monopoly on force. So the large majority of people are going to reject that, and they're just not going to allow that to happen.
Hold on, but my question is, who has the authority to tell you in an anarchist society that you can't have a nuclear weapon?
So the thing is like I said, because it's an indiscriminate weapon, society is going to operate off of, listen, you're a peaceful person, don't...
Hey, hold on, I'm going to pause this. Hey, Anonymous, can you stream Amir's room into here right now?
Yeah, I can't. Well, yeah.
I hear it's going crazy. Can you please stream it? Sorry, Bima. This takes precedent.
Actually, I cannot. Because this is my anonymous account.
Fired. You're fired.
All right, Bima. Back to anarchy.
What's going on in Amir's room?
You know, if there's any real in the muff patriots and you have a burner account right now, now is your time to go into Amir's room and give Mojo that extra dopamine bump he's looking for.
Bima is experiencing FOMO for Amir's room.
Bima, did you say what's wrong with Amir's room?
No, I said what's going on in it.
Well, you know, it's typical hate mongers.
Do they need backup?
Why, you want to go join their hate circle?
Amir is not a hateful person.
Okay. Anybody want to contradict that statement?
I don't think he's a mean person either.
Back to the debate.
Jesus Christ.
Not a mean person. He's a terrorist promoter, a potential terrorist. He platforms hate speech, and he's obnoxiously annoying and low IQ. But, you know, you can go in his room and say whatever you want about the Jews, about murdering them, about creating terrorism. It doesn't matter. He'll listen to it. He loves it. The worse, the better it is for him.
Cool story, bro. So, Bima, who would handle the allocation and usage thereof of nuclear weapons if there's no government?
Thank you. I'm going to answer that, Moose. But I just want to counter that for Anonymous. Anonymous, he also gives stage to anybody else. Like, he prides himself in being able to
Okay, you're going to force me to have to go into his room so you can get a quick little sample, okay?
Well, listen, I want to go on record right now, and I would really caution you to back yourself away from this, because this guy's literally going to go to jail someday for this shit that he does, and I don't think this is the friend circle that you need.
It's safer in the muff, Anne.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I like that. Well, I know that. I'm just saying that, well, okay, I trust your judgment. How about that?
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to pipe it in here because this is the only account I can listen to it on because he's blocked me from all my other accounts.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that I'm not surprised that Bima would support the terrorist Amir, but that's pretty shocking.
I didn't say that I supported him. I said that he wasn't a mean person. Well, he wasn't.
He's an incredibly hateful person. He literally calls for the genocide of Jews, Anne.
Can I get a clip on that?
I have not saying that you haven't heard him say that. I haven't heard him say that. But I do know.
I've never heard him say that. I've been in his room a lot.
He's an IRG operative, for Christ's sake.
What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
You don't know what the IRGC is? It's the fucking it's tyrannical government in Iran that allows men to marry 8-year-old girls and supports terror cells around the fucking globe to kill Jews. That's who they are.
He gets his room titles every day.
I didn't know what it stood for.
You guys fucking, oh my god, this is crazy.
I wish Norm wasn't here because
I wish Norm was in here too, because Norm's the one that texted me and said the terrorist Amir is talking all kinds of crazy shit.
Oh.
And
Norm would be able to tell you that what I've done in that room.
What could anybody do in that room other than turn those people in to the fucking authorities? I mean, like, honestly, like, this is fucking crazy. You terror sympathizers are fucking something else.
well, hold on a second, Mojo. Let's do a quick diagnostic here. And I'm going to give you a very simple diagnostic question to see if you're tracking. What is 100 times 1,000?
Gotta get some new lines. You can't like use the same one twice.
No, I mean, that's a very simple question. I didn't even ask, like, what is 678 times 1,000?
Boring, because you've already asked, we've already heard it.
I just, see, Mojo.
Listen, I'm not happy with my level of free stuff.
Bima, what I'm trying to demonstrate. See, you don't understand. I'm reverse engineering a problem. Bima, I'm reverse engineering a future problem here. That people get angry over what people say here, but then when you ask a simple diagnostic like what is 100 times 1,000, and they can't answer that, you have to question yourself, why am I getting ticked off about this person who can't even answer a simple multiplication problem? Is it a me problem or is it a you problem?
So, I think if that math problem was too complicated for Bima because there was too many numbers, Bima, we could try a different one. How about the square root of 25?
5.
Well, she got that one. We're going to have to work up to 100 times 1,000. She was proud of that one.
Horrible. No, I like Amir. I think that he's very reasonable.
Of course you think that, because you hate fucking Jews and so does he.
Do you know what though, Roger? I think maybe you have a big mic because when there's like an ear popping thing that goes on, and my ear just like pop. When you go over in a mountain, you know what I mean? Oof.
Does it turn you on?
No, not ear popping. I mean like a little bit of the lip being slapped. I like that, but no.
Shocker that you think that Amir, the terror simp, is a good guy. Shocker.
You know, he's never given me a reason to believe otherwise. I also really appreciate his dedication to providing source material. Like, he doesn't just
How about just the titles of his room? That alone?
These for future reference. 100 times 1,000, add zeros and put 1 at the end. 100,000.
Dawn, thank you. I know I did that last time, and then I just messed up because I don't know. I think I said, what did I say? Like 500,000 or something stupid. I was like, add the zeros, but then I said like 5 zeros was like 100 times 1,000, 3. That's 5 zeros, and I said like, yeah, but I messed up. But yeah.
I'm not the best with math in my head either, but that one was pretty easy, I would say.
Yeah.
You got played on that one. You're very intelligent. I won't take that away from you.
Oh, sure. Thank you. It might just be my voice, maybe not the intelligence. But I
Shit. Could be. Could play a role,
Everybody should grab one worksheet.
Look, Marshall, listen, I am a simp. I don't know if I could say that. Is there like a female version for Marshall? This is the gentleman of the app, just consistent with an encyclopedia of information, doesn't ever get out of pocket with logical fallacies of insult and attack, always giving high quality commentaries. Marshall, I adore you. Thank you for being my hope. And
I really like you too, Bima.
You're amazing. See, listen to that voice. And it's angelic. See, sometimes when Roger talks, no, not Roger. My begonias actually surprisingly like Roger. When Brad talks, my begonias start to wilt. And I'm not even kidding.
Begonia?
Yes, all my begonias. I have many, many begonias. Many, many, many. You want to see my begonias? I have about
begonias were allowed in the month. Maybe I
I
can
have
do that.
about 150 about approximately genuses of, or is it species? I think it's species. The genus is the begonia, the begoniaceae. Okay, you help me out. But anyway, I have a lot of begonias, and they're beautiful. But when Brad talks, his intonation, like the vibration, everything like just starts to turn away and wilt and curl up, and there's like just, it's horrible. But when Marshall talks, they perk up. They are excited. They want more. They feel like that angelic, like, wow, give me more. Marshall, thank you.
Brad said something funny, and you know that, Roger, you missed it. Now, I don't know if anyone remembers the exact words he said, but he said something about shoving cucumber sandwiches down someone's mouth. It was hilarious. I was laughing so hard. I was down below losing my shit. It's funny as hell. Brad is hilarious when he goes on. I don't know why it hurts your ears. He is funny as hell. He's a comedian. You should just go on stage and just talk shit to every single individual on the damn stage or on the floor. Listen to him. It's funny.
Joe, you took a pot shot at me in the chat, and you know, I like you. And so, and you hurt my feelings. But could you do me a favor, Joe? When the next time I do it, because Joe said that I commit logical fallacies, and I'm not going to deny it, but Joe, would you be my hero? And the next time it happens, just like point it out and just say, hey, Bima, logical fallacy, there you go. I mean, you don't have to, but I would adore you.
I got one for you, Bima. You claim that you claim. Hold on. You claim that you oppose the initiation of force upon peaceful people, and yet you do rooms talking non-stop shit about the IDF. When's the last time you did a room where you condemned Hamas for initiating force against Israel? I feel like you tend to leave that one out.
So I'm going to be honest, and I probably shouldn't be honest and vulnerable in this room because usually that's taken and weaponized against me. You know, do you know what? I'm just going to save it.
That's fine. I think people know who you are. Norm, tell us about Amir's room. Norm, tell us about Amir's room.
I have my audio.
It's good, but before you do, just understand that Bima and Ann here were saying that would have swell felt. But go ahead.
No, well, that's not true. So Bima said that she likes Amir, and all I said is that Amir, I agreed that Amir was not a mean person. But Norm has witnessed me taking the stage in Amir's room and actually back-channeled me and told me what a wonderful job that I did.
And she was very, very light touch, not the way a guy would do it. She just sort of lured them in, and then kaboom, with their terrorism and their Jew hate.
But Bima and Ann were saying that these guys that Amir does not hate Jews. That was the claim.
I didn't say that either.
The most Jew-hating rooms I've.
Wait, hold on. Ann, are you now gonna walk back? We have the stuff streamed.
No, that's not. The only thing that I said was that I didn't think he was a mean person, and that's.
So you don't think it's mean to want to kill Jews?
Hold on, and I also said that I never heard him say that. However, if you listen to what just Norm said when I'm in there, I say my opinion and I call out their shit. But I've been in there.
He doesn't believe Jews should exist, and how is that not mean?
I don't want to argue with Ann, Roger, because there's something more. Mojo. There's something more important that I want to say. I don't know if you want to post the link that I sent to back channel in the top of the room.
We're about to stream it into.
Concepts that you can
So,
people, because for example,
I'm just gonna.
If they bring someone in for questioning, it's merely for a few years. Think 24 hours, 48 hours, and then for terrorism can be slightly longer, or if they go to special courts. But 4 years is a long time to do something with someone with no charge.
Generally, a charge sheet should be got,
And for 1 second, I just want to say what's going on.
Within 6
That was the Professor Nathan who was in this room before.
I have to get this off my chest. They were literally sex trafficking in this room. You heard me correct. I heard it with my own ears. They were literally doing prostitution. They had somebody come up, and the guy said he goes to Dubai and Switzerland.
Norm, pause right there. Pause right there.
Yeah.
Those are strong accusations, Norm.
Hold on. Pause right there.
I heard it.
No, hold on. Norm, pause right there. These are friends. Amir, Bima says that Amir is a good person, and says that he's not a hateful person. So go ahead, Norm.
The IDF and United States rescued a Yazidi woman last year who had been sex trafficked to Gaza and for 10 years. It's 10 years of sex trafficking. They rescued IDF and USA rescued last year. I sent you the link to the BBC and Al Jazeera articles back channel. Well, now I heard it with my own ears. And I'll swear on a stack of Torahs, these guys were literally discussing their sex trafficking. And then the fellow said, and then when I wanted to get rid of her, I told her that I was Jewish so that she would spit on me. This is what they, and then, again, sorry to have to report this, then Edward said, well, you should have paid her at least. This is what, I mean, it's...
You report this to Clubhouse?
Yeah, I did. I don't even know what to say. I'm actually...
Why doesn't everybody just report that room right now? Everybody in this room report that room.
Well, I think what we're going to do is more importantly, it's we're gonna have the recording, and we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna send it not only to Clubhouse, but we'll send it to the FBI, and we might even send a note that says that they're friends with certain people.
Yeah, let's fucking go. It's about time. Let's fucking go.
Literally promoting the mass extermination of Jewish people in that room for weeks, and I've been in there again. I've heard it with my own ears. We're gonna fry you like Hitler did. You're gonna go in the ovens, on and on like this. But this is the first night tonight that I heard them actually sex trafficking. And honestly, I've never heard sex trafficking before in my life. I'm speechless. I am absolutely speechless.
And there were other people that were there that heard that could confirm this.
It was full. I didn't even take a picture of the room, but I heard Edward's voice. I wasn't even looking at the phone. What? I mean, I think the guy who was speaking with, his name was 111. You want me to go take a look right now? I can go look. I mean, the room was full. The woman who calls herself Chat GPT with ampersands in the name was in there.
Yes, go take a look. Take a screenshot if you haven't already.
Well, you guys can do it too. Wednesday was in there. I mean, I reported the room as soon as I heard that, and I left because I don't even want to get the filth on me from listening to this. And they were very casual about it. They were joking about, oh, you should have paid her. Oh, that's funny. You told her you were a Jew so she would spit on you. That is a quote.
Well, El Normo, I hate to break the rules to you, but I don't know if you know this, but you actually just broke an in the muff rule.
Well, we're not supposed to bring drama from other rooms into this house, but we do appreciate this bit of tea, though. This is informative reporting. We have to do our due diligence now and report this room.
All right. Yeah, that's not like gossip about so and so's whatever politics. Like that is literally criminal. Needs to be reported and re-reported and reported.
And I think some of y'all need to reevaluate your friendships on this app. It's fucking amazing.
Oh, there's a lot of Amir supporters on this app, but surprisingly, there are a few Muslims that also hate Amir, or some Arabs that hate Amir. Hate seems to also be universal.
that make apologies and try to prop up terrorists like Amir that have rooms. Now they're into sex trafficking. Like that's problematic. Can we agree that saying that these are the good people of the app, that we should start reevaluating?
There's someone in this room, Mojo, that's reporting back to that room. I took pictures of the chat. They're talking crazy shit about this room right now. And they're talking about JB. I took screenshots of everything. But there's somebody in this room that was in here called Momo that's saying that we're streaming their room in this room.
Oh, Momo. Momo is a double agent. We're going to make Momo famous.
Fourth, please ask them to stop the sex trafficking because it's a crime and it's horribly exploitative to women. It's a filthy thing to do. And they have to stop it immediately. I mean, they've been promoting murder and terror for years, but now they've crossed the line, in my view.
So,
speaking of sex traffickers.
I just saw him pop in and pop out.
Roger, Momo is Mo.
Yep, I have it. So, Mo is, we're going to get Mo kicked off the app today.
It's very
How about
disgusting.
Yep. We will get Mo kicked off the app.
But
today.
going back to the news, we do have.
And they're trying to dox the shit out of JB. They put his first and last name in the chat there.
Let's see.
I mean, a lot of people know who JB is.
Hold on. If they're doing that, then we should.
Oh yeah, that soccer player. He was waiting in line
we'll get them kicked
at
off
the
the
8 side.
It's very simple.
And actually a football player, right? Suleiman Al Obeid was killed in Gaza. And apparently his IDF is coming and saying that, we don't know anybody.
I'm already famous, bro. Some of these pieces of shits like to pass articles around about me. Why don't you just step to me and say what you gotta say? Otherwise, shut the fuck up and stand down. How about that? Bunch of fucking phonies.
That's true. I have received an article. That's true. People didn't like me in your room, JB, and they let me know. Hey, look.
Oh, I'm well aware, B-Mo. I'm sure some of them are on stage right now.
There's no shooting in that region. Nobody died in that area.
And that's how it is.
But even
but you know what? The same thing is the same people who come to my room, sit on my stage, smile on my face.
European Union
I don't give a fuck. I don't answer to none of you.
Football Federation has said.
JB.
I mean, they have not said Israel killed him. They have said that he is.
He's completely open about it. He paid a debt. It was a very serious debt. As far as I can say, a person has a right to do wrong because we're all human, and to pay your debt, which he did openly and admits openly, he doesn't lie about it. And as far as I'm concerned, that's his redemption. And he now rejoins us as a beloved friend. He did the wrong thing. He's never going to do it again. And we're not God. We don't judge him. He paid his debt to society, and now he's doing the right thing. And I uplift him, and I support him.
Thanks, Norm. I appreciate it. I was staying out of this space, not because I don't like Mojo or Roger. It's because of the people he has around him. Some of the people I have around him are just fucking twat waffles. Phony motherfuckers. And you know what? I don't want to disrespect his space. But any of you people have a problem with me, step to me. Let's have a one-on-one conversation. Some of you motherfuckers killed your husband. But I don't talk on that. Or abuse your fucking kids. I don't talk on that. Keep my name out of your fucking mouth, because I promise you, if I come, I'm coming heavy. Move a fucking wall and mind your fucking business. I don't answer to nobody.
He might be low income, but he's not low income.
Okay, changing the subject. Who is 1111? Because I've been getting weird messages, and that 1111 has been on these messages. Who is this idiot?
Message is Shirley. This is the person who was talking about the sex trafficking that he's doing in Switzerland and Dubai.
The crazy thing is, he says after he says the story, and I took screenshots. He said, after I said the story, the app jammed my account for a little bit. Can anybody hear me? Now there's somebody else too. That's also, I don't know if they're in this room right now. They're in the chat in that room talking about this room as well.
Wait, why do you think that it's sex trafficking? Because I didn't follow that. So he paid somebody to spit on him. That's like, how do you know it's just not like a
He
kink?
goes to Dubai and Switzerland and gets women to go with him and to have sex with him, I'm just saying, for money, and then doesn't pay them and tries to get rid of them, and then says, "Oh, I'm with you," and get them to spit on him. So I don't know if you understand the concept of sex trafficking, but it's prostitution. It's taking advantage of women for sex and exploiting them monetarily for sex.
Well, deep state patriots. Well, I gotta say, Ben Mendelsohn was talking about the same thing in Deep State Patriots. How he went to the Bunny Ranch in Vegas and had sex with a 21-year-old nurse from Santa Monica College. These people run in the same circles. Liberals seem to love prostitution.
Do you know what's interesting? Is if someone chooses, I mean, like, what it sounds like you're describing is theft, right? If he didn't pay them for a contract.
More prostitution sold at the Republican convention, my friend, than any other convention. So stop.
What I'm talking about is the sexual exploitation of women, which is known by the crime, and this is an international crime called sex trafficking, and it's a huge problem in the world.
So prostitution is sex trafficking?
Sex traffickers.
These women, they take advantage of them. They're not free to come and go. They have other people who are like they're exploiting them. They're like running them. They get the money. Yeah, that's what sex trafficking is. I'm surprised you didn't know.
So these women, okay, well, the prostitutes I've met, trust me, listen, I'm
not sure.
We're in New York, Normal. Go ahead.
Bima. There's no we here. Don't give me a we. If you don't know what sex trafficking is, I'm not interested in your experience with sex trafficking. That's between you and your God and your parole officer. I'm reporting to you what we just heard in that room. If you don't understand it, look it up. It's a massive problem. The United Nations is dealing with it. They've discovered this in Gaza. You want me to put the link at the top of the room? They take people of other ethnicities and nationalities. One example is Yazidi women. Another example is the Moroccan women that 1111 described in the room. And they exploit them for sexual purposes. It's a horrendous thing. I don't know what their ages are, but this is Epstein level shit. It's disgusting. And I don't recommend that you try to apologize for it, because you're only going to get yourself into a very bad light.
I'm not, listen, I say what's on my mind. If you don't like what I'm saying, then, express that. But
yeah. I think you should probably think about what you're going to say now before you say it. Because you're right now in the process of trying to apologize for international crime of sex trafficking. And there's a room on this app of women. And there's a room on this app
being trafficked to China to this day. Why don't you watch an episode of Trafficked if you're not familiar with what trafficking is? It's a really good episode that just came out. Might want to watch it. It'll educate you on trafficking. And I'm not talking to you all, Norm. I was talking to those that don't understand trafficking. But we have children being sold at young ages of 6, 13, 16, underage women being sold by their family to the Chinese.
Girls.
Yes, girls. Girls. Trafficking. Sex trafficking. And we have women that are over 18 also being trafficked and being sold, put into dark rooms. 3 women in a room being sold for sex. With the promise, they're going there with the promise of getting married and having children, like wives buying a wife. That's what's happening. That's the Vietnamese end. This is just the Vietnamese end. So yeah, it's happening everywhere. It's a major big deal. And they're being trafficked against their will, sex being sold against their will. They're being sold like cattle.
And this is what I heard with my own ears in that room. that this fellow who calls himself Amir, that's not his real name. Not going to say his real name in the room, but we know it. This is what I heard him platforming. He's running a room that was dealing in sex trafficking and laughing about it. And he wasn't the only one. And nobody responded. Nobody said anything condemnatory about it. They were literally laughing about it. It's one of the most
Did you know
disturbing.
About that, JB?
What's
Sorry,
that?
Sorry, Norm. I'm wondering if JB knew about that.
Did you record any of it? Norm, did you record any of it?
No.
Did I know about what, Jane?
What Norm's talking about? I thought you would.
No. Norm hit me offline. He's like, hey, they're running this room. I said, all right. I was like, I'll open the room and have the debates. And then he hit me back. He said, he's in Mojo's room. Come in. I said, all right, let's go.
Gotcha.
But see these fucking twat waffles, right? All of them. Oh shit. You know, where's Ann? Ann's on stage. She'll tell you about the rooms that we ran, the people that we helped. But they want to stand on my dick. Right? Send articles around from 16 years ago. Fuck these people. All fucking frauds.
Who are you talking about, JB?
If they don't apply, let it fly.
Well, to my knowledge, I'm the only one on this stage with a dead husband, and I know you weren't implying that I killed him.
Listen, like I said, if it don't apply, let it fly. If you killed him, that's your business. You gotta deal with God, not me.
In the chat, a nice person. I hope.
Spicy.
Explaining what the protocol is on international flights. How to tell if somebody is being sex trafficked. I'll read what it says in the chat. You can read it yourself. I don't want to call out this woman. It's a horrible subject. No eye contact. Not allowed to speak. Doesn't hold ticketing or passport. That's what. So apparently this lady is trying to fight sex trafficking and looking for the signs of it. And we just heard a confession in the other room, in a room that is usually dedicated to advocating for the genocide of Jews. And they switched to sex trafficking. It's a nexus of crime and vice. And I am just sickened by it. I mean, I have kids in the house right now, and I don't even want to be in a place where they can hear me talk about this. I don't want them to hear that people can be so evil.
I think good is new.
The worst part about it is there's people in this room that simp for this room and Amir's room, and they go in there and they talk with them like they're best friends with all those people in there. That's the craziest part about it. And then that she was trying to simp for them just 10 minutes ago. That's fucking crazy.
I don't know if you want to. I'm not asking to be modded, but you can mod me if you care to, and I'll put at the top of the room an example of what they do.
In the mouth, we only mod vaginas.
I have it. Go ahead, mod me, Mojo.
Well, we have a problem with.
In any event, the United States and Israel rescued during this war a Yazidi woman who was sex trafficked for 10 years, and both Al Jazeera and the BBC reported on it. And apparently, as Roger said, I think Mojo said not long ago, Iranian Revolutionary Genocide Republic, they marriage for a night. So they have people that they're sex trafficking and they get around the religious restrictions. They actually perform a marriage, then they exploit them, and then they quickly annul the marriage. That's how it works in the together, the nexus of, I'm quite sure that there's drugs involved in this as well, because that's how they finance the terror. The whole thing is coming together, the sex trafficking, the terror, and the genocide and the drugs. I'm getting like a pain in my heart from being a witness to this.
Hey baby, nice to see you.
I mean, how do you explain, Las Vegas bunny ranches, and being able to actually operate brothels versus other major Democrat cities?
Brothels. I don't even know, sir, how you can conflate the two.
Well, I live in Chicago, and the Democrats here are considering opening up brothels and issuing prostitution licenses.
Legal business.
I get it, but the Democrats in Chicago want to start issuing, prostitution licenses. It's progressive.
see how old the state is. It's been here for, we're getting close to 100 years. You got a problem with it?
No, I'm just saying, we're $37 trillion in debt, and if prostitutes want to fuck and make money, and you asked me if I had a problem with it.
Hey, Bozo,
Let her go. Let her go.
take it up with the Nevada legislature.
You asked me
got
if I had a problem
Both
with
the
it.
Republicans and the Democrats have supported it here for 100 years, and it's an incredibly regulated industry here. They're tested on a weekly basis. But you can go visit it if you want.
Route that terrorists travel on or could potentially travel.
No, I don't want to be Eskimo brothers with Ben Mendelsohn. Sorry, Abby.
But Abby, they are free to go. They're free to live. They don't have to do it.
Security reasons, but you don't have no idea about security.
Oh my God, no.
You don't
Actually,
really
did you see the
appreciate
movie about these Asian women that it won Sundance and a bunch of festivals.
I'll put the name in the chat. It's something like Sababa. Not Sababa. Sabab.
Something like that. It means slave in their language, or sex slave. It's the word for it. And they did a documentary of trying to rescue those women. It's a very powerful documentary. I think it came out 2 years ago.
Well, Ben Mendelsohn helped put a prostitute through college at Santa Monica University by boinking her at a bunny ranch. That's a deep state patriot.
Where do you get this shit?
Where do I get this from? It's on my YouTube channel. Let me send you the link of Ben Mendelsohn talking about 3 minutes of him banging a prostitute at the bunny ranch.
Listen, we're talking about something very different here. In the case of, like I said, these women are not trafficked. They're free will, free to come and go. What we're talking about is women who are not free to come and go, who are being
No, I know. I'm being facetious.
Conflating this.
I'm being facetious, of
Serious
course.
business, John. Serious business.
Did you see Amir just, he packed in Nevada and then he left?
You should mod Abby, maybe, Mojo.
But is it an Islamic thing to traffic women?
It's called Sabaya.
I don't see any Jews modded.
Because they.
Sabaya is the name of the movie, but it's a real problem.
Who said I don't see any Jews modded?
I mean, if you got 4 wives, you are a player, in Islam.
This room is different. Like,
Just fucking around, podcast. Just fucking.
I don't know, not you, just all of it. The entire galaxy. The entire universe that's in the map right now is pretty good.
Is there a douche in the muff?
to this conversation constructively, because I'm a little blown away. I've actually never witnessed this before. I hadn't encountered the kind of evil that I've witnessed on Clubhouse before, and I feel like I'm up to it. I've filmed in some pretty hairy locations, Bosnia during and after the war, in various prisons, but I haven't been exposed to sort of unregulated vice and crime and hate and terror and genocide the way I have on this app. I think we've somehow reached a new low.
It's efficiency, El Norma. You can come here and do all that for nothing with just the click of a button. You're gonna hear the worst of the worst.
Yeah, but some of it's not legal.
Well, then record it and send it to the FBI.
Hey, let Shirley talk. John, I am a mod. Shirley, go ahead.
Thank you for getting me back to reality, Jane. Shirley, what did this guy say to you? Because this guy is an international criminal.
No, I don't remember, because I have a strict rule not to interface with these kind of things, because when you're a grandmother, there's somebody trying to scam you all the time. But I have gotten messages either, and that's how crazy it is. I don't know if it's on Instagram or my dadgum phone, this 111, and I have just thought, oh God, that is so weird. What is that? And I just have not interfaced with it because it's just weird. And now I know how weird.
call from somebody or a text message or on app the person whose name was on.
It's that number. I'm gonna have to go through my stuff to figure it out, but it has come up in some kind of messaging on my phone, either on Instagram or maybe text messages. But I think, and it's probably Instagram, which is a reason why I haven't just gotten where I don't want to put my children on these, pictures of my family on those apps, because I'm talking to people that would do that. Okay, I sound hysterical.
Yeah, it's not that hard to pull out another little burner, little recorder.
Wait a minute. Why is there another penis moderated?
I did it. It's Jew. I had to do it for Norm.
Oh my God.
I know, we don't even get along. It's like a tribal matter.
I didn't. No, I. No.
Okay. So wait. Hold on. So we're gonna have to redefine the rules. So, I can mod, women can mod, Jews can mod. That'll be rule number one.
Okay. Got it.
All I'm saying is,
what is going on?
No, hold on. If there's any other Jews in the room, please speak now so we can get them on.
Well,
Hey, what's going on?
I would like someone to give me a recap. I've been on an airplane. Could you tell me what I've been missing?
our patrilineal Jews also offered mod badges.
Wait, hold on. Can someone just
Abby,
give me a recap here?
Abby, yeah, after going into his room and hearing him promote genocide of Jews, terror against Jews, anti-Semitism, and violence against people in Israel, day in and day out, people in his room screaming the N-word for hours on end and not stopping and continuing. People in his room saying that we're going to push you into
Hold on. If I missed a woman or a Jew, please let me know. We want to make sure that we democratize the moderation.
You got Abby. Need Abby.
Abby's mom. Hearing people say that they're going to put us in ovens, they're going to grill us, they're going to hunt us down, and so forth. Tonight, I heard of your platforming sex trafficking. I'm just speechless. A person describing and going to Dubai and Switzerland and getting women to go with him to hotel rooms, women of different ethnic groups, and exploiting them. This is something that he does regularly. It was a person with the screen name 111, or maybe it was 41, I don't remember now. Unbelievable experience, Abby. It was shocking.
Wow, that's anyway. Anyone get recordings or
I just want to
get
go. Sorry, I'm a
That's
woman.
probably a hotline.
You did not.
It's probably some kind of hotline.
Mojo, I'm a woman and a Jew. Do I
You get two mod badges.
You're a win-win.
Wow.
I have a
That
question.
means.
Does anybody know this I'm loading that character?
No,
It's a troll.
Okay.
who is unloading?
There are a lot of mods right
Can
now.
we just go back to this for a second, Norm? There's probably a lot, if there's recordings of it, that you can report that to. That's
Recordings, as far as I know, and I reported the room as soon as I heard it, and I left, because I didn't want to be anywhere near it. And I couldn't
John,
believe
did
what I
you
was.
get it? Maybe John got it.
No, I've been working this positive mojo vibration for a couple days now. I gave up.
Yeah, John, what the hell?
Really, John?
Well, I'm sorry, my mental health matters too. I can't listen to terrorists and pedophiles and rapists all day long.
You record all this other dog shit, but you don't get a criminal trafficking room
10
conversation.
hours of bad mental.
I encourage you all to get a burner account and an anonymous account and record these pricks instead of offloading it onto me, you lazy clown house clickers.
Alright, that's fair.
Recorded a room in my life, and I'm not about to start now. It was
Very easy, Norm. You're doing screen recordings very
No,
easy.
I don't do it because I don't want to, not because I don't know how.
Oh, fair
I'm
enough.
extremely adept technically. I
I
just
know.
really don't want to.
Come on, I'm not criticizing.
Yeah, I don't feel criticized.
I've done it a few times myself.
I do
I
not
think
feel.
you can only be in the audience though, right?
It just makes a stronger case for law enforcement to have a recording.
It really does.
Well, you know who definitely has a recording?
Clubhouse.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Bingo, bingo.
So, I put something very funny in the chat. I don't know if anyone saw the John Oliver piece he did on Schumer and the imaginary couple. Has anyone seen that? And the Baileys? Anyway, I put it in the chat. It's very funny. Schumer's made up a fictional couple that he said he basically structured his whole political career around this couple and their politics, but they're fake. And he writes about them in his book, and as if they're real people. It's you just have to see the piece.
This is a terrible guy. I'm sick of him.
Yeah, man. This is his own side exposing him.
I'm on his side.
Okay, just put it in the chat.
I voted for him. I'm angry.
You are all a bunch of lazy clown house fake hypocrite complainers. Do something. Record Amir's room.
What are you?
Record Amir's room. Put it on YouTube. Put it on X and notify Dan and Cash at FBI and Tulsi Gabbard at DNI and CIA and maybe local law enforcement. Do something instead of just listening, because clown house liberals who run this app aren't going to do anything.
This is what we're going to do. I'm loading one. I'm loading. Why don't you
Wait, you moved, John? Somebody can come back. Why did you move him?
Hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. I'm loading. Why don't you speak? I'm loading. Going once.
I invited him back. Go ahead, I am loading.
He was there the whole time you guys are asking him to speak.
He was there the whole time. That's my point.
And he wrote in the chat, why would I speak now?
So I'm also learning about these avatars that are not real. And this may be one of them.
If you want to do something, report the people who are doing this, and take a stand against the exploitation of women, against the genocide of people, against the terrorism that they're promoting all day and all night in that room. I mean, I've never made an appeal like this. I've never come into a room and I don't even talk about other people for the most part. I try to avoid it. But I thought this really crossed the line. And if you want to know whether the three-letter agencies are interested in this kind of criminal behavior, I can assure you that they are. Recommending some of the warning signs of sex trafficking, like women not making eye contact, women not allowed to hold their own passport, women not allowed to hold their own ticket. Extremely helpful. That's very productive, and you're a brave woman. I'm not going to call you out by name unless you want to identify yourself, but you're brave and you're contributing to the solution, and I appreciate it.
I mean, Clown House created Anonymous for a reason. It's because you can't police this unless you can do it anonymously. So take action now and do something anonymously. You know, if you have a recording studio or a private little office and you get yourself 2 little tripods and you focus one camera on the other cell phone and you hit record or live stream and you publish these terrorist cocksuckers to the internet so we get some social equity justice because these murderous, psychotic, low IQ neurotics are on here spewing hate speech all day long. You know, don't just gossip about it. Take action now.
I have a different suggestion. Add to the positivity in the world. If there's somebody you know who's in the crosshairs of this sort of harassment, terror, and crime, reach out to them, offer to do something nice for somebody, help somebody that you don't even know. Keep vigilant about this kind of stuff and try to help the next person. It's a very important time right now for us to help each other and to fight this horrible harassment and violence and negativity. It's not a joke. If you want now.
John, I apologize for moving you.
Oh, that's okay, Jane. I forgive you. Just report Amir's room. Get some personal justice and satisfaction in this world. Kicking me to the goo will not get you the dopamine you're looking for.
I know. Thank you.
See, if you want real good dopamine creation, you will all go get a track phone burner account, and for just $15, activate a new burner phone. Get anonymous for $5 a month. Set that thing up on a little 3-pronged tripod. Take your other primary phone and set that up on a 3-part tripod, and create a YouTube account called Jew Hate Database Watch, something like that. And then record Amir's room. Post it on the internet. Notify AIPAC. Notify the Jew Hate Database. Notify Benjamin Netanyahu. Notify Ben Shapiro. Notify Dan Bongino. Notify Kash Patel. Notify the DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, the CIA, and let the world know what these little rats in their bucket of shit are talking about all day long on Clownhouse.
So sometimes rooms get stale, and I offer a hard reset where we open a new, fresh room to talk about things. Is anybody interested in a room reboot like that?
We can do it in this room. I don't know why everyone has to get kicked out and come back.
Yeah, I agree with David. But, you know, it's always worth trying, Scarlett. See how it goes. It's all an experiment, as we all know.
Scarlett, why don't you test the marketplace? Announce that you're going to create a room about some great topic. Go create your room and come back and tell us how your experiment went. What were you thinking about recreating, Scarlett? What topic do you think is going to drive the next conversation?
Well, what's the prompt?
I mean, we regularly change topics, and they've got a good one. Go for it.
And to how they either have or will add to positivity.
How about a new survey question? Do you like Scarlett with 2 T's or 1 T?
Well, every time I hear someone say 2 T's, it sounds like titties. So it works for me. Scarlett, why don't you make a poll? That's a great conversational catalyst starter.
How about let me help you with that hard reset, Scarlett. Welcome to In the Muff. These are the 10 rules. Number 1, no threats of violence. 2, no doxing. 3, stay on topic. 4, keep your shares brief. 5, do not interrupt speakers, especially mods. Mods may interject when appropriate. The N-word is forbidden on stage and in the chat. Number 8, don't spam the chat. Number 9, do not bring drama here from other rooms. And 10, English only. PSA, assume that all rooms are being streamed by either John Kitover Incorporated or some other clown house troll. Paul and the Clubhouse team have taken away the mod's ability to remove people that do this when they introduce the Anon feature. Thank you for listening. Your compliance is appreciated. Welcome back to the Situation Room, where we are streaming potential terrorists, terrorist supporters, and terrorist hate speech creators in the Amir Room. Welcome back to In the Muff. Was that just annoying, or did that entertain anybody?
You're gonna entertain me, because you're entertaining generally. So, what do others feel about John? So, Joe, what is your answer? Were you entertained by what John said?
If you find yourself breathless sometimes in the muff, just remember, pull that head back, take the deepest breath of the day in the muff or outside that muff, hold it for 10 seconds, 10 not 11, 10 not 9, and get back in that muff.
Seriously, how can y'all not think this man is funny? He's hilarious. John, were you a theater kid? Did you go to like performing arts school?
No, but well, I was FDR in my 7th grade play, but I have, I grew up on movies, so I've been doing impersonations my whole life.
Wait, hold on. You were FDR in a play?
Yeah, in Annie with Daddy Warbucks.
Jesus Christ! So were you?
Post the link.
Wait, hold on. Was it just you and a bunch of intern Japanese people? Like,
Was it recorded somewhere?
Yeah, it's on VHS, and then I have the newspaper clipping where I'm sitting in the wheelchair with Annie for the head of our local newspaper.
I want to see it. It sounds good.
I had a full head of hair in the 7th grade. Yeah, my song was Tomorrow. You want to hear Tomorrow by FDR from Annie?
Yeah.
Tomorrow, tomorrow, you'll love me. Tomorrow, you're only a troll away. Tomorrow, tomorrow, I'll troll you. Tomorrow, you're only a YouTube recording away.
John, how is it that you had 40,000 recordings posted to YouTube, but the one room that we needed to record, you don't have recorded?
Because it's always in the now, and I have recorded so many Amir rooms for so many nights, and Notified Cash and Dan and Tulsi and Clown House. I tag Clubhouse and a lot of stuff because I respect this app and like this app. But it gets views, but never a retweet, never a like. So I think people just want to put their blinders on and pray it away.
fearless leader has left us. It's just Harry and I. Oh, Scarlett's. Oh, Monica's here. Serendipity's gone. What's up, Sandy Grace?
Actually, I'm okay with closing the room. It's been a busy day on Clubhouse. We had lots of replays and recordings of rooms. John did a great job streaming on YouTube. I think Anson's room discussing whether Trump's new executive order to allow the National Guard to defend DC from criminals was a great topic.
Are those rooms recorded? Because I missed that when I had to work.
It was
the Anson room.
Yeah, the Anson room. I don't think it was recorded on the app, David, but John was brilliant in streaming it on YouTube. John, do you want to drop the link?
Thank you.
So you're going to miss the links that people shared in the chat, but you'll still get some good value. Anson and Mojo and Moose did an excellent job moderating that space.
Anson just has so much knowledge. I enjoy listening to him. Thank you.
You're welcome, guys. All right. Thanks everyone who participated in all the rooms we had today. I'm sure when Mojo gets back to the app, look for another in the muff room. Because that's kind of what he does. Just open it up and see what happens. You guys have a great evening, and I'll see some of you around the clubhouse.
Man, make sure you lay prostrate in front of the fucking Pope. You fucking.
I mean, if he's a Protestant, he doesn't.
Yeah, lay in front of the Pope, you fucking weirdo, and pray to Mary.
Try to pronounce
and Hail Mary, and get the fucking rosary.
I'm just saying,
and go and confess your sin.
Make me get up.
No one can man wrong.
What?
Sorry. You triggered me with that title, though. Because he can do anything, man. There's no limit. I would have said, like, I never would have thought they would have reversed Roe v. Wade. Never. I would have bet against it, and I would have lost. And right now, there's nothing he won't try. So I don't know. I think he likes gay guys, though. He had
He didn't try this. This is not.
I know. But he was the first Republican that had gay rights as part of his campaign platform, and he promoted Rick Grinnell to be the first openly gay ambassador, and then he was member of the cabinet. So I don't think he's got it in for gays. But if he did, they wouldn't be safe, and Obergefell wouldn't stop him.
Well, let me read the news to you guys. You guys ready? This is ABC News. Hey, where'd he go? Disappeared. Oh, here you go. All right, y'all ready for this? It reads, Supreme Court formally asked to overturn landmark same-sex marriage ruling. Kim Davis, a former clerk who refused gay couples, brought the appeal. So this was brought by Kim Davis, not Trump. It says 10 years after the Supreme Court extended marriage rights to same-sex couples nationwide, the justices this fall will consider for the first time whether to take up a case that explicitly asks them to overturn that decision. Kim Davis, the former Kentucky County clerk who was jailed for 6 days in 2015 after refusing to issue marriage licenses to a gay couple on religious grounds, is appealing a $100,000 jury verdict for emotional damages plus $260,000 for attorney fees. And a petition for writ of certiorari filed last month. Davis argues First Amendment protection for free exercise of religion immunizes her from personal liability from denial of marriage licenses. More fundamentally, she claims the high court's decision on Roe v. Hodges extended marriage rights for same-sex couples under the 14th Amendment's due process protections was egregiously wrong. A mistake must be corrected, wrote Davis's attorney Matthew Staver in the petition. He calls Justice Anthony Kennedy's majority opinion in Obergefell legal fiction. The petition appears to mark the first time since 2015 that the court has been formally asked to overturn the landmark marriage decision. Davis is seen as one of the only Americans currently with legal standing to bring a challenge to this precedent. To the precedent. Quote, if there ever was a case of exceptional importance, Davis wrote, the first individual in the Republic's history who was jailed for following her religious convictions regarding the historic definition of marriage, this should be it. Lower courts have dismissed Davis's claims, and most legal experts consider her bid a long shot. The Federal Appeals Court panel concluded earlier this year that the former clerk cannot raise the First Amendment as a defense because she is being held liable for state action, which the First Amendment does not protect. Davis, as the Ronan County Clerk in 2015, was the sole authority tasked with issuing marriage licenses on behalf of the government under state law. Not a single judge on the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals showed any interest in Davis's rehearing petition, and we are confident the Supreme Court will likewise agree that Davis's arguments do not merit further attention. And William Powell, attorney for David Emerald and David Moore, the now married Kennedy couple that sued Davis for damages, in a statement said that them in a statement to ABC News. So this is a renewed campaign to reverse legal precedent. I'm not gonna read the rest because there's several sections, but this is being brought by a very specific person, not Trump. So, but I guess it can be attached to Trump because people describe the court as Trump's Supreme Court or the Supreme Court or whatever. So, some people are really scared about this. I'm not sure it has legs for the reasons that were just articulated. So I'm wondering what the moral panic is about. Now, this got going a month ago, but people are talking a lot about it today for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe it's another distraction from the Epstein files. But what do y'all think about what's going on with this?
Two words. Sorry, decisive.
Remember.
What's that?
Elaborate, please.
So stare decisis is a fancy Latin word for
I know
president.
what that means. I'm just saying,
Yeah, well, maybe others don't. So the Supreme Court has had a tradition up until Roe v. Wade of not making a dramatic reversal that will change people's lives in a negative way or that will deprive them of a right that had previously been granted to them. Now, please don't bring up the whole Dred Scott thing because obviously enslavement was a moral wrong and reversing that was a moral right. So I don't think that counts, what I'm saying. But Roe v. Wade was the first time that I can think of where they violated stare decisis or the rule of precedent and reversed a right that, potentially half the nation, actually fewer than that because not every woman gets an abortion, but a large portion of the population had a right to count on, according to a previous Supreme Court decision, Roe v. Wade. In other words, stare decisis is precedent, and they don't usually reverse themselves because it undermines their authority, their consistency, and it deprives people of rights. I think this is a long shot for this woman, too.
It's not just about a long shot for her. It's the fact that she's now getting, national media attention. It's a big win for her cause and Protestants nationally that, as her position, she was able to essentially obfuscate same-sex marriages and call it out. I mean, this woman is like the Mother Teresa of us, of heterosexual Christian normative behavior. So, I don't know, she has an important position. She's on ABC. I mean, that's Disney pushing her out. So, she's in the national consciousness.
I'll point out I've often gotten in trouble, often in this room, in fact, for talking too much, but this is the first time I got a little bit of feedback for not speaking enough.
Nobody said that. When do people give you feedback without speaking to unless?
Just now, you said elaborate.
That wasn't feedback. I just Just want to do the.
I'm kidding. I'm just making a joke out of it.
What else do you think?
I just want to say one more thing. I love how America does this. How there's always an inversion, always an opposite. It comes out of nowhere, and it's like yin and yang.
What other new thing?
I don't think it has a snowball's chance in hell. At the same time, stare decisis is a principle and not an absolute rule. So, you have to look at it from through that lens. But this thing ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's what you might call a norm. No self-reference intended. Like the filibuster. Like the nuclear option.
So that is the idea of this kind of people.
Not really a law.
Whenever there is an issue on any issue which is related to our country, they will put another issue. They will put
been accepted up until that moment. And Trump is like, he's unlike, I think, any president in history for violating norms and rules and constitutional guidelines. Now, again, as Jason aptly points out, this is not a Trump thing. And this woman is a bit of a kook. And I think her case is a long shot, and I think the Supreme Court won't take it up. But I have noticed, you probably have too, that it is payback time. And Trump is definitely famous for payback. Now, again, this is not a personal thing with him, but the January 6th people, they've all, I think, been freed. Some of them have even been hired by the Trump administration. Anybody that went after him, they're under the microscope now. Like, I was just thinking, he's going after Letitia James, and he's going after Adam Schiff. You know, Trump is in payback mode. And the Democrats are not guiltless when it comes to violating the norms. I believe, I can't remember, maybe somebody will remember who threw the filibuster rule out of the Senate. And I believe that's called the nuclear option. I should get everything straight. But getting rid of the filibuster, I believe, was the nuclear option. They got rid of it only for judges, as I recall. So you could filibuster to avoid a discussion of a judge in the confirmation hearing. But what we're seeing now is a combination of violating the norms of Democrats and Republicans of going after Trump as a candidate was also, I think, a violation of the norms, by the way. Those 4 indictments. So that's an example of the Democrats doing it. And karma is a bitch, you know, because people get paid back. Now, this woman, in my view, she probably should have said, listen, I'm not doing your gay marriage. But let this next clerk next to me do it. And then she wouldn't have deprived those people of their legal rights. But she didn't do that. And because of that, she went to jail. It would be interesting to see film of her in her prison outfit or her jail outfit. But I guess she wanted to make a federal case out of it. She wanted to make a publicity stunt out of it. So she did her little stint, her week in jail, and now she's looking for vengeance. I think it's really disgusting, to tell you the truth.
Why do you think she's disgusting, though? I mean, she's literally just doing what she thinks is the right thing to do.
I think the abasement of our political discourse for now it's just turning into tit for tat and action and reaction. I mean, they should not have indicted Trump on all those BS charges. I called them BS from the beginning. I was in many clubhouse rooms about it. And now he's paying everybody back who went after him. So now we've got the attorney generals. The FBI people are getting in trouble. um, we're stretching the democracy is elastic, and we're pulling the rubber band to its limit, and we don't want to snap it. We don't want to break it.
So you think retaliating against like Patricia James and other members of the DOJ would probably accomplish?
You think it's what?
It's a balanced approach to democracy.
No,
a president retaliating, like in an election.
No, I'm saying I don't think they should. It was absurd for them to go after him, and they succeeded in getting him elected. I think because they didn't anticipate the blowback. It's absurd for them to have gone after the Dems to gone after him. It's absurd for them to have violated stare decisis. Absurd with Roe v. Wade. And it is absurd for Adam Schiff to have gone after Trump, lying in Congress repeatedly, lying on the news night after night after night about this evidence he said he had, that he never ever produced in the Russia thing. So that was wrong. It was a stretching of the norms, and it's also now wrong. And Trump is hitting back, and it's equally wrong. It's not more wrong or less wrong. But I think Trump is definitely somebody who's stretching the limits more than any other president. And it's got a lot of people freaking out. I'm not freaking out, but I am kind of blown away by he's outrageous often.
So, has the Supreme Court even coming late to the party? Have they accepted the case, or we don't even know that?
No, they haven't. They haven't even considered it yet, and I don't think they'll take it up. I mean, I think she's a weak nut.
That was my take. I mean, if I understand it correctly, was a clerk in Kentucky refused to give a license, marriage license? Was that how the warrant is?
She turned it into a publicity thing. Her picture's at the top of the room. She's a real looker, And take a look at this woman. And she violated the law by not giving this couple a license. And, in order to uphold religion, it's not a religious freedom case, because she could have just said, listen, I don't feel comfortable doing this. Go talk to the next guy at the window next to mine. Maybe he'll give you a marriage license. Or go to the next county. I mean, I'm just not, she would have been wrong, but she didn't have to turn it into a thing, It's the same thing with the cupcakes, or the wedding cake, or the graphic design, the website, where it's like somebody going in and demanding that you make them a wedding cake. It's a little bit absurd. So they pushed the norms in that regard, if you remember those cases. The website and the wedding cake for the gay couple.
They talk about this supposed gay wedding cakes a lot, but what's the actual cake made out of? Is it peach? Is it strawberry? Is there blueberry? Like, what kind of cakes are we talking about specifically?
On your already borderline, I know who you are. Knock it off. I'm a serious discussion.
When I saw Obergefell in the title, I didn't know exactly what that was until I read the ABC News article. But, I don't think that... I think there is no such thing as fate with regards to this topic. The truth is not.
It's a Obergefell.
A Obergefell. It's a German word, right? Last name?
I guess I'm not really super surprised about the whole Obergefell situation coming back up. People were hinting at this after Roe versus Wade, right? But I think it's
after that was overturned.
Yes. Well, yes. But what I was gonna say is like maybe this is God telling the gays that they got too relaxed. They need to get back into being politically active, because we kind of got get married and then we were like, oh, we're done, bye.
No, then it went to trans things.
No, that's like the far left. The most gay men are not involved in that shit.
I know, but that's where the movement went, and they linked everything all together with all the alphabets, you know.
Yeah, but that's, I mean, the gays like checked out. They were like, we're done. We wanted.
That's what they did.
Yeah.
I was under the impression that while Obergefell v. Hodges made gay marriage legal, that in 2022 the Congress under Democratic control had passed a bill that enshrined the ability for gay folks to get married in law. Am I misapprehending on that, or has somebody heard that too?
I didn't understand, but I wasn't paying attention. I apologize.
I didn't understand.
I said that I was under the impression that while Obergefell v. Hodges in 2013 made gay marriage legal, that in 2022 the Democratically controlled Congress had passed a law that Joe Biden signed that made gay marriage legal in actual law.
It was legal because of Obergefell in 2015. And then they thought that, if there was fear that the Republican leadership would overturn that, so they passed it into law in 2022 under Biden, so that couldn't happen. That was supposed to be like protection against the overturning. But apparently the overturning can still happen, so I don't know. I don't know what that one does.
I mean, the whole thing with Clarence Thomas, right? He's been saying this since basically it was legalized, that his premise is that the U.S. Constitution doesn't provide you this type of privilege, right? It is an additional interpretation to have this as a codified benefit, whereas just like the U.S. government and Supreme Court, the Constitution basically points to restraints on certain limitations, but it doesn't explicitly say that these benefits are something that should be legalized. So that's been an argument for like decades, right? That's been the premise of his position, and that is a fundamentally more conservative interpretation of the Constitution, which is, so he's been hinting at this for a while, but I don't know in public, first of all, they're even going to take the case. Second of all, it's not 2010, 70% of the country now supports gay marriage. It's going to be wildly unpopular if they overturn it with pretty much everyone, well, except for Republicans. But even like now, 51% of Republicans support gay marriage. That is a majority of Republicans. It's not as high as the 90% of Democrats, but it is, it's pretty high, higher than it's been. It used to be 20-something, right? And then you have independents, which are about 70% that support it. So, like, if it does get overturned, it's actually going to be a benefit to the Democrats, because this is the issue that the Democrats can use. Bad for the gays, but good for the Democrats.
Just like the Dems still weaponize
Right.
smart political advantage.
I mean, Trump did that with white people. So, I mean,
That's true.
He just did it more discreetly.
Because the Democrats do it more.
They're more open about it, but Trump does the dog whistles.
Well, they were pretty open about it. Like the poor whites in Appalachia.
Speaking of poor whites, I know this is slightly derailed, but I was looking at polling, and only 40% of Republicans believe that Mr. Vance should be the next successor to the MAGA movement. That's actually quite low. So So I'm excited to see what happens next time around. It's gonna be the heir apparent to Trump.
I mean, that's what they're saying. I don't know if that's gonna change.
JD Vance is not charismatic. Like, he's kind of difficult to listen to. And I think he's kind of ugly. His eyes kind of creep me out. It's like the bulging eyes that kind of get me. I'm like, what are you looking at? Kind of scary looking.
Well, you won't have to worry about marrying.
And he won't. I mean, isn't his wife an immigrant? Isn't she gonna get deported too?
She's Indian.
Yep, back to India. Same thing with Melania.
Married to
she can stand or wherever the fuck she's from. Slovenia, I think.
Is there anybody married to a U.S. citizen? Jason, are you aware of people in marriages with U.S. citizens getting into trouble with ICE?
Yeah, it's made the news.
Oh, well, I don't watch that.
How'd you find out about it?
No, I'm asking if that's in a scenario, how the scenario is playing out.
Yeah, it has.
Because I was under the impression that you pretty much, if you were legitimately married to a U.S. citizen, you could just get a green card by virtue of that.
In Canada, like a bunch of like weird exceptions. Like the process takes a while, so like if they catch you before you have one, they report you. It's like all these weird posts. It's actually quite sad. It's ruining people's lives actually. It's not a plaything.
Do you think it's fair to refer to your fellow Americans as Gestapo or other, terrible Nazi references? Do you think that's unfair to say that about your fellow Americans?
Oh, this is a free country. We have free speech. Say what you want.
I've objected to calling ICE Gestapo, but no one ever listens to me, so maybe off.
I am a little, the whole, like, these unmarked, I've been seeing, like, the rhetoric that the protesters are using when they're filming ICE agents. And when you're filming a guy that's wearing a billboard that says Department of Homeland Security, ICE, Enforcement and Removal Operations, right? Like, on the front of his vest, on the back of his vest, on his hat, on the badge clipped to his belt, right? On the side of the car where it says, DHS, Border Patrol, with a big marked reflected green stripe, right? And they're like, who are you? We don't know who you are. It's like, if you can't observe the obvious, like, billboard nature of their markings,
Some of them,
You're not being honest.
some of them don't have that. First of all, so it's being weird about it. And secondly, even if they did have like clear indicators of their eyes, if you can't see their face and they do something illegal, you don't really have much recourse to hold them accountable. That's what complaints is.
No, I
am reasonable.
No, I was gonna say real quick that there are plenty of videos where the ICE agents are wearing all black or nothing that identifies them, and then the truck is unmarked, and they grab these people and put them in the vans or whatever. Right?
I have not.
You can literally Google it. You're not being honest here. There are some, yes, that are marked, but there's also a lot that are not. And I think we have to be honest here.
I think you're misrepresenting the ratio, because I know you are. A lot of the videos. Hold on.
Okay, hold on.
I've seen a lot of the videos.
The ratio point that you're about to use to not like pivot away from the mistake you made, it's not really relevant. The thing is, there are people who work for ICE, allegedly, who it's not clear that they do because they don't have any of the indicators you described at all. And the reason why they don't is because they're basically undercover. So they don't want to alert people to their presence. It helps them get arrests. That's why they do it. It's a standard fucking practice. This happens all over this. So like, but I gotta pretend like it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Okay, so if it happens
but
at all,
that reporting. So what I'm saying is that I've noticed people with those talking points in mind who are talking to very obviously marked federal law enforcement, and the bulk of the federal law enforcement that I've seen actually on the ground being used to make arrests are mostly Border Patrol agents in their issued plate carriers, and a sprinkling of ICE deportation officers and HSI agents and other agencies, but the vast majority being Border Patrol in plain clothes with vests.
okay, fair enough. Like that does happen. But you were levying criticism against people like they were being ridiculous because in some footage, it's obviously clear that there are ICE agents. It's like that's weird because you're missing the point. Like I don't know why you didn't point that. Why would you even go down that road? Like there's legitimacy to their worry because there are
like they're taking. So there are absolutely law enforcement operations where they use unmarked vehicles and wear plain clothes and might tell you you're under arrest or show you something, but they're not very obviously in a easy to determine uniform.
That's what they're complaining about. That's the thing they're complaining about.
But that is, in fact, I'm struggling to remember more than one video of somebody being arrested by people wearing like neck badges and plain clothes and no other identifying items except their neck badges. I remember like one video of that.
Alright, but what is
so this characterization that the vast majority of these aliens are being detained by plainclothes undercover ICE agents and not in massive raids conducted by lots of marked agents seems like the opposite is what's actually happening on the ground. The majority of them are marked, and a few of them are unmarked.
You're editing the argument at this point, right? Like your initial point was that you were making upset about people complaining about supposedly unmarked ICE agents as if they didn't exist. That was the initial premise, and now it's like we're talking about the majority versus the minority. That wasn't the initial argument that was made. You never said the majority of arrests are covered in the minority or not.
What I
you
said,
never said that. You went straight to the point of calling people delusional for being upset about these people that are unmarked, and that is where the logic doesn't make sense.
No. What I said was that I'm seeing these people who have taken this talking point to heart, who are then deploying it in a situation where every single law enforcement officer involved is clearly identified as exactly who they work for and who they are. So there's no plainclothes undercover officer taking law enforcement action in these videos that I'm talking about, but they're acting as if they are. And that's what's silly and delusional.
But there's a lot of videos
I'm not saying that somebody's saying this when there's like two guys in a hoodie.
Acknowledge the truth of what you're saying. It's just what's disingenuous about it is you're not acknowledging the validity of the actual complaint that comes from the left. Like that's what's weird about what you're doing. But yes, there are examples. I've seen them. There are examples where people are like describing what's going on, and like the examples they have in the footage are ICE agents that are clearly marked ICE agents, but they're describing the issue of unmarked agents covering their faces in unmarked cars, quote unquote kidnapping people. That's how they're describing it. But what they're showing you is not examples of that. I've seen that several times. That exists. Like I'm not gonna pretend like that doesn't exist, but like, dude, what we're trying to get you to do is not pretend like what they're actually describing doesn't exist, because it does exist. Like, and there are problems with it that are reasonable. Like, so I don't know why you're putting all this attention on the silly thing the leftists are saying. I mean, you could do that, but like, I feel like the Steel Man version, what they're trying to get at, is more interesting and fair. Because like, I don't know, bro. Like, when the left like bastardizes strong arguments you think the right has, and you balk at that and be like, they're not even getting it right. This is not what we mean. We mean this. Like, so just be fair to them. Like, I feel like that's just fair across the board.
unmarked law enforcement action. Where are the videos of that? Because I haven't seen more than one. And I've watched a lot of videos on the subject.
Okay, they're all over, and I've seen it in person live with my own eyes. I'm not saying the left isn't going too far, and it's utterly ridiculous to think that if 5 or 6 guys are coming up on you like that, there's no way they're there to kidnap you and rape you. That is like farcical to believe that that's going on. But I'm with Muse on this one. I've seen it with my own eyes. I rolled up on one of these situations. They were not marked. There was 12, 15 of them. They had an entire street blocked off. I've seen dozens of these videos. Both sides are being a little hyperbolic and kind of ridiculous, in my opinion, on this whole argument. Both sides are taking their extreme opinions and not really getting to the heart of it.
I mean, there are credible allegations that there were people impersonating federal agents, I believe ICE agents, who really weren't ICE agents. But because ICE has this practice where they are marked, like they were kind of convincingly disguised as those kind of ICE agents, and that poses a danger. And I think that's a reasonable thing to be worried about or wary of, even if it's not happening the majority of the time, because it could happen, right? One kind of infamous case recently is you had the assassination of those lawmakers in Minnesota. The dude who shot those people was impersonating a police officer, right? Like, that actually happened. That's how he, like, got access to a couple people. Right?
Not an undercover police officer, like a...
Fair enough. No, he was just a regular police officer. But the point is, it kind of demonstrates the concept, right? And, like, that's why people, I think, have a reasonable concern about it. Now, there are people who are taking it, you know... This is the thing that just bugs me so much, is that the crazies have a way of undermining the reasonable people, and then Manville and people like Manville who are disingenuous cite the crazies in order to dismiss the genuine or reasonable concern. And I don't think that you should do that. That's not fair, right? Like, there's a rational basis to be concerned about the way that these policies are being implemented. Because a reasonable person is left unable in an instant or at a moment's notice to disambiguate between a bad faith actor impersonating an ICE agent or an actual ICE agent. And then on top of that, the actual ICE agent may not be that much better, because the actual ICE agent, who's not identifiable, can do something untoward or literally illegal, and then there's no real recourse. The dude can't identify who was the person who perpetrated the harm. That's a problem. Like, that's objectively a problem. Like, what the fuck? Like, I feel like even if you agree with ICE, you should be able to recognize why that's a problem.
So yeah, but that's the problem that gets lost in the argument of extremes.
Yeah, I agree. We have the ability to, like, get nuanced, recognize and identify the extremes, recognize and identify the more sensible kind of range to operate in, and then just operate in that range. That's what I'm trying to do right now. Like,
okay, so can you see the reason why they want to be masked up and think that a badge is the right solution to mediate between the two?
Yeah, I do. I see the reasons that are given, particularly when you have crazy people doxing them, yeah. But, like, I'm acknowledging the reasonableness of the concern from the left side, because I do think that there's validity there. Right? I'm willing to recognize validity on the other side too, but, like, I'm really going against what Manville's doing right now, right? So it may seem like I'm one-sided, but really I'm a counterbalance to Manville right now.
No, we see your objectivity.
So,
I detect sarcasm, but that's why.
Mark, like, alright, ballistic vest with agency and the word, you know, police or federal officer or federal agent on it, right? With a name tag and a mask, right? Do you think that's a fair compromise or too much anonymity?
I mean, if there's a way to identify them, it kind of undermines the purpose of the mask. But I mean, it's kind of hard to do a compromise because anything that's identifiable can be used to dox them. That's the
right. Well, if you get like, Border Patrol agent Jay Rodriguez, right? There's hundreds and hundreds, probably over 1,000, but maybe close to that, of like Jose Rodriguez's who work for U.S. Customs and Border Protection, right? Finding.
Then the problem is the other direction. So then it's like, well, if one of the many J. Rodriguez's violates somebody's civil liberties, then it's hard to identify which one it was. So I mean, there's a problem no matter which direction you go. If they're readily identifiable, they can be doxed. If they're not identifiable, then it's hard to get accountability. That's the concern.
As somebody from the outside investigating it versus their own internal affairs, it might be more difficult depending on the connections you had into the agency. But if you had an arrest time, an arrest location, an operation that's being conducted, and especially if you had video of the operation, right, and you took that to a lawyer like, hey, these guys violated this, and this, and I want to get paid, that lawyer can file a FOIA request and go, I want the rosters and the briefing and the personnel assigned to the operation that occurred at this date and time at this location, and they're gonna have that.
Okay.
And on the arrest and in the process,
because FOIA requests are often like not cooperative with. But yeah, I mean, in a perfect world, I guess like it's just you don't live in a perfect world. So like, I don't know, man. It's dicey what you described, but I hear what you're saying.
And I know people don't use like Axon body cameras usually unless they're in law enforcement, right, or it's part of their job. But those body cams, the way that they have integrated into the systems of evidence, it's not just the body cams. Those motherfuckers own evidence.com. Like most agencies are using them to cloud store massive amounts of their evidence, and they will not only tell you, like, it's a very intelligent device, and it can not only tell you who it is and who's reporting it because it's assigned to a person, but it can tell you who was around it, who flipped their taser, from off to on, and at what time, and how far away were they from this body cam. All of that data is in there. And so you can not only see, like, if you request the data of this body cam in this incident, you get all the other ones that it was connected to. And there are investigators at private defense attorneys firms that can.
You've like changed subjects more time. Do you just acknowledge that there is a problem with masked ICE agents?
They are less identifiable, yeah.
Okay. Because that was the thing that you kind of started by like dismissing.
No, it's true that they're less identifiable. They're doing it on purpose.
Isn't that a problem in terms of accountability?
Yes.
Okay, that is the validity I wanted to acknowledge. Because that I think undergirds the worries that the sensible leftists have, and that the people you were complaining about are exaggerating in various ways.
But what are you asking though? Because basically, like, if facial recognition software can detect who these people are, I mean, are you saying that, their social media accounts, it's basically they're protecting themselves from being doxxed because they want to use social media? Are we arguing about something else?
No, we were arguing about the merits of the concern with that practice.
Yeah, because the argument is if they committed a civil rights violation, they should be doxxed to people that could file a complaint against them.
Well, that's okay. I didn't advance that argument. I think that argument's silly, but there are people who can justify it for sure. They think that they whatever negative things come by doxing because they're the Gestapo or some shit. But like,
I'm not saying
I'm saying
death threats.
It makes accountability for untoward behavior in their official capacity as ICE agents really difficult, and that's a problem because they're violating people's civil liberties, and it emboldens bad actors because they think they can do that with impunity.
It's the same reason we shouldn't allow, masks in public now that COVID has gone back, and what I have noticed problem with the way people behave, but it's when they feel
worse though,
confidence.
because the law enforcement have a higher standard of conduct, not lower standard of conduct. So it's analogous. So if you can understand it in the context of black bloc rabble rousers from the left doing untoward shit, then I think you can understand it when it's ICE. It's not difficult to grasp.
Yeah, and you could say instead of allowing these ICE agents to be masked, right? ICE agents are going to be completely uncovered and identifiable, and anybody participating in doxing them, right, is going to get charged with a whole bunch of federal charges and go after them.
I mean, it depends on the law. I don't know how actionable. I mean, doxing to a certain extent is illegal, but I don't know how actionable it is in terms of everybody who participated. I don't know what bar needs to be met in order to prosecute. So I mean,
well, people don't want to go through the experience of being doxxed because there is no justice after you're doxxed.
I don't know what that means.
I think there was something going on in Seattle or Oregon. There was some kind of counter protest to some of the Black Bloc activities that was going on. Do you remember the Patriot group with shields and Viking paraphernalia that kind of went toe to toe? It was before Proud Boys really took center stage. But there was basically some counter protest that ended up in a street brawl at some park between Antifa and the right wing group. But what happened?
In the middle of the day.
Yeah, in the middle of the day, posted on YouTube, people getting in this fight. No. This was in Oregon or Washington.
I remember things like that. I don't remember it being in Oregon, but I mean,
there's was it Patriot Prayer or it was some kind of prayer thing?
Prayer is a group that was involved in some of those events, but I don't know the specifics of what you're referring to be honest.
So, what happened to one of the people that was captured in a clip that went viral considerably more than the other ones was that after that one incident repeatedly, he had people that kept visiting his house, throwing rocks through his windows. His tires got slashed 4 or 5 times while he was sitting in the driveway. And he just kept having these self-motivated members or associates of Antifa coming by and fucking his property up and then taking off in the middle of the night.
I vaguely remember something like that. I think Tim Pool's covering that shit.
Well, how many times has Tim Pool been swatted?
A bunch of times. I don't know exactly.
For people who rail against the overstepping of the United States' police, they sure love calling SWAT teams on people they don't like.
It's a form of harassment.
Well, that can get people killed.
It's been done to people, to be fair. I mean, yeah, that's probably why they do it, to be honest.
You know what's a good book to read about this? We were just talking about this at dinner, Duncan, the little brother's home. And it's a book called The Empire of Mud. And apparently the reason that we ended up getting a federal government control was because the seat of government at first was in Philadelphia. There ended up being some form of recruits in the Revolutionary War that like marched to Philadelphia and went to bars and like bitched about how they hadn't been paid. And Alexander Hamilton called session of Continental Congress, which was really not all that important at that point, and got a district that the federal government could control itself, which is where we get the solid federal district from. In the middle of the 1800s, believe it or not, we treated them as a territory. We gave them a board of governors, and they promptly ran up so much foreign debt that France, Denmark, and Belgium would have, if they had been allowed to continue, would have owned, manned their affairs in what is now Washington, D.C. Just thought you guys would find that interesting. The book's called Empire of Mud.
And now the feds have taken it back.
Well, so apparently the last time it was exercised, this boy was under Lyndon Johnson.
For like the Civil Rights March?
I don't know if it was for the Civil Rights March or for the Vietnam War protests. But this all comes out of, again, the book called Empire of Mud. Apparently it's a very good book about the history of early DC.
And what is the status of like owning property in DC?
I don't particularly know, but it's a good question. I'll see if I can find the book and look at it.
Yeah, because there are, like, obviously there's lots of federal, like, out and out federal property within DC, but there are, like, individual private residences, too.
Yeah, private homes.
That's yeah. How is have y'all been seeing videos coming out of this like surge in DC, or are they not really hit yet?
Surge, you know.
Like surging federal law enforcement into like DC streets.
No, you sound like you're super excited about it though.
Oh, I think it's gonna be awesome. I think they're finally gonna find out what over-policing is like. Well, then the other question is, well, who runs the jail in DC?
Seems like something you can Google though. If you really want to know.
Because it's not a county, right? There's no sheriff of DC.
Not that I'm aware of, no. Apparently the taking over is done under something known as the Home Rule Act or something like that.
So they have a Department of Corrections within the district government, but they don't have a sheriff. And they only have 2,100 beds.
Just so you know, I don't usually like drama, but I figured you want to know. John Mallinckrodt is still crying. I was in a room earlier today, and he like went out of his way to cry about you. Just so you know.
That sounds about right. He was in my back channel being smug like he wanted to. That was hilarious.
Just so you know, he has become a giant baby about it.
I can tell. Dude took a tantrum about something very weird. Like, I don't understand to this day why he's so mad about it. Like, it was a bet he backed out of. I told people he backed out of and he got mad.
Chicago and Seattle.
Like, to this day, I'm like, but then after that, he also, he has this weird take. So he's like, he thinks I'm still in the bet that he backed out of. I was like, what? You can't have it both ways. You can't back out the bet and then go, but you're still in it though. Like, what? That shit is weird, bro.
It came up in conversation where he was like, we're never gonna have elections again, which is just such a retarded take.
Yeah. I mean, the funny thing is that this whole situation was caused by his weird ass Trump derangement. I was like, bro, you're exaggerating. The whole point of the back and forth was you're exaggerating. He was basically talking about Trump like he was gonna roll back into the White House for a third term with tanks and shit. And I'm like, bro, that's not gonna happen. And it was like, one way or another, then he tried to expand it. He tried to do some weird shit. I was just like, bro, like, this bet me then. What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen though is in 3 years, three plus years, when Trump leaves, he's gonna disappear and he's not gonna say anything about it. He's not gonna apologize or nothing. And I'm gonna rub that shit in his fucking face a lot. I'm gonna do rooms about it, bro. I can't lose.
I've heard
It's
a lot
gonna be
of
epic.
people say that they're worried about that, to be honest with you.
Because they're fucking deranged, bro. Like, that's why. They're over the goddamn
He
top.
literally said you're never gonna be massacred.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can join the crew.
I'm not. I'm just sharing.
Yeah, I know. Trump like fucks with people who thinks this shit. He says shit like that all the time. I think it's hilarious. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. Like, honestly, I'm so fucking confident. Like, I'm just gonna wait 3.5 years and then rub y'all's face in it. That's what I'm gonna do. Because motherfuckers say shit like this and then they fucking like disappear. They don't apologize or nothing. They just wrong takes. That shit never comes to pass, and then they just move on. So, yeah, I'm not.
Sounds like you're projecting.
I didn't make any predictions like that. How am I projecting?
Projecting. Oh, it just sounds like the accusations you're lobbying against this party is I kind of say similar stuff that I hear you do. Oh, not happy with that one. Not that happy. Not that happy.
My rooms and trolls, and it's like today he was a little calmer, to be fair to him, but it was like, bro, you were already going to.
Maybe he's not wrong.
Like,
maybe he's not wrong.
We will see. And I'm gonna bring it up every once in a while. Like, do y'all still believe that dumb shit y'all said about trying not leaving office? Alright, let's make sure.
He ain't wrong. Kitover ain't wrong.
As you were.
Kitover ain't wrong.
So yeah, Theodore Herschel. That's what. We don't need that. America can. The United States. It wouldn't be pleasant, but the United States has the resources to exist and service its infrastructure and food needs by itself. France is the only other country, is one of the few countries who can also do that. But Germany can't, England can't, Germany doesn't have enough power. Most of Europe doesn't have enough power. That's why they were buying all that oil from Russia, and now they're going to be buying it from other countries. So and Trump knows that. So, yeah, he's in charge.
But I'm just curious, so like Armenia, a Christian country, which Israel sides with Azerbaijan. I mean, I just have to ask, like, Why are they doing that?
Why does Israel have an alliance with Azerbaijan? Because Azerbaijan is able to get intelligence on Iran. Azerbaijan provides something like 40% of the oil that Israel needs per year to Israel. Azerbaijan both buys weapons. It buys weapons from Israel. So that the trading relationship between the two countries is very deep. And they've had that alliance for a while now. So those are the short answer and most basic answer to that question is what I just said.
So it doesn't matter whether or not you're Christian. It's just like Israel wants the whatever benefits them the most.
Oh, you mean in terms of Israel and Armenia?
Yeah.
All the districts down here, D+5, because they're using 2024 numbers for Hispanic turnout, and they're saying, because they turn out.
They had a phlegm issue. They're trying to spit on the ground,
Too tight.
and the Christians dove in front of the spit. And then the Christians is claiming that the Jews is spitting on them. It's anti-Semitism.
And then they did fucking the USS Liberty. They fucking bombed the USS Liberty. And then
to target these things. None of those programs have ever included deploying military units into the space. So is there crime? Yes. Has it been going in the wrong direction? No.
Does people think that Trump lives in opposite world? Because that's what I think.
so that we can fucking gain Palestine. We want Palestine, so we're gonna kill all these damn British people. So you're gonna give us our shit. Regardless.
There was a lot more attacks, not just King David hotel bombing. They did a lot of attacks. You know why? Because the British were limiting Jewish immigration. Very racist. And they essentially decided not to give you a state, Alan. That too, yes. They wouldn't give us a state. They said in 39, they said a Palestinian state, not a Jewish state. Again, into Jewish state. You don't realize.
Right? They're not looking at it from the perspective of what's actually going on. They're looking at it from the perspective of how do we deal with it. That's the major.
Yeah, there are a lot of
So thank you for justifying our cause.
Wasn't King David?
I got a question for you. Are you guys planning to destroy Alexa?
See if you answer his question before I can't answer that question at this time. You just have to wait and see. Who's your next Prime Minister?
This
Not
guy.
sure.
They want to change the world.
Say something as well, Shade. What was your question, bro?
Moment passed.
Oh my God, moment passed. You're just gonna have people beat up on Jews all night on your stage?
Yeah, I mean, Felicity, I don't. I think you're a bit offside.
Yeah,
You think I'm what?
Offside.
Listen, you don't know a damn thing about me. So the thing is, I don't normally go into my personal life on this fucking app, but the people who knew me from fucking years ago, listen, the people who knew me from fucking years ago, they know that my daughter is fucking half Jewish, half fucking Ashkenazi Jewish. She's half
fucking Ashkenazi Jewish. So I have no fucking reason to fucking hate Jewish people. I tell it the fucking, like, I say it the way that it fucking is.
Hold on.
I just tell the truth.
Let's break this claim down. Shape back up to shape. You claim that your daughter is a half Jew. Does that mean that her father is Jewish?
Yes, that's exactly what it fucking means. That's exactly what it fucking means.
Hold on a second. Wait a minute, Emil. This is very important. Firstly, you do not have a half Jewish daughter. You're 0% Jewish because you're not a Jew.
No, I know that. I'm aware of that. Listen, I am aware of that. I'm aware of the matrilineal descent thing.
Yeah,
I'm aware of the fact that Jews believe that if your mother's a Jew, that you're a Jew, and if your mother's not a Jew, then you're not a Jew. But I'm just saying that.
Jewish.
That's appropriation.
Yes.
Okay, well, you can say whatever it is, but that's the only way that I can describe it.
Oh,
that's gonna make sense.
Wait, Al, but
Are you blaming the Jews for being the chosen ones?
Did you ask me if Jews are the chosen one? Is that what you're
I'm
asking?
saying, are you blaming them just because God chose them?
God chose them? What the fuck are you talking about? I think the Old Testament is bullshit. First of all, that's my personal belief. I think the Old Testament is bullshit. Okay?
This is blasphemy, Amir. This is blasphemous.
I don't give a fuck what you think it is. To me, I feel like the Old Testament is bullshit. And honestly, I don't even know if I believe the New Testament either at this point. But I damn sure don't believe the fucking Old Testament because it's the fucking Old Testament is some fucking bullshit. Because you know what? Jewish people use the fucking Old Testament to fucking justify all the fucking fucked up shit that they do to people. That's how I fucking feel.
Acknowledge that your daughter is 0% Jewish. Can we just give us that, please?
No, I'll acknowledge the fact that she's half Ashkenazi as far as her father goes, but I will also say I don't fucking believe the fucked up shit that's in the Old Testament. I think that the Old Testament, and even if you are a Christian, if you're a Christian or you're a Muslim, whatever, I feel like you believe that the Old Testament is old for a reason. They call it the Old Testament for a reason. They say it because the Old Testament is barbaric. They say very fucked up stuff in the Old Testament. They say stuff about you could kill whole families, you could kill women, children, kill them all. Because, Amalek, they talk about Amalek and all this fucked up stuff.
No, I got
So,
a question for you, man. When did they become the chosen people, man? I thought these people are Europeans. Ashkenazis.
Yeah, Felicity, please, just leave it at that. We're not here to mock their religion, unlike themselves. I know there's somebody listening in the audience, ANN, aka asshole, that's recording it. Son of a bitch, go get a life.
Honestly, I don't give a fuck about anyone who's fucking recording that. Fuck you if you're fucking recording this shit. Fuck you. Fuck Israel.
You know that guy,
Nobody
right?
gives a fuck about Israel at this point.
No, but Felicity, you know that guy, John, right? John records every room. You know that guy, right, John? That idiot?
No, I'm not aware of John, but I don't give a fuck about him recording it because, at the end of the day, I haven't been on this app for a very fucking long time. I haven't been on this app for like over a year. And I just started getting on this app maybe like 2 or 3 days ago. And years ago, people used to tell me, because I went against Israel, they used to tell me, I'm gonna fucking dox you. I'm gonna figure out where you work at. They used to tell me that shit. They used to be like, oh, you don't support Israel? I'm gonna figure out where you work at. Oh, we're gonna find you. You're gonna be working at McDonald's for the fucking rest of your life. And I used to be like, okay, great. I don't give a fuck. Like, you people will never figure out who I am. You people will never figure out my full name. You people, you'll just never fucking figure it out. So fuck you. I don't give a fuck.
We're working
Especially because in 2025, most fucking people do not agree with Zionism. Most people do not agree with Israel, especially in my generation, Gen Z. We don't give a fuck about Israel. Fuck you.
Ma'am, I do know your name. And ma'am, I do know your name. Your name is Felicity.
Okay, great. Fuck. Great, good for you. What else?
So, let me ask you this, Felicity. Felicity, so let me ask you this, right? Now, do you know other Jews out there? Like, so they did a survey in America. A lot of the Jewish kids they actually side with Palestine. There's about 30 to 40% of them, or Hamas. So now, since you said you have a Jewish kid, when she sees these videos, is she old enough to understand that how disgusting and what they're doing to the Palestinian children over there? Is she able to understand that, Felicity?
No, she's not old enough because right now I'm not gonna give too much information, but I will say that she's under the age of 5, so she doesn't understand that. I'm young myself, so, and I've been a young mom. I'm a mom, and I've been a young mom, so I'm not,
What about your ex-husband's family or something? Do they support Israel, if you don't mind me asking? I'm sure you met them, right?
I've actually never met them, and because he's, the thing about him is he's estranged from his own parents, but he's older than me, and his parents, I believe, are Zionists, hardcore Zionists, and they not only support Israel, but they actually send money to fundraisers that support Israel, but he does not support Israel.
You've never been to Israel, Felicity?
I've never been to Israel. Fuck no. I've never been to Israel. I'm not even I'm not a Jew. I'm literally.
I do want to say this. I want to thank you for the support for the Palestinian cause. I really appreciate it. And just don't let that shit get to your head. The anti-Semitic shit. If they bring this anti-Semitic shit in front of you, just ask them this question. There's one question I've been asking Zionists for a while. Wilhelm Marr, that idiot, in about late 1800s or whatever, or mid 18, he coined the term anti-Semitism. Okay, he was a Jew hater. Now, guess what? He married 3 religious, practicing Jewish women. Right? Now, a Jew hater marries 3 religious Jewish practicing women. Why would he marry these women? Was he a Jew, low key? And this term anti-Semitic, this Semitic term, it was stolen from the Arabs. I think it was all part of the fucking Zionist project.
I wouldn't be surprised. Honestly, I wouldn't. It's very possible.
When you're in Peppa's room or whatever, and you see some people from that side, just say if they use that term on, you just ask them this question and they'll get stuck. And you can ask ChatGPT, you can Google it. His name was Wilhelm Marr. He was the one that coined the term anti-Semitism, and he married 3 Jewish women. I just don't get it. Very smart. That's the problem.
Yo, not just that. I'm gonna give you all a little bit of knowledge. So I want everyone, listen to me closely. I want everyone in this room who's pro-Palestine, I want you to look up a Jewish man by the name of, so this Jewish man, he converted to Catholicism. I believe it was either the 1950s or the 1960s. And he was a wealthy Jewish man who was involved in I don't know, some sort of some sort of wealthy European Jewish family or whatever. His name is Benjamin Friedman. Benjamin, Freedman. Friedman. Benjamin Friedman. And he has a speech from 1961 where he claims that, and he's a Jewish man himself who converted to Catholicism, and he claims that Jewish people actually started World War I. They started and funded World War I and World War II to gain Palestine. Benjamin Friedman.
Yeah, but he's a Holocaust denier, by the way.
He's a Holocaust denier. Yeah, he's a Jewish man himself, and he converted to Catholicism. And he actually, he claims that and he was a part of the wealthy Jewish people. And he says that, yes, we Jewish people, we wanted Palestine, so we started World War I, and when World War I backfired on us and we didn't get Palestine for World War I, we started World War II. And after World War II, with Hitler trying to, quote-unquote, exterminate the Jewish people, then we started, after the aftermath of World War II, it was then we finally got Palestine. And this is a Jewish man saying this. This isn't some Muslim, some Arab, whatever. This is an actual Jewish man who converted to Catholicism. He said this shit. So look him up, Benjamin Friedman. Look up the Benjamin Friedman speech from 1961.
This is Holocaust revisionism. I do offer limited freedom of speech in the space, right? I mean, look, that's her opinion. If she denies the numbers, I think she questions the numbers, right? Felicity, do you question the numbers of the Holocaust?
Of course, I question the numbers. I would question anything in history. At the end of the day, history is written by.
And she is Jewish. She said that she was married to a Jewish man. She's got a Jewish child, so she is Jewish. So, it's coming from a Jewish person like Felicity.
She's not a Jew.
How could an atheist be a Jew and then Felicity cannot be a Jew?
That's what I was going to ask you earlier.
Felicity, are you a Jew?
So
I don't have to be a Jew. I was with a Jew. Like I fucking was married to a fucking Jewish person. We have a fucking child together.
We don't support intermarriage. We don't support intermarriage. I hope your ex-husband gets with a good Jewish woman and has many Jewish kids.
No, fuck you. He doesn't. Guess what? He doesn't want a Jewish woman. Okay, he doesn't.
I hope he comes around.
He doesn't want a Jewish woman. Okay,
maybe
he
not
really
today.
doesn't.
Tomorrow, Baruch Hashem.
What kind of logic is that?
Fucking Hashem. Fuck all this fucking dumbass Hashem shit. Fuck you. Fuck. He doesn't give a fuck about that shit.
Not yet.
This is kind of blasphemy. Let's not do that. But I think what we can do is, Felicity, you made a lot of good points, and you brought up that person's name. I'm gonna look into it more. Friedman.
Benjamin Friedman. Everyone watch his speech. Benjamin Friedman, Jewish man, 1961. Benjamin Friedman speech. He made a speech about the fact that in World War II, World War I was a ploy for Jewish people to gain Palestine. When they didn't gain Palestine the first time, World War II was the second option. Benjamin Friedman. Freedman.
And I do want you guys to watch that the Twitter one, the former Israeli intelligence official, about Trump and how they have him by the balls and what kind of secrets they have on him and whatnot, and he dives into it more. I'll put the link in the chat again. It's available on Twitter. If you guys don't have Twitter account, you can still watch it. It does load up on our browser. It's about half an hour.
I have a question. Is she talking about Benjamin Friedman's speech at the Willard Hotel in D.C.?
Is that it right there, Felicity?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is obviously a self-hating Jew. He's got some sort of Jewish guilt because everywhere we go is successful. And he's trying to do some sort of reparation for his own.
You can say what you want about him, but he was a Jewish man. He was born Jewish, fully ethnically and religiously Jewish, and he converted to Catholicism, and then he exposed the Jewish plans. So that's what you can say. And that doesn't mean that he hates Jewish people. That just means that he's exposing what the evil Jewish people were doing. That doesn't mean that every Jewish person is bad. I don't believe that. I completely do not believe that. Not at all. Especially as someone who actually has a kid who's half Jewish. I do not believe that shit.
I just wanna say that Al is married to a convert who's not ethnically Jewish. She converted to Judaism. Miss Aksa is a convert, so I wouldn't listen to Al.
It's okay. She's exactly like you said, Congressman.
Al, are you Jewish yourself? Are you Jewish?
Somali, so just be careful. It's the only way to be.
Al, but is Al Jewish? I'm just curious. Are you?
Yeah, what kind of Jew are you, Al? I still don't know that.
I'm a Zionist Jew.
No shit, but are you Ashkenazi? Are you Mizrahi? Are you Sephardic? Are you all three?
There's a lot of doctors on the app. You're gonna have
I believe he's Mizrahi. Al, you're Mizrahi, right? Last time I checked.
If you want to think I'm Mizrahi, you could think that. But
no, we had that conversation a long time ago. Do you remember? Long.
Was supposed to be a protection for somebody like me from the kind of people that I lived around, from where I came. That no longer is the case. For the kind of people that they're bringing in. And the problem is, I can't seem to find a place where that isn't happening on like a global scale. It used to be, oh, you could go to England. They're Christians, right? You could go to Italy or France or Germany or to the US.
Hi, Bima.
But where is that really anymore?
Middle Eastern, and they're also partially European, and Mizrahi Jews are fully Middle Eastern, so that's why a lot of them get mistaken for being like Arabic or like Arab, because they look Arab but they're Jewish. So that's the difference between Mizrahi and Ashkenazi. So like I know a lot about this shit, obviously, but yeah, but I don't know why Al is trying to convince everyone that like what I'm saying is like wrong or whatever. Like anyone could look this shit up. Like it's very hard to look it up though. Believe it or not, like best believe you're not gonna find this shit on YouTube. I found it on YouTube many years ago when I was in high school, which was many years ago. But you're not gonna find it on YouTube anymore because YouTube is highly censored now. You're gonna find it on Rumble or X, aka Twitter. You know, just look up Benjamin Friedman. The speech that he gave in 1961. He's a Jewish man, and he claimed that, yes, the Jewish people, they actually wanted World War II to happen. They wanted it to happen. They wanted the Holocaust to happen because it was a way for them to gain, like, basically a very reasonable reason for them to gain Palestine. They're like, okay, well, if we go through a Holocaust, we could convince other countries that we deserve the right to retain Palestine. And that's exactly what he said, you know? That's how it happened. That's what it is. So you can be mad at me all you want, but this is what a Jewish man said. So that's not my words. That's what a Jewish man called Benjamin Friedman said. That's what he said. So y'all can all look it up. That, like, you know, it's not going to be easy to find it, but I'm sure you can, like I said, you can find it on Rumble or X. Benjamin Friedman, his speech in 1961. So, yeah.
Thank you for the share. Appreciate it. Welcome back, Ace. And anybody else want to speak? Shave, did you want to say something? Al, I think he went to go answer a phone call. He probably got a call from Israel. Anyways, now when you, Felicity, I do have a question. So when you go into Pepe or any of those rooms, has the climate changed, like the talking points, or it's the same shit every day? It's the same lies?
Honestly,
did it change?
Honestly, I feel like Pepe has kind of changed his viewpoint a little bit. He used to be a hardcore Zionist, but now when I go in his rooms, he seems like he's like kind of skeptical about like Zionism. Like the last room that I went to, which was like 2 days ago, he was saying something to like the extent of like, oh, Zionists, they want to like,
sorry, this ain't working. And no one will.
They want to like censor you, basically. And so like that's kind of his thing. And I was like, okay, like I was surprised that he was kind of like starting to lean towards like the anti-Zionist stance. You know, I was pretty surprised. He's not totally anti-Zionist right now. He still believes, like, you know, I'm sure he still believes that Zionism is like legit and everything like that, but in his last room, which was like I said, it was 2 days ago, he was like saying that, yeah, like the Zionists, they're like really hardcore on their stuff, and they want everyone to believe that Israel is this great place and all this other stuff. And you know, he's definitely changed from like a year or two ago. You know, since the last time that I've like spoken to him, he's definitely changed his stance for sure. You know.
And Pepe is actually a racist piece of shit, man. He's racist towards the black folks. He's racist towards the people, like the immigrants, Muslims, and just I tried, I said maybe I can bring him to the, he tries to copy, what's that guy, Nick Fuentes or something?
Yeah, Nick Fuentes. Yeah, and I feel like he's at the point, and this is like honestly, like from the bottom of my heart, I feel like he's like to the point where he can like change his viewpoint, where he's at right now, as far as like Zionism goes and everything, because he's changed a lot since what I've seen like from a year or two ago, like I said. So yeah, he's definitely like, it feels like he's changed a lot. He's much more critical of them. He's much more, more what's the word, like questionable about them. He questions them a lot more nowadays. And yeah, I feel like he's at the point where he's kind of ready to like question them. He doesn't believe a lot of the quote unquote neo-Nazi points. He thinks that, like, he doesn't think that I'm a neo-Nazi. Obviously I'm not, and I'll say that I'm not, for sure I'm not. Obviously I'm not even white, so I'm not a neo-Nazi, but yeah, I feel like he's definitely like, he doesn't like use those talking points anymore or anything like that. And he's to the point where he's like, yeah, like in the room he was like, yeah, they don't like you to criticize them at all, and anything that you say about them is like anti-Semitism. It's fucking stupid. And I'm like, fucking for real, like it's about time that you fucking realize that shit, that's a fucking like trick that a lot of Zionists use, the trick of like anti-Semitism. They'll say it's anti-Semitic to be against Zionism, but it's not. And a lot of Zionists on this app like to say that, oh, it's anti-Semitic to say that Jews shouldn't like live in their home countries. That's not fucking anti-Semitic. It's fucking normal to believe that Palestinians who fucking lived in that land for millions of fucking years should be able to fucking live in their fucking own fucking, their own countries. It's fucked up that these people think that they think that Palestinians should live in their own homes, especially when Palestinians will take DNA tests. They'll take DNA tests, especially Palestinian Christians. They'll take DNA tests and they'll find that they're 90% ethnically, tied to the land. And then these fucking Zionists, and I'm not going to say that Zionists, like Jewish people, are not tied to the land. They are. But the thing is, they're only partially tied to the land. They have a lot of European DNA in them. You're not fully, you can't sit up here as someone who's half tied to the land. You're a Jewish person, you're fucking half tied to the land. You can't say that you're more ethnically, tied to the land than someone who's like almost fully tied to the land, or even a Palestinian who's half tied to the land. So if you're like half Egyptian, you're half Palestinian, whatever, you take a DNA test, because a lot of Palestinians will take DNA tests and they'll find that they're like, they'll find that they're like half Egyptian, or
so that
not a target. Because
this is Clown House. This is candidate Congressman Kitover. I'm here with Norman Green. Norman, we're listening to Amir's Room on Clubhouse, which I have reported to the FBI and other U.S. national intelligence as being a Clubhouse potential terrorist, definitely a terrorist supporter, and a terrorist promoter. What do you think about these toxic Clubhouse rooms?
With their depravity and open criminality, and I was in this very room earlier in the evening where they were sex trafficking openly.
Indigenous to the land.
International sex trafficking crimes in Dubai and Switzerland. I was shocked under assumed names, but the whole room was laughing about it. I think that should be in the title and in the FBI reports.
All right, well, I'm notifying Clubhouse again, and then we will listen in and live stream them into this room through Anonymous, and we will report them to the authorities, because what they're really doing is ridiculous. It's full of hate speech. It's nothing but terrorists promoting, terrorists supporting, And, you know, I'm all for freedom of speech, but I think that, you know, documenting this is important. And the fact that it causes Amir pain to know that he's being recorded and he lashes out at me and says, F you, you know, Kitover, F you, F you, F you know, I think it's a worthy activity to shed light on this. You know, I'm not physically afraid, but I think, you know, he should be recorded and reported. That's just my belief. So let me jump back in anonymous, and you will listen to what they're discussing. This is called Gaza Under Israeli Boots, Liberation or Colonialism in Amir's House. Here we go.
Is half Jewish, and she could, if she wanted
This is somebody named Felicity, 777, Felicity Far Right.
Easily, because her father is Jewish, and that's all it takes. All it takes is that you have one Jewish grandparent. That's what the law is in Israel. One Jewish grandparent. They have a law where it says, oh, one Jewish
We
grandparent.
also have somebody in the John Kitover podcast live on Clubhouse called J-Lo or Tatiana89.
You can just like easily, doesn't matter, like easily just move to Israel as like if you want to. But it's so ridiculous, and I would never in a million fucking years encourage her to fucking move to that country, especially because they require people to, you know, do at least like, I think it's like 2 years of military service in Israel or something like that. So it's like, it's ridiculous. So it's like the fact that she could just like move to Israel as an American who's not even like tied to the land like that, just because her dad is a fucking Jew, you know, just is a Jew. It's stupid. It's ridiculous. Like, it is. I'm sorry, it's ridiculous. Like, I don't think they should just be allowed to just take people from the fucking land who are like indigenous from the land, you know, just because, oh, you're a Jew, and that means because there's a hierarchy in Israel where a Jew is above a Christian or a Muslim. That's fucking ridiculous.
Hey, Amir the car man.
What's up, Reverend? How you doing?
What's up? What's up? I ain't heard from you all day.
Same old. Just listening to Felicity, and then we had other people come through, and they said some things about Afghanistan, India, and you know. We were talking about what's happening in. They're fighting against each other. Even the Zionists are arguing on this app, like the Israelis.
Yeah, and the last thing I'm gonna say is like, you know, I kind of lost my train of thought, but damn, I lost my train of thought. Shit, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Has there been any latest any new updates in
This is Reverend.
from BB's camp, Amir?
Also want to pipe in Pepe's White America here in Clown House.
Oh yeah, in person things are very different, aren't they?
So why would you say you would embarrass me? You don't know me in person.
All right, we're gonna go back to
that. If we're going to occupy it, they would have to look after the medical services. They have to look after the aid. They have to look after every little thing.
All right, we got Scotty coming up. He wants to say something. What's up, Scotty?
Like you know, there's a Israeli in here. He said that who's going to govern Gaza, who's going to do this, and it's a mess. It's a shit show.
But so out and said that he was not looking to occupy Gaza, even though remember I played you the clip where he said that that's not his mission.
Did you not see? Did you not listen to his statement? That's what he said. He turned around and he said, "We're gonna help Palestinians by taking over the land." His intention is not that to occupy, but if you look at the whole thing, he is going to occupy it.
Oh, he is, but he's just not saying it. He's saying it in a cold manner.
Yeah, he's saying it. He's trying to be slick with his words.
There's a big thunderstorm.
Only time will tell. I guess I'm trying to hold out hope. You know.
It's fucked up at the end of the day, especially like they did like a study where they showed like how do Jews in Israel who are like ethnically Jewish, as in like because it's like a matrilineal religion where they go by the mother's religion. So whatever you are is what whatever your mother is what you technically are. So they did a study and it was like most Jews, I think it was like 70% or like 75% of them, Israeli Jews, believe that if your mother's not a Jew, that you're not a Jew and you don't like deserve the same rights or whatever. I think that's like pretty fucked up, honestly. And the fact that in Israel intermarriage is like illegal, I think that's also pretty fucked up because it's like kind of racist. Like if you think about it, if they did that shit in Europe, like where it was like, oh, if your parent is not a white person, you're not allowed to be with another white person. You're not allowed to be with a white European if you're not a white European. That would be pretty fucked up. But Israel is like the only country in the world that I know of that's allowed to just have these laws into place where it's like, oh well, if you're not this or that, you're not allowed to get married if you're not a Jew. You're not allowed to.
No, then. Because basically there was suspicion going on. That's why.
What are you talking about?
There was suspicion going on in the sense of money in the accounts and all that kind of stuff. That's why. So it led to something that led.
I was like, I don't need 7 jeans anymore because everybody caught on.
Like, agree with that shit. How anyone could say, oh, that's just okay.
So we got Black Girl in the audience here in Clown House and Amir Clubhouse
so
terrorist promoter. Call FBI room. We're still listening to Felicity go on, and now Amir is back.
Have you ever talked to a normal Felicity?
You said a what?
El Normal.
El Normal.
Normal, like a normal person?
El Normal, you know the norm?
Oh, El Normo. Oh my God. Oh my God. I've never spoken to him like directly, but he's a fucking retard. He's a retard.
Assalamu alaikum.
He's a dumbass.
El
And I don't
Normo.
like have anything against
She's
anyone's
giving you a
religion or
1-star
whatever.
review on YouTube.
I don't even have. I don't have
on
against
YouTube
anything
Google
against
reviews right now, El Normo.
Jewish people or Muslim people who follow like their religion or whatever.
She's
I know
not.
I said like
She's
in the
not
comments,
satisfied
I was,
with
like,
your
saying something
services,
fucked
El
up,
Normo.
I was low key trolling, but no, I don't have anything against anyone because one of my best friends was a Turkish Muslim man, and he was very kind to me. I'm not gonna like go into everything about him or whatever or about myself. But I will say there was a point in my life where I didn't have anywhere else to go. I was really young. I was a teenager, and he opened his home up to me, and he was very kind to me, and he told me that this is a Muslim
So we
household.
had this person named Lozan in the Amir Terrorist Clubhouse promoter call FBI room, and Lozan jumped back into the Amir room where Lozan, Auntie Lozan, Sarah Adweller with 2 L's, Mayumi said, shine your light on the world.
And he was really kind to me.
That's the profile. Lozan.
And so I kind of and that was when I was a teenager. So I kind of I've never been,
There's
against,
also
like,
Fawad
Muslim
and
people
Ace
or
that are
whatever.
modded in the
And I
room.
think that
Fawad
you
is
can be a Muslim
Amir
person, be a very generous
699-102.
and kind person. So,
There's a couple Islamic houses. One is called Soldiers of Islam with 17.4 thousand members,
you're a bad
and
person,
then
you're a bad
Islamic
person,
with
and,
12.8 thousand members.
From my beliefs, I believe that, there are certain Muslim people who can be bad, who do, commit
Then we have Ace,
violent acts,
who is
like,
Alien
honor killings and
Ace,
stuff like that, but I don't think that
friends with
represents
Bima
Islam,
in White
as a
America,
whole.
in Politically Correct, in
You know?
Amir's News, Intellectuals. Recent survey answers is who's to be blamed for potential civil unrest? Zionists, of course. How will Netanyahu go? Lie himself to death.
Shit on this app, right? got the FBI to pull up in front of my property, because he's pissed off for me running these spaces every day. And this is the big problem with Abnormal. He just doesn't respect for people. No respect, no shame. But then, something crazy happened, a couple days ago. You have the, and he was giving me threats of all types of shit, whatever. But if you look in the chat, I believe Shuki posted a link. He's asking women, for nude photos and videos. So we have people like them that creep on this app, and then, he wants to go around, dox people, and give threats. So just be careful, Felicity. Abnormal is into doxing a lot of people, and
I'll definitely be careful because, like I said, I haven't been on this app for like many months. Like it's been like, I'm pretty sure it's been like over a year since I've been on this app. This is like, I kind of just started getting on this app again, maybe like 3 or 4 days ago was my first time on this app once again. But I do know that when I was on this app about a year or two ago, there were a lot of Zionists on this app who were like trying to dox me. They were like threatening me. They were like, oh, I'm going to figure out where you live. You're never going to work anywhere. You're going to work at McDonald's for the rest of your life and stuff, shit like that. Very fucked up shit just because I wasn't agreeing with what they were saying. It was really fucked up. And I believe what they say because, there's like, for instance, there's a Twitter account. You can look this up. The name of this Twitter account is called Stop Anti-Semitism. And this Twitter account, they just dox people. There was a woman. So this girl, she was in college. She was probably only like 18, 19, 20 years old. And she just slapped the hand. Like, so she was like, she came into contact with this Jewish guy who was wearing an IDF shirt. And she was like, fuck Israel. And she just like slapped his phone out of his hand. And then she ended up getting investigated by the Attorney General of the United States because of what she did. And it's like, that shit is so fucked up that we can't even criticize a foreign country. It's not even about if it's Israel or not. Like, it could be Russia.
I would say a little over 80, probably, because the major concentration of the population is on Java Island, and then there's some other islands that have, Christian
beach. So we can say whatever the fuck we want to say. And the fact that this girl who's in college got suspended, and I don't know, I'm not sure if she got expelled or not, but you can look her up. Like I said, the account on the Twitter is called Stop Anti-Semitism. They doxed her, and they not only did they dox her, but they doxed her mom, they doxed her dad. They're like, oh, this is where her mom lives, blah blah blah, this is the name of her mom, blah blah blah. And it's like, it's so fucked up. It's like, dude, come on. Like, that.
Smoke a cigarette.
So you vibe whoever you want to vibe with. That's it.
Talk to him.
Period. Don't listen to this bullshit.
Cause FD and G is coming.
Some people need to get out of Wakanda.
I'm gonna drag his ass next time.
Living single.
I'm gonna drag him every time I see him.
Yeah, that's exactly what he act like. I mean, but he really think he the dude that he got on his
the PTR.
His PTR, but he's not. He's Cal. And Cal is gay in real life.
And there you go.
There you go. And nothing wrong with being gay. I'm gay, but so it's not wrong. But just like stop.
Getting back and forth with him.
He's a Zionist.
Is he like Black Rabbi? Is he like of that ilk of his?
So he has served in the military. I think he's PTSD. He's suffering from PTSD. His understanding is, I found out through Zach that comes in here sometimes. He's back in the audience. His understanding is that whatever we say here in public, we should be able to say it on YouTube. You see what I'm saying? That's what he claims. That's why he goes from room to room to record conversations, right? Even though this new feature that they came out with, this plus thing, it's garbage, it's shitty. At least the leader of the room that opened up, they should have the ability to kick out an anonymous account without knowing the person. Just remove out of the room. And that's the part I just don't get. I mean, we don't want anonymous accounts because they could be spying, recording, doing a whole bunch of shit. I think what Clubhouse did is because to create more drama. And this does create more drama. You see what I'm saying? Here we are talking about it. You see what I'm saying?
And I want everyone to know. I want everyone to know, especially like whoever the fuck is recording. I don't give a fuck. I want everyone to know, just so you know, my Jewish baby daddy, he does not fucking support Israel either. So fuck you. He doesn't support them fucking either. So
he's a self-hating Jew.
Yeah. In some ways, I'm not gonna say he's self-hating, but I'll say that he is very critical of his own people, which is like valid. You can be critical of your own people. I can be critical of my people. Anyone can be critical of their people. A white person can be critical of their people. So I think it's really stupid to assume that you just cannot be critical of your own people. Like anyone can have a critique about their own people, but for some reason these Zionists believe that you just should not be able to critique your own people, which is ridiculous.
Well, you know how we feel about critiquing Israel. It's really just kind of a taboo thing to do in our society. I was just checking out the Stop Anti-Semite on Twitter, and I came across this guy from Manhattan Beach, Douglas Eli Mann, realtor, Igor. He claims Israel did 9/11, calls Zionists Nazis, accuses Jews of stealing Palestinian organs. Which is true. I just don't get it, bro. What is wrong with that? I told you should stop calling them Nazis. Stop calling us Nazis. Nazis don't like us. Yep, I should call you guys. It's like calling Americans Iraqis or Iraqis Americans. It doesn't make sense. I should call you guys terrorists. Ah, jeez, that's a lot better. He's a terrorist. I mean, that's true in the Middle East, right? If you even at ChatGPT, the first terrorist attack was just like Felicity said earlier. I looked it up, I think, a couple of weeks ago. The first terrorist attack was done by a Jewish militia and British men in Palestine. And it is disturbing now. How could your people do this to the Palestinian men or to the British? They sold us the land, we bought the land, and then they didn't respect the sale. It was only 6.6% of the land that you bought.
They were basically, it's kind of crazy when you look at actual history because, you know, history is written by the victors. Everyone should know that. History, you look into the history books, you cannot actually trust the history books because history is written by the victors. At the end of the day, like, it's written by the victors. So when you look at, like, Palestine and everything, you know, associated with it, the British people, they were literally basically like forced into giving Palestine to Israelis because the Israelis were literally committing terrorist acts against against British people. So it was like to the point where, like, if you're not aware of like the history and everything, the British people were like, fuck it, we're gonna just here's Palestine, you can have it. Turn it into Israel. Like, go ahead, have it. Because y'all keep killing our people. We were occupying Palestine. We were colonizers, and that's what the British people do. They colonize. They colonize so many countries. They colonize India. They colonize so many parts of Asia, you know. They colonize parts of Africa. And it was like, they were like, okay, fuck it. Take Palestine. Here you go, Israelis. Take Palestine. Just stop fucking killing us. Stop killing us. Stop committing these fucking terrorist acts against us. Don't bomb the King David Hotel. That's what they fucking did. They Bomb the King David Hotel. Stop bombing us. Stop committing these terrorist acts.
I have a question for you, Felicity. From what site do you obtain all this Hamas propaganda from?
That's hilarious. No, it's funny because they call everything Hamas.
Serious question. What are your sources?
That's hilarious.
What are your sources?
We got Al. I got some good news for you. So there's this person in Utah. He refused to serve Zionists at his Utah bar. Owner Michael Valentine, right, announces on social media he's shutting down because they've been harassing him, right, because of this anti-Semitism bullshit, right, and they attacked him on the stop anti-Semitism. Can you believe it? He did not want to serve any Zionists.
Of course, anti-Semitism is skyrocketing all over the world.
Yeah,
everyone hates us.
2.2 million views on that fucking post that they did. Stop anti-Semites. I wonder if my name's on there. Fawad Jalani. Did you really change your name, Abu? Did you really change your name? Is that free? It probably is. Oh my God. He changed his name to something else now. Al, what do you think about the brother that's sitting in the audience? Read his name. What do you think about his name? Al?
His name exactly?
Just go scroll down in the House members. Click on Abu and just read the full name to the room. What is his full name and what does it represent?
I don't even know how to do all this stuff on the House you're trying to get me to do.
No, just scroll down. Scroll down under, you see the little, it says Abu. Abu is in the room.
Oh, he's in the room. Abu, okay, it is Abu.
Click on Abu, read his full name.
Obeida?
Yeah, what does he represent?
Spokesman of Hamas.
Oh my God.
An international terrorist organization and a proxy of Iran.
There's no proxy. Where's the connection? Can you show me statements of the Iran funding Hamas?
Yair Sinwar said that he got briefcases of cash from Soleimani to build a tunnel.
Yeah, but that was from Qatar, and Netanyahu allowed the funding.
As IRGC, it's an extension of the IRGC. The IRGC is a state sponsor of terror, according to the U.S. Department of State.
Yeah, but the U.S. lies all the time.
They're not lying.
Yeah, but then why was Netanyahu given the permission to allow the funding in the hands of Hamas?
We've gone over this every day, multiple times a day. There was another terrorist organization called the PLO, which needed to be subdued. And so, Netanyahu gave money to Hamas to subdue a different terrorist organization.
So what about
a little bit too big.
Yeah, but what about the money? So money came in, according to Ehud Barak, is $1.4 billion. That's a hefty amount. And, Shin Bet gave alerted Netanyahu not to fund Hamas. If you do that, it's going to be used for military wing, not for political wing, right? So why did he keep funding? I mean, you support a terrorist, right? You become one. So he's a terrorist. Isn't Netanyahu a terrorist?
And yeah, Mrs. Honest Jew was bothering and distracting you while you were talking there. But I stand by my claim. Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis are all terrorist organizations and proxies of Iran, and they're all just there to bother us.
But Hezbollah was created. Why was it created, though?
It was created to hate Jews.
It was created to fight off the, Israelis in Lebanon because you guys took over Lebanon.
Look, the only reason they wanted to fight against us is because we're Jews. If we were Arabs, Hezbollah never wouldn't have formed. They would have accepted our rulership. They have no problem being ruled by Arabs. They just don't like being ruled by Jews.
I think you're mistaken.
You know what the crazy thing is, though? Netanyahu, he's a fucking terrorist because he convinced the United States to go to war against Iraq, Syria, Libya, so many of these countries. You can find clips of Netanyahu back in the 90s, in the late 80s and stuff like that, just like trying to convince like Americans, like I'm sure he went to like, it looked like it was like some sort of like public thing. So I think it was like Congress or something like that. He convinced us to like go to war with all these countries in the Middle East.
You're lacking
He's
context.
such a fucking terrorist.
Listen, sweetie. Do you know what all those countries you name?
Why would you call her sweetie? Why, bro? Why?
Because I can. Do you know what all those countries you name have in common?
because you're a Zionist. That's why I get you there. but listen, are you okay with him calling you sweetie?
I'm okay with it because I think he's trolling.
Listen, all those countries you listed, they have one thing in common. They all supported so-called Palestine. And
Nobody gets that.
Holy shit. That's so cheap. It was $10 each.
Our tire.
Since 65.
Okay, you looked it up. Okay, Dayton tires. Let's talk about Roger. What Roger do? Didn't we create a whole genre?
No.
Hold on. You niggas from Cali wouldn't be shit without Dayton niggas.
You said
Let's get to that. Funk, nigga. You wouldn't have.
Okay, who came
a
from
lot
Dayton?
of you niggas. Who came from Dayton? Roger Troutman, Boosie Cali, Ohio players. I mean, the list goes on and on. Can I know what? What's up, huh? Are you drunk?
They was out here before that.
Are you drunk? Let's
they left before it was broke.
Nah, what? They got
no, sir.
Okay. He just nigga 65. You know the hit.
No, sir.
Break it down.
No.
Break it down, huh? Break it down. What happened? What happened after 65?
Who came out of Dayton?
I just told you, and you know. Stop playing like you don't fucking know, nigga.
Y'all industry went straight down.
We created a whole genre of music, nigga. Funk, nigga. You niggas wouldn't know. The East Coast niggas Snoop wouldn't be Snoop if it wasn't for the Dayton niggas.
That's West Coast.
Y'all, the West Coast wouldn't be shit if it wasn't for Midwest niggas.
Did you say Rick James?
Because they were scared. Because they were like,
lot of the LGBTQ.
No, just the T. Just the T. Like gays can serve.
Well, I mean, you're separate. Well, right. To you, you think that he's gone along with it, but the reality, and this is what I brought up about the LGBTQ, which was when that Obergefell decision came or was released from the U.S. or from the Supreme Court, the transgenders were saying that it was a win for them.
They were
because of gender identity.
Yeah.
So there is so in my eyes there is no separation because you can't have one without the other because that's how that's how they got the positioning.
Quite literally, Trump's executive orders exclusively barring trans people from the military and not gay people or lesbian people or even bisexual people from the military contradicts what you just said.
Well, I mean that's one executive order. I'm not saying that he wrote an executive order specifically against gay marriage, but
he explicitly supported gays in the military. But let's not mince words. Trump supports that shit.
Well, again, it's just like when people think that just because what's the guy's name he was the ambassador for Germany. I can't remember what his name is, but he was an openly gay man, and he was in his cabinet. So, but again, that is not the same as writing an executive order or doing some policy from the White House that massively changes.
Why didn't Trump issue an executive order that barred gays from the military? And then if he doesn't support it,
he probably didn't even get around to it. He didn't get around to a lot.
Didn't get around to it.
No, he probably didn't get around to it. So, I mean, like I said, there are certain things that are higher priority than others. Transgenders took on a higher priority.
Why? According to you,
I'll tell you why.
You can't separate one from the other. So why wouldn't he prioritize them together?
Well, no. Well, again, it starts with one thing and then it goes into another. But I
can't separate them according to you. So if he had enough time to sit down and draft an executive order. He didn't draft any of them, by the way. He just signed them. But if he had time to have an executive order that addresses trans people, why wouldn't he have executive orders that bans gay people from the military? If you can't separate one from the other, that's what you said.
Because everything doesn't have to go in one executive order. He could have done it in other executive orders. But
why didn't he at all? He's done hundreds of executive orders already, and he has not one time attempted to ban gays from the military. Not even once. He didn't campaign on it.
Transgenders, I'll tell you why. Because transgenders became a larger issue or problem right around, I forget which specific year it was. But
Bergefell was 2015, in case that matters.
Well, again, nobody thought that transgenders was getting ready to explode inside the school districts. They didn't see that coming.
What the hell does that
a lot of us didn't know that was coming.
Wait a minute. Why did you go to the schools? We're talking about the military. Why did you do that?
Yeah, right. We're talking about the military, but again, all we're doing is having a conversation about it. That's all. I'm just simply saying, just because Trump did not write it in an executive order doesn't mean that wasn't on his radar.
But Trump supports gays in the military and doesn't seem to have a problem with gay marriage either. So I don't know, bro. Like
I said, there's
how is Trump not liberal by your standards if he supports this?
I just told you, there's a difference between what he says in front of the camera versus what's in an executive order proclamation.
Okay, what do you think my position is on gay marriage?
What do I think? What your position is?
Yes. What do you think my position on gay marriage?
I don't think that we specifically discussed this, but I would think you support it.
I do. I have the same position Trump does. So how come he's not a liberal, but I am a liberal according to you?
Because I've had conversations with you about a whole bunch of stuff. So I haven't had a conversation.
You said I was liberal because I don't think the 2020 election was stolen. I don't think that's really that
immigration.
Okay, I don't, but I'm not.
They don't want to produce spread the hate. They're selling it in high prices. Like 1 kilogram of sugar when I was there, it was a year and something ago, cost 90 shekels. It's like 20 something bucks, US dollars, for 1 kilo of sugar. I don't know what's the prices today. They are taking everything, selling it in the high prices. Now they have money to bring more terrorists that don't have people how to feed their families, so they say, okay, I will join Hamas, I will get paycheck, my family will have something to eat, and they are still, the wheel is turning and turning. This is the way Hamas still in control, in power.
And no one thinks to talk about it. Like the newspapers will report like the prices, but they will not stop and ask like, why the fuck are they even paying 1 shekel? They're getting this aid for free for the last 12 months.
For free for the people.
Exactly.
We don't care. Take care of everything.
The way we post the prices, they don't ask like how come there are even prices? Why there is even a market opening in restaurants? And who's benefiting from this?
The
That's it, bro. That's a little bit longer, but this was them yesterday crying in a room. I mean, I told you to come join us, but you missed it, bro. They were all crying in a room, man.
Yep, I actually talked to Eagle earlier, and I told Eagle, I said, yeah, because Eagle and Amos, they're sort of like arguing. That's what I came to find out, that they were arguing over the, what are we gonna do in Gaza? What government is gonna be, and how it's gonna work out, and they are kind of like worried about it. So I don't know what's gonna happen, right? In relate to this whole situation, how they're gonna occupy it, because they have their families that have to serve in the military and whatnot, and they do not want to serve in the military. So I don't know what will happen, man.
Actually, yesterday they were all cussing Amos out because he's saying that they lost, and for them they think that they won. So they actually.
Well, maybe if you hit her up in Chinese, it's like you get a step up, kind of.
Wow.
Track for that, his whole family. I mean, it's crazy, but so he will be the wealthiest man. He will,
I know my fellow Jews' voices like I know my own voice.
Well, like yesterday they were sitting in the room and they're just crying. They're like, why is this happening to us? Like, now we're isolated. The whole world is against us. Motherfucker, if the whole world is against you, like, how the fuck can you even ask the question, why is the world against us?
Yeah, exactly. It's stupid. It's like, it's not even just because you're fucking committing a fucking genocide against people and you're starving them out and you're like starving children and women out, which is fucked up. Like, it's not enough that you're literally committing a genocide. You're starving these people out, and the whole world understands that you're starving these people out. Literally, no one fucks with you. No one fucks with you because you're fucking starving kids and women, and even men. Like, you're starving these people out, but that's not enough. It's also the fact that people understand that you're also controlling our politicians in the U.S. through blackmail. The AIPAC is literally controlling our politicians. You have like people who are on the Epstein list, and they are being blackmailed. They know that they can't say anything against Israel. They can only blindly support them because Israel has all this blackmail on them, and or they're being paid off through thousands of dollars or millions of dollars, depending on who you are. You're being, you have thousands or millions of dollars being funded towards your campaign. So it's ridiculous.
I think it's money. Thing is, there's always going to be a higher bidder. Think about the money the Saudis have. If it was being bought, anybody can buy you. Money's not the issue. I think it's blackmail material. I think it's very, very sensitive information. If it comes out, you're done for. It's something much deeper than money. 100%.
Very, very likely. I agree. Very, very likely. But it's also the money that they get because a lot of these politicians are just... The thing is, and I forgot what his name was, but there's a congressman. I think his name is Thomas Massey, I think was his name. He's a U.S. congressman, and he says he's one of the few people in Congress who's not funded by AIPAC. And AIPAC is the American Israeli...
Fuck you motherfucker. I won't go to... What are you talking about? Amos is so nice. תתבייש לך.
Who is this? What is going on?
Guys, I have to go. Been nice talking to you. I have to go take care.
Yeah, that was it.
So how do you know a Zionist is lying? We never lie.
But no, like I was saying, yeah, it's for sure. I think that for sure it's like some Epstein type stuff.
Two people talking at the same time. I can't hear what she's saying about the congressman.
Do you know how you know they're lying?
What happened to the congressman?
No, I was just saying that in Congress. So I was just saying that in Congress, there was a congressman, his name is, I believe, Thomas Massey, and he said that he's a congressman, he's a Republican, and he said that in Congress, everyone has an APAC man, basically. Pretty much almost all Congress people have an APAC man. And their APAC man is someone who basically, they're like a dual citizen, they work for Israel, and they kind of like instruct you on what you can and cannot say. And so they basically, they fund, like, they give money to people in Congress, but depending on who you are, if you're of a higher status, they'll give you more money. If you're of a lower status, they'll give you a little bit less money. But if you're someone like Biden or something like that, they'll give you a lot more. They'll give you like millions of dollars in funding and stuff like that. But I do believe what Ace was saying. I do believe that it goes farther than just the APAC stuff. It's also about black.
I heard there was something strange about the
definitely
source.
black.
I heard there's something strange about the source of the APAC funding. That it's actually the federal government that funds it, but not directly. They fund it through the businesses that contribute to APAC, but they give them federal contracts. Like they give them like billions in federal government contracts. Companies that are able to contribute. They were saying that before you started talking.
I don't think so.
Except when I was talking. I do.
Yeah, well.
But I'm fully prepared for it to not be true. What? I mean, I don't think it's a bad strategy. If it is, I actually think it's quite brilliant. I mean, if you think about it.
What, to blackmail people?
No.
His shirt is soaking wet. So he got 2 more pounds from the sweat. He 116.
Hey, bring him into the
was the 1996 immigration bill, which gave us 11 million people deported using expedited removals. Obama's numbers don't even begin to compare, and you're sitting here talking like in this modern day terms and don't even know where it goes back to.
Yes, I do. The program itself, because all you have to do is go back to his term, because that's when the program started. It started in 2012. That's when it started, and this estimates since from 2012 up to 2020. But again, Biden continued DACA once he was elected. So now I got to check and see how many people did Biden add since 2020. So let me check.
Biden also did expedited removals of 3.3 million without due process. Now nobody talks about that. You don't believe the number?
Are you asserting that Joe Biden was deporting people?
Literally he was by the
Look into expedited removals.
Literally.
3.3 million.
That is. But you see now. You see what I'm talking about, Jason? You see what I'm saying?
He's right, though.
Dude, I know the facts, bro.
They will. Right. If they're told.
Just because you laugh at it doesn't make it wrong.
If they're hold on, Jason. If they're told something, no matter how ridiculous it sounds,
dude, you can get the numbers. You can get the deportation numbers from the media,
because the media said it.
The government reports these numbers. You can go to the Department of Homeland Security and get these numbers. It's not difficult. Like, why are you acting like these numbers aren't on the government websites?
Because he's going to fit his narrative. Now, if you want to make the argument it doesn't count the 3.3 that he removed by expedited removal only, there's another 1.1 million that he removed by formal. If you want to say they don't count because he opened the border and 20 million or whatever ridiculous number you're going to come up with, that overshadows it, then make that argument, but make it articulate and don't deny the fact that he removed over 4 million people.
Okay.
These are facts, Christian.
Okay, so the estimated dreamer population.
And let me just be clear. Trump can't even hold a candle to what the Democrats have done in deportation. He's a wimp when it comes to that.
Can I hear what Christian has to say? Plus 535 plus 1.1. So 4 point. So basically like 5 million people. basically.
What's your
Obama,
source?
yeah.
Immigrationforum.org, Pew Research, yeah. So,
sorry, Pew Research or
PewResearch.org and then immigrationforum.org.
Okay, which one is your source?
Both.
Okay, can you put them in the chat, please? So
yeah.
That'd be great.
Sorry, what was the? Okay, so it's 5 billion were dreamers.
535 are DACA, 3.4 are dreamers, and 1.1 are TPS.
And this is all under Obama.
Million with an M.
Yeah.
Not billion. What? We don't have.
Nobody said billion. I don't know where they came from.
Adam says that.
Then this is under Obama.
No, that's the total number.
Starting with Obama in 2012 into Biden because the policy was continued.
Yeah, but we're sticking to Obama here. Like, let's keep it focused.
No.
That's what you were claiming.
The policy started under Obama, and Obama instructed Biden to start it, and then when Biden got in, and then of course when Trump got into office, he started rolling back the policy. And the don't stop me here because I'm not done. Trump during his presidency went into the court, into the Ninth Circuit to stop DACA, and actually he went into the Fifth Circuit as well. And then of course you had Obama's administration parading around in their positions at public universities, filing lawsuits to stop Trump from reversing or rescinding the policy. So the policy was stuck in the courts for several years, and so finally once Biden took office, he just opened up the reins back up. So you have to start the policy at where Obama created it in 2012, and then continue it all the way on up until pretty much the 2025, where Trump had the ability to stop it.
Okay, so 5 million's the number, and Trump and Biden. Is that right?
No, Obama and Biden.
Obama and Biden, pardon me, is 5 million. And then what was the total deportations between Obama and Biden?
I mean, you're gonna have to say that. I mean, I don't believe any of those numbers. I don't cite that crap.
You don't believe.
So if we find Pew Research sourcing on the number of deportations.
By the way, you haven't provided the Pew.
Immigration form link is posted.
I know, but the Pew one, the Pew Research.
Wait, do we know who started Pew? I mean, you do know that the direction it leads, right?
Say that again.
You do know who funds Pew, right?
It doesn't matter who funds Pew. I just cited it as a source. That's all.
Okay. So do you think we could trust Heritage or AIC or ITEP? We shouldn't question where these people get their money from.
I don't even know what that has anything to do with the conversation. That's totally irrelevant.
I'm just saying, if you're going to quote Pew, shouldn't we know who funds them?
I mean, who cares at this point? That's totally irrelevant.
Do you know that Donald Trump offered DACA permanent status and a pathway to citizenship, and the Democrats?
Yes, he did. And the incompetent fools inside of the United States Congress balked at the idea.
It's a yes or no. So you claim that
obviously that's a yes. Obviously that's a yes.
Answer yes. I don't need to hear you ramble. So how do you claim that Trump is so
I can stop talking to you. If you're going to insult me, I can stop talking to you. I don't have to.
I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just saying let other people talk. Yes or no is yes or no, and then let somebody speak.
Don't tell me how to answer a question.
Okay.
All right, Christian, back to me. So it just seems like your judgment for whether or not a person is either a liberal or a rhino, which you said are basically equivalent to liberals, is basically if they deviate too far from what you think is true. That seems to be your criteria. And I'm wondering if you acknowledge the existence of moderates and independents at all.
Not in 2025. No.
Why not? What was the last year that there existed a liberal / moderate? Sorry, a moderate / independent.
I can say the same thing in 2020.
Okay, but what year was the last year that moderates existed, according to you? When did they go extinct?
I would say when Trump became a candidate, from that point on, the people who claim to be moderates were not moderates.
So what did they become? Liberals?
It depends on what their position was.
Okay. Well, like I thought Trump was a bowl of shit. I definitely wasn't voting for him in 2016.
Well, again, that's your opinion. That's what you think.
No, I know, but I'm saying, does that make me a liberal, or like can an independent not like Trump and not vote for Trump? Can a moderate? Go ahead.
It's possible for an independent not to like Trump and be a so-called moderate, but you're talking about, again, very a person could say that they're moderate, but they support abortion up to the moment of birth, and they support the position of the LGBTQ. So
I consider myself a moderate Republican.
So I mean, do you acknowledge Marshall? But again, that's a totally different discussion.
Wait, but do you acknowledge him as a moderate, or do you think he's something else?
Who do I acknowledge? Marshall. Who's the moderate?
Marshall.
I don't know all of Marshall's positions, but
you don't know all my positions, but you call me a liberal. Hold on, wait a minute. You don't know all my positions.
I've never had a discussion with Marshall on his position, so I don't know. I've talked to you about several positions.
That's true, but you don't know all my positions, so
I don't know all your positions, but I know at least more than 2 or 3.
Oh, I mean, not really, because like you named 3 and 2 of them were wrong.
No, they weren't.
You said I was for open borders. I'm not for open borders. That's a lie.
You're for modernizing more immigration. That is an open border.
No, I'm not for open borders. What is modernizing?
More immigration is a open border.
What do you mean more? What do you mean more immigration? What does that mean?
When we currently right now in the United States, we have 250 million people here, and then you have companies or W-2 employers that make the claim that there are not enough people.
Just to be clear, you're saying we have 250 million undocumented people in America?
I said we have 250 million people living in the United States. I did not say that they were undocumented.
Does he know what a quarter of a... never mind. Still not
I never said that they were undocumented. Matter of fact, I'm quoting what the Center for Immigration Studies has said, the director, the executive director. He said we have 250 million people living in the United States right now. We don't need any more immigration. We don't need any more. That's what he said.
We have more than that, though.
Also Stephen Miller, who's also said that no, we do not need any more immigration. All of the experts who claim all these things about the workforce and about the birth rate and about all this bull crap about how the United States is not going to survive and all this this nonsense about farming and trading. It's all bull crap.
Nonsense. Your argument is nonsense.
I don't care what you think. I'm not talking to you.
There's 340 million. You're quoting false numbers.
So back to Jason. So you have all these people that are on television repeating over and over about how the United States cannot survive without every other country and all of its resources and all of its additional people that it can add to our population. They continue to tell the public, the citizens of the United States, that if we cut off ourselves from the world, that the United States will end up in a depression and a recession. It is bull crap. It's nonsense. And then you have all the narratives about how we can't do the jobs that non-citizens currently have in information technology and farming and all of these other. It is bull crap. Absolutely bull crap.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
It isn't.
I mean, you can point to any job economy. Let's start with farming. What the hell do we have in Georgia, Alabama, Florida, Louisiana? You're telling me that those southern farmers in the southern part of the United States cannot take on what we need as far as farming? Get the frick out of here. And then I'm not even going to talk about all the other farmlands across the United States. Then when they start talking about the information technology, we don't have enough citizens.
The irony of what you're saying is all the places that you named.
Jobs. Well,
all the places that you named.
You're talking to a person who has worked. Wait, no. You're talking to a person.
I just want to point out an irony.
Hold on, 1 second. You're talking to a person who has worked in information technology since the year 2020. Not even before I got out of high school have I been competing against people outside the United States. At every single turn, in the public, in the private, for nonprofit organizations, small businesses, mom and pop shops, I have always competed against non-citizens, and there has always been black U.S. citizens, white U.S. citizens, Hispanic U.S. citizens, all that have the same skills that I've had while competing for these jobs. So it is I'm almost done. It is an absolute lie that we don't have enough people to do these jobs.
It's not that we don't have enough people. It's that there's a whole bunch of incentives for foreign-born workers with precarious immigration statuses to do those jobs for cheaper. That's the thing. That's why there's so many of them doing those jobs. And the irony is that a lot of the places that you named have a significant amount of foreign-born farm workers in their workforce, even in the South, ironically. And then you also left out a couple of places like California, where there's a lot of them. There's so many, and then Texas and Arizona.
I said I left out a whole bunch of places.
Okay, fair enough. But the only point I'm making is like
the South doesn't have as many non-citizen workers as
there's a significant. That's true, but there's a significant portion of the workforce, and it's not just agriculture either.
Okay, but some of our best farmers are in the South. So
that's fine. That's not in any way contradicting what I'm saying. But I guess I'm trying to point out to you is that it's not laughable. It's just factually true that a lot of the jobs that these foreign-born workers do, Americans do not want to do at that price point. That is a fact.
It's not true. It's not true.
It's 100% true.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
It is.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
And the government makes regulation, rules, and policy and taxes that ensure that the U.S. citizen, whether private U.S. citizen or business, small business, mom and pop shop corporation. They write policy to ensure that those businesses or citizens cannot expand. And then you add on the trade policy that devastates the U.S. economy, but it is only due to the politicians that are doing it or allowing it to happen.
I don't know what that means, but
it means that if you had actual politicians that were not doing some of the things that some of these people do to give up U.S. jobs or U.S. Wealth and income and resources, taking away the opportunity for a family to start a, let's just call it their own business and have generations and generations and generations that will be able to start a farming business and then continue it with the next person and the next person. That's the whole reason why so many families eventually end up being broken apart because of the lack of opportunity that there is to start a family business and then continue it through multiple generations. But it's only because of the taxes and rules and regulations that come raining down from the federal government and even the state government. That's the only reason that happens.
That's not true either.
Yes, it is. It's taxes. It's taxes and it's trade. Those are the main. Those are the main two things.
That's not true. You've been wrong for like 15 minutes straight now. It's like incredible. I'm actually impressed. Yeah, like you just been wrong about almost all your.
Like you said that I was wrong about the election and all those other things. And
yes, you were wrong. The 2020 election was not stolen. You were wrong. And then you said that Trump wouldn't win the 2024 election, and you were wrong again.
Well, again, I've already said that I was wrong about the 2024 elections. Somehow Trump figured out how to dig himself out of the hole that he was in those counties.
But Trump beat the deep state.
But in regards to 2020,
yeah,
hold on. I was told that there's going to be some things that come out about 2020. And when they come out, I'll come back up here and we'll talk about them.
Wait, when is that going to happen?
It's apparently going to happen while Trump is still in the White House. It's going to happen.
But that's anywhere between now and 2028.
Yeah, anywhere between now and then. Just like I told you about birthright citizenship. I told you that it was going to be overruled or overturned.
But it hasn't been overturned.
Trump, the Supreme Court gave Trump the ability to do the policy. So
it hasn't been adjudicated yet. So you're just wrong.
Wait. Hold on. They've allowed Trump to implement the policy. They're going back.
No, they haven't.
Yes, they have.
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 No, they haven't.
Okay, you can say it as much as you want to, but the Supreme Court is allowing.
They have not allowed Trump to.
They're allowing Trump to start the process, and while they go back to the court to rule on the merit, they're going to rule on the merit.
They have, but they haven't ruled on it.
I didn't say that they did. I said that the first case where the court ruled on it, they didn't rule on the merits, but they did say that the lawsuit challenging Trump on the basis, or basically trying to challenge his ability to do an executive order proclamation or executive action, that part Trump has won on. So they're going. So the other part of merits, the other part that is going to be ruled. The court has already said that Trump wins likely on it.
No,
but they're
you just making up.
You didn't read it. I read it. So when the case gets back into the court, he's gonna win. He's gonna win.
Well, if he hasn't won it yet, then you can't say he won it, bro. So I don't know why you keep.
He won the first phase of it.
That doesn't mean anything.
Of course, it doesn't mean anything to you. And what was the other thing that we were talking about that you were wrong about? There was one other thing.
You haven't named a single thing I was wrong about.
Yes, I did. The birthright citizenship case. That's number one. So.
But they haven't ruled in his favor, so I couldn't be wrong about that. And by the way, they're not going to rule in his favor. There's no way they're going to do that. So you're just wrong about that in general. But there's nothing that you can name that I was wrong about when it comes to you and me because I'm fact-based.
Well, yeah, sure you are, but you're wrong. No, it wasn't. Was it Obergefell and transgenders? I don't think it was Obergefell and transgenders. It was. I want to say it was one other thing besides this Trump v. Casa case. I can't remember what it was. Once I find it, I'll just send it to you later. Once I find it. But.
Hey, Christian, how many people are in this country again? Is that 250 million live in this country?
I quoted. I'm not even going to answer that. I'm not even going to answer you.
Just if you're going to point out wrong, maybe we got to do it across the board with things where there's actually
Well, I'd have to go to bed, so I have one little monkey wrench to throw into your Jason is a liberal stance.
How many people in the room think Jason's a liberal? Like, come on.
No. It doesn't matter. I want. This is between me and Christian. Just to be clear. So, what if I told you I voted for Trump in 2020? Would that still make me a liberal?
I mean, just because you voted for Trump in 2020, I mean, that doesn't mean anything. Did you vote for him in 2024?
Of course not, but I voted for him in 2020.
Okay then.
Wait, but I voted for him in 2020, so does that make me a liberal or...
Like I said, just because you cast a ballot for a certain person, that doesn't make you all of a sudden MAGA. There's a lot of people who flip-flop back and forth between parties and candidates and political action committees and all kinds of stuff.
What kind of liberal votes for Trump?
There's a whole. You have a whole libertarian party that has
not a libertarian either.
So I mean, it's not that far fetched. That's not even.
A libertarian is basically just a Republican. Like what are we talking about?
There's left-leaning libertarians, but what's weird is that you're trying to. Like, what kind of liberal votes for Trump?
There's a lot of liberals that have voted for Trump in
disaffected liberals.
2020.
Typically, when they do that, they're no longer liberals.
No, it's not.
There's not a lot of liberals who voted for Trump and then stayed liberals. Like, that's actually not.
There's a lot of people that do that.
Like who?
You honestly believe that the supporters of Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. changed their party affiliation to Republican after voting for Trump in the 2024 election?
Not that many of their previous voters or supporters voted for them.
Well, it was a significant number of people.
Okay, how many?
I don't know what the percentages are, but it was.
Why do you know it's significant if you don't know what it is?
Because if you, I've looked at some of the data out of some of the counties.
How come you don't know what it is?
Because you're talking about a very odd number that I would remember off the top of my head. Why would I remember?
What about some ballpark? Like in what range?
I don't know what the range is. I would have to go back and look at the numbers. We're talking about multiple counties. I was looking at Wayne County, Fulton County, all the battlegrounds. Philadelphia County, Milwaukee County, the Clark County. I was looking at those.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know, bro. I'm entertained by the fact that you think I'm a liberal, because none of the liberals on this app agree with you at all.
Of course they don't. What do you think they're gonna say?
I mean, they usually call me like MAGA or something, which I think is equally funny.
Not even close.
You don't think I can make it as a MAGA person?
No.
I'm not MAGA material, do you?
Nope.
Why not? Why can't I
be MAGA? We already proved that.
Why can't I make it as a MAGA person, bro? You don't think I have the chops?
Because a vast majority of people who consider themselves to be MAGA don't want more immigration.
What do you mean more immigration? Trump even says he wants immigration. Is he?
Okay. Well, he's wrong when he says it.
So if he's wrong, hold up. Didn't you follow it, or didn't you vote for him?
Yeah. So I mean, again, when Trump says that the country is a democracy, he's wrong. So it's no different than him saying that we need more immigration. No, he's wrong, and much of the base has pushed back and forced him to.
Okay, this is my last question.
To change what he was planning to do on H-1B visas.
Was Trump wrong to not release the Epstein files? I'm just curious.
I don't care about the Epstein.
You don't care about the Epstein files?
Yeah. Oh.
Hold on. So why don't you care about it?
You don't care about the Epstein files, cuz?
Who cares? I mean,
Wasn't that what Mac was also running on?
I could name 20 issues right now more important than some stupid Epstein files. And I could probably I could probably name 20 issues going on in the criminal justice system that are more important than Epstein.
Was a child sex trafficking?
I don't care. There are more important people than Epstein.
Hold up. You don't care, right? But that's what MAGA was also running on. They were saying
there's a small selection of people that have sat around for the last 10 years obsessing over things on 4chan boards and all this other bull crap.
We're not talking about 4chan board. Didn't Trump tell the Democrats to release the Epstein files?
I don't know, and I don't freaking care. It's not important.
Okay, but that's the president you voted for. Aren't you supposed to follow the president?
I don't. Anything that has to do with Epstein, I don't care. I freaking look the other way.
Okay, so what if Trump is on that list? Do you care then if he's on the list?
I don't care. I don't give a dog on
So you wouldn't care. So you wouldn't care if our president of the United States of America was out there on the island fucking little kids.
I don't care what anything has to do with that list or that name. I don't care. And I can, like I said, there are so many more.
How about this? What if Obama was on the list?
Epstein is not more important than anything else in this country. It isn't.
It's not just Epstein, though. It's a whole list of people. From probably Democrat to Republican. What are we talking about? You don't care. I care. I don't want a pedophile running the country. But hey, you don't care. That's just you. Republicans. Well, I can't even call you guys Republicans because now the Republicans have gone you guys have gone far left. You guys are snowflakes, essentially.
You found a way to shut him up.
I know, right? And what your name's Christian Lamar. AZ GOP Executive Committee. Yeah, I'm about to do some research into you now.
Oh, now I remember. So Jason, you were saying that there was no evidence that the 2020 that
I put it in the chat. There was no evidence
in the chat. So you were basically saying that that Arizona had no evidence of a stolen election, and the court and the Maricopa County settled in the court on 50,000 non-citizens who voted in the 2020 election, and they should not have been voting in the election. So that 50,000 passes the threshold, which was like 11,000 or 10,000 something votes that decided.
No, I just pointed out that the court case that you referred to didn't rule like that. It ruled the opposite. That was what I was pointing at.
They ruled what? They ruled what?
They ruled that was basically bullshit. You talking about the signature verification?
No. These were the people who were registered as non-citizens, and they were given they were given ballots when they should not have been given ballots because of the lack of document.
I didn't make a claim about non-citizens. We were talking about the signature verification.
We were broadly. You were saying you've been saying that there was no evidence that the 2020 election was stolen in Arizona. And we talked at length about the 2020 election in Arizona.
We didn't talk at length about. We didn't talk at length about undocumented people voting. We talked about the signature verification.
But again, even today, you said that there is no evidence that the 2020 election was stolen.
No, you're right. I stand by that, but we didn't talk at length about the thing you just said. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay. Well, even Maricopa County admitted that 50,000 people who submitted ballots in the 2020 election should not have submitted ballots because they never provided documentary proof of citizenship.
That's not what they said. That's not how.
You just put down what they said in the chat. You're lying, Christian.
That's not true.
Oh, you're lying.
So,
that's not what they said.
The Arizona Attorney General's office has to spend more than 10,000 hours investigating the allegation. Found no basis for claim of widespread fraud document released by the Attorney General's successor. Revealed that the office's own investigators included the election W.A.
Jason.
You're wrong, Christian. You're wrong.
You know what I'm talking about. Just be quiet, man.
No, I do know what I'm talking about.
No, you don't.
I just put up the fact.
You're talking about an Attorney General report that came well before this case that I'm talking about.
How about you cite the case?
We're talking about the 2020 election, right?
Jason, are you still there?
Hold on, Christian.
Are you still there? Jason doesn't want to talk to you because you're making yourself look like a...
Why don't you just cite the case you're talking about?
Yeah, I'm here, bro. I was doing something real quick.
Okay, so the point I'm making is, since we've been discussing this 2020 issue in Arizona, particularly in Maricopa County, and we have specifically talked about Maricopa County specifically, all the way down to...
Yeah, but we didn't talk about undocumented people voting. We talked about about the signature verification.
Correct. Even the signature verification issue, because you didn't know about that. And I had to tell you, and hold on.
I agree.
Okay then. So there have been times where I pointed out.
Hold on, but when I read the court case, the court debunked everything you argued.
Well, no, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
You were unaware of what some of the things that the county was saying in court about signature verification. You didn't realize it.
I agree because I don't live in Arizona. That's fine.
Okay then. That's my point.
About it, when I read the court case and the ruling, it was pretty clear that your argument was bullshit. So that's all I said.
No, it isn't. I mean, because wait. The court literally. Well, before I even get to what the court said.
Well, your argument was about how this needs to go back to the legislature. Remember that?
Well, right. I was going to get to that, but you're skipping a critical part here. Maricopa County's own attorneys argued in court that the existing Arizona state election law did not require Maricopa County to spend more than 1 second checking each signature during signature verification, or basically where they're curing ballots and they're trying to figure out when they have a failed signature, they're trying to figure out if a signature is valid or not. The law doesn't require the county to spend more than 1 second checking that signature. And
doesn't that mean you need to keep the law on your side?
And actually, that hasn't even changed because now they're using the Katie Hobbs signature verification standards from 2020 in the law. So
the governor and the executive of the state.
Mark, please. So that was the first point, Jason. So now the court, the judge in the case, he actually said that I can't make a ruling on any of this because the law was written by the legislature, and the law allows the county to do signature verification without which they weren't doing.
Change the fucking law and don't apply it.
The court ruled that they did it. So you're lying.
No. Again, the law doesn't require them to check.
Which means the law wasn't broken.
Well, again, that is why when people get into conversations with people about the 2020 election, and you all say, "Oh, well, there's nothing wrong with that because the court said the law wasn't broken." I mean, if they didn't check any signatures and the county admitted that they don't have to check the signature, then it means that the election was stolen because they weren't checking signatures.
Again, it's such a shame. You're talking to and they would have needed to go to court. They didn't.
No, they didn't make that. They made that in a court. Marco, you're not listening. Marco, you're not listening. You can't make that in a court. You can make that in a disjointed, stuttering argument. I don't care. I don't care.
Annoying, bro. It's just annoying to listen to somebody talk for 5 minutes straight. Can you make your point and let somebody make a counterpoint?
If you would shut up, maybe I would.
That's what I'm asking you to do. Shut up. Are you there soliloquy for the last 5 minutes, bro?
It's been an hour.
Jason, are you there or not there?
Yeah.
He's not talking.
At this point, I mean, we're not gonna agree, so I don't know why this is.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
It's not even about agreeing. It's just you bring the facts. If you don't agree with the facts, something's wrong with you.
If you're inside your own state's commission that didn't change their laws, it doesn't mean the rest of the country had a problem. It means your state had a problem.
The thing is, Arizona doesn't need to change their laws. It's how they say that. Like, they didn't do anything wrong. They verified the damn signatures. He's saying they didn't verify. He's barking over the fact that the verifications on average take longer than a few seconds. Like that's some kind of smoking gun. On average, they didn't all take less than a second.
The calculations, but they spent less than a second.
Where did you get these calculations from?
He got them from the court case. The details of the court case. He's misrepresenting them, and that's what I'm calling out.
Can you give me the court case so I can look into it myself?
I forgot what it was called. I think he can.
Christian, what was the court case called?
Literally did the whole request. We read it together and everything.
I'm asking you. I'm gonna look it up.
Hey, Black, will you do a quick synopsis over what the verification process was that he's misstated?
To be honest with you, it's vague, but basically there was some kind of calculation that was germane to the arguments given in the case, and so they calculated the amount of time that on average it would take to do a signature verification, because one of the arguments was that the amount of time possible wasn't enough to do that was one of the arguments, and then they did the calculation, the estimated calculation of how much time it would take, and then they ruled that it was enough time to do signature verification. So that argument got debunked, but Christian contends the opposite is true, and that because he took that L, he's saying that the blame falls on the legislature of the state to not change the law, which is a weird argument, but it's circular reasoning basically. But my memory of the details are so vague that I don't think I can do a good job of summarizing exactly what the nature of the calculation is without the actual court case. And I don't remember what it was called. And honestly, I gotta go to bed soon, so I'm not going to be finding that tonight. The sad thing is the room that we went over this in, the time went over, and so my recording was not saved. I would have just played it for you guys.
Here's the thing I've never been able to.
I'm sorry, what?
Here's the thing I've never been able to understand about the 2020 election on my party's side. The inability to admit that we did a shitty job, and because we did a shitty job, we lost. The saying it's rigged allows the Republican Party to not have any critical thinking for why they lost in 2020. Just no critical thinking. It's a cop-out.
There is no Republican Party anymore. It's MAGA.
I mean, there literally is a Republican Party. It's called the Republican Party.
Well, what I'm saying is it turned into just MAGA. That's what I'm trying to realize.
And the oil part, Kelly Carr, Congress, lots more.
Like a significant portion. But you're very likely to be a moderate Republican like myself. We're fewer than the MAGA traditional conservative side, but we still exist with the party as a coalition.
You do, Marshall, but would you not argue that January 6th and the election deniers, the election was stolen, significantly contaminated the Republican Party?
Oh, completely. I think
that's what I'm saying. They're mostly MAGA. It's still the Republican Party. It's just been taken over by MAGA.
Like you said, you've known me a long time.
Folks just want to tear it all down.
do say tear it all down. Tear down the party. Create a whole new party. Because Republicans, they don't have Republican values that they once did.
Yeah, that's not the Republicans I know. I think Marshall's right. Most of the Republicans I know hold their noses and vote for Trump. They're not mad.
Yeah, that's the thing I was trying to say.
So let me ask you something, Marshall. What makes a Republican?
Yeah, good question. You mean like what policy positions? As far as I'm concerned, you asked about policy positions. Supported the free market, supporter of the military when it suits it. Let's see what else. A belief in helping business out. A belief that the immigration system needs to be repealed. I don't like the draconian way Donald Trump's doing it. That's been a fairly traditional part of the Republican Party for like 25 or 30 years. So those are a couple of things I think they stand for. If I were to scroll through the party platform, I could give you a lot. Off the top of my head, that's just one of them. Also, Republicans almost unanimously support the Second Amendment. Some may, like myself, think that certain ideas don't pass. Because the Second Amendment is traditionally the law here attached to the Republican Party. What else?
It's almost just like a personal vendetta now against people who like to
one which is a direct intervention tax, and then one which is a we're going to get involved, but we're just going to say we're not. So, and that's all I can think about the top of my head. But I'll go back and look at the platform what keeps does.
Yeah, no, I get it. I was more so referring to the original Republicans, not the Republicans of 30 years ago.
You're talking about traditional
yeah, where they were against slavery.
Yeah, they were called radical Republicans quite frequently.
The civil rights for Black Americans.
Very much so.
Oh, no, they're not. The Republican Party now, I'll say MAGA. I won't say the Republican Party. I'll say MAGA is. They don't like Black Americans. If you look through Twitter or social media, YouTube, like, what's his name? You know Charlie Kirk, right?
I know him and don't like him very much. So, yes.
Yeah. I don't know why they prop him up as, you know. Anyways, it's just people like Charlie Kirk, I would say, in the party that need to go. The ones who are for billionaires and, you know, against, you know, the rights of people.
Billy, what are the odds on Mark?
Lincoln Logs, 20 to 1.
20 to 1. Oh, long shot. I'm not going to bet 7,000. My phone gambling.
Black news or liberal or
You saw what?
I see the room title. Christian says Black news is liberal. Can't see it's at the bottom. 20 to 1.
No, the Cherry's MAGA. He wants to be MAGA. That's the thing.
Yeah, that Christian dude. He went on and on. He didn't want to let no one talk, and he was citing false statistics and whatever he was reading. I don't know.
Who, Muse or Christian?
Christian. Christian. It's like I put it in the chat. I mean, I could put a link, but yeah, there was no voter fraud in the 2020 election. Even the judges that Trump appointed dismissed it.
Oh yeah, that's
Wait, there was no voter fraud. Or there was no evidence of voter fraud. There's voter fraud every election. Found that the claims were without merit and lacked evidence. Yeah, there's no evidence of voter fraud, but I think we can all agree voter fraud does exist. No, it does. It does happen, just not on a wide. I'll say a wide scale. I'll say that. There's always shit can be tampered with, but
May I throw out my 2 cents? I'm Canadian, but I think what I'm about to say definitely applies to my own country as well. When I'm talking with Americans here on this app, like I don't know a single Democrat or person that says they're Democrat. I don't know a single Republican, people that identify themselves that way, that actually fully agrees with everything their parties do. Like, there's not anyone that's like, I'm wholeheartedly everything that this party does is awesome. Like, it's rare that you run into people like that. And I honestly think that what we need in Canada as well it's not just a political shift, but it's like an overhaul of the system. I think it's like the hierarchy and the greed. Like a lot of people, whether you're on the left side or right side, they really feel disconnected from like these billionaires. Very, very influential people in Washington and Ottawa here. And there's a gap between the public and the people at the top. I really feel like everybody can kind of agree with that. I think they throw out these fake issues for us to like squabble over each other, like, oh, you know, I don't know. The guys at the very top, they're focused on the money, man. They don't care about like ethical issues. They don't care like abortion or not abortion. They just have us like argue over this shit, and then they keep us entertained with the media and stuff like that. We're like fucking idiots. They're just siphoning off all the money.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you on one point. 2 cents is like so like ancient. Should be like 2 quarters or 2 bits or something.
What's really ancient?
You said, can I give my 2 cents? I'm like, 2 cents? Come on, there's inflation. It should be like 2 quarters.
Yeah. You know, I think the real goal for society, honestly, I think the goal for society is to create a high trust society and high trust culture. I think that's the goal. And I think a lot of these, I don't know. Have any of you guys lived like outside of the country for a long time? For any like years?
Never had the option.
No. Anybody?
Yeah, why? Why are you at?
Oh, okay. Well, Elliot, because I live like, and I don't know where you lived or like, but so I lived in Japan for a decade. But I think a lot of Asians like this is that like their goal is clearly like they try to develop like these high trust cultures
for the first time
where people can kind of relax and like leave their wallet and leave their bikes out, and that's kind of the goal. Like when you turn on the TV, it's not like a ton of drama. Like I was just looking through Instagram and I came across this day spa, you know, like a day spa in China where you pay $35, right? And you can stay 24 hours at this place, and it's like hundreds of people in there. It's like, so you go in, and then you take off your outside clothes, but you basically walk around in this giant spa place in your pajamas and flip-flops. And you can go into a whole bunch of different kinds of mineral baths. And then there's rooms where people are just like sleeping on the floor. And then you can get like, you know, all you can eat like juice and fruits. And like nobody's acting like idiots in these places. Like, and they have like rooms where you play video games for hours or read like magazines or watch TV. And it's like a really communal, like very, I don't know, like they have one of these things under, in the basement of the Busan airport in Korea, where you can pay like $20 and you just basically go in there and they have like these spas and you just sleep on these mats in this giant open room right next to like people like you've never met in your entire life, but it's like completely quiet and everybody's like being respectful, no crime, nothing like that. And for me that's kind of like the goal of society where you can get to a level of like trust and civility and sort of a communal feeling. And I think I want to see North America head in that kind of way. I'd like to see it. So it's really hard to kind of picture unless you've like lived outside of America for any length of time. It's really peaceful. And when you turn on the TV, like China or Japan or Korea or a lot of different countries around the world, probably not just Asia, but so it's crime and action and like heart thumping action, violent news and all this crap, you know? So people, everybody's kind of, it's not perfect, like no way at all, but that's kind of the goal for me. I don't know, like back to North America, it's so crazy. Sorry, go ahead.
Austin homeowners! That's one of the oldest questions in the book. How to build the just city. There's lots of ways to answer that question, but we're all trying to get there in our own kind of way. But if you ask me, like, you gotta.
Where did you live?
It's gotta be.
Where did you?
I was in the military, so I was in Korea, Germany, stuff like that.
Did you find their cultures to be like more mellow, more relaxed than North America?
Not really. I mean, where I was were large metropolitan areas, and I also live like near a large metropolitan area in California. So I think if you go from big city to big city, no matter where you are, it is like very urbanized. You know, more
for sure.
Liberal, but larger. Yeah, so the experiences weren't terribly dissimilar from my point of view. But I guess if you get into like the other areas, like the outskirts of town or like the rural areas, you know, you start to see like big differences.
But I guess in Germany and Korea, like you wouldn't turn on the TV and like, oh, 6 people were shot today or something like that. Like that sort of thing is so incredibly rare, right?
In Korea, yeah, it's very rare.
And in Germany too, it's pretty fucking rare.
Well, back to the question, like, how do you build a just city? I think you got to start with like inclusivity. You know, like being everybody's voice is equal. Fairness, human dignity, you know, some simple stuff. Equity, economic fairness. What else? Yeah, I guess that's
like a media system.
I answer that question.
Yeah, I think a media system that doesn't like emphasize differences or emphasize drama, you know.
Saying that he will take over Gaza.
I don't know who I trust more, Hamas or Bibi Netanyahu. They're both crazy. They're both sides take us to nowhere. And I'm very pessimistic. I put my cards on the other countries like Australia, like England, like Germany, that will come and push us to come to agreement. Bibi is crazy. He wants this war not to finish. If this war is finished, he's in jail. He knows it. Very soon I have to finish. I just come to listen. But always when Amir see me, or Fias, I don't know who, invite me straight away.
Almost, in my opinion, he's not going to get locked up if he leaves. So I'll give you an example. Do you remember Ehud Olmert? Do you remember Ehud Olmert? Yeah.
But you take me for a long talking and.
No. I just tell you one point. Ehud Olmert had more than 10 corruption charges on it. He resigned. Court court let it go. Court didn't charge him with any crimes. Same thing will happen to Netanyahu. If he resigns, the court will drop the charges.
Not only that you have to resign to court, you have to listen what Bibi talk about Ehud Olmert before the court. What Bibi say about him is dozen time worse what Bibi in the situation if you compare it to Ehud Olmert. Always in the TV they put it what Bibi talk about Ehud Olmert and they put it his picture. But as I told you, I have to go. So I apologize. When she's coming? She's not coming. I'm in a problem. But what do you say about the people that open rooms without you? I mean, this is much more interesting.
Oh, I'm heartbroken, Amos.
Here with a drum.
Yes, how can you do it? Yes, you open a room without us.
Oh, that's what I expected to say. Exactly.
This is not fair, yes. Exactly. I'm so upset.
I apologize, I'm leaving, but...
He just added fuel to the fire. Why would you open a room without us? I'm just kidding, man.
No, how can people be so immature? Is I don't know.
Did the room go good, Ace? Did you guys have a good time? Huh?
It was a random room.
Was it the one today?
I'll tell you why it's relevant. I'll tell you why. Because in order for you to know that it is different from the other principles that
they impose more sanctions, more ethnic cleansing, and more war crimes being pushed under the rug. So,
wait, what did you guys get out of it? If you gave up the terror?
Nothing. Yeah, we got nothing out of it. We got some bullshit protection and investment. Because our country is run by a uneducated yellow journalist who got elected into power because of a bullshit color revolution. Big Maidan revolution, just successful for the Western powers. Unlike what happened in Ukraine. And then Russia is upset, but Russia also uses the country as like a puppet in the region. It's just bad news all around. We have no winning dog in this race, so it is what it is. It is what it is. It's really dangerous that we gave them open access to our land, and it's funny because Azeri patriots in their country are really fucking upset. They're really mad that their president signed this deal because they wanted to completely take over the entire country, and now this kind of sort of stops that from happening. That's the one positive we gained from all of this.
Yo, I'm adding Shy every fucking time, yo. That's it. How you kick Monica out the fucking room, right? And there ain't no rule where she can do that. She just did that shit. She just did it. So why the fuck do we respect rules that don't exist?
That's a fact. I agree.
Yeah. This is fucking women. This is women pretending to be in charge of shit they ain't actually in charge of.
Do it, toxic. Bring her up.
He's like a hater because
fucking gorgeous. Look at me.
Monica brought her up. I was told not to bring her up.
I'm just saying.
You are absolutely gorgeous, and it's good to hear your voice.
I'm fucking perfect. I sound like a bulldog right now, but otherwise,
You come tell me.
I am fucking perfect. I'm fucking gorgeous. I would be jealous too of me if I wasn't. I'm just saying. Anyway, hi.
Who's fucking PTR is that, Shasha?
That's Cheryl Seven. She's a beautiful lady. If nobody's ever heard of her, they should watch her videos. She's amazing.
That's a trans.
No, she's a woman. She's a woman, I promise.
A trans woman.
She's a woman. She has children and a. Why does everybody
Did you set your gator off? He's playing that video game.
I like your face better, Shasha.
Why did Monica get kicked though? Why did Monica leave?
I don't know. I think it was just the battle of the.
Monica moved Tally down. And got
No, but there ain't nothing in that rules. I read the rules twice. There ain't nothing in that rule that say you can kick nobody. She did it. Those are the rules that she wrote.
Mods.
Autocratic.
Mods are not allowed to mod other mods. That's like one of their rules. Yeah, like you can't moderate a mod.
That's crazy.
It don't say that in the rules. It said we gotta mod Monica when we're mean to her. That's what I've been doing. Cause I'm like the worst to Monica. But I made a deal with Monica that she came back. Occupied Nathan. We wouldn't get that Becky bitch back, but we ended up getting Becky. Right? We did get Becky today, but somehow Talia scared her away. She didn't say anything. Were you here for that? When she was here?
I was. That was beautiful.
No, you keep brand new Becky. Brand new Becky. She didn't say anything.
Dude, my frame rate dropped so low. I was doing good, but then my frame rate.
Yeah, I see the skips too.
Yeah, dude, and then I'm doing it in VR, so it like really fucks with me, bro. Really fucks with me.
Yeah, I see you looking around this shit. This shit look dope.
Yo, Hinton, I'm confused. You drive for a living and then you decide to drive for relaxation?
Yes, and when my car's in the shop, I decide to get a simulator and drive.
Wow, what a fucking crackhead.
Man, you live
That's a
in
fact.
So?
Yeah, she lives among crackheads, so she definitely knows one.
Right, I know what the fuck they look like.
Sasha, I miss you.
I'll miss you too, Mike. I'll probably invite you to my rooms all the time. You don't come in.
And, I'm getting paid, so I stay up in here.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I'd rather listen to a bunch of retards every day, too.
Yo, it's entertainment when I'm at work, when we have the most interesting people on this app come in here screaming their heads off.
Good night, Lincoln.
You can't leave after we roasted you and trolled you. You can't do that. You gotta stay awake.
No, my girl was getting mad at me. And my first.
Lincoln, hold on. Oh, no, get off.
You got
No, don't let her control.
Looks like you. No, get off. Dude,
Yeah,
get off.
happy one time.
Another time. And that's it.
Hey, this guy reminds me of you from the show I watch. Hold on.
Why would you tell him that when he gotta leave?
PTI. Look at side.
Listen. Oh shit.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Hey, can you see it? Damn, I think this one's clapped.
Guys, do us a favor, like, retweet the space, follow the speakers. It's everyone here. And if you want to go super chat, I'll check them out. Appreciate the ones that have. Thank you for going.
Thanks, Keith, and thanks for the space. You sound tired. You've been going long.
Looking like a YouTube short.
Hey, Prashant, we have a full-blood, full-fledged Congressman with us tonight. John Kitover. He was the one telling us to stop talking about Israel and don't be a Jew hater. But go ahead, Prashant.
No, I'm telling you, stop complaining about the Jews. You're a bunch of complainers.
Okay, done. You can tell us about it in after the heads, and then we'll go right to you. Thank you. I'm sorry, Prashant, go ahead.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I had a couple of thoughts. One is there's a little bit of good, what I consider a little bit of good news today. One of the longest diehard, no matter what happened, supporters of Trump that a lot of people probably know, he said today that Trump should resign. And I thought that was great progress because this man was diehard. No matter what Trump did, he supported him. Today, he said Trump should resign. So I won't mention his name unless Truth asks me, but trust me, this guy was one of the biggest, longest term, no matter what, supporters of Trump. And this guy said today in Suleiman's space that Trump should resign. So I think that's great.
Well, I mean, by all means, go ahead and say it. You can say who he is.
It was Doc.
Oh, Doc. Okay, he's come that far, huh?
He's come that far.
He's,
he's
a staunch mega guy.
So anyway, that was the one point I wanted to make. It's sort of a small point, but important in my mind. The next thing I wanted to say is I've heard people mentioning BlackRock and the fertile land of Ukraine. If BlackRock gets a hold of that land, it's a disaster for all of Eurasia and the world, because they'll ruin the soil. So BlackRock getting a hold of that land is a disaster if it happens. And to have Trump support them in that process just says Trump is really not doing anything good for the American people anyway, which most of you know. So that's what I wanted to say. BlackRock getting a hold of that fertile land in Ukraine is a disaster for Eurasia and the world because they'll ruin the soil. And we got to depend on the soil to survive as a human race. If they ruin it, it's going to be a disaster. That's the points I wanted to make. Maybe I'll have some more later.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, but they want to be in charge of the agriculture because we know who loves selling farmland, right? And besides Bill Gates, and I think it was Henry Kissinger who said it best: when you control oil and resources, you control the country. When you control food, you control the people, right? So they really want to control the food for multiple reasons. So Congressman John, welcome back to the panel. Hope you're well. Go for it.
Yeah, I don't know. People are claiming that Trump's, Washington D.C. Deployment of, reserve or National Guard forces is a deflection from the Epstein files, and I think eventually you pick and choose.
What happened today? What are your thoughts on Washington D.C.?
Yeah, I looked at the crime statistics from the Metropolitan Washington D.C. Police website, and to me, when they say that there's like a 25% drop, that's ridiculous. It's still too much. It's out of control, and then other people say that the statistics are fake anyways. So to me, I say deploy the National Guard. I was in the National Guard, and I would gladly have gone and performed functions and duties and worked with police. So I know firsthand that there's a willingness by National Guardsmen to help protect the cities. So I think it's a great thing, and I hope he rolls it out to Chicago, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and any other U.S. city where sanctuary cities are harboring illegal alien invaders. That's my opinion.
They said the intention was to deal with the homelessness problem, and I was able to check to see what the level of homelessness is in Washington, D.C., and also, of course, the crime rate. They claim the crime rate is at 30-year lows. You're claiming the stats are fake. So you're of the opinion that Trump's intentions today behind deploying 800 these National Guardsmen was for altruistic reasons to help clean up the city of crime and the homelessness problem. Is that it?
I would say that it's more of also there's a political approach and a communication approach that this is our capital, and if we're going to start fixing the problems in America, the capital is most likely a good place to get started.
Why do you think he waited until now in terms of the timing? Before meeting with Putin, do you think that had anything to do with it? Did he want to maybe present good optics, or could there have been ulterior motives?
I didn't really think about the, Alaska Putin meeting with regards to deployments in Washington, D.C., but I just think that this is long overdue, and I hope he rolls it out to all major sanctuary cities.
Okay, what do you think? What are your expectations from the Trump-Putin meeting on Friday in Alaska?
I'm not sure. I really don't know what will come out of it. I don't think anything will change until Zelensky is out of office and the Ukrainians have the power to vote their own president back in. I think the war is madness, and the U.S. should stop sending all weapons and aid to Ukraine and negotiate a peace with Russia.
I agree with you, but Zelensky doesn't want that, and it seems like the NATO countries like the UK, France, and Germany don't want it either. They'll keep supporting him. The problem with Zelensky is he's already out of term, right? His term expired in last May. And he was trying to extort America for $5 billion to do an election. And his excuse was, well, it's wartime. Putin's still doing an election during wartime. So how do we get Zelensky out of office so that there can be a ceasefire at the very least achieved? What are your thoughts?
Stop borrowing, stop spending. We're spending $7 trillion a year. We collect $5 billion in tax revenue. We are literally the biggest suckers on the planet. We give these criminals hundreds of billions of dollars. I see Ukrainian illegals here in Chicago that are here because of the war. A lot of people fled, and it's a great human tragedy, and I pray to God that Russia and Ukraine can de-escalate and end this insane, barbaric war.
Okay. So, one other revelation I had on MySpace a few days ago, Eyewitness claims that she's seen Epstein 3 times, the most recent time in April in Florida. She believes, somebody muted, she believes that he is still alive and that his death or his suicide were faked. How would you feel if Epstein was actually still alive based on the eyewitness testimony of this individual who's dealt with Epstein many times over the course of 15 years?
I don't think it's true. I think he got whacked in prison, and I think Bill Barr knows exactly, maybe who did it, but it's a cover-up, and he's dead.
Okay, well, there is the testimony of the one prison guard that claims that 10 minutes before bodies were swapped out, and that Epstein was taken to some medical center, and then we don't really know where he is now. There have been perhaps video imaging of him in Lebanon, also in Thailand. I posted that stuff before. Can't really say for sure, but apparently he's had some work done, and he looks more like Jordan Peterson now, according to what the witness claims. So I don't know, but apparently he's in not far away from the Tampa area in Florida hanging out. Can't say for sure though, but that's what the witness attests to. And she swears by it.
Maybe he's in Tel Aviv on the beach. You never know.
Well, there is MC2 is still active there, right? That's the modeling agency that Epstein invested in with John Brunel in Miami. They also had a in New York, and now it's been converted into the Source. They rebranded, but MC2 is still active in Tel Aviv, so we don't know for sure. And there's also then the agency called One Mother that John Brunel was associated with in Ukraine. So it seems like it's just 1 degree separation between all these human trafficking fronts. By the way, do you think Trump's doing enough to combat human trafficking?
I know the FBI is posting a lot of tweets about, and there's news about bringing down large human sex trafficking rings, rescuing children, arresting huge dark web pedophile websites. So I think that the FBI is doing great work. I think Cash Patel and Dan Bongino are doing what they can do.
Okay. Think you could relay a message to Trump that when he meets Putin, maybe they can have a chat about Ukraine as to why the mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko, owns over 100 brothels, and he's very well known for human trafficking, and why that guy's in a position of power? Maybe relay that to him?
You really think he's running brothels? You think he's in the prostitution business?
So Diana Panachenko is the #1 journalist in Ukraine, reported on this, and she's posted this. I reviewed her work. I ascertained it. I've got Dimitri here as well who can ascertain it as well. Absolutely 100% yes. That's Vitaly Klitschko, the former heavyweight boxing champion, him and his brother Vladimir. Very well known, by the way. PhD guys, they're intelligent. So yeah, they're absolutely behind it, and she fact-checked it. She's there on the ground.
Well, if you say so. To me, he seems like he's got some credibility that I don't think he would be involved in that kind of stuff, but what do I know?
Well, allegedly Hulk Hogan was also a human trafficker that wouldn't really have the reason to do it.
Well, hey now, don't say nothing about Hulk Hogan. One of these Hulkamaniacs is going to come run you down.
Well, I don't fear Hulkamaniacs and may Hulk Hogan rest in peace. Apparently he was one of the good ones, according to what she says. She has no gripe against him. There's no hard feelings. She didn't even want to sue him or seek any type of compensation, though she's been provided with the opportunity to do so. But, I mean, God rest his soul, Hogan's passed away anyway. I'm not going to smear the name of a man who's dead, right? But, you know, it just begs the question as to why certain individuals get into that line of business when they already seem to have financial security. We know Hogan did. He was the face of, you're probably old enough to know WWF before it became WWE, and he did movies as well, right? So,
I met him. I met him. I mean, I've shooken his hand, and he wasn't a bad guy. And I used to take guitar lessons with a guy that he was in a band with. I mean, the guy was a sports entertainer, you know?
Yeah, fair enough.
You can tell if a person is good or bad by shaking his hand, John. No, come on.
No, I'm just saying, if you meet somebody, you form a first impression. And to me, it was a positive experience. That's what I'm saying.
Well, how'd you feel about the whole Gawker lawsuit that he slept with his friend's wife, and then Gawker released that video, of course, mocked him, and then he sued successfully, and it was Peter Thiel that financed the lawsuit, by the way. It was millions, and he got like 40 million plus because of the released sex tape.
Well, see, I think Peter Thiel, that was his revenge for being outed as being like an elite homosexual. So, you know, I'm not a big Peter Thiel fan, and, you know, this is, the legal industrial complex screws over the average guy. Hulk Hogan probably wouldn't have had the money to file the lawsuit and didn't want to waste the millions. So, you know, people get the revenge in weird ways.
You're not a Peter Thiel fan, but Trump just had his DOD renew his $10 billion contract to the tune of $1 billion a year. You know what Palantir's up to with Operation Stargate. So how do you feel about Palantir?
It's a big one. Their market cap is what, 200 billion plus now? 300? I don't even know what it is, but
Stock's up over 500% because, you know, it's like, wouldn't you say that's like communism though, a government providing that kind of funding towards Palantir, and yet they're showing revenues that are really just based on government spending?
yeah, like we're spending 7 trillion a year, collecting 5 trillion. If we could just spend 5 trillion a year and maybe cut spending and pay down the debt, that'd be a good strategic option. So we stop borrowing and spending. It's crazy what we're spending money on, and I don't think Palantir should be the recipient of all of our borrowing and spending.
Yep. One last question for you on Leon Black and Apollo Global Management. How do you feel that this certain entity just seems so powerful? That, you know, they've got Consensus, which is formerly Blackwater, they own Yahoo, they own Caesars Entertainment, they own restaurant brands. Should so much power be concentrated in the hands of a few? Leon Black, Josh Harris, Mark Rowan, the founders?
I don't know them, you know, but I could list 10, you know, investment banks, and they have a lot of money, they make a lot of money. The asset management and financial services industry is a huge business, and, you know, what can you say? They make a lot of money, but so does energy. You know, people's utility bills are up 200, 300% this summer. There's no regulation there. Meanwhile, Democrats in Chicago are going to prison for blackmailing ComEd employees and vice versa. So corruption is everywhere, and, you know, I think it's up to patriotic Americans to use platforms like this to do independent investigative journalism, try to uncover fraud, get involved in politics, expose corruption in politics, and do whatever you can do to save your republic.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Listen, assets can be handled by various investment banks. You know, I'm familiar with BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, and all the rest. But specifically to Apollo Global Management and Leon Black's ugly history with Epstein, the amount of $58 billion between 2012 2017, and they had a dispute in 18, stopped funding him. He also settled a lawsuit with the Virgin Islands for $62 million for alleged rape of a minor. Still in power, no reprimand, no jail time, nothing. The U.S., the DOJ is not going after him. But I specifically mentioned Apollo because they also own what was formerly known as Blackwater, which is a private military contractor that's been implicated in fact, 4 of the members have been convicted of crimes committed in places like Iraq and the Niger massacre. Trump pardoned 4 of those individuals that were actually jailed for their crimes. They've also been accused of both human trafficking and also arms trafficking and even narco trafficking, and yet they're owned by this massive entity that's never really been audited or questioned for the assets that it owns. Specifically, the private military contractor shouldn't be owned by this particular corporation that has ties to Epstein.
I really don't know. You know, I would just say that my uncle is a big conspiracy theorist about the Federal Reserve, and he believes that, you know, the Federal Reserve is responsible for a lot of major conspiracies, you could say, but it's really the member banks. So there is this tie-in between the banking industrial complex, the military industrial complex, the political, legal, the medical. I mean, what's the difference? I don't know if you ever saw the movie with, I think it's called Limitless, where
Listen to your
That was a
uncle,
great
John.
movie. Yeah, your uncle's a wise man, and I spend more time with him. But I love Limitless. It was a great movie.
yeah,
Still
meaning
not gonna take the MZT, but
yeah, well, what I'm saying is, money doesn't care what industry it's in, whether it's big pharma, military, you get in, you get out, and you move where the biggest ROI is. So, investment banking is agnostic with regards to, where the money is. And it's one giant interconnected system.
yeah, fair enough. I just think that being a merchant of death, it's one thing to own pharma companies or, I don't know, even weapons companies, but to own the actual military contractor that can be retained by, say, a country like Haiti, where they can go and, literally suppress dissent, kill people. They have a license to kill, really. I just think that's a bridge too far. But, I mean, who am I to, I don't make the laws. I would propose for Congress to look at companies like that they shouldn't be allowed to own private military contractors, and the U.S. government should state-own all the militaries, even the private ones. There shouldn't be any private militaries. But that's just my proposal.
Well, if you're anti-death and anti-war, I mean, the U.S. government kills 60,000 babies monthly and spends $1 billion on abortions. So start at home. That's why I say securing Washington, D.C. and cleansing the rot from this country prior to doing anything internationally or borrowing any more money. The priority is here at home. We the people, and we are our own worst enemies.
Yeah, but abortion's already banned at the federal level. It's just the states. I think only 28 states is where it's legal, right? So that's already been sorted.
No, Medicare, Medicaid still funds it.
Abortion should be banned, but they're not. It should be much more difficult to access, and people should be practicing, safe
States
sex and not,
divvy up the money how they want.
Not getting a lifeline or a plan B when they're, having all this premarital sex. I'm with you there, but it's already banned at the federal level. So, but beyond that, I just again would cite Apollo Global Management as a problem, a firm with too much power, and they shouldn't be owning a military contractor that's been implicated and actually had convictions for crimes committed around the world, including in Iraq, the Israel massacre. But those are my thoughts. That was my last point, and I appreciate you being on.
Yeah, happy to be here with you guys.
Thanks. All right, we can go to some. Hey, Tyler, do you have any questions for Congressman John? Maybe he's tied up.
No, let me think a little bit. I might have something. Thanks for asking.
Okay, he's Congressman from Illinois.
I'm a candidate.
Chicago.
I'm running in the 16th district, which is Rockford, Peoria. I'm a candidate trying to get on the ballot in the March primary.
Okay, I thought you were a congressman already, but okay, well, good luck to you. Hey, I think you should spend more time with your uncle and check out this book, The History of Central Banking, The Enslavement of Mankind by John Mitford Goodson, and then discuss it with your uncle. I think you guys have lots to discuss on it. The Federal Reserve and the central banks in general are the ones behind a lot of wars. And here's a fun fact for you. The Federal Reserve was established December 24, 1913. World War I started about 6 months later. Supposedly assassinated all but himself. Russian Hungary. Really believe a world war would have been started by a lone gunman, just like a lone gunman.
I think we should investigate pull up a Harlequin romance novel, just see people's brains explode. Romeo was Romeo.
Well, one of the things that we could do is we could do a reading of Huck Finn, and when people complain about it, that's something that could go viral.
I kind of fired off. He was kind enough to answer. Prashant, did you want to add anything?
I think
yeah, I did. I'm a little confused by John's profile. It says John Kitover, 16, Illinois Congressman, Republican. So that's a little confusing to me. Are you a congressman or not, John?
No, I'm a candidate.
Candidate. Okay, John, I heard you mention something about profit. And I think that this devotion to profit is one of the things that's destroying our country. So if you get to be in Congress, I hope you'll address some of the issues I'm going to point out right now. Our Our so-called Defense Department has little to do with defense and a whole lot to do with offense. Trump, the peace president, has just proposed $1 trillion budget for our so-called Defense Department, which again, as I said, is in reality for the last at least 4 decades, probably longer, an offense department. It's not a defense department. And there's a shitload of money, excuse my language, there's a lot of money made on arms, and then we send our military over, or we send our arms to some other militaries to kill people, and then steal resources. So I hope as a congressman you're aware of that. And of course, one of those places is Israel, and they're probably one of the worst. They've created chaos in the whole Middle East. The neocon plan was to destabilize all the countries in the Middle East, so Israel could be the big boss over there, doing their dark work. So I hope that if you do get elected, you'll address that issue. The next issue is that, and this is related to profit, our medical system has nothing to do with health. It has everything to do with profit. So if you become a congressman, I hope you'll come to understand that, because in reality, in 2022, the United States spent $4.5 trillion on health care, and we're the sickest nation of all developed nations on the planet. So should you become a congressman, I think that maybe you should consider addressing the fact that our medical system has nothing to do with health and everything to do with profit. That theme where my conversation started. And I'll say that exactly about our agricultural system. You're in Illinois, an agricultural state. I was born and raised in Indiana. I'm 75 years old, so I know a little bit about what I'm talking about. And the next point I'm going to make is our agricultural system is all about profit. It's not about healthy food, which leads to the fact that we are the sickest of all developed nations on the planet. So should you get elected as a congressman, I hope you will address our for-profit, not healthy food, agricultural system, because it's a disaster and it'll destroy us. Sickest population of all developed nations on the planet, and it starts in the farm field. And then the medical field, as I said, has nothing to do with health, has everything to do with profit. Let's go to one more. Our food production system, separate from agriculture. We got the most trash, garbage food on the planet, probably in history. There's something that's put in our food, it's glutamate, in an unstable and excess form. You know what glutamate does that's in the vast majority of our food in our grocery stores? It addicts people to food that's not good for them. And it's all about profit. You addict people to food so you can sell more food. Problem is, they're addicting people to food that's not good for them, which again relates to why we're the sickest nation of all developed nations on the planet. So should you get into Congress, maybe you can call me sometime and I'll educate you in further details on everything I just said. And it's all related to profit. Our military is not about defense, it's about profit. Our agriculture is not about good food, it's about profit. Our medical system is not about health, it's about profit. And our food production, separate from agriculture, is not about healthy food, it's about profit. Why do I say all this? Because you mentioned profit. Profit is the God, and it's destroying us. We can make money on all of those four things that I pointed out and turn all of them around to serve us in the way we're supposed to, forget about maximum profit, and have a healthy nation. But right now we're on the path to destruction of this nation, and those are the four major reasons it's happening. So should you become a congressman, I hope you'll consult me or somebody else who knows. Because as I said, I'm 75 years old, John, and I haven't been to a doctor in 55 years because I've educated myself on what I just told you. So maybe if you become a congressman, you'll consult me or somebody else like me to address these four profits, these four areas of our nation that are all for profit and not a bit to do with being good for the people of the country. I just hope you'll address those things, John. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, I think the easiest way and the fastest way to address every single one of those issues is to stop borrowing and spending, cut spending by about $2.5 trillion, and that would eliminate almost all the profit. So you know, it would eliminate a lot of the bad motives for the things that we're doing, like international arms shipments or using, I guess, Monsanto controlled genetic seeds and Archer Daniel Midland, ethanol production. There's a lot of subsidies that go into these corporations to force them to do certain business activities which are not necessarily profitable, and it's all coming out of the taxpayer resources. So I think by eliminating borrowing and spending, we can eliminate all the bad, government controlled marketplaces that are existing. It's not a free market economy. We need freedom to optimize the economy, not government spending and borrowing.
Yeah, but in the case of Monsanto, you've got a monopoly in place that controls the seeds. And what's their history? They were the original slave traders. They were also involved in making chemical weapons, and now they're in charge of food essentially. And it's a monopoly that should be broken up, and there should be a free market economy. But there isn't when it comes to these certain corporations that have too much power, concentrated in the hands of a few. So it's beyond just cutting back on spending. It's also, holding corporations accountable and trying to allow for some decentralization so there can actually be some competition for food. Because these evil corporations are the ones that are, causing the lower quality of food. And why shouldn't there be restrictions on fast food and stuff like that, on ice cream? And why shouldn't fast food chains exist, given that there's so much poison in their foods? And there was even a Rabbi Finkelstein, who admitted there's actually human meat in some of these beef patties in McDonald's, for instance. And isn't that a huge problem that should be addressed? The fact there's human meat in beef patties at McDonald's, and yet no Congress has ever looked into it. And it's the same McDonald's that also provides free food to the IDF, which is currently committing a genocide in Palestine. So I just see a lot of conflicts there in terms of the food industry in general. That it's a huge problem, and America spends like over $4 trillion on healthcare industry, and as Prashant mentioned, sickest society in the world. Less than 10% goes towards what would you call it? It's medicine, not medicine, but it's like preemptive medicine. So it's efforts and endeavors towards trying to prevent people from getting sick in the first place by teaching things like actual proper diet and exercise, and trying to instill good habits in people so they don't get sick in the future. So maybe there should be more emphasis on not making health pro-profit all the time, and giving so much power to big pharma that it's allowed to make hundreds of billions of dollars pushing vaccines that make people sick and also cause death. For instance, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, etc. See where I'm going with that, John?
I agree. I think it all sucks, but I don't think McDonald's puts out Soylent Green burgers. But I didn't buy or believe Dr. Fauci, Dr. Bill Gates, and Joe Biden and Operation Warp Speed. It's a pandemic. It's a scamdemic. It has poisoned our people. mRNA spike proteins are causing countless amounts of health catastrophes for people. Federal employees, military employees, everybody was forced to take this poison. I think it's criminal. I would love to see arrests. I don't know if we will ever see them, but I pray that, government and big business make moral and ethical decisions, which is in our best interest, doesn't deplete our treasury, and doesn't poison us at the same time.
Just keep in mind, America's a wealthy nation with tons of oil. It can easily go back to fracking, become a net oil exporter to generate revenue. There's also tons of oil in states like Louisiana. There's like 1.1 trillion barrels of natural gas that's getting exported. Could be used just that supply of natural gas could fuel America for the next 200 years. And then you could export the rest of the oil that's made. But, they don't think that way. Rather than be nationalistic, they're always thinking of other people's needs. So I think there's something to it to be more nationalistic, actually be MAGA rather than MIGA. Those are my thoughts, but we got a lot of hands. Just keep all that in mind. America's a very wealthy country. Source of tourism, source of forestry, tons of natural resources, mining as well. You can remove the bullshit EPA controls, mine for precious metals as well, and become self-sufficient and not dependent on even China to have to import those raw metals to be able to build electronics and also, of course, weapons too. So although there's some manufacturing coming back because of Trump's efforts, like with Apple investing $600 billion, they still need the raw metals to be able to build, to build both the smartphones and also the tablets and laptops, etc. Just keep all that in mind if you make it to Congress. Good luck to you. Prashant, did you want to add anything else? Otherwise we'll go to another hand.
Yeah, just quickly, I was involved with an organization called Moms Across America, created by a woman named Jen Honeycutt. And she did a project last year, and she does a Zoom call every Monday for people from all over the country come to her Zoom calls. And her project was to test fast foods in our country. They asked all of us, which was people from all different places of the country, to go out to McDonald's and to Taco Bell and to Burger King and to a number of the other fast food restaurants and buy them and send them to her. And she was going to take them to an independent laboratory and test them for content. She found that these fast foods, the McDonald's burger that I sent her from Hawaii, had 3 things in it. I wish I could remember all 3, but I remember 2. One of them was heavy metals, excess heavy metals, which is bad for our brains. 2 was birth control. Why would there be excess birth control in McDonald's hamburgers and stuff? And Egg McMuffins. And the 3rd thing I wish I could remember, but I don't. But you could find that report. And it was done again by just American citizens from all over the country, buying fast food, sending it to Zen Honeycutt, take it to an independent lab and tested that food for toxins. And the vast majority of fast food in this country is destroying the health of this country. And that's where so many people eat every day, which also again lends to the fact that we're the sickest of all developed nations on the planet. We're doing it all wrong. This was a test that I was involved in, and we did. And we got to fix it, because we're not going to get better unless we fix these things. So that's just fact. The fast food in our country is toxic, poison, and the vast majority of our people eat it daily, which is once again why we're the sickest nation of all developed nations on the planet. That's done by independent tests. Thank you.
By the way, future maybe Congressman John, do you take any money from AIPAC, the ADL, UJA, UDP, or any of the pro-Jewish lobbies? John, are you there?
Yeah. What was the question?
You take any money from? You take any money from AIPAC, the ADL, UDP, UJA, or any of the pro-Jewish lobbies, the pro-Israel lobbies?
No, I've taken no money, and I actually just got my adapter. I got my account set up today to start taking donations, and just opening a bank account to run for Congress is very difficult. The cards are definitely stacked against you, but no, I will not be taking any AIPAC money or any other organizations like the ACLU or Southern Poverty Law Center. This is pretty much a grassroots funded campaign. I'm funding a lot of it myself, and I'll be trying to fundraise here on X and Clubhouse and other platforms like YouTube and TikTok and Instagram, etc.
All right.
Dude, that was my exact question, man. Thanks for asking that.
Sorry, I stole your thunder. Quick
No,
super chat.
Go ahead with the super chat.
That'll be quick. Pakistan is under Zionist dictatorship. Free Imran Khan, and thank you for speaking the truth. That's directed to me. Thank you, Pirate Smurf, for being an avid loyal listener. Appreciate it. And yeah, John, if you want to, you're welcome on the space anytime, by the way. I'll afford you the respect. And, it's tough out there, especially if you're not taking AIPAC money. You're going to be up against some stiff competition, especially since you're looking to defund both Israel and Ukraine. You're going to have some enemies, so be safe. And you probably heard MTG and all the hits she's taken from the various pro-Israel supporters. And even though I know that you made the comments you did last time, you're going to be up against some fire when you start talking about your foreign policy, and you want to be fiscally responsible, because none of them are.
Well, I'm running against Darren LaHood, who does take AIPAC money. And what's amazing about Grok is if you ask Grok to correlate Open Secrets, which is the FEC website API where you can see which corporations are donating or which PACs are donating, and you correlate that to the HR or the acts that Congress passes and the votes they make, it's not like an 80% correlation on their votes and the acts that Congress passes. It's 100% correlation. So Verizon, AT&T, Big Pharma, Big Health Insurance, all those acts that pass hundreds of billions of dollars to these mega corporations, it's all directly correlated to their votes. So that data is there. And the problem is nobody cares. Voters just do not give a shit that they don't get anything for their vote.
And that's a big reason why many people are disillusioned with the electoral system at the moment, because they don't really see the point of voting for pre-selected candidates. did 8 back on. So go ahead, Tyler.
Thanks, Truth. Hey, John, do you believe that Steen or Israel or both have rising blackmail material on Trump, that his behavior is indicative of that lack?
I thought that perhaps Trump was compromised, with all the photos that I saw of him and Epstein. I figured anybody connected with him is compromised. But, it's so hard to truly know because he compromised so many people. But I thank God that Donald Trump is our president and not Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. So I pray for the best, and you never know the worst, but it's really all just gossip and hearsay. So I really can't give you any definitive answer other than when I see Ghislaine Maxwell at Bill Clinton, Chelsea Clinton's wedding, they're in everybody's photos. So it's not like they just compromised a couple people. I mean, they were professional, compromisers. So Ghislaine to me is the answer to the whole thing. I mean, she knows exactly what they were doing, and she's sitting there in a prison. I mean, I don't know why we can't, I mean, if this was a fascist dictatorship and you really wanted to know the truth, you could put the screws into her hands and find out exactly what's been going on. But her and Jeffrey were up to no good. Everybody knows it.
And do you think that she deliberately is leaving out Trump in her DOJ testimony in order to get a pardon from Trump and recreate, quote unquote, the client list with Trump absent? Do you believe that she told the truth and wouldn't leave?
Well, I don't think it's really Trump that she's trying to protect. I think it's actually Bill Gates, as well as many others like Bill Clinton. I think there's a lot of other people that are probably more corrupted than Trump. So I don't think Trump is the primary. I think he's literally on the totem pole of who they have corrupted. I think Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, Bill Gates, and let's say 10 other people have much more to protect. Donald Trump's got everything to protect too, but I'm just saying it's not just Donald, it's a lot of people.
Thanks, John. Should we do some hands maybe?
Yeah, we can. A quick comment for you, John, on that. There was Ari Minaj who believes that Jeffrey Epstein's blackmail has Congress trapped. So they're still trapped with the blackmail. And that's why they're essentially beholden to Israel's interests, and they fear repercussions should they betray it. So he's a legitimate, Israeli intelligence directorate he was just second to essentially the leader of that. So they work right alongside Mossad. And in fact, some say they were above Mossad. And he was Jeffrey Epstein's handler along with Rafi Aiken. So he's a legitimate guy who made this claim. So to keep in mind on the comments that we're currently discussing right now and why they make the decisions they do on things like foreign aid policy. So something to keep in mind. Yeah, we can go to a hand.
Also, guys, everyone, please follow Truth Teller, Tyler, Dimitri, the people in the panel, Ian, everyone. And thank you so much for being here. And yeah, support Truth. And yeah, thank you so much. Go ahead.
So we've gone so ahead in the conversation. I don't know because I would just make a point with the Clinton and the three. I think there was a question on how they linked to what was their link and stuff. And it was like a health access initiative which was called CHAI. So they had something called CHAI, and it was like a program, and it had so this thing was in the same place as where the labs and Israeli links were. And I think while they kept doing a lot during 2004, 2005 when the Pentagon released something called the Cooperative Threat Reduction Program. Sorry guys, it's early. So they had these weird institutes, and they had one of them was Kharkiv, and then they had Lviv and Odessa as well. So which was like an anti.
Is she cutting off what it's saying?
You muted.
am a part of a group of parents in Virginia who fight for the rights and needs of special education kids, and we have been able to see how a whole lot of funding is taken from public education and used in nefarious ways. And so from a public education with somebody with children in the public school division, not everybody might have this on their radar if they don't have children in public schools and they don't understand the underground going on in there. But if you looked at the NEA and their conventions and Randy Weingarten and Becky Pringle, they're always screaming about money, money, money. And that's been very prominent since Trump came back into office, and they're not happy that Trump is getting rid of the U.S. Department of Education because it's mostly fraudulent grant funding passing around. And
Just FYI, if
a lot
APEC
of that
does want to
has
send
do
me money,
with
I'll take your money.
how special education kids are treated, but also I'm looking and listening to what's been going on and what people are inputting from a global standpoint. And so from a local standpoint, I can also say that, and there's someone very close to me personally out of our group who used to be in Child Protective Services and got out because of the corruption, where Child Protective Services is a main funneler for children to be entered into the underground for pedophilia. There are the waste and fraud and funding, and what they're doing with it is insane. Tomorrow, actually today, there's a school board meeting. There are school districts that are accused of taking in the ELL population and sending them to abortion clinics. There's, especially since the pandemic, there's been obviously a push for the online learning, and I know personally that I have one child who has no education, which is a whole different matter, and another child who has been put on the laptops, and the stuff that they push them through, they teach them how to do illicit drugs. They push them through to things that look, very kid-friendly on the surface, and then they click to the next page, and it'll be teaching very young children how to perform sexual activities.
Ears up, tail out, eyes just focused.
Like Clubhouse.
But she would never attack. Like she would never. She was not a reactor.
Full bred.
She was an American bully, so she was an American bully. But she was a what you would consider like a what is it called?
That might be my next screen name on here.
She had an incredible bloodline. It was a razor's edge, and in the American bully world, it was a very sacred bloodline. But yeah.
I mean, what's interesting with that locking of the jaw, I have a lab that if he gets a hold of something, it's just, I can't get it out. But his mouth is soft, but he's just, he's bringing something to me, but then I can't always get it out. But I don't think it's as strong as what you're talking about.
Yeah, but that's not what it is. The lockjaw is in pit bulls and Rottweilers and a couple other breeds where their jaw literally moves, like the bones will move and then lock into the other bones. It's a very, very specific thing.
Wow.
Yeah,
that is a myth. That is a myth.
German Shepherds
No,
might have
it's
that.
not a myth. No, German Shepherds don't have it. Rottweilers and pit bulls, and then I can't remember. Somebody said there's 5 breeds. I don't know about 5.
I said 5.
Yeah, there are a couple of, there's 1 or 2 others that I've heard of, but I don't remember what they are.
So it's completely different. I mean, mine just holds on to it. Okay.
Very different.
Now I gotta Google this.
Don't do it. It'll make you more afraid of pit bulls.
Okay, so pit bulls and dogs, what are they called? Dobermans and all that. I've never once ever had been fearful of any of those. Little dogs, though, we had a little wiener dog when I was in high school that a friend of mine was walking out the door, saying bye. I don't know why, but this little dog, Patty, comes running from the living room. It was New Orleans.
Oh, sorry, man.
It was an accident. I mean, I didn't mean
What the hell is that damn nut?
Sorry, boy, you say they won't go inside no more. Engine spirits or some damn thing that say they're causing the cave-ins.
Other dogs like that. Oh, yeah.
He's the one doing the talking.
For some reason.
That's right.
There's no rhyme or reason.
Anybody else want to negotiate?
They don't even speak English, but
Now go show them there's nothing to be afraid of. I have to ask twice.
I can think of it. Why don't we just take what we can carry and get out of here?
Scrappy little mixed dogs and tiny dogs, like Dobermans and Corgis.
We're already rich, right?
Scraps? Think I waited 20 years? I'm taking over!
No, I love coyotes. So, as long as you turn your back on them, or don't attack them, like go at them, you're fine. Coyotes will not attack. As soon as you turn your back, they feel threatened, or they feel threatened with their pups.
So, William, I definitely would advise you, because you don't have to take my word for it, but I'll read you the prompt too. So, just real quick, is lockjaw a real scientific thing in dog breeds? Example for like pit bulls, where bones may lock into each other. Provide citations and scientific evidence to support the claims. No, lockjaw is not a real anatomical or physiological trait in pit bulls or any dog breed. Here's what credible sources say. The Peninsula Humane Society states that pit bulls do not have locking jaws. In fact, no healthy dog does. What people sometimes interpret as lockjaw may actually be tetanus, a serious infection. Okay, another quote. Pit bulls do not have any special physical mechanism or enzyme that allows them to lock their jaws. Another Humane Society equivalent. The truth is, lockjaw and pit bull type dogs or any breed of dog simply does not exist. It is a myth. Another Animal Farm Foundation.
You're not alone in this, though, William. I honestly thought that was true too. I've heard that my whole life. You're educating here. I didn't know that.
I just looked up and saw what you were seeing.
Okay, just ruined my young adult life.
Right? I mean, why is that misinformation out there then? This is so
There is
That's been out
a
there forever.
story that explains why the myth keeps perpetuating itself.
Okay, what's that story? Why does the myth keep perpetuating itself?
They're just fear mongers. People.
No.
Oh, David. Oh, sorry, I didn't know you.
So, no, you go. I'm looking it up. I saw the headline. I gotta read it.
No, I just I got big into like BSL years ago. Obviously, when I was an active, I walked around with her, and it was incredible that so many people, places, all of this started. It bleeds into institutions, it bleeds into insurance companies, and it bleeds into apartment complexes and how you can have a dog. And in some places, they make it apartment complexes got so scared about the whole thing that they just put like a 35-pound limit on dogs just so they could avoid any type of larger breed dog. But anyway, it's just fear, right? And dogs obviously have a natural propensity to potentially be dangerous.
Their jaws are so strong, it looks like it's locked. And it started in bullfighting. The dogs would lock onto the bull and they couldn't be thrown off.
Well, yeah, but it's not just the strength of the jaw, because a pit bull does have a strong bite, but like a mastiff is like 2 to 3 times as strong.
Exactly.
And you don't hear like a mastiff. It makes sense if you've ever seen a mastiff's head. It looks like a fucking horse. But nobody ever talks about the strength of the bite of a mastiff.
I think that live next door to me. They're ridiculously. I mean, they're horses.
Abby.
Yeah.
Do you know what a Caucasian? It's called a Caucasian.
Oh, I know which one.
An ovcharka, a Caucasian ovcharkas.
The ones that killed. Are those the ones that killed in San Francisco? The mauled. Is that the breed?
I'm not sure, but my mom has this crazy Russian friend, like straight from Russia type thing, and she breeds them. And her ovcharkas go deer hunting in their backyard, and she constantly has deer. But I'm like, what the heck?
Wait, I think that's the breed. This is so weird that you're saying this. I was just at the Jersey Shore, and there's a farm, like, that has like a farm store, and like it's a lot of people go there. It's like right near the beach, but kind of out a little bit. And she had that dog. It's a dog that protects like the farm area and the herds.
Yeah.
And that's
They're
the
big.
dog. And it's really big. It's weird that you're saying it because I just Googled that dog name a couple days ago. That's why it was in when you said it. And it killed a small, like a Bichon. Someone was walking their dog. And it went and attacked it and killed it. And this lady who has the farm is like very, yoga, like natural kind of person that, that has the farm. She also has a restaurant, and it made the news like it's a big deal. So she fired the guy that was walking the dog that did the attack, and there's this public apology about it. I have to find the article, but it's that dog, and it I guess they had it to protect something about protecting the farm area and whatever the farm animals are. Can you say the name again?
I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, but like ovcharka.
Ovcharka, yeah. I think. Let me find this article. That's the dog. Maybe 150 pounds, something like that.
Yeah, they're big, really hairy.
I'm looking for it now. But aggressive, I guess.
What was that big one you were talking about? We were talking about before the ovcharka, the one that's so big like a horse.
Mastiff?
The mastiff.
Yeah, the bull mastiff. I had a customer had a bull mastiff, and they're gentle. I mean, they have a tiny house too. This dog took up the whole room, and they had a mailman that was like using their backyard to cut through, and he often, for some reason, they didn't realize this, but the dog was out there one day, and he used the backyard as a bathroom also, and the dog saw him, and this dog held the mailman until like the owners came home. He wouldn't let the mailman escape. They looked at their camera and saw that the mailman had been visiting their backyard a lot.
I was wrong. It's an Anatolian Shepherd that did the attack. Did you ever hear of them?
Yeah.
And I guess they're used to protect at farms. I have heard of the other one. And the one you're talking about, it's like, kind of looks bear-like.
Yeah, they do. They do look.
Is it white?
Different colors, like tan and black, kind of like a brindle coat type thing, but not like it wouldn't be like a brush coat brindle. Like it would be like a bear coat brindle, if that makes sense.
My daughter has Sammys. She has two big ones. And they're really friendly dogs. But they're also, they're super furry, and they look bigger than what they weigh, if that makes any sense, because there's so much fur. But the dog I'm thinking of, what you're talking about, almost looks like a Sammy, only like different color fur, like frosted.
Yeah.
Wait, I've gotta go look it up.
Something a bit related to what you guys are speaking about. I have two German Shepherds. They're still puppies, but they're like, big puppies at this point, 2 years old. And, I have this backyard that I let my kids go and play in. in the backyard when it's like, get out of here, go in the backyard and play. Is it appropriate to allow German Shepherds to be in the yard with a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old? The dogs are going to be okay with them. I feel like, I don't trust the dogs. They're good dogs, but I don't trust them around a 5 and a 3-year-old. So I put them outside when the kids are in the backyard.
You had the kids first and then got the dogs, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like one of the dogs I feel really comfortable with, but the other dog, I'm like, I don't want you to snap at one of the kids or misinterpret a signal or.
Like, if you haven't even that fear, Gildas, I think you gotta remember that they're animals. And yeah, that's not, I personally wouldn't, you know what I mean? My girl though, my pit, I would with her because I trust her, but she had already proven that, she's able to get all of those stimuli and not have the reaction, loud noises, slaps, being rough with her, and all of that. But you'd have to be really, really attuned to your dog, understanding all the little bits, because it's so crazy to me that people can say like, oh, the dog just snapped. No, my sister went to school. We have a lot of people in our family, just dogs. Everything's been dogs my whole life. My mom helped repopulate the Chinese Shar-Pei population years and years ago, like in the 70s. And she did showing, she did, AKC type judge work. So I've been around dogs, and it never made sense to me. Like, every dog that I've ever been, I'm able to immediately pick out, who's dangerous and who's not, and who could be trusted. Like, you sense it immediately. But that's someone like me who's been around dogs, ad noise, like so many.
Bima,
right?
can I ask you a quick question?
Sure, go ahead.
So, if your anarchist society was implemented and everything was decentralized, how do you think the pit bull population would fare in the new society?
Just as it fares now, what would be the difference?
Well, economically speaking, because the economy would probably, implode and deteriorate. Importing all that dog food from horses butchered in Canada, there might be a lot of import tax and duties on all that horse meat that goes into dog food. And because taxes go up, that might mean dogs eat less.
Very interesting.
Yeah, this took a weird turn. Gildas, I would say it has to do with the disposition of the dog and the disposition of your children in the way they interact with the dog. So teach your children, like, you never come up on a horse without touching its backside so you know it's there. And dogs have similar things. There's areas you want to teach your children not to touch. There's ways you want to teach your children to interact with the dog. You'll know right away if you spend like an hour teaching them the things and watching them interact with the dogs, whether you can trust your children's actions towards the dogs, because the dogs are animals and they're responding to things. It's not as though your child is intentionally doing something that sets off the dog. So
a lot of people in the industry very angry.
In my opinion.
Are very expensive, like extortionary expensive
I can understand
to use their force because they had pretty much
How can only UAE from China if you are really on the team?
When the kids go in the backyard, I just put the dogs away. As they get older, and I can maybe communicate some of the ideas you're speaking about to them, and they can understand it, then we can make some adjustments. But at 5 and 3, like, they can't even fucking, like, they just can't follow, like, a logical lesson from dad yet. They're almost there, especially the 5-year-old, but...
Yeah, I agree. Unless you work with your dogs, like, a lot, and I mean, like, a lot of work with your dogs, you desensitize them and stuff. I continue to do what you're doing. Good job.
And it's like, I'll let them pet them if I'm out there. And when I'm out there, the dogs are cool. But sometimes I send the kids out, and I'm like, I dogs away. So, yeah, I think I'm trying to do this parenting thing, man. This shit is hard. Like, did y'all motherfuckers get lessons about parenting from y'all parents, or did you just figure it out on the fly? This shit is difficult.
There's a book called What to Expect When You're Expected.
Oh my God, William.
Yeah, I've read some of that kind of shit.
Okay, read it and then throw it away because there is no rule book. I don't give a fuck what your parents told you.
This is crazy.
You figure it out as you go, and you're gonna fuck up.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
Hey, Gildas, I don't know. Check into if you're interested. Jim and Charles Fay, they teach this program. They have a bunch of different programs, but it's called Love and Logic, and the interactive like this. There's like this test that you could buy, or like a course. It's like $100. It sounds. Trust me, it is incredible. The workbook and everything that teaches you as a parent that you're not going to be able to know everything. How to respond to every scenario and to keep your own sanity and also respect your child.
We bring up like scenarios of an anarchist society and you can't answer any of the questions.
Well, that's the point of an anarchist society. The point is that the people decide, right? And it's to decentralize and have the best ideas rise to the top. So why it doesn't make sense. But
why would you assume the best ideas would rise to the top? Only the ideas that could be defended would rise to the top, and maybe those would be bad ideas.
I mean, I think for the same reason that you trust a federal constitutional republic in the United States right now. You trust people, the people next to you, to vote and then make good decisions. So the logic is the same. But Gildas, Love and Logic, check it out. A lot of YouTube videos, but the YouTube videos don't go into the details, but really good stuff.
I'm sensing there's a theme in this room that I didn't understand when I came in the room.
What's that?
I'll take your word, Bima. But now, maybe we'll become enemies. You support anarchy?
Mm-hmm.
I support, yeah.
And she doesn't shave her armpits.
Okay, so he said that one day, and oh my God, Roger, he's hilarious. I don't know why he keeps saying that, but
And she hates Israel.
And that's not true either. But I mean, like, I do hate states, so I think, yeah.
You want to vanquish the state entirely?
Well, I mean, the coercive structure of the state. I think the organization structure is obviously still very reasonable to keep.
Okay, so like quasi-anarchist, not full-blown, like, who wrote that stupid book from the French? Anti-schizophrenia, Deleuze and Guattari, I think. Like, you're not about, like, just returning man to different little fiefdoms with no kind of centralized government whatsoever, where we just all live in our respective villages. And that's how we negotiate trade from that kind of a stance.
I don't think that we could, like, regress into something like that at this point. So there would be a lot of interconnectivity and crossing of institutions and such, you know what I'm saying? But they would be institutions where we just, choose them with and put our productive ability in them because we agree and we align with those, those principles.
We have a poll up, everyone.
Oh my God.
Bima, have you ever read any works by the Invisible Committee?
No, what is this?
Maybe I'm more anarchist than you. Check out the Invisible Committee. I think they have 3 books. I've read all 3. I read all 3 years ago. But they were basically getting at the idea that we need to kind of, in my opinion, devolve into, like, anarchist, fiefdoms. That's the best way classify them as like neo-Marxists. They don't believe that, like, you know, capitalism must lead to the communist utopia. They're trying to like figure out why it didn't work that way. So they're like post-Marxists. But they believe that the Invisible Committee, they're out of France, like La Comité Invisible, or whatever the fuck, however you say it. But you can look them up. They have a Wikipedia article. You know, just kind of check it out. You know, if you never read their work, that's okay. I haven't read all the anarchist works myself, but I was deeply influenced by them when I was younger. I liked their criticism, but I didn't like their solution.
Yeah, I think that that's a common theme among anarchists. But
you know, it's a common theme that I've noticed is that when you ask an anarchist a question, they don't give you a straight answer.
it's because, I mean, I keep saying it. The point is to not be able to answer for everybody. The point is to be able to answer for myself. You answer for yourself. You align with, you know, like mind and approve with your people and build from there. But Gilda, that's really interesting. I'm definitely not an anti-capitalist. I like capitalism. Yeah, that might be. It's interesting though. It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I feel you. Like, if you were able to check out one of their books, you might find some of it intriguing. I found a lot of it intriguing, but like I said, I just didn't agree with their solution. But I saw William come off mic, so I don't want to cut him off. Go ahead, William.
Well, I don't understand how you can be an anarchist and a capitalist, and I thought Gilgamesh, sorry, I love that nickname for you. I thought Gilgamesh was doing opposition research, but it's interesting to find out that you were not a capitalist when you were young. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely. I wasn't a capitalist, but I wasn't a Marxist.
He was also a faggot when he was younger.
I wasn't gay. I've never dabbled with that. I'm not bisexual or anything.
Gildas, let me ask you this, G.
Good.
I have a theory that every man remembers their first blowjob. Do you agree?
Yeah, now that I think about it, sure.
Do you remember your first blowjob?
Yeah, definitely.
How long did it take you to make the guy come?
I thought the joke was, did you spit or swallow?
No.
Oh, no.
It didn't go down like that.
How did it go down?
What'd you do, spit it out?
No, you know, there was a young lady who was giving me service, and I enjoyed it.
You're not getting the joke, Holmes.
No, I get the joke, but I'm just not playing into it.
Gotcha.
You know, like, I get the joke, it's a funny one, but it is what it is. You know, it kind of catches you off guard, but no, man, you know, I'm heterosexual.
Kind of like semen in the back of the throat, kind of just shock to the system.
Well, you know, if you want to wipe the cum off your molars, you can do so, but I've never had that problem.
It makes it look like your teeth are melting.
Well, you would know. You're the expert here.
Hey, I just want to say really quick because I have to go. But Bima, I've been in many rooms with you where I thought you were performatively aggressive, and I was like, I don't think if she's real or not. But after tonight, dude, I'm gonna follow you. Like, I have to kill somebody off because that's the way it rolls. So somebody's gonna die, but then I can add you in. But you're really cool. Like, genuinely, you're the kind of person I want to hang out with on Vibe. You're very cool.
Wait, who are you referring to, Hillary?
Bima.
Do you know that Bima earlier was defending a fucking terrorist?
Oh my god. So, she said she has to go. Don't listen to that, Hillary. If you're ever interested in my views, you ask me. Definitely don't ever ask Roger.
Well, all I had to do was hear your views on animals, and I like you. People, well,
Hillary. She literally was defending the guy that was running a room about sex trafficking and terrorism.
Okay, so first of all, I wasn't in the room for that, and second of all, what my comment was that every time I've been in that room, I have never seen Amir to be a hateful person, and I even had Ann back me up on that. He's been a very rational person. He lets everybody come up and
Never heard of
speak.
the IRGC.
People come up and speak. He provides, sources, and I really appreciate that as a host. People like to blow big like myself and don't like to actually produce good concrete shit that you could read, and he does that. So I mean, I haven't heard him yet say anything.
Supports the IRGC. Well, what are you talking about?
I don't know what that means.
The IRGC it's the Iranian Republican Guard. This is the regime that allows young girls 8 years old to marry in Iran. Iran is also the country that exports and sponsors terrorism around the globe. They're the biggest Jew haters on the planet Earth, but people likes the people that support these groups.
See, I can't trust you, Roger. You just told Hillary that, you tell people all the time that I'm a terrorist sympathizer, right? So why would I believe anything you have to say about absolutely anybody? Go ahead, Ryan.
Well, you spent your time tonight defending Amir when literally we were listening to the room when he was hosting a room about sex trafficking, and every day he hosts a room about trying to drum up support for terrorist organizations.
First of all, we never heard anything about any type of sex trafficking. What the individual was talking about, what Hillary, what they were referring to as sex trafficking, was some guy apparently paid some prostitution. That's basically what it is. But they like to, because of their deepened hatred for his ideology and his political views, they like to try to silence him by bullying him. And that's what I get. If you want to, attack the guy, I mean, like, there's prostitution.
Normal in the room who isn't somebody who kids around, who doesn't accuse lightly, who has receipts for what he was talking about. He was there personally. This was a firsthand.
Well, I wasn't there, and I still like her.
Hillary, I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna get on a watch list if you do this.
Dude, have you seen my fucking porn search history? I'm already on a watch list.
That's my girl.
Okay, the low IQs are united.
Hillary, how's your mom?
I don't think you're asking. They are doing the surgery tomorrow morning. They said the liver that they had for her was not, I don't know what went wrong, or wasn't gonna work. So she is in recovery right now, and then they are going to attempt again tomorrow at 8 a.m. So I don't know, because I talked to her husband, who can't stand me, and he wouldn't give me any more details other than that. So I don't know what happened or why it's not a viable liver, but they're gonna go again tomorrow. Thank you very much for asking. I appreciate that.
You read my prayers, Hillary.
Thank you. Her name is Pam, by the way. Y'all can dox me all you want. I don't care. If anybody else in the room believes in prayer and doesn't mind saying a prayer for her.
No, we all hope for the best for your mother.
I'll hope for the best, but I don't believe in prayer.
That's fine. Any kind of energy that you're putting out there is good.
Elvis, what kind of attitude is that?
Well, I'm just making it clear that you have a black atheist on stage.
No, we don't.
You know what I'm going to do? Now, I'm going to go and I'm going to get ChatGPT to write me up a contract for souls. And every time somebody says they are true atheist or agnostic, I'm going to be like, okay, then sign this and see how many actually do. Bet you I never get a single signature.
No, I'll sign.
Yeah, then you can sell their souls over to the Scientologists. Maybe you can make money that way.
Don't worry, Gilbert. If we die and you're like stuck in purgatory and you can't be accepted into the gates of heaven, I'll come and I'll find you with all of you other atheists and weirdos, and I'll bring you back. Don't worry.
I don't know if you can go there though. Like, where does nowhere exist? Because if you live in nothingness and you go to whatever you believe in, then it's nothingness.
If there is a heaven, as a black man, I think I would be picking cotton in it.
Ooh. If there is a heaven, none of us are going. Period. None of us live up to the standard.
I know, right? I'm going straight to hell.
Girl, I got RSVP, I got bottle service, I've already got it all. I'm the only one that's gonna have ice, y'all come hang with me. I'm sitting here, I'm already making bets and arrangements for, you need souls? Hold on. I got souls for you. I'm up there in penthouse. I'm closest to the surface as you're gonna get.
I hope there is no heaven, so I don't have to pick cotton there for eternity. Because that's gonna be my place in that white man's heaven.
Why would you be going to a white man's heaven and not your heaven?
Because there ain't no such thing as a black man's heaven. I mean, maybe the strip club with...
Oh my God, I was just about to say, literally about to say,
you know,
nothing to say.
maybe the strip club with the wings for like, $1 per wing. Maybe that's the black man's heaven. But the heaven in the Bible, if I gotta go to that one, I'm probably...
We got four for one on Wednesdays.
Yeah, like, if that heaven exists, maybe I'll go there, but the cracker heaven, no. I'll be picking cotton. I don't want to go.
I'll save you a seat.
Well, didn't you just hear Bima? Bima is so compassionate and so kind. Bima projected her superiority.
I've got bottle service waiting for us.
She's gonna literally save you.
They'll have a table with a Hennessy bottle waiting for me. I'd rather go there than like white man heaven.
Go ahead for the view, hell for the company.
Yeah, I'm cool on that. I ain't going up to the white man's heaven.
But Bima's gonna save you. She's gonna come out of her heavenly state and find you in the atheist purgatory where you're picking cotton, and she's gonna bring you up to, the VIP section.
Trust me, my heaven would not be a white man's heaven, though. First of all, this is pure energy and aura, and if anybody, it's definitely not the white man running shit up there.
What is it, the light man?
Hold on. Do you think heaven's going to be ran as an anarchist society?
Ridiculous.
Well, essentially, because you wouldn't be worried about man's law in heaven. By technicality, yeah.
Hillary, let me ask you this. Do you believe that God believes in hierarchies? I didn't hear that.
I don't know, man. Magic. I'm magic. I have no idea. Sorry.
What is it with women on this app when you ask them a straight up question that they just...
No, not you. My husband was asking me a question and I was trying to answer his question. As for your question, you said, do I think what now?
Does God believe in hierarchies?
Absolutely. Read the Bible. 100%. Him, angels, humans. Yes, there's a hierarchy. Why do you think that the devil had issues with humans? Because God put humans above angels. And the devil's like, the fuck you say?
Slow down. I don't need the math response. I just wanted to have a conversation. Can you just tell me?
Start telling me better shit then. Sorry, go ahead.
If you believe that God believes in hierarchies, then how would heaven be anarchist?
Damn, there you are with a good point. I resent. Go ahead.
There we go. See, Dima, now that's how you're supposed to respond to these.
Yes, let Roger win. That's how you're supposed to respond to everything.
Dima doesn't have to worry about this, though, because Dima's not going to heaven because she supports terrorism.
You see what I mean? This is what he does.
What is it exactly that you do when you get to heaven? Are you just like praising God the whole time for eternity?
For display purposes only. We were here, according to the Bible, we are here on God to praise God, to build his earth on heaven, or excuse me, heaven on earth. We're supposed to be here praising him, period. That's what you're supposed to be doing all day long. When you get to heaven, yes, that's what you're supposed to be doing, yes.
Wait, according to who?
Bible. We're supposed to be down here praising God.
What Bible?
Every Bible.
Every Bible? What are you talking about, Hillary?
I think people want to start with the idea of which book and which Bible.
Yeah, I mean, Hillary, you're aware that Christianity is a religion that's derivative of another religion, correct?
Aren't all religions?
No, actually, God gave His word to a chosen group of people, and then everybody just kept writing fan fiction about it.
That God did.
How many gods do you believe in?
How many does the Bible say?
I don't believe
3,
in the
right?
Bible. No. Which three does the Bible say?
Yahweh, was it Baal? What's the other one? I mean, I'm not like a deep Bible.
Behemoth definitely worshipped Baal. That's for sure.
Haven't you
There's
ever
only,
read?
but there's only one God. There is only one God that a Christian is supposed to follow. However, why do you think it has to be said that there's only one God? Why does that have to even be said? Because there are other gods in the Bible.
No, because the heathens believed in multiple gods. The heathens did.
The heathens.
Yeah, like the Beatles.
Okay.
Do you believe that rights come from God?
Rights? No, not earthly rights. No.
Where do they come from?
They're different types. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like I'm talking to people. Minus Hillary. Hillary's the only person, and Sam. You know, and Gildas too. No, Gildas, you're included in this. It's just Hillary. Yeah, sorry. Sam, I don't know too much about your spiritual stuff.
What are you trying to say?
Okay,
Like, you
this
just
is what
said
I'm
a
saying.
bunch of words.
I know. Wait, shh. Okay, hold on. I'll get back on. So my point is that I feel like you guys haven't had any like real
You
spiritual.
sound like a B-side Beatles song. You're not making any sense. You're just words.
I don't think that you guys have had real like spiritual experiences, right?
Like what? Smoking a bunch of dope?
There's different types of rights. Have you ever read Alan Watts on? He wrote a book on psychedelics.
I prefer Alan more.
Okay, well, was it Alan Watts now, or was it?
Yeah, no, you're right.
Okay, Alan Watts. Okay, so they talk about psychedelics, and if you guys have ever done psychedelics in a very therapeutic,
I knew it. We're at drugs.
In a therapeutic way that's spiritual and safe, and you know what I'm saying. Like you're gonna experience some shit. It literally took me out of atheism. It took me out of atheism. Like I was straight atheist, and once I was in this state. This spiritual state, I was bombarded by
I think you're in a state of denial.
Massive amounts of like knowledge and information, and it was so burdensome. I just wanted to go back to the very simple.
I think you were in a mountain of misinformation.
Hey, Mojo, what's the name of that? Scarlett Johansson is in it, and she ends up eating this blue stuff, and then what's that movie?
Oh, where she like wakes up, stop taking a pill.
No, she like it gets put into this weird position where she has to. No, it's this blue drug that she takes, and it like makes her like super. Like basically, she just turns her into God, and then she just like disappears in the end of the movie. What movie was that? Because this drug was like giving her this crazy connectivity.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah. So listen, whoever did that took fucking psychedelics, okay? I know that fucking person did, because that's exactly what fucking happens. Your brain, you get so much information, and like you start, and it's overwhelming, and what, definitely as an atheist, and as an anarchist, I was like,
Wait. So,
what?
Lucy.
So now you're telling us that you take a lot of drugs? Is this...
No.
Is this helping us to understand
Hold on. Don't. You piss me off sometimes because.
Why?
I'll tell you why. Because you use it.
What do I do? I'm so fussy.
Well, no, you're not. Because then you like say stuff and you like slander, and it's like that's not true. I don't even drink alcohol. And you know that because I said that
bragging about doing trips.
Hold on. No, I said in a therapeutic setting, okay, psychedelics, if that's something that you are interested in, as a spiritual experience, right, as a spiritual experience, right, under the guise of people who understand and know and can guide you and do all that, it's a different thing, right? That's a journey into spirituality, and it's crazy, right? I'm not talking about like daily drug use and whatever else. But you know what? Anybody that is into that, I don't fucking kick it. I
want to be very forthright and clear here, and I'm happy that Ann is on the stage, but it looks like she's on the phone. So I'll ask you, Bima. Now, what I'm gathering is you're a Christian. Is that true?
I wouldn't call myself a Christian, but I do subscribe to the.
Do you have a subscription? Do you pay like annually or monthly for your subscription?
Let me really be serious. I really wanted to ask this question to Ann, but she's on the phone.
Well, when she gets off the phone, you can ask her a question.
I wanna ask her with 2 Ks. But I'll ask Bima if she's willing to play.
Hold on. Before we ask Bima too many questions, Bima, when's the last time you took drugs?
I don't do drugs. I don't do alcohol. But to answer your question,
but it sounded like you had a great experience on drugs, and it opened up your mind to all this.
Psychedelics.
He's saying under a doctor's guide. So, like, in other words, if you were in a car wreck and you took a couple of Percocet when you got out of the hospital because you were in pain under a doctor's prescription, then are you an opiate addict? No. Well, not yet.
Yes, you are.
So anyone who's ever taken medication the doctor gave them is an addict.
Correct.
The opioid will kind of get you locked in, more so than amoxicillin.
I haven't done drugs in 16 years, but I'll tell you what.
But do you guys really
Before that.
don't understand how addiction works? This is amazing.
Just because you do something doesn't mean it.
I have my LCDC. I fully understand how addiction works.
Well, but hold on, Bima, a moment ago you said you didn't do drugs. Now you're saying that you do, and you're defending the right to use them.
Because you know that what you're insinuating is like a regular use, like daily, weekly, monthly type thing. I'm saying in a very isolated, like once in a lifetime thing.
Oh, so
read Alan Watts. Read Alan Watts.
So only once in your life have you done drugs?
I can't do drugs. I mean, trust me. Listen, I would probably love some shit, but for whatever reason, my body has I'm allergic to alcohol, basically. I get immediately nauseated. I don't know why. My body just rejects alcohol, and it rejects like any type of poison. I can't even really do like Advil.
Almost like your brain rejects logic.
Like Advil and aspirin and any type of medication, like I don't do well with anything. So as much as I would like to sit down and smoke some pot and drink some alcohol, because trust me, I would, especially as an Italian. Oh yeah, of course. Are you kidding me? Why do you think I'm on Clubhouse? This is my escape. If I pot, I would not be on here.
Change your mind 4 times in this
conversation. Well, no. I've been consistent. I just said that I don't do it, right? I just said that I don't do it, and that's been consistent. I didn't say I didn't want to do it.
DMT was not a thing whenever I was in my drug addiction stage. I really wish I had done that, or at least experienced it once before getting clean and sober. I did not know that there was anything out there like that, but I have heard other people say very similar to what you're saying as far as doing a hallucinogenic under watch and having that kind of experience. So I have heard that to be true as well. I am too imaginative of a person to successfully do hallucinogenics. I tried LSD and we're not even going to get into it. But I wound up in Tempe, Arizona. Don't ask the details, but yeah, from Lafayette, Louisiana to Tempe, Arizona, to save something that didn't even exist. So
you I don't remember how you got there. Hold on. So you like LSD and Bima likes DSM?
No, I said I don't. I hated it. It was the worst experience of my life. I've tried much of it. Horrible experience. I overthink things.
You didn't hear what I said. Some of you people just talk to talk.
You said that I like it. That I liked doing LSD.
You didn't hear the second part of it.
I'm sorry, big, strong, and handsome. Please do tell me what you were saying. I'll shut up. Would you like a sandwich while I'm in here?
No, you just carry on. You Bima just say words.
Aww, thanks, hon.
We'll try to get our decoder rings out and try to figure out what the women are talking about.
Don't worry, we'll show you our boobs later and you'll be just fine.
So I was curious about
these women are good.
where Bima brings them
Where race comes from?
Where rights come from, you retard.
Oh, jeez. Sorry, I have PTSD from chillism.
That was the question that he asked you before you went on this drug thing.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, if you believe in a God, right, then obviously I feel that there's some things that you can't conceptualize, like what God is going to allow, or if the plan is written.
And we're not going to get an answer.
All of that type, no, it is, but all of that type of stuff is unknowable. But where rights, the understanding of what, when you say you have rights, or, oh, I have rights, all that is agreements between individuals, like descriptively, without any type of normative claim. Just saying, like, what a right is.
No, hold on, Bima. A right doesn't require somebody else's agreement. If it requires somebody else's agreement, then it's not a right at all.
You're talking about, like, last rights?
I think you've never thought about this much, have you?
I don't know what that cackle was all about. Here's the thing: if you have a right, it shouldn't be dependent on what somebody else thinks. You have the right to do it.
Right, and if I broke it down,
and the question,
my house, I'll use Jensen.
Well, no, hold on. The question was, maybe you don't understand the question. Let me frame it where even you can understand. I believe that rights come from nature. Some people believe rights come from God. Where do you believe that rights come from?
They come from individuals.
That doesn't make sense.
That's my God given right.
Right, so here, give us an example of one of the rights that you're speaking of, and then I'll explain you explain yours first, and then I'll explain it using the same right. Go ahead.
How about life?
Okay, so the right to life. Okay, so explain how you're understanding the right to life. Go.
Yeah, I think it's self-evident to me. This is why we believe that certain rights are endowed and self-evident. But when I think of the right to life, it's if the conditions are met that create life. For example, fertilization of an egg and carried full term and brought to life. You have the right to that. In fact, somebody would have to impede your right to stop that from happening. And then what makes that happen? Well, nature's created these rules. And so rights come from nature. Where do you think they come from?
So rights come from individuals. You think this right to nature is okay, well, I can explain. You don't have any right to life, any particular right to life. You could go out right now into the forest and
Now I understand why you support terrorism. Go ahead.
So you could go out into the forest. We actually were talking about a guy earlier today, right? And he went out and he took the wrong berry into the wild or something like that, right? And he ended up dying. You have no right to life. Nature isn't protecting. There is no right that you have to life, right? You could make a mistake. You could fall off a cliff. You could get in a car accident. Okay, so what is a right? Okay, so a right is when you have other individuals and you say, hey, look, we're going to make this agreement that you're not going to do this and I'm not going to do this, and we're going to come together and say, this is going to be our standard.
Bima, if my rights are contingent on your agreement that it wasn't a right to begin with.
So you're not understanding, and this is what I'm talking about. You have to understand what an actual right is, descriptively. Because you're just thinking like, let's say, let's use the right to the Second Amendment, right? Or give me a different, like a Bill of Rights, right?
I want to stick with life. Let's stick with this.
Okay, so the right to life. Explain to me how you have a right to life. Like, do you have a right to life until you're 100, or until, like you're 85, or do you have a right to not get cancer? Do you have a right? Who's protecting this right?
Well, the life can be terminated, and all life will get terminated at some point, but nature creates the conditions in which life can exist, and it takes somebody to violate that right. Let's say abortion, let's say suicide, physician-assisted suicide, homicide. That would be a violation of my right. Nature gave me the right to live, and man takes that right away. And so you're thinking that the rights come from man. I would say that the rights come from nature.
And so that's what I'm saying. Like, you just gave me examples of abortion. You just gave me examples of murder.
You didn't agree with me. You're disagreeing with me.
Well, what I'm saying is when someone commits murder, right, either killing a baby in the womb or killing another human being, that is the violation of the right, which says, listen, you're not going to harm another human being. We had to come together to say, hey, look, this is what we're going to consider personhood. This is what we're going to say. I'm going to grant you these particular set of rights. And I'm going to grant them, meaning like, hey, look, I like these. Do you like these? Oh, you like them too? Okay, let's both abide by them, which is why every location on this entire planet has a different set of rights. Right? You have a different set of rights on one state to another, right? All it is a bunch of human beings getting together to say, okay, this is what we're going to agree with, and this is how we're going to, respect that or not.
And who will enforce those rights once they're violated?
Well, I mean, like, that depends, but most of the time, right now, is the governments and state agents. So law enforcement, most people believe in governments, so they have governments in some sort of form of a state, whatever that might be, democracies galore, sometimes tyranny, sometimes something else.
But you don't believe in governments, who will enforce them in anarchy?
Oh, that's perfect. So in an anarchist society, you do. That's what makes it so great.
Well, this is a genuine, honest question. What is the difference between nihilism and anarchism? I genuinely don't know. I'm not trying to find.
Well, I can answer that. What's the difference between a nihilist and an anarchist? A nihilist believes that you don't need any ethical principles. All of the ethical principles, like treat people the way you want to be treated, those kinds of ideas are stupid. You shouldn't abide them. You shouldn't work with them. You don't need any kind of moral compass. And what was the second one after nihilism?
Anarchist.
An anarchist just believes that you don't need a state involved in human relations. That human beings can kind of gather into little fiefdoms if they want to. And they can actually negotiate how power is shared, how resources are shared, and they'll be fine if they just don't have a big daddy government trying to tell them what to do. So they're like two different planes of ideas, because nihilism is working on the ethical plane. And anarchy is working on the political plane. So it's kind of hard to measure them up against one another.
No, I was just wondering what the differences in the two were. I think a lot of people use those words without realizing what they are or what they mean fully. So that's what I was wondering.
Well, Bima definitely uses them without knowing what they mean.
Yeah, but they're approaching two different parts of philosophy. So if you want to be an anarchist, you can be a nihilist anarchist. You see, if you want to get into that, but essentially, one is how do you organize people, and the other one is how do you think about your morals.
Yeah, but that's a pretty tame version of anarchist. A lot of anarchists are kind of extremists who believe in actual anarchy and chaos.
No, that's not their William. That's not their philosophy at all. their philosophy was born out of left-wing thought, where they don't want a government. It's not that what they want is chaos. It's the result of their immature ideas that lead to chaos.
That's fascinating.
It's
That's bullshit. Listen,
It's called
anarchy.
immaturity.
Well, the maturity thing is interesting because anarchy on the spectrum is the only type of anarchist society that would ever be able to exist, if it ever does exist, which is I do believe it will and it would be in the future, is the most emotionally mature people in society, right? And it aligns exactly with like parenthood and childhood.
Do you feel
So
like
when you have
Hold on,
okay, go ahead. All right, interrupt.
Do you feel that you're one of the most emotionally mature individuals in society?
So, no, of course not. Emotional maturity isn't something that you like, it's a lifetime thing of understanding, of being able to receive information.
Scale from 1 to 10. Scale from 1 to 10. 1 being the least emotionally mature person in the planet, and 10 being the most. Where do you think you fit?
10. 10, baby. And I'll tell you why. Because you can tell me your beliefs, and as long as, and that's a big set of beliefs. Status, they're going to have all of their understandings of what should happen. Society should look like this, and so I want to enforce my preferences. Status, in any type of scenario, all it is preferential force and coercion. You want to use violent backed coercion to force people to do what you want them to do. Federal, constitutional, republic or not, that's what you want as a statist, okay? As me, as an anarchist, I say, hey, look, as long as you're not violating another peaceful person or peaceful person's property, you could do whatever you want, and I'm going to respect it, and I'm going to be cool with it, right? So that is the emotional
Wait, hold on a minute, because Mojo, that sounds a whole lot like what you explained to me your political views were a couple years ago.
No, I don't think you've ever understood what my political views are. I'm happy to explain them to you if you want to listen this time.
I will.
Yeah, I believe that a government should have 3 things. It should have a military, it should have police, and it should have courts. Full stop. Everything else is just extra. It's bells and whistles. Bima doesn't believe that government should exist at all. Bima has this fantasy that without government, that people are just going to self-govern and everything's going to be perfect. But when you ask her simple questions like, hey, who's going to own the nuclear weapons? She doesn't have a very good answer for that. Why don't you ask Hillary, why don't you ask Bima what her answer is of who's going to own the nuclear weapons?
Aren't we just going to destroy them someday?
If it's an anarchist society, under whose authority would you destroy them? You would be destroying private property at that point, wouldn't you, Hillary?
No, it wouldn't, because a nuke, I explain this, it's an indiscriminate tool. It is literally the threat, and it is the threat of freedom to everybody, right? It is to say that I'm not going to...
You would take it away from people?
Well, of course you would take it away. Of course. I think most people, and it's for the same reason.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
And it's for the same reason that you agree why everybody shouldn't have it today, right? It's the same reason, for the same reason that you don't think everybody should have it. Wow, look, we came to the same conclusion that people having nuclear, or people having nukes isn't like,
You'll never finish.
It's not like you own a gun, right? And that's different, because you're able to point that's self-defense. You could store a gun without harming anybody. You can't store a nuke without holding everybody's life.
Slow down, wait, because you got me confused. You don't want government, but then who's gonna take away the nukes then?
People will. People, because freedom is the most important thing in anarchy, right? Is to be able to maximize freedom. But an indiscriminate weapon like a nuke threatens that type of freedom. So nobody would agree that society, just as we come to the conclusion today.
So let me hold on. So let me describe this. So Bima gets her wish. We wave a magic wand, and there's no U.S. government, and all of a sudden everybody just magically agrees that we don't need nuclear weapons, and the 5,500 plus nuclear weapons just disappear off planet Earth because people are so good at governing themselves. So now all the nuclear weapons are gone in the U.S., and you still have a nuclear-armed Russia and China. How does that play out, Neil?
That's why I said I believe in chaos, because it doesn't make sense.
Well, I don't think they believe. Hold on. I want to steel man Nema's position here for a second. This is the one misunderstanding that William that you shouldn't do, is that they don't want chaos. They're just not smart enough to understand that what they're asking for is a system that ultimately will lead to chaos. It's not that they're unprincipled. They're just stupid.
I'd say that's a percentage of them, but I've known some anarchists who live in chaos. And you're right, most of them don't know. I'll give you that.
Yeah, they're ignorant. They don't know what they're asking for.
It's not much different than what we have today. The only difference, and that's it.
And if it's not different, then why not leave it alone?
I'll explain, because there's coercion, there's violent back coercion, where peaceful people want to do peaceful.
You don't think there would be violence if there was no government?
So today, we have peaceful people that want to do peaceful things, innovate, create, build, and they're unable to do that because of the forces and the coercion of violent back force by the government, okay? So
that's a tongue twister.
The nukes, just like you have the moral authority to remove a threat in your vicinity, if somebody's threatening your life, is the same way that you'd be able to have the moral authority to tell somebody, like, listen, you can't have a nuke because it's an indiscriminate weapon and it's threatening my life. Just like you would hold a gun to somebody's head, you having a nuke is holding a gun to everybody's head. So everybody would. Right.
Well said.
So it's a defensive. And most people would come to the agreement. I'm pretty sure everybody in this room that we would say, hey, look, we'll have a quote unquote military, but I'm using the terms so we can follow the story. Obviously, it's not going to be the same structure, the same purpose, right? It's going to be a slightly different, defensive versus offensive. And the way the structure is built. The military is going to exist. They're going to be able to hold the nukes, and they're going to be able to...
The military is going to exist with an anarchist society?
Did you not hear what I just said? Did you not just hear what I just said? Did you not just hear what I said? What did I just say? I feel like... What did I just say?
There's no anarchist philosopher that I've ever read.
I just explained... Of course, well, maybe you haven't read enough. Read Auburn Herbert. Read him. He has amazing works. Amazing works. As a matter of fact, I could probably find a piece right now, find a book, and I could probably find one and read just a little something with what he says right here. Hold on a second.
L. Ron Hubbard? Dianetics? Scientology? That's where you go?
No! It's Oberon. I don't know how to pronounce his name. I'll find it.
So what if some people want to have a nuke and others don't? How does that work in your world?
Okay,
well, you're not allowed to have freedom with anarchy.
I mean, what if some people say, oh, I'll get rid of them, like maybe Ukraine decides, I'll get rid of them, but no, Russia's going to keep theirs. How's that working for them? I mean, in my little city-state, can I keep my nuclear?
No, you can't keep a nuclear because it threatens everybody around you. So likely there wouldn't be nukes.
So you're imposing some sort of rules, the ones that work for you, right?
No, the ones where moral authority reigns and threatens freedom.
Who imposes a standard?
Anybody who has the self-interest to live.
What are you going to do? Are you going to take them away? Do you think you can go to North Korea and take their weapons? How are you going to do that? What's your plan to take their weapons from them?
Well, I mean, no, we wouldn't be able to. Obviously, there's going to have to be transition, so we're not talking about just running around. This is just idiotic, right? Most of these other countries can't even fucking function, let alone you want to just go over there and they're not ready for something like that. But at a time where they're able to respect freedom, understand freedom, understand that you can't, the only responsibility that you have in this life is to not harm another person, okay, then it becomes, it's simple. You can't own something that is going to threaten everybody, just like you can't put a gun to somebody's head. It's the same thing. The majority of people have a self-interest to live, and we're going to say, no, you can't do that because you're violating my rights.
Okay, so if I never use the nuclear weapon, and I don't want to use it on anybody, but I just want to keep it, is that okay? Because you're saying it's about threatening somebody.
Right,
so I'm not threatening anybody. I just want to have it because it keeps me warm at night. Can I then have it in an anarchist society?
No, just as just holding it and having it is a threat because it's an indiscriminate weapon.
So where do you draw the line? How do we go down? So no nuclear weapons. Where else? At what point do you stop infringing on my rights and my little fiefdom of anarchy being opposed by some centralized force? Wait, I thought anarchy was decentralized. I'm really confused here. Can you figure out who is the centralization and what I'm allowed to do and not allowed to do in my decentralized portion of it?
Yeah, so
it sounds a little chaotic to me.
No, it's similar. Like I said, people are going to congregate like vines, and they're going to be able to put their whatever their beliefs are back. They're going to be able to back what they think is going to be the best functioning, the most effective source. So, William, if you say, hey, look, like imagine anarchy tomorrow. Oh, you find that Bima, I don't know, company or whatever, she's going to go around and make sure, like, it's her duty and her job to make sure that people don't have indiscriminate weapons. If they do have indiscriminate weapons of force that is going to violate my right to exist, then I trust that we're going to be able to, congregate. She's going to make sure that doesn't happen, that those people are found out immediately and that they're taken out, dealt with in whichever way that needs to be. And that's just basically what it's going to come down to. So the most effective...
Basically lynching.
What happens if I resist? So you want to come in and take my nuclear weapon away and I say no. Then what happens?
Well, then you die.
Well, why do I have to die? What?
Because you're the one threatening everybody else's life. So if you just...
I'm not threatening. I just like it to keep me warm at night. It makes me feel comfortable. I like it. I love the glow. That's nothing to do with using it.
It doesn't matter. Just having the weapon, even if you're Jesus Christ and you come down and you decide you just want to have a nuclear weapon, it doesn't matter. Just by the fact of having it, you're threatening everybody else's life.
Even if you're Jesus Christ.
Even if you're Jesus Christ.
Really?
Sorry, Jesus. Sorry, Jesus. Can't have the nukes, Jesus.
Wow.
That's
I don't
the
think
one
Jesus
rule.
wanted a nuke, but okay.
That's the one rule. It's the one rule. You don't harm other peaceful people. If you decide you want to have an indiscriminate weapon that is going to immediately commit an aggression.
Who decides what is harming another person?
As soon as explicit consent is violated. And I think most people would agree that if someone in this room decided to have a nuclear weapon, that you guys wouldn't agree to it, right?
No, I'm not opposed to it. You're suggesting that the 7.5, almost 8 billion or whatever we're up to on this planet are all going to agree in one thing? You can't even get 8 people in this room to agree.
I think everybody in this room is self-serving enough that none of us would actually set off a nuclear weapon. But I think just by having it, we would bring too much trouble and stuff upon ourselves of other people trying to take it from us. I don't think anybody in this room would genuinely want the responsibility or control of a nuclear weapon.
Okay, but can I have a gun in your society?
You do live in my society. You can totally have a gun. How to?
Bima, so if you don't want any government, what about like the military? You want to get rid of the military too?
No, the military would be, so they wouldn't act like I said before.
there still would be a defensive force system where a bunch of people that have all of the very effective tools and the structure and the organizations and the protocols and the training to protect you and your property, right? The only difference is they're not going to be going around and offensively engaging in other people's shit. Like, that's not going to happen. There are no offensive measures, just defensive. It's only to protect us.
Bima, is there religion in your anarchy?
But you just suggest
whatever you want.
Nuclear weapons,
Well,
so offensive force has to come and take it away from me. So how are you going to not be offensive to people who are doing things that the collective centralized committee that decides what's acceptable and isn't acceptable, how are you going to stop them without an offensive force? I really don't understand. Can you explain?
Right, because if you have an indiscriminate weapon, you're the aggressor immediately because you're threatening other people's lives.
I'll grant you. So I'm the aggressor, and so you're only defensive, right?
Correct.
But you're still coming in and being aggressive. You're still deciding that what I'm doing, right?
Well, sure, because that's the only rule. You only have one rule in a society,
So
and that's
what happens if there's?
Well, hold on, William. You got to understand the philosophy that she's espousing, right? So, Perdone, who is an anarchist, he stated that property is theft. So this idea that she's saying where she doesn't believe that you have the right to your property, she could just go and take it from you. This is the opposite of Western civilization, where we believe that you do have the right to property. And so she just wants to be able to take from you. This is what anarchy really wants, is they don't want a central authority to prevent people from taking property.
Yeah, I was trying to stick with like destructive property in her mind first, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, but listen, the more you hear her talk about this, the more you realize that she's put like,
I know.
She's put like 37 seconds of thought and about 1 million words into it.
I think she's put more thought in it. She's actually making the argument fairly well. I think she has the argument down.
Well, does she, William?
She's got the argument down.
Okay, well, because she's bastardizing everybody that I've ever read. She doesn't understand Alexander Spooner.
No, I agree with you.
She doesn't understand Murray Rothbard. She doesn't understand Spooner. She doesn't understand Tucker. She doesn't understand any of these folks. All she understands is a hodgepodge of this shit. She probably smoked a bunch of dope with a bunch of hippies that said they hated the government, and she decided that she's an anarchist, and she's been reverse engineering an argument ever since.
Okay, but it's still better than most of those dope smoking hippies who can't even make the argument as well as she. How about that?
I think you're being nice, William, and
I'm trying to.
So, Bima, if there's religion, is there Sharia law?
For the people who voluntarily decide that they would like to, yeah, of course. For the people who choose to have Sharia law, yeah.
So what if the Sharia law says kill the Jews?
Well, that's a violation, so that wouldn't happen.
Who will enforce it?
The idea that defensive measures, I think the Jews and other reasonable people would say, hey, let's put our productive ability into making sure that we can defend ourselves. And so that's it. So
what happens if you know they're going to do it, but they haven't done it yet? Do you stop them, or do you just let it happen before you defend?
Well, that's a great question, and that's a good. That's something that is probably an entire discussion all on itself. The continuum of force, right? Like the threat of a deadly force versus up into. I don't have all that figured out. I do think that most of the time, defensive, like if you look at history, if we look at Israel, right, what happened when they supposedly used defensive force measures, and then it comes back that all their intel was bullshit, right? And I mean, what are you going to do? A defensive force. But at the same time, if it's reasonable and but I think that there is some sort of standard that we can create to say, okay, there's enough evidence, right, where the threat is a real threat and there is movement, and up until the very last moment where you would, consider to understand that at that point the momentum has been built up, that it's not going to stop. That's when you're able to effectively respond.
What intel was bullshit on Israel's part?
You said we. How many have to vote in this we for the we to decide what we're going to do? And I'll emphasize the same word you did, or the same way you did Israel.
Wait, is there voting in an anarchist?
Yeah, that's why I was going to use a really weird vote.
It almost sounds like she wants a state.
No, the voting happens where you put your productive ability. There is no votes. I mean, unless you're explicitly consenting to it, right? The Constitution would be able to exist in the way that it exists as long as you're explicitly consenting to it, right? And then if you choose to withdraw, then you should be able to, as any contract in the planet and the history of humanity, you should have the ability to withdraw from that contract. Withdrawing from that contract, of course, is going to, not enable you to have the same protections and the same, privileges that the contract affords, and then you're going to be on your own. But ultimately,
hold on. Who enforces contracts?
Whoever the individuals who write up the contract agree to enforce it.
Yeah, we have a thing now called courts.
Right, so it would be similar. It would be similar to that.
So basically, the thing that the society you're reimagining would be to recreate what we already have, but you want to call it something different than government.
Well, it is gooberment. The gooberment, though, it's the difference between explicit consent, voluntary consent, and coercive force. So at the moment that you stop, the way that the government stops. As soon as government starts to violate your moral code, you're able to say, hey, look, I'm going to withdraw from that. I don't want to participate in that, right? So then you're able to then...
Next time I go to court, I'll be like, I don't want to participate, Judge.
Well, I mean, but hold on. But in those particular cases, let's talk about that, because civil court or traffic court, that's ridiculous, right? I've seen the most horrendous shit. Peaceful people, victimless crimes, people being thrown in jail for dumb shit. It's crazy injustice to call that justice. If you agree to a contract, though, you explicitly say, okay, this is the privilege that I want, and this is what I'm gonna, then you sign up for it. And that's okay. I'm saying that coercive force isn't necessary. Most people will be able to congregate and align like minds with the things that they want to do voluntarily. When a bad idea stops or becomes too much of a bad idea, you're able to reject it, abandon it, and move on to a good idea.
Okay, perfect. So right now you're sharing a bunch of bad ideas. We can reject it and we can move on, right?
Well, this is interesting because, I had asked somebody recently, I have a very logical structure for my principled view, and I have the manifesto in my bio if anybody's interested. It's called the Anti-Subjectivist Manifesto. And if you can poke a hole in that, I am totally open to listening to any type of argument. Someone just wrote up a Fitch-style logical argumentation to attempt one of the most intelligent people on this app, Darth Arianis, which would destroy absolutely anybody that's ever come into this room or anywhere on Clubhouse, as a matter of fact. But he wrote up, I asked him, I said, hey, could you poke holes in this for me? And he's created some logical structures of some issues, and I'm taking the time now to look at them. And if they're credible...
I think the challenge is that I think you realize that having a closed mind is a bad thing, and then you decided that the opposite must be an open mind. And I would suggest to you that there's a third option, which would be a discerning mind. And the problem that I'm seeing is that you've opened your mind to all these bad ideas, applied no discernment to it, and this is why you say the things that you say.
I know that a lot of people would say that, but really what I hear when I hear that is just you're not principled. You have no moral principles that you could list, that you could abide by. You could give me any scenario, any political situation on this planet, irrespective time, circumstance, location, any country, any scenario, and I'll be able to principally answer
Yeah, but I gave
effective.
you one.
Hold on, wait a second. No,
I gave you one and you couldn't answer.
which one was that? Which one was that?
You don't remember?
No, which one was that? I'm asking. William.
Doesn't matter. No matter what anybody says, you're going to talk your way around.
Hey,
I already got
I
you.
have to tell you.
I mean, all I want.
Hold on. Everyone, hold on. All I can say is the biggest takeaway I have from this conversation is losing brain cells when Hillary is agreeing with things that Bima says. I thought Hillary had a little bit more going on, but I'm learning tonight.
Unprincipled statist bootlicker would say that.
Don't ever have expectations when I'm involved. I will either disappoint you, or if I exceed those expectations, then that just shows that you thought low of me in the first place. So just don't have them at all.
And she's the first person to admit when she's wrong. I love Hillary.
Oh, thank you.
She'll just like keep doubling down on shit. She'll be like,
all right, hold on. Then, because Hillary's showering Bima with love. So Hillary, I have a question for you. Who do you think will control the nukes in an anarchist society?
First off, an anarchist society could never have it, but fuck utopian society where this is the rule, the anarchist is the rule. I don't think that they would exist. I think that they would have been destroyed in fighting against an anarchist society to start with. I don't think that they would exist within that kind of a society.
That actually made a lot more sense than anything Bima's ever said.
Roger, what do you think the goal of my type of understanding of how people should be able to interact? What do you think the goal is?
I think at the end of the day, you guys hate government. You think that if the government didn't exist, you would get a more fair shake. And so you don't apply any logic or reason to the best way to organize a society. You just throw shit against the wall to try to defend a position that would eliminate government, because with your illogical framework, you've decided that the best way to organize is to eliminate government. And the thing that's not on your side is that every society that's come before you has disagreed and said, you know what, we probably need to put some structures in place that would help us be able to do things like enforce contracts and have some semblance of moral laws that and consequences for people that step outside of that. And what you're asking for is to not have the authority to do that, because if you are arguing for the authority to do that, then we would call that government.
Okay, so nice gish gallop, and not answering the question to what do you think the goal, the steelman position I have of what type of this type of society that I'm championing here, and the idea is.
Well, I said it very simple. I believe that you hate government.
It definitely
I believe that you hate government and you want to get rid of it. That's what your goal is.
What specifically do I hate about government?
You hate government because you believe that
they dress funny and they smell bad.
You believe that nobody should have a monopoly on force, and your belief is that a democratization of force would be better.
So I asked you, why do I hate government, and you said because I believe nobody should have a monopoly on force. Why do you think I believe that nobody should have there shouldn't be a centralized monopoly of force?
Because you're unprincipled and you don't understand human nature.
Okay, thank you. That's all that there is, folks.
Because people are inherently evil, Bima, and they work in their own self-interest. And if they don't have any power, then no one, gets a piece of the cake. Which, again, understandable, but in practice, very difficult to achieve, right? Almost impossible. Because people aren't inherently good. Most of them are pretty shitty, actually. So it's like, how do you mitigate that? You know, that's the question.
I disagree that people are. I think it just depends on the people. I think people vary. But Bima, can I just ask a quick question? Approximately how old are you?
That's a personal question.
I know, but
I don't advise
generation,
it. Listen, I pick on Bima, but I don't think she should give information that would.
Can I ask what generation Bima's in?
I've played the game. I've gone to college. I've campaigned for every level of office that you could imagine. I've been on political campaigns, on presidential campaigns, specifically on your local dog catcher type shit, you know.
I'm on Team Bima here. I'm on
Town clerk.
I'm on Team Bima.
Town clerk. I've been in the fucking, what is it? The eye of the tiger. The eye of the storm. And I've seen how corrupt and what bullshit. Yeah. Wait, I was thinking about that. No, that's a bad analogy. I need to come up with better stuff. But I've been in the eye of the storm, and what I saw was Democrats and Republicans laughing behind the scenes while we kill each other, trying to figure out, you know, how they're going to manipulate and control a bunch of people and legislate us out of our rights to just be creative, wonderful human beings. And I think that that's a joke. I think it's a joke. I think that we have a lot of good structure, but it doesn't need to be coercive.
I just want to say, I'm on Team Bima here. I think Bima's, you know, coming into she's learning about the world and learning about ideologies and putting it all together. And when you're younger, things just seem like they're in starker contrast, you know, and then you're like, oh, it's all this way. And then as you get older, like me and Roger, and we just get beaten down. And I think things like, you kind of soften on things, you see things a lot more gray. But, you know, you're not wrong in what you're saying. I don't think it's as strong as you think it is, but I think you just need some time to mature, and you'll soften as well. But I'm on your side.
But Double, you said that. No.
Wait, hold on. I just want to repeat the key thing that Double said to Bima. Bima, you need to reach maturity.
Yeah, do some LSD and read Castaneda.
Getting back to it, Double, you said that you know, you don't think everyone is evil, which I agree. But you do realize that society is at the mercy of the bottom 20th percentile, right? We're like, those are the people that shit on everything. They're the ones that are destroying most of it. And then the elites, they are essentially just, that's the reason why they think we're scum, right? So the fact that, you know, you have rational people that are well-intended and can cooperate well together, those are like exceptionally unique in a way that you know, you can't form a society around those people because there aren't enough of them, right? So how do you reconcile that idealism with the practical reality of having to live with a fucking bunch of retards around you? Like that's not going to work, right?
You can't. That's why all this is like wonderful in its principle or thought to some degree, but it's not practical. It's not reality.
Yes.
It's not possible.
I agree with you, William, and I want Double to admit that, because the way he's talking right now, it sounds like, you know, oh yeah, you know, your heart is in the right place. Yeah, but it still makes you fucking retarded, and that's the problem here. We can't build on a society based on retarded assumptions, because that's not how it works. I wish it worked like that. I wish, but in reality, that's not how it's like.
Well, you can't say the R word anymore, my friend. That's a bad PC word. You can't say that.
Yeah.
Wait, no, hold on. That is not one of the banned words of this room.
No, but in general.
That's pretty obvious.
We have two banned words. Do you guys know what they are without saying them out loud? It's actually in the rules. You could look at the rules of the House. It's rule number 7.
Is that Roger's always right? The second rule is Roger's always right? Or C rule number 1?
Well, hold on. Now that now.
Sorry, just messing with you, man.
No, now you went and done it. Now I got to read the rules to you.
No, I read it now. The first one I guess.
Hold on. Rule number 1: no threats of violence. Number 2: no doxing. Number 3: stay on topic. Number 4: keep your shares brief. Number 5: do not interrupt speakers, especially mods. Number 6: mods may interject when appropriate. Number 7: the N and K words are forbidden on stage and in chat. Number 8: don't spam the chat. Number 9: do not bring drama here from other rooms. And number 10: English only. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, Roger. Like the first one in rule number 7, very clear. Like that one, I think everyone knows what it is. But as a foreigner here, what the hell is the K word? I've never
Kangaroo. You're not allowed to say kangaroo.
Oh, okay, sure.
Damn it, Roger! You went and said it. And now you gotta abide by my rules.
No, it's the.
You know how that word triggers me.
It's the word that some people use to describe Jews that we will not say.
Ah, okay, I get you. Okay, thank you, Roger, for the clarification. Now I understand what it is.
Thought it was the Knights to say kniggets. Formerly the Knights who said neat. Oh, so good.
It's just a flash wheel.
Yes. What do you mean? You don't. How's it go? Don't have any limbs. Your arms off. Your arms off.
What is this wall of noise? This is ridiculous. Can we get back to a conversation?
Yeah. Anyway, Bima, do you understand where I'm coming from here?
So I understand, but I think that any type of frustration with my ideology, there's no merit to it, and I'll explain why. The frustration with my ideology is doing nothing but championing every individual to understand that they have an accountability and responsibility to humanity and themselves, which is to just leave people the fuck alone. Stop your entitlement bullshit. If someone wants to have a particular business and run it the way that they want to run it, then it's none of your business. Leave somebody who has a peaceful person that's running their whatever it is. They don't want to serve you. Too bad. Grow up. You're an adult. Go somewhere else. Use your ability to find something else. Enjoy it. Create a competing business. Do whatever you have to do. But the idea is we're a bunch of entitled, fear-mongering tyrants, and we want to enforce our preferences on our neighbors, and that's bullshit. And I'm saying, if you want to attack or speak out against any ideology, voluntarism would be the last to do it. All I'm saying is your one responsibility is to just fuck off. Leave people alone. Don't harm another. That's your only job. Don't harm other peaceful people or their property. You have no say otherwise. No say. Keep your crying.
Bima.
Go whine somewhere else.
Bima, but you don't have the institutions to defend this standard.
Of course you do. You're just saying that. You're acting like it wouldn't exist or it can't exist. It doesn't make sense in any type. Economic principles say that you're wrong. The principles of economics, demand and supply. I mean, like, if there is a demand for something, there will be a supply. We have a need for self-defense. We have a need to make sure that we have the ability to defend ourselves and our family and become sustainable. So, of course, that demand is going to be fulfilled.
Is there a reason why you talk so fast when you're saying these stupid things? Is it so you don't, or do you not want people to hear the things that you're saying, or is it you're trying to outrun the stupidity? Like, can you ever slow down and just like try to make a coherent point? I mean, you've been on this app now for a few years, and you've never ever won a single debate.
Can I open up the discussion for bringing back supersized?
Yes, and it's not about winning, Roger. It's about truth seeking, and I think that that's your problem. If you think that this is about a win or a lose, then we're different people.
Well, how come your ideas don't win anybody over?
They won me over tonight, so that's
if my ideas aren't winning you over, that just says that I'm failing. I'm failing to articulate. That's all. It doesn't mean that the ideology is bad.
Hold on. Hillary, if you're sincerely saying that you've been won over by these arguments, then honestly,
not by the arguments, but by her in general.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll tell you what. You've lost at least 15 points of IQ in this room tonight. Thank you.
Don't put yourself in the middle of fire for me, Hillary. I appreciate it. I received it. Oh, dang. See, Roger?
But Hillary, you said in the chat you understand the need for government.
I do understand the need for. I didn't say I agreed with everything she said. I said she won me over. I like her because of the things that she has said tonight. I like the fact that she is willing to go against an entire room of belief and say, I still believe what I believe. I stand tall on that. I like the fact that she protects animals. I like the fact that she said nothing negative about any other person, government, or entity. Now, she has not had to destroy something in order to make her point.
She said about Israel. She just said that.
She said what?
Said about what?
About Israel.
What about Israel?
You said they had bad impulse.
Oh, okay. Well, let me clarify. Any state, it doesn't matter if it's Israel, if it's United States, I think the same for the United States you have. The idea is the collectivist mentality. If you're a peaceful person and you want to just live in an area...
Hold on. Anarchy.
This is why I speak fast, if anybody wants to know, because I get cut off all the time.
Well, here's the thing. Anarchy, by definition, is a collectivist ideology. What are we talking about? You can't say that you're against collectivism and then espouse collectivist ideas.
The idea is where the coercion and the force enter, right? We're talking about a collective ideology. You're just saying it's an ideology. Well, your ideology is there is a coercion there's first arbitrary rules that are placed just by might makes right. If there's enough of the gang to vote and enforce preferences, then that wins. Just completely arbitrary. Just your idiot neighbors get to decide what you should and shouldn't do as a peaceful person. I'm saying that's some bullshit. Start at meta-ethics, okay? Start at meta-ethics. Go all the way back to epistemology. Start with how you know what you know, and then you'll learn once you work your way the fuck up that unless you're going to be able to... This is why I talk fast.
Well, hold on. But metaphysics comes before epistemology. This is why you should talk.
No, it doesn't. You have to be able to know what you know before you... What an idiot.
I agree. You are.
Oh my God, stop with the dick swinging. I'm going to get a black eye. Bima, we know yours is bigger. Roger, don't be so jealous.
Yeah.
So, Bima, you didn't answer my question. What bad intel did Israel have?
Okay, so first of all, you're saying Israel, okay? So the bad intent Israel.
You said it.
Hold on. Yes, the idea of a state wanting to enforce collective ideology, if you wanted to just be peaceful human beings, okay, that just happen to be Jewish, and you want, just go ahead and move to wherever you're going to move. This is what I say. Move to wherever you want to move on the planet. No other person should put a gun. Hold on, just listen. Hold on.
But we did move to wherever you want to move.
Right,
We moved to Israel.
but you moved to Israel by taking the claim that there is a claim to the land and then being able to push other cultures around. That's the whole point.
Not true.
Well, hold on. If that wasn't true...
There are 2 million other minorities in Israel that are not Jewish and have the same rights.
Yoav, why do you think when Herzl wrote his A Jewish State, there was an outcry with the people of Palestine, the people that lived in the area of Palestine? Why do you think that became a threat? No, there were not many Jews in the area of Palestine back in 1890.
You're
I
just
don't know,
because
they had Jews.
Wait, you're just trying to do this for content and to be arguments for no reason. Because look at the houses that you're in. You're in houses that are all about anarchy and pussy. And yeah, you're bringing up these subjects. Just saying.
Listen,
you want to just... one of those two.
All I'm saying is, as a peaceful person, if you're a peaceful Jew, you know how I know that you're a peaceful Jew?
is you go and you exchange with another voluntary person who says, hey, look, I want to sell you property. And you say, oh, cool, okay, you give me money, I give you property. And
That's
then you
what
get to
happened.
hold on.
That's what happened.
No, it happened as a collective.
To every Bima, to every sentence I say, you say like 10, and that's not give and take. So let me say something. We did buy land. The Jews did buy land. We didn't forcibly take land. The Arabs sold land to the Jews because it was swamps and desert, and they were glad to sell land. We didn't take it by force. Force only came into play in 1948 when the Arab states disagreed with the United Nations resolution to give us a state. And they attacked Israel.
So, because you just said it, you said a state. And when you say that you have a state, what you're doing is you're making claim to a land to say, okay, this jurisdiction, I'm going to draw this line, and around this line, we're all going to congregate, and we're going to put our own laws. We're going to have our own laws. We're going to put our own, enforce our own cultural mores and whatever type of values that we have. We're going to have the centralized monopoly of force. That's what that means. So the people of Palestine were rightly threatened by Herzl's A Jewish State in 1896.
But if there is no state, there is no people of Palestine. If there is no Palestine, if there is no state, so why shouldn't Jews be there? If there is no statehood, by your logic, there is no Palestine. Should Palestine be a state?
So what we're talking, no, I don't believe that Palestinians should have a state of Palestine. No, of course not. If I don't believe it for the United States and Israel, I think I would say it for the people of Palestine. No, there's no Palestinian state. No, individuals, unless you believe you have some moral inherent authority over another human being, we're all put on this planet, and if we're just a human being, oh wow, look, we're here. Who is to say, oh no, you can't come over here. You can't play with my toys. You shut the fuck up.
Why did they didn't let Jews come to the? Why did they oppose Jews coming to the area if there are no borders?
Well, I mean, like, there's a lot of reasons why, and I mean, if you want to, like I said, look up Herzl's A Jewish State. I mean, I would be threatened too with someone, the what would be the father of Zionism, saying that we're a barbaric species. I mean, look what happened to the United States. History tells colonized people came. What did they do to the indigenous? What they have it was written. It was de jure. We had it in our constitution. We had it fucking written in our documents of how barbaric the indigenous people were, and we saw what they saw what happened there,
but
right?
You just said Jews can move everywhere they want.
Yes, they could peacefully. They should, but they can. They absolutely can peacefully.
They did peacefully. They did.
And that's where we disagree, and that's where I think history also disagrees. You know what I mean? Like your version, my version.
Yeah, your version is wrong. It was peaceful until the Arabs massacred the Jews.
Well, what would have been? Why do you think the people of Palestine tried to? Why do you think that they were threatened in 1922? I think it was maybe 1917, because 1970 they were still under Ottoman, right, rule. So maybe like 1922. Between 1917 and 1922, we'll say, okay, at that period, why do you think they were cool just chilling, but then all of a sudden they were like, oh, wait a second, hey, Brits, can we just have our own state? Can we have our own?
And you're against it. And you're against it.
Well, they were cool, but they weren't asking for a Palestinian state until the Brits said there's going to be a mandate and the Jews are going to be able to come in and create and have a state.
That's not what you said last time. You said that they asked for a state many times and they were denied.
It wasn't until after Herzl started threatening them in 1896 with this Zionism shit, saying that they're barbaric and, oh, that's the perfect place to move. They were cool and chilling. It was a defensive measure. It was a defensive measure. They were there first.
It's the Jewish ancestral land.
Hold on. That's it. Hold on. No. You
can't say we're here first. You're talking about dead people who are gone. They have no
Oh, so
moral frame.
so Native Americans don't have rights
Hold on.
because they are because they are dead.
Hold on. Absolutely, they don't have rights because they're dead. If you're dead, you don't have rights because you're not alive. You're not part of the reciprocation of rights. They can't protect,
Native
defend
Americans
against.
don't have rights. Native Americans don't have rights.
No, dead Americans.
No,
dead.
Native Americans.
Okay, no, Native Americans should have rights. But I'm talking about dead. You said it's our ancestral land. They deserve, and what you're saying is that they have some moral claim to this land because
that's what you said. You said the Palestinians lived there before. You said it's
hold on, no. Hold on. We're talking about moments in time, moments in history. So as people were living, they, like you and me right now, like boom, like just take like an eyeglass look at history. So you and I are right here, right now, and we're just
so right here, right now, the Jews are a majority in Israel. Why should that change?
I don't think that should change. I think that should be fine. I think that any type of Jew that is in the area of Israel, if they, no problem, stay there. But you can't continue to lay claim to land that's not yours, that you haven't bought peacefully, not just because it's the state's land.
When did Israel do that?
I mean, like, okay, so why is Israel stopping the Palestinians from building in the West Bank, in Area C, what they're doing in Gaza, right? I understand that Gaza
is a mutual, I forgot the word, area for Jews and Arabs. So nobody's allowed to build there. I agree with you, nobody should build there. But if there is no statehood, so why shouldn't they build there?
You could build if there's an individual, if you take a piece of land as an individual and you buy your land, then do it wherever you want on the planet. There are no borders. If you're contracting with another person and they're saying, hey, I'm going to give you this, and they agree, now it's yours. What I'm saying is, you can't say, oh, we're the state of Israel, so we're going to do this, this, and this, and this, because we have the authority as a collective, because we're might makes right, basically. We have the most power, so we get to do it. That's my issue.
So, I don't want to get into your personal business, but do you live in America?
I do live in the U.S., yeah.
Yeah, so do you consider yourself a thief for living on indigenous land?
Yeah, I've thought about that. I've thought about that plenty of times. I ran some really interesting campaigns when I was a kid to get people back indigenous lands and to get rights with the reservations and a bunch of different stuff. But I mean, this is the issue. We can't move from the past. We have to move from the present. And I agree with you there. But what I'm saying is right now, all the Jews need to do to be good Jews is just stop preventing other peaceful people from moving, exchanging, right? And don't use a collective moral authority to enforce your preferences on other people. Let them do what they want and you do what you want, as long as you're not harming each other. They could live peacefully. They should be able to live peacefully. Now, if there are people like Hamas that want to harm people that are the Jews in the area of Israel, then yeah, absolutely. They're the violators. And everybody knows what I say about a violator. That's the one responsibility that you have in life. And if you violate that, listen, defender's choice. You don't get to have somebody, you don't get to tell someone how to calibrate their defense. You've stopped reciprocating rights, well then any consequences, you'll find out.
So you agree that the war is justified right now?
So the war, way too complex. So the war, first of all, I think goes back way too long, and I feel that there's just it's far above my pay grade. I wouldn't even know where to start, to be honest with you. I don't see a solution.
Basically the Jews or the Israelis, because Israel is just not just Jews, as I said before. It's a 25 minority that are not Jews, or 20. I don't have the exact number. But we left Gaza in 2005, and there is 0 Jews since then. And not now. Now there are soldiers there, but since 2005 there are 0 Jews in Gaza. So basically, we left the area to tell them, okay, go govern yourself the way you see fit. So they threw rockets at Israel, and they did October 7th. So who's preventing them from having their own society, except themselves?
I mean, like, I think that's part of the question. A lot of people will say that, you know, all Gaza, the collective, again, the collective, I refer to it as the disease, right? That everybody in Gaza is somehow complicit in the crimes of Hamas, or complicit in the unified belief that Israel shouldn't exist. Listen, I have no idea. I'm not out there. Okay? All I know is that people should have the ability to sustain their life, liberty, and their property. And if what I see right now is some sort of cyclical, I don't know how to explain it. I mean, like, I don't know at what point you would think, where do you draw the line of defense? Like, where is the aggression? Where is the defense? Because you say, oh, well, October 7th was the aggression. Well, the reason that October 7th was done, well, because we could go back to, 2022, 2021.
Wait, pause. So you believe that October 7th was justified?
I'm saying that I believe that they believe that. I think that Hamas believes it.
Right. Well, but Hamas, it's a terrorist organization that's committed to wiping out all Jews, and they were elected to be the government of Gaza. What exactly do you think happened on October 7th, Bima?
Well, first of all, the election, I'm going to have to reject that. When was the last election? 2006?
Well, this is what happens when you elect a tyrannical government. A terrorist government that doesn't want to be replaced, they end elections. So they were voted in, and the election stopped. So you don't get a pass. You're the one that voted in the terrorists.
And this is the problem that I have with coercive force and the idea that a state should exist, and that this is the problem with
so how can
voting.
You say that you're against coercive force and not just and you talk endlessly about a conflict between Hamas and Israel, yet your condemnation is 99.999% on condemning Israel, and I never hear you leading rooms, titling rooms with your condemnation of what Hamas did on October 7th. In fact, when October 7th just came up, you said, hey, you have to understand what caused them to do that. You're looking for a justification for killing innocent women and children and taking hostages. Some of those hostages are American hostages. So I have a vested interest in giving a shit about this. And my question is, if you care so much against this initiation of force, which you think is the worst thing possible, why aren't you screaming at the top of your lungs about denouncing Hamas and supporting the IDF and freeing the people in Gaza from Hamas?
So you have to be able to take that moral ground to say that you're not violating somebody else. And what I see is, as long as you're violating, it's impossible for me to do that. It's impossible for me to say, okay, Israel, you're acting defensively. You know, when Israel was acting defensively, when they did their Iron Dome thing and they, rockets are flying, that was impressive. Okay, that was actually a moral. That was a moral take.
But
okay,
there's still hostages, and you're
hold on.
No. Listen, I'm not holding on. There's still hostages. So all of their efforts is still defensive. The hostages aren't all free. What are we talking about?
Right, but the problem
is that it didn't begin on October 7th. That was my issue. There were claims of genocide.
When did it begin? Do you want to go back? Do you want to go back to May 15th of 1948, the day after statehood was established for Israel, and 6 countries lined up to start a war with Israel? What's the starting point you want to use? Because it sounds to me like what you're hoping to find is a starting point where you can say, the Jews are to blame.
Well, so let's take the individual actors, right? Because we can only have control for ourselves and our own influence. So the people that went into Israel and did those heinous crimes that day, let's look at their life and so where that started. So when they were born, what did their life look like when they were born? Because that's all that they knew, right? So let's look at that. Do you know the average age of the people that committed the crimes on October 7th?
Sorry, what was your question?
The average age of the offenders of October 7th. How old were the majority of them? Between what and what?
Do you know?
I've heard rumors, and I don't want to make, I mean, I could tell you what I think, but I've heard that they were pretty young. I heard that they were between 18 and 25. So they're at the peak, right? So this is my point. So let's go back 18 years to when they were born. When they were born onto this planet and they opened their eyes, what type of life did they see first, right?
They saw an independent Gaza with 0 Jews in it and Hamas's government.
Well, I mean, we can go back. Let's go back to
why? You said an 18-year-old. You said an 18-year-old. Hamas is in power since 2005, 2006. So that's 20 years. That's exactly the average age you mentioned.
Okay, so let's look at the events. What was the state of the Israel-Gaza situation at then? Was there any claims of offensive actions, defensive actions? Like, what was the relationship between Israel and Gaza? And we can just go back to 2000. We'll start at the 21st century.
Hamas were firing rockets at Israel. Israel had the Iron Dome. Sometimes we went into a striking campaign against Gaza to eliminate their launching capabilities of rockets. And that was the situation for 20 years, more or less, until October 7th, when they did their heinous crimes against Jews.
So you're saying that Hamas was launching rockets. But what was the government like in Gaza in 2000? Who was in control?
I think the Palestinian Authority was in control, and there were still Jews in Gaza.
Okay, so then when did Hamas start to go crazy, and what triggered them? You said 2005?
Their charter is to kill all Jews, then they amended it to kill all Zionists.
What was
their reasoning? Their charter.
What was their reasoning? Yeah.
There was the Quran, I don't know. Probably.
So if I were to say, like, we'll pay you, like, like $50 million to come up with your best answer, your most educated answer as to why Hamas was created, I mean, like, what would you come up with?
Hamas was created as a terrorist organization to kill Jews. Whoever voted for them must have hated Jews. It's in their charter, so if you vote for someone that their charter is to kill Jews, you must hate Jews.
Okay. Well, we could just keep going back and back and back and back, because why would they say that, right? The Palestinians in 1922, when they had the Arab Congress, they didn't want to kill anybody. They just wanted to be left alone. They were upset.
That's
that
not
they
true.
Oh, really? Well, tell me more.
They certainly did massacre Jews in the land of Israel. Jews who bought land legally.
What year was that?
1929 is a big year for that.
But that's after, right? That's now after they've been denied their defensive measures, because there's been threats that they're barbaric people. Herzl says that they're barbaric people, that the Jews need to go in there and they need to just flood in there. You read A Jewish State, okay? So now they're saying, let's take some defensive measures to protect our society, our way of life, right? This is 1920. 1929, things are already in motion at that point. They've already asked, like, hey, look, Churchill, why can't we have a state? Oh, Churchill's that. What does Churchill say?
So you're against statehood. It brings us back to your.
Statehood is what caused this. Statehood is what caused this, right? If there wasn't statehood,
hold on.
hold on.
So, Bima doesn't understand history. So, when she says she rejects statehood, what she must prefer is the empires that predated states.
You think that an empire, is that a good logical assessment, Roger?
I'm saying that
statehood because
if you understood the history of the region, you would understand all of the different empires that ran through that area. So I don't think that you understand the history of that region at all. In fact, I don't think you took notice of what was happening until you got on Clubhouse and you heard Jews arguing about their existential threat and talking about the survival of their civilization by battling against these terrorists. And then what you decided to do, the same way that you support anarchy, is you just want to be a contrarian. And in this case, you're being a contrarian at the detriment of all Jews globally.
Didn't I beat you up yesterday, Mojo?
Mod abuse, not good. Free Next. I don't know who you are, Next. Don't disappoint me if he brings you back up.
He's an alcoholic. It's not fun.
Gotcha. You could say all of the bullshit that you think, right? And but all it is bullshit at the end of the day. Like, there's no truth to it. I don't know why you delude yourself with believing.
I've never heard you say, I've never heard you run a room or put it in the title, hey, free the hostages.
Well, I don't run rooms because nobody comes to my rooms. But when I do run rooms, I talk about everything. I talk about whatever I feel is in proximity to me at the time. I've talked about it.
Have you ever heard Bima on this topic ever say once to free the hostages?
I haven't heard them much, but no, never. What do you think about this, Bima? Should Hamas just free the hostages?
Yeah, a hostage? What are you talking about? Yeah, of course. Is that not a violation to that person's liberty? Of course. Release them.
Okay. But they won't.
So if they had released them,
right.
Do you think that they would have been doing what they're doing in Gaza? So, I mean, if they should have released them, shouldn't they have released them before and not caused the suffering of their own people?
Well, I don't think that Hamas, I'm not trying to pretend like I know what they're thinking. I don't know what they're thinking. All I do is I read reports, I read the news. That's the only way I could get my news.
And you want me to tell you what they were thinking? They were thinking, oh my God, look, women in Saudi Arabia can drive now. Oh my God, Israel and Saudi Arabia are talking to each other? Holy shit, this is like when Israel and Egypt decided, maybe we shouldn't hate each other. And Hamas decided, hey, you know what, this would not be good for us, because if Israel actually isn't a villain to the rest of the Arab world anymore, then maybe we can't soak billions of dollars out of Tehran anymore, and we better do something to make Israel a villain again. That's what Hamas was thinking before October 7th. And then after they took the hostages, you know what they were thinking? Hey, if we hang on to these hostages for a really long time, Israel will come in and destroy our people, and then we can blame Israel and get billions of dollars from Tehran again.
I mean, like, I think that's one of the narratives, right?
Well, that's one of the narratives. Like, yeah, okay. Would you like other narratives, or do you have another narrative?
I mean, I'd like the truth, but I don't think that we're going to get it here. And I'm not saying because you aren't honest with the truth. I'm just saying, like, you know, it's a bunch of people doing the best that we can to extract what we believe is happening over there when we really don't know what's happening over there. We really, you know, people reject. What's interesting is that people will reject reports that have come out, multiple reports about the violations that Israel's been committing on within the West Bank and Gaza since, you know, circa 2007, but then that's completely denied. So there's an element of me that's going to say, okay, so I'm going to question that. I'm going to say, well, hold on a second. What would be the incentive for someone like a Human Rights Watch, right, for example, to make up these claims and present it to the world stage if it's not true? I'm not saying that it is. I'm not saying that it's not. But I'm curious.
Let's say I grant you that Israel has been a little heavy-handed in how they've dealt with some of the problems that have come up. Maybe they could have been a little more kinder and gentler in their approach to doing things.
With terrorists?
Well, I'm just granting a little leeway here. Hang on, Mojo. Just give me some space. I'm not trying to justify. I'm just saying, let's say they're a little heavy-handed from time to time, and they could have been a kinder, gentler, sweeter approach to how they dealt with these problems. Does that in any way, that little infraction, justify what Hamas has done? And more importantly, it's not Hamas against Israel. It's what Hamas has done to its own people. So how do you justify what you're doing to your own people because of some heavy-handedness? It's like throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah, and I think that you know, I don't disagree with you. That's why I'm not over there. But whatever happened, there's a group of people called Hamas. They've congregated. It seems like they've taken control at the not at the consent of the people of the area. I looked
Not
and
true.
I found
They were
polls.
elected.
Well, I mean, they were elected in 2006, right? Which I would think that 2006 there was a much different idea of what was happening.
2004.
Oh, thank you. Right, that's pre-separation policy of the West Bank and Gaza, right? Oh, sorry, Anne. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I wanted to know. So, have you seen like how the United States has tried to drop food to those Palestinians, and Hamas has taken all of the food, and like there's people starving because of Hamas, their own people.
Wait, I'm really confused.
Wait, no, Bima.
No, I just want to tag on to that, please.
No,
I've never heard of a warring country that is so mean to their enemy, also giving their enemy free food and trying to take care of them themselves, because it's not just the U.S. that's trying to feed these people, it's Israel. So I don't know, did we ever feed the Viet Cong? I don't think we did. Did we feed the Germans and the Japanese? Maybe after we destroyed their country, but not while the war was going on. It doesn't ring a bell to me that any country has ever done that for their so-called enemy. Sorry, I had to.
Yeah, in the moment of proportional warfare, where there's like, you know, structures in place and they're vying, right? That's different than an occupying power. It's everybody agrees that Israel is the occupying power. So people look at that as if you're going to be the occupying power and you're going to stop the exchange of medical aid, food.
Bima, occupying who?
The occupying power, like I'm talking about like international law, like in the matter of warfare.
Who is Israel occupying?
Yeah, exactly.
The occupied power just means the dominant force.
What are they occupying?
Oh my God.
Read some international law, dude. I can't teach you everything.
Me going to read it.
It just means the dominant
Bima,
power in that moment. That's what that means.
Bima, the issue's not that you can't, educate people on everything. The problem is you can't educate anybody on anything.
I love your commentary, Roger. So anyway, the international law says that it's Geneva Conventions, the occupying power, the dominant power in a region, in a situation, in an armed conflict, the dominant power, if you're going to, oh my God. Next, you disappoint me. Go ahead, next. I talk, you talk. Go ahead, next.
Bima, I told you he was drunk.
Yeah, because you've been talking, making no points. So
okay.
All right. I heard it on Joe Rogan podcast today.
Well, it must be true if you heard it on Joe Rogan.
It's an idea. And they said all these fuckers are in the underground systems, right? And they're occupying those. And some guy said, flood them out. They come out like rats out of a hole, or beavers, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like fucking gophers. You flood those motherfuckers out with toxic water, and they're coming out.
You mean
like
Egypt does?
Like Egypt did, yeah.
Yeah, but no. Egypt is much more kinder and gentler to these people than Israel is.
I think it's just this time of night. This is what we get.
This time of morning, baby. It's 5:18 a.m.
Oh, that's why I feel stupid right now. No, but I mean, let's be real about shit. Let's not forget, was it January 6th or whatever? When they invaded the fucking peaceful country.
Did you say January 6th?
I'm dead.
Yeah, wait, did I miss something? Was there an insurrection that went over there?
Alright, I get fucked up with these dates. There's so many dates to think about now. You know
Hold on, next. When was the War of 1812?
1776.
Obviously.
Next, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
What's 100 times 1,000?
100 times a what?
100 times 1,000.
Oh God, here we go.
3 zeros to 100, and there you go.
So here's the answer to that.
I was
Alex.
gonna say a large bank account.
I just looked it up because I love you. So Geneva Conventions, IHL, Article 42, a territory is considered occupied when it is actually placed under the authority of the hostile army, and only insofar as that authority can be exercised.
Yes, but does it do any good to have a kinder, peaceful, gentler world that you've proclaimed for the past 2 or 3 hours by using inflammatory words in a circumstance in which you know the words you're choosing are inflammatory, but you want to rely on the definition because it fits instead of thinking, am I being inflammatory or not?
That was just a matter of like just for communication, right? I said occupied power because that is the dominant force. It's in fact Israel, regardless of what side you take. You could be full Zionist in support. If you're using terminology, you would still say the occupying power. It's not meant to be inflammatory or negative. It's just as an objective, factual point of control. Like that is what is happening.
You're stuck on a definition, and you want to use the words that you know are inflammatory. When everything I heard you say tonight was about peace, love, and energy, and I'm the biggest hippie in the world, and have been. And I'm saying to you, how do you go through life for hours saying how we all ought to get along and anarchy and all this beautiful love and kumbaya for everyone, and then you double down. Every time you say the word Jew or Israel, I can hear the tone in your voices dripping. It's like
Jew.
inflammatory.
That's how it sounds like, William.
No, it is. It's true. It's true because I don't like collectivists. I tell you this. I say this all the time. I don't
You
like
are a collectivist. You are a collectivist.
Oh my God. I don't like collectivist mentality. I look at individuals according to what they as an
Anarchy is a collectivist ideology. What are you talking about?
No, it's not, Roger.
Sure it is. I'll put my receipts in the audience.
Oh my God.
Excuse me, how's everyone today? Excuse me, how's everyone doing today?
I mean, in principality, like if you organize, you are by default becoming.
Excuse me, sir. How are you doing today, sir?
Oh, sorry, King. Sorry. Yeah.
So I've been listening to you all last night. I don't know how I learned about you all. I learned of you all since last night. I think I fell asleep to this room. First time I'm learning about this room.
Welcome. Turn in your pink ticket. Stay a while.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah. No, hold on. Next. Mute your fucking mic so King can talk. Mute your goddamn mic, or I'm gonna move your fucking candy ass to the audience. Next. There we go. Okay. King, go ahead. Next is in the audience.
So I don't follow social norms. The whole pink ticket thing. I don't just turn my ticket just to turn my ticket because
That's fine. That's fine. You're in the muff, and being pink is part of being in the muff. You're good.
Yeah. So I will say I do like the space. There's a lot of intellectual people here. It sounds like neurodiverse people here like myself. I'm in Pittsburgh, PA. Met a lot of successful people last night through this still convention that they're having here in Pittsburgh. And to what you're speaking about, I would say that a lot of us, to what someone has said to you, young lady, is that a lot of us speak on topics. I don't say us because I don't speak on a lot of topics if I don't necessarily know about them. And I'm open to speaking about them. The reason I'm saying that is because if you think about it, we're all worried about other countries. Although within the United States, we really don't even give a fuck about one another. Which I realize with these social audio apps that they've created, I think they created these apps to find out how many intellectual people are there in the United States that actually give a fuck about these current events. And I think don't want to say they're doing this, although I feel like they're putting us on a watch list because as I advocate and speaking about family trust, I realize that okay, I'll be Beavis and Butthead. I don't give a fuck. But you're up here 5 o'clock in the morning being Beavis and Butthead, sir. It makes no sense on how we don't necessarily, as the United States of Americans, value one another to where we're worried about another country. And someone asked you a question, and you didn't even want to answer the question, miss, because in being intellectual, are you even open to researching the information before you actually go to speak about it? Because a lot of people are just fucking farters. They're just farting words out, as I would say, farting words out because they know certain things a certain way to bring a certain crowd in. And
I don't like to read. I didn't graduate high school, and I'm just not. Reading isn't my thing.
Oh well, hold on. So
she also doesn't shave her armpits.
Hold on. I don't like that because I don't like when people do it to me. One thing I don't like is you can learn information, although I think it's necessary to read about it because when someone asks you a question, you got mad and upset, and I actually think it was Mojo? Is that it, Mojo?
Yes, sir.
So I think it was you that asked her the question of what she was talking about. It's like she was trying to deflect it back up from what she was saying. It's not funny. These things are literal. I realize as American, we're worried about the rest of the world. We're not even valuing what we're saying with each other. Stop on me.
King, I saw in your bio that you've been over on Fanbase. Are you still over there?
Hell yeah! And the crazy thing about Clubhouse versus Fanbase, this is a recorded space. Although on Fanbase, you can't have these. Like I have not seen one room yet on fan base to where there's these strong intellectual conversations, and I wish there would be. It's not a fan base. It's not a black app. It's designed for everyone. All ignorant ass black people have been over there saying, "Oh, get the white people out of here."
Yeah, like Durand.
Not Durand. Durand has never said nothing about fan base being a black app. He's actually open to a lot of people being on the app.
So actually, the biggest room in the history of Fanbase was when Kelly and myself opened a room on Fanbase talking about reparations, and Durand got on the stage and tried to shut down the space, which actually caused it to be bigger and bigger and bigger. In fact, Isaac Hayes had to come in and tell Durand to shut his little ass up.
Well, no, so them type of conversations actually work because what I realize these people are doing, who are like venture capitalists, etc., they're purposely doing that to create tension. Because someone told me, King Floyd, we know you're all about kumbaya and all this and all that. Unfortunately, negativity sells. So if you had a very big space on Fanbase, I would actually suggest you going back to Fanbase, because I'm literally tired of people of color being on Fanbase saying this app is made for people of color, when the people of color are the ones preventing white Europeans, white people, whatever you want to say, from being on the app. Because they're talking about, we just had a room the other day, they were talking about retention. Although I'm like, it's not the owner, it's the users on the app preventing people from coming. Because I was literally on the app and I heard people saying, we don't want white people here. I said, y'all didn't create this fucking app. You all know nothing about fucking how to create an app. But you're Uncle Tom. I'm like, y'all don't even know the fucking definition of Uncle Tom. Because when people say Uncle Tom, folks, they're actually talking about Uncle Sambo. If you gotta look up the difference of who, people are actually so bamboozled and so manipulated that they don't even realize they're talking about Sambo versus Uncle Tom, because Uncle Tom was actually the powerful one. Uncle Sambo is actually who they want to actually speak about.
Yeah, you know what's interesting is I think you're right about Isaac. I think he wants it to be open for everyone. I think the problem is, and I think all of the
So you know what's crazy?
Let me finish real quick. So the mistake that I think all of the social audio apps have made, including Clubhouse, including Fanbase, including Chatter, is that when you first started out, you have to figure out, okay, how are we going to get people on the app? And all three of these particular apps, Clubhouse, Fanbase, and Chatter, decided to over-index on particular markets. And when they did that, like for example, Fanbase, you have people that lived in the Atlanta metro area, and they gave their invites initially to people in the Atlanta area. I don't think it's a black app. It's more of a regional app. Now that might over-index with black people because it's in Atlanta, but it really is just a regional thing. If they would have figured out a way to tap into other markets, like Clubhouse is now starting to do that. Like people don't realize 80% of the downloads on Clubhouse now are from India. They're not even from the U.S. And so I think it really comes down to the marketing of these things of who do you want on the app. And I think the initial mistake that people make is they think too small.
I'm glad you actually said that, because when you think about it, India is an extremely emerging country, because India has so many people that actually, you know what? That would be. Let me look. I'm gonna look it up because because India is emerging on a lot of different apps, and they speak about Africa and its youth and the people on it. So I think India and Africa is what's thriving a lot of these apps to actually be successful, because people in America are so biased. America and other countries are so biased towards certain things to where they're manipulated. To where when you speak about robotics, even when you speak about robotics is coming from these countries, because it's the youth actually thriving in these countries to actually move forward. Because thank you for saying that, because I actually been noticing that even on fan base, a lot of people from India are on fan base. Although on a social audio sector, a lot of people are turned off from it because ignorant personalities on the social audio sector, being of people of color, are trying to act as if they own the app, and then they want to make it uncomfortable for people from other countries to want to speak, or people like myself who are neurodiverse, autism, etc., not to want to speak because they proclaim to have intellectual conversations. But when someone like myself speaks and brings up a deeper narrative, they don't like it. Oh, you don't comprehend social cues. You don't do this. You don't. First off, I comprehend everything that everyone is fucking doing. Even in this platform, they asked the young lady, "How could you say that?" She couldn't even answer the question. So it's like, even it bothers me on how people can bring up.
What question was that, King?
I can't. To be honest, I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of people would. I don't remember, but I remember a guy came back and challenged you, and you wanted to tell him almost. You didn't tell him shut the fuck up, but in a nutshell, you basically told him shut the fuck up because he challenged you what you said.
With the occupying power question?
Yes, that one. Thank you.
Yeah.
But actually, that's your standard response, Bima. When we ask you, like in an anarchist society, who controls the nukes, you have a similar response. When we ask you questions about where do rights come from, you have a similar response. I think the fact that King came into this room and can pick this up the first time he's been exposed to you, like, you should listen to this. I know you think that I'm biased towards you, but here's somebody that's never been in this space, and they can pick up the fact that you're very evasive when you're asked a question.
I agree. Thank you, King, for teaching me. It's night-night time for me. I gotta get a little sleazies. Okay, bye-bye. Ta-ta for now, folks.
That was actually very interesting and intriguing, and that's typically what a lot of people do whenever someone actually listens to them and they challenge their perspective, because they're so good at having a social influence to create a conversation. I actually hate it, although I see in social audio it's absolutely necessary because it does keep a room going. But it's like, yo, when you're challenged, why the fuck are you backing away? Because you had the balls to speak about certain things.
Well, King, I think there's different signals going on there, right? Like, so one of her signals is that she's trying to speak fast and evasive because she doesn't want to get pinned down on the back.
That's exactly what she was doing, because when the question was asked to her, she didn't like it.
Yeah, correct. But there's different signals. For example, she's trying to avoid a question, trying to get out her thoughts in a way that deflects from the question. And people that are really listening, the people that are down below, not even the people that are arguing with her, they're listening and observing, and like, you can learn a lot from the goo. If you were to just like go into the chat when these conversations are going on, you have people that like for example in this room, Randy, you'll see Randy here quite a bit. There's a lot of people that are asleep now, but they're some of the best listeners on this app, and communication is a two-way street. In fact, it's more important what was communicated is what somebody heard rather than what somebody said. And so she could say a million fucking things, but ultimately what was heard is what was communicated. And I think that the fact that you picked up on it that quickly, raised your hand, came up here and called it out, and then all of a sudden she's got to go to bed because a stranger was able to pick it apart with the first time of even hearing her voice. It's amazing.
No, but if you actually observe, like, I would encourage you all to go into black spaces, because I was telling people the other day, I said, you know what's crazy, that you all sit here and talk about the American government. Although I remember being on Clubhouse 2-3 years ago, I saw white spaces, black spaces. Now it's just a whole bunch of black spaces, and then people of the same culture fighting with one another, and I see no white spaces. But I've been realizing that what I've been actually doing, you guys might want to try this too, is Clubhouse is actually a very beneficial app. I love fan base more because you can monetize on fan base. So say you have this space, you can actually be on there and monetize from the hearts that people give you. Clubhouse doesn't do that for you. They're just collecting your data and they're monetizing from you.
This is true. I've told people that on the 4+ years that I've been on this app, and back in its prime when we would have 1,000+ people in a room every day, this app paid me nothing. I did 2 rooms on Fanbase, and I didn't make a lot of money, but I made $100 over those 2 rooms, and that $100 is $100 more than I made in 4.5 years on this app.
And that's the point, because even if you made $1 or $2, people will say, well, that's no fucking money. No, actually it is money because it's money. If you saw it, I know me, if I saw $1 or $2 on the ground, I'd pick it up walking down the street. I'm in Pittsburgh, PA. They're filming a movie right now called How to Rob a Bank. I'm like, what the fuck? And there's a lot of important people in there, like I forgot what the guy's name was, but when I mentioned it to people in the space I went to, so I'm a very open-minded individual. I got the chance to meet fucking the vice president of AT&T last night. That's the highlight of my fucking. I'm like, yo, how in the fuck did I meet the vice president of AT&T Communications? This shit's crazy. But I will say that the downfall of America is not the government. The downfall of America is the people within America. Now, the reason I'm saying that is because people believe that voting is the solution to everything. No, you dumb motherfucker. And I'll say that because voting is the manipulation of the psychology of the individuals deciding to vote. We're voting Democrat, Republican, not realizing, hey, maybe you should have financial shares of these things. Maybe you should look at the poly market. Hey, put your thumbs down, hated asshole. Keep them down too. Because, and as a matter of fact, shove them your ass. The reason I say that is because you're manipulated to vote for a party, not realizing you can play the same fucking game that these parties are playing by creating a family trust. Most people don't even acknowledge a family trust. Because did you know that's actually the ruling power of shit? As you argue with your own fucking family, these dynasties that have been created right now in America, they're like 4 or 5 generations in, and they're voting on things like the Carnegies, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, the Soroses, or whatever state you live in, and you see a major bank, that's a family trust. You're putting your money into their trust that they've created to manipulate your ass. Dumb motherfucker, I'm going on mute.
George Soros only got to America like in the past 70 years.
Sir, George Soros is like damn near 90-something years old, and he's a part of that. Sir. No, we're not going to do this. We're not going to do this because hey, sir, I know you know about AI. Hey, I know you know about AI. I know you know about AI. So take your AI, look on your AI, use your AI.
He's only been in America for like 70 years.
Sir, and how old is he? How old is George Soros? I'm going to, you know what? I'm going to do it myself. Hold on just a moment.
Hey, look him up. He's 100 years old. I don't give a fuck. But he's an old man who's only been in America for like 1 generation. Like he has only been in America for 1 generation. And he had like children, and I don't even know if he has any grandchildren in America yet. But he only made it to America in like the 70s. So it's not like the Rockefellers who've been in America for like 200 years, or any of these other groups that you mentioned that have been there for like 200 years. Anyway, a family trust is going to protect your personal money and part of your land. It's not going to like give you the type of power that voting does, and voting is an issue of like basically collective bargaining against the government, right? Or for who the people want in government. America has a 2-party system, but many countries have multi-party systems, and they build coalitions with each other. That's what aspects of democracy are. Within these 2 big parties, always find interesting is that Black Americans are always the first people that are ready to get rid of their vote. It's like the most ridiculous thing, which is actually apropos because the Voting Rights Act for debate and discussion, and it may actually get thrown out, which would mean that that a lot of the rights that Black people have worked hard to get to vote over almost 70 something years is about to get thrown out only with after it was passed 61 years ago. So so I find it fascinating that Black Americans are always like, oh, voting doesn't matter, voting doesn't count. But almost every single other group of people in America exercise the right to vote openly and freely. I think that Black Americans have like one of the lowest voting rates in America because they don't fucking understand democracy. And it's not the issue of voting that is the problem. That's America's problem. Is that the vast majority of Americans don't really have an ideology of what America is. They a lot of them think in these stupid platitudes about like, oh, we should have equitable rights for everybody and blah blah blah. We shouldn't need to vote. They should be like God given whatever. I do believe that there's some naturally ingrained rights as a part of humanity. But the issue is those naturally ingrained rights versus the will of the collective, and that is what the government is supposed to protect: the will of the individual versus the collective. Those individual rights versus like the collective power or ability to do harm, to violate those rights. And this is why people quickly move into dictatorships, because they don't fucking understand. They don't have any sort of philosophical understanding. Everything is about a type of economics, and in reality, these are philosophical ideas, and we are just sort of practicing them, right? Democracy is practice.
Sam, but I think facts matter, and one of the things that you mentioned that's just historically incorrect is that blacks actually do have higher voter turnouts than Latinos, Asians, as well as young people, Native Americans. There's a lot of cohorts that black people show up, in larger numbers percentage-wise, and so it's just not true. Now, you might be right that I think that there's voter apathy in general across the board, but there's some groups that don't care. If you're poor, you're unlikely to vote. If you're young, 18 to 30, you're unlikely to vote. Asians and Latinos, very unlikely to vote. And this is the question: why is it that we have these problems or at least these debates about things like income inequality, wealth distribution, things of that nature, and yet the young people and the poor people that are on the bottom rung of the distribution curve are the people that vote the least? I think that your broader point, Sam, is very important, which is we should be encouraging people to get out and vote for their rational self-interest. But in some ways, I'm kind of glad that they don't, because some of those cohorts are very uneducated, and the way that the impact that might have on an election, if you had low information or no information voters turning up in larger numbers, it might actually be worse for us.
You all know what's crazy. You all know what's crazy about the conversation. When you actually think about it, this is why I say I'm glad people say that those neurodiverse are starting to be more accepted versus those who are so normal. Because when you think about it, the whole aspect of voting is to get someone lesser to you, someone lesser than you, to believe in the manipulation that you have created. Because technically, when you think about it, whether you're black, white, Puerto Rican, Chinese, let's take the black angle, because we all hear the black angle. I just told someone, I said, you know what? And that's why I'm so happy I found this fucking room today, because I was getting so pissed. I'm like, I see no white rooms. I see no white rooms talking about black men, black women, or white men, white women, and all this type of shit. That's because they all at the app, blah, 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 blah.
So, sir, and then I hate people who speak so eloquently and tell fucking bullshit ass lies and don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Because when you think about it, we're all fucking people. I saw a Jamaican on Facebook the other day asking someone about black, white, and that guy said, no, that's your belief. That's not the truth. Because people will use a belief and then try to say it's the truth. The way he worded it was so perfectly. And I said, you know what? I've been thinking that way my whole life. And I get caught weird and be told, you need to go date a white woman. You need to go to Africa because you're not strong enough. Fuck you. Because voting is the highest level of manipulation in the fucking world. The Rothschilds, Rockefeller said this. We want a nation of workers, not a nation of thinkers. That's very perplexing. Why is that perplexing? Because then you find that the reason they say autism is a disability versus a gift, to where we call each other neuro-gifted, is that when you think and you actually observe and you're actually literal, then we don't like it. Although when you actually listen to people who think uniquely differently, motherfuckers who vote are dumb as fuck. Reason why? Because you'll vote, and then when they get into office, you'll then complain when they flip the script of what the fuck they did. Every president has fucking did this shit. They all said during the running campaign, hey, Julius, we're gonna do this when we come into office. Sarah, by the way, let's have sex. I know I said whatever the fuck I said, but now I'm gonna win you over. Because I know what you actually really want. The reason I'm saying that like the way I just said it was because it's just like dating. You lie to a woman or you lie to a man to get him. Although when you're actually there, you're strung in, you're all the way fully wedged, you change the whole perspective. So when you say people are dumb, I'm gonna tell you, I don't give a fuck what anyone says. I don't fucking vote. Because as soon as they vote, as soon as they run for office, they change their whole perspective, which shows you, hey, the president is a poster board for the ignorant motherfuckers in the world who do not follow what's actually going on. Because it's called the presidency. It's called the corporation. The United States of America is a corporation. Literally. It's a business. So if it's a business, what the fuck are we getting mad for? They're manipulating Americans to cast a vote when the guy behind the scenes pulling the puppets, which are the president, pulling their strings. Hey, say this when you go up there. Say that. Okay, well, when you get in office, we're still running the show, but we're going to do what the fuck we want to do. Come on, y'all. Like, it's been happening. Like, I'm 42 years old. I've been watching this shit since I was fucking 13. I'm like, how are grown-ass adults manipulated to do some shit, and then they're actually complaining about it with other family members, and then the worst part about voting is that you're telling your other family members, fuck you, don't give a fuck about you because you're a Democrat versus Republican or Republican versus Democrat. When meanwhile, none of this shit fucking matters. When you as a family can create a family trust like they have and operate the same way that they operate and be your own fucking bank. But I'm sorry, there's too much bias. I know a lot of you all won't like what I just said. I don't give a fuck because my own family doesn't even like it.
I think you mean the art of politics is about manipulation.
Hey, sir. Hey, sir. So one thing I do not like, I don't like when people put words in my mouth because you can ask me directly. That's one thing I don't like. It's not.
So I'm going to continue with what I'm saying. Thank you. So I think that what you mean or what you intend to mean is that the art of politics.
Hey, sir, why don't you ask me? That's why I said what I said. Why don't you ask me?
That is a manipulation.
Wait, sir, why don't you ask me? Literally, you're doing it again. That's the problem with American society. Ask me. Don't say what you think what I mean.
Ask manipulation. That is manipulation, and that voting in itself is not manipulation. Fine, if the person that is running for office is a sneaky bastard, right? And they make a lot of false promises to a lot of people, and then they renege on those promises once they get into office, then function of voting is the function of voting is
If you listen to
exercising.
anything I said, you obviously did not listen to anything that I said.
The function of voting is about exercising your voice, right? Like showing, exercising your rights to be heard by the government, by the people as a collective, right? So that those are two different things. The idea is that hopefully that in our system, the way that America and the Western world has developed is that there will be an informed and educated population, and then next, are you gonna come up here with some fuck shit? What are you talking about?
Well, what I'm going to talk about, can you hear me now? What I'm
Can
talking
hear you.
about is your falsism about the government being collective. Do you?
Yeah, so.
Wait, hold on. Why did you kick him? I don't like when people do that. Why when people come with a different.
I didn't kick him. He interrupted what I was saying and talked about.
So hold on, no, you definitely kicked him because he's in the audience now.
I didn't kick him out of the room. I put him in the audience. Those
So
are two different things.
So hold on. This is what I don't like. Why
Are we gonna have to argue about definitions here? Fine, I kicked him down to the audience.
Because
I kicked him out of the room.
if you're going to speak, why not allow someone else to speak as well?
Yeah, because I was not done. I wasn't fine. I'll invite him back up. I was not done.
That doesn't make sense. This is a social conversation. You know these governments, they do the same fucking thing. Trump argues with Vladimir Putin and all these other people, and
Guess what? Therein lies the issue. In a country where you do not have a right to vote, where you live in a place where there's a dictatorship, where you do not have the right to have your voice.
You were just a dictator just now.
Yes, I was. Yes, I was.
So the thing, all right. So now, hold on, wait. So me being neurodiverse, I look at things as very simplistic. It's not this detailed as we make it seem.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. Yes.
Hold on, wait, please. The reason I'm saying that,
this is how a dictatorship functions. When you live in a country where you don't have the right to vote, where you do not exercise the right to vote, the person.
You're being the dictator right now. You're literally being the dictator right now.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
So now, and you being the dictator, why can't you go back and forth with next?
Yes, I am. This is not a back and forth. This is me trying to finish what I have to say. I have to say something, and
next,
I was being interrupted. And yes, this is me being a dictator. I am not.
All right, so next. He said it. So next,
I'm showing you an example of what happens when you do not have a right to vote. And now, the way voting works is that there are 5 people on the stage. If 2 people exercise their right to vote against me as the person in charge, then I have to bend to the will of the majority.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
No, that's how it's about.
You're literally the only one, and you have the ability to kick people out. They can't kick you out.
Credentials to.
Yeah, but if I am a person who has integrity, right, which is why we take oaths of office, which is why people in power take an oath of office to protect and defend the Constitution. That is what they do. When you have a president, you have a senator, you have a representative, you have our congressman, you have a governor. These are elected officials. Their job is to uphold the Constitution of the United States, and that is their oath of office, is to protect the people within the United States.
So can you let next year, please?
Yeah. Did you vote?
Let me finish what I have
Hold
to
on,
say.
wait. You were just saying.
No, I was not done yet. He came up on stage.
Bro, why are you doing that, bro? Hold on. Why are you doing that? Before he loses fight.
I'm showing you what a country looks like when you don't have a right to vote. I have a right to kill you.
You don't know what a country looks like. You don't.
Yes, I know what a country looks like. I have citizenship in multiple countries. I know exactly what a country looks like. I've lived in multiple countries.
So hold on. So
I know,
what you're
I know
trying to do?
exactly what rights are. I know exactly what laws are. I know what it's like to see dictatorships.
Sam, please.
It doesn't matter.
Can we have a conversation? Sam, can we have a conversation?
No, we don't. You don't have conversations in countries.
Why can't we have a conversation if other people want to
You
speak?
don't have conversations. You do not have
Other people want to
conversations
speak.
in countries in which you do not have a right to vote. You are killed by the government. That is the way.
You don't want people to lose their thought to what you just said.
So
why can't you let
want democracy? So now you want democracy.
Well, what are you talking about? Like the guy just wanted to speak to what you just said, and you want
now you want the right to vote. Now you want the right to vote. You want the right to be heard. Okay, so exercise your vote. Go ahead.
So I said no. Let him speak to what he was just trying to speak to.
Okay. Oh, so you are his representative. You are advocating on
his
behalf.
No. So
go ahead next year. Your representative.
So
you voted
no.
Your representative who did not vote. You do not vote for is advocating for your behalf. So go ahead.
I'm all about community. Whether you like me or not, I'm about community because that's what's lacking in the world is community. It's always about I instead of we. Because it's us that make the world go around. If you create a business, as people have to come into your store to buy your product, it ain't gonna just buy itself. So that's what I'm saying. Why can't it be we instead of I? So I'm going on mute. Go ahead. Next, we will like to hear what you had. Next, we will like to hear what you had to say.
We the people. The Constitution says we the people.
We the people. Who's that include? The people of the United States who are only black ones. Let's get real with it.
Say that again.
What?
It's difficult to hear you, Nick. So I'm not sure if you're on headphones or not, but it's very difficult to hear you.
You asked me a question, so listen to it.
I'm trying to listen to it, but I can't fucking hear you because your microphone is shitty. So either take out your headphones or move to a better location.
Can you hear me better now?
Hey, I was about to say I can actually hear him very clearly.
I hear you much better now.
Alright, so it's time for you to shut the fuck up for a little bit and let some people drop some knowledge on you. Because you are an ignorant motherfucker and you're obviously racist. And you're acting like only black people struggle in the world today, especially in America. Fuck you with that notion, dude. Everyone's struggling. Quit acting like you're the victim and you're gonna fucking like everyone's my enemy. I'm the victim. Fuck that notion, dude. Dude, that's your motherfucking problem in your soul, dude. You need to drop that shit. Because you know what? I get along with every race. If you're cool, I'm cool with you, dude. And obviously you got some goddamn conditions in your fucking mind before you're cool with someone else. Fuck you, man. I don't like you.
Okay, what knowledge were you dropping?
And that's why Sam sent him to the office, to the goo, to the.
Up in the fucking.
Just like
So to be honest, since you spoke so long, Sam, there was a viewpoint that we were speaking about that I was trying to recap within my brain as well, although I forgot it as well, because you had said something that was not necessarily correct. Although this is why I'm learning how to start writing things down, because so many people want to start speaking so long to where it's not actually correct, because factually, well, I'll say, I think it was something related to the government. And I'll say the government is a huge mental manipulation as you just manipulated people because you wanted to continue speaking versus letting people actually speak to a certain talking point that you actually presented just now. Well, not just now, about 5 to 7 minutes.
Yeah, so you said that voting is a manipulation. Now you're saying that government is a manipulation. And again, I do honestly believe believe that you intend to mean that politics, or the art of politics, is which is a type of communication.
Politics are politics. That's fucking bullshit talk. It is what it is. It isn't what it is. Shut the fuck up with that stupid shit. Nonsense fucking knowledge. What are you doing, dude?
So listen, so actually, this hold on. So I'll explain something. So this is what it is. The reason you have a large number of people actually drinking or doing drugs, etc., is literally. I'll tell you, I'm drinking right now. I'm drinking a Steel Reserve and a Four Loko mixed together, etc. I just woke up, although I have to go to work in an hour. I do construction, landscaping, hardscaping. I advocate for autism, and one thing I learned is that I took 2 years of sobriety. In taking the sobriety, it was extremely stressful because being highly emotional, and which is a high level of sensitivity, when it comes to speaking about autism, a lot of society is very fucking ignorant. Although Elon Musk is autistic and he's high functioning, a lot of us are very high functioning, and even on this app, I believe a lot of us are high functioning and underdiagnosed. I would actually suggest everyone to go actually get checkup, because I learned financially, because that's what politics actually boils down to: financial status in life. How much you have versus how much someone else has had. And hold on, I'm almost finished, sir. I'm almost finished. When you get diagnosed, the beauty of it is that they will help with business funding or anything that you need financially within life, because they've learned that those of us on the spectrum have a hard problem with employment and the corporate structure that has been designed to rule people. I learned.
Okay, well let me ask you a question then. How have you had a hard stint at employment? What'd you do? What happened?
So what did you say?
How did you have a hard problem with employment?
So the hard problem with employment is I realized the older that I'm getting, and even when I was younger, I don't do well with authority. Because I don't do well when you tell me what the fuck to do and you won't do the same goddamn thing if I'm already busting my ass.
Right. Okay, I get that. I can feel that, because when I get hired at a shop painting cars, doing body work and painting on cars, I know that I'm the hardest worker one there, and the other ones are watching me and getting jealous. You know what I mean?
So typically, in speaking to you, I'm not an expert, although I have a lot of discernment. You're neurodiverse. You may be autistic as well. You may not even know it. So I would suggest.
Yeah, maybe I don't know. I mean, whatever. Maybe I'm on the spectrum or whatever. But
I highly would suggest you looking into OVR today. Every state they have it, because it's starting to be more of a social topic.
Because I can tell you this, I got the gift of gab where I could get a job anywhere I go, dude. And
please look up OVR right now on your phone, right now.
What does it stand for?
So it's occupational vocational rehabilitation.
No, but dude, I'm a bad.
Hold on. You asked me a question and I answered it.
Yeah, I don't need that.
No, hold on. You just asked me what does it stand for, so I explained it to you.
I got you. So, but
the reason I'm telling you need that in, you do need that, because it helps you find.
No, I don't, because I guarantee you, I can fucking get a job tomorrow. But
it's not about that. It's not about that. It's about having a social environment, because what happens is we get stressed out. Then we come to these apps and we just lash out at times.
So he doesn't want any help. I mean, why don't you separate each other?
Please, Sam, watch. Please stop, please. Because what happened?
Why don't you bring each other? Because it seems
please, because you're.
It seems like both of you might actually be drunk, and
they're both drunk.
And King doesn't seem to understand that his neurodivergence, he's trying to dominate the room the entire time he's been in the room. It's like, let other people speak. We don't want to hear all of you all the time.
Yeah, you know what? I kind of used to believe that everybody should have a right to vote, but now I think that a test might be required. Like,
Yeah.
you have.
I mean, you heard Roger saying, like, but do you want stupid people to vote?
Yeah, I kind of really don't, because like the stupid people can take over they can be the majority. Yeah, I think a test is required.
I don't think a test needs to be required, but we should at least educate people or give them the chance to be informed.
I think isn't that the point of like public school, right? At least when I was in public school, I remember through social studies and through civics, I had probably 12 years of like some sort of civics education on my rights to vote, on the Declaration of Independence, on the Constitution, on these foundational rights and how America as a structure works. And we also had current events, and we would cut out news clippings and just be informed people. But apparently, the majority of people did not get this type of education.
Okay, so you must have been going to school in the 70s and 80s.
No, I went to school in the 80s and 90s.
Okay. Yeah, I think they stopped the current events, and in the 70s, 80s, and I guess into the 90s to some degree, you were taught basic stuff in junior high, and then it was repeated in high school. And I think by the time that a lot of kids in the 90s were going to high school, that became like, oh, well, if you already had it, you can skip over that, so they didn't get the second dose of it, so to speak. And I think it didn't sink in. I think that's part of the problem.
Yeah, it's a major issue of things. Yeah, I never used to think about this, but as I listen to more and more people talk about this dumbass shit, I'm like, do these people really deserve the right to vote? They don't understand how the government works or supposed to work. They don't understand the laws and policies. They don't even believe in the Constitution, right? If you do not believe in the system, then how can you really work to support it? Like that's the point of having informed voters, is to make sure that the system perpetuates itself.
While I agree with what you're saying, I can't cross the bridge if they don't have the right to vote. Right? Like I totally believe that we shouldn't have low info voters, but I don't think that some sort of test or denying them the right to vote is the answer either. Right? Like even the people who like claim they know the Constitution, like I've been asking, and I've asked lawyers this question. Okay, so everybody screams due process rights. They're being denied. Okay, can you actually name due process rights? And I rarely find anybody who can actually name them. In fact, it came up in this room earlier tonight, and Roger was bringing, or I'm sorry, I should say Mojo, I don't know what toxic, was talking about substantive, not procedural, and he was talking about how they come from, nature, because he doesn't want to say God. And what's her name, D something or other, was just arguing against it.
Master.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, at least Roger has a concept of what the rights are. She couldn't even name them. She was like, okay, well, you name a right, and then you describe how you think the right is, and then I'll respond to that. It's like, how could people go through it and not even be able to understand what rights are? And like, I'm shocked at how many people that when I say, okay, what are due process rights, they think, Miranda rights. Like I'll go, okay, so do you have the right to remain silent? Is that a due process right guaranteed by the Constitution? Like, where in the Constitution is due process rights? And they go, the 5th, the 4th, the 14th. I go, really? It defines them there? Right? Like, it's even the people who claim to know the Constitution don't really understand.
Well, the question of where rights come from is one that I think philosophers, moral philosophers, and legal philosophers have this is a question that still exists, and even today, like nobody knows exactly where rights come from. If they come from the will of the people, or if there's like the natural foundation of rights, but we know that the only way to implement them is in some sort of governmental structure, some sort of document or legal reality that makes them that grounds them in society. And people like B Master, who's what she call herself,
An anarchist.
Volunteerist. She says she's a volunteerist, which means that everybody has to volunteer to become a part of society. And if they don't volunteer, if they don't sign the contract, it's like every single individual has to, like, at one point in time in their life, sign the Constitution. If they don't sign the Constitution, then they either are kicked out and ostracized from society because the laws don't apply to them, or they sign it and then they like are individually held to uphold those rights.
A closeted Scientologist.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But she doesn't have like she doesn't have a philosophy of justice. She doesn't believe in courts of law or adjudication. She doesn't believe in like government enforcement of these things, and she doesn't really understand that eventually people will go back to like building a more dominant governmental structure, because that is an unsustainable reality. You can do it for like one generation, but then it all falls apart.
Yeah, that's the first time I'd ever been in a room with her, and I didn't say anything for a long time. Then Roger, I guess, was kind of tapping out, so I kind of tag teamed her. And at one point, I got her to, she paused, which was shocking because she just runs off the mouth constantly. And she goes, "Well, I don't have an answer for that, right?" And she just couldn't respond, and I went, "Okay." But that was the only time I saw all night that she just didn't automatically come back with some sort of response. But I will give her the props that she, and Roger disputed this, and Roger kind of went against me on this one, but she has it down, and she does have an answer for pretty much every time you come at her with something. She does have a response. It may be illogical, but she does have a response, and so she's kind of better than a lot of people who, like, when you corner them, they lock up, and you can see the cognitive dissonance in her. I was only able to get her there once, and I could have kept going, but she does kind of she's got it down.
But she's used to arguing with people about it, so she sharpened her responses.
Yeah, okay. Did you see her? I was gonna go and look at it, but I looked at the first page. And she goes, "Oh, I have this bio on my, or I have this manifesto on my bio. And if you go and look, you can shoot any holes through it. I dare you, right?" And I went to go look at it. It's not even her manifesto. It's two other names on there. But when she said that, I go, "Oh, she's looking for people to give her arguments."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is an interesting tactic. She's the first person that I've ever met that has this type of thing. But I don't even really understand what to say about people like this. And she said she's interested. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, like Roger had his he tried to corner her and then come at her with, "Oh, so what you're saying is," and I think that the only way to deal with somebody like that is to
I don't know. It's like weird. I'm not even sure how I got her to, and what I said to her. But I was trying to push because Roger kept bringing up the nuclear. Okay, so what do you do with the nukes? And I was trying to say like, okay, so like you're saying defensive. Like, what if I just want to keep the nuke? I don't want to use it. And okay, so who votes on it? And I just kept trying to keep going. Like, let her follow her logic because Roger will go a little ways, and then he just tries to interpret it and turn it to okay, so this is what you mean, right? And I just was trying to be like, okay, at every turn, let her say what she wants to say, and then figure from there, and just let it keep going. And it took me about 3 or 4 turns to get her to the point where she just goes, well, I don't know how to answer that, right? And I probably would have gone a little farther with that, but you have to kind of just like because it's almost like dealing with someone who's narcissistic, really. You have to kind of wait, pause, and let them like guide the circumstances instead of trying to like come at them. Just box them in a corner, right? But
aren't all individualists kind of narcissistic anyway?
Sure, but I think with her, I don't think she's ever going to admit it. Like, I don't know. I don't think you were in the room, but towards the very end, every time she says Israel or Jew, it's dripping with condensation, condemnation. Like, she just absolutely. And so she used the word occupying force or something like that, and then started arguing over the legal definition of it. I said, yeah, but your whole argument is that anarchy is about peace, love, and basically hippieism with a right? Like, you're arguing this whole thing about how, just love each other and let everybody do whatever they want to do. Okay, cool, man. I am a hippie, basically, right? But it's like, then you go and you want to argue the definition of something that you know is just going to be inflammatory. Like, why be inflammatory? And she kind of went, well, and then couldn't. And I'm like, you spent like 3 hours arguing over, just let everybody be. Everything's cool. But she just wants to argue, right? So I don't think it's an argument. That's what I meant by the narcissist. Like, you're never going to win it. All you can do is like let them spin out of control like a child. You just let them like run around in circles until they pass out.
Oh, that's kind of what tends to happen. They like work themselves to sleep.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's exactly what she did. Although the anonymous person down at the bottom did pop up like right after she left the room, so I'm like,
it might be her. It might be. Do you know Amir?
No, I heard that everybody talking about him today. He's the one who said everything off. Roger went at it pretty hard. But no, I don't. I mean, I come on Clubhouse every now and then. Like, I was shocked that Brent's no longer around. And JV was talking about, I was like, what happened to Brent? Like, because, like I came into a room with Brent even before he came into Healthy Debates. He was in another room. And I would hear this guy talk, and he really seemed to know what he was talking about. And then I asked him a question, and it was a fairly intelligent question about something from a legal, that he should have just been able to respond in a legal sense. And he just down, and then every time I would try and talk after that, he would just interrupt me, right? Because he realized, oh wait, this dude knows something about the law. And then a friend of mine who she did a whole docs on it, like looked into all of his different stuff, went and looked at all the different judges and where they were from, and she sent me this thing saying like, okay, this is everything I know about this dude. He's so full of shit, right?
Wait, who is this person?
I'm not gonna say who it is. Like, I'm not gonna out people, right? But
no, not your friend, the one that you looked to.
Oh, Brent.
I thought you mentioned him.
Brent, do you know Brent?
Brent, the guy supposed to be a judge or lawyer.
Yeah. So apparently, because last time I was in Healthy Debates, I don't know, 6 months ago or 5 months ago or 4 months ago, whenever it was, he was the king of the roost. I mean, he was holding court, you know? Like, if anybody said anything, he'd go off for 10 minutes about what they said, and then he'd give somebody a minute, and then he'd go off for 10 minutes. And then he'd go off on his personal life. It was like, dude, like, okay, are we here to, like, have cool conversations? Because what I used to love about Clubhouse is you could come in here, and if something happened, like, everyone would be talking about what happened. Like, the other night I came in and I asked Abby, I said, did you read the Dignity Act? And she goes, no, I want to. And I told her everything that I had found within the Dignity Act. And it used to be like, when the Dignity Act came out, you'd have 10 people who had read it or read part of it, and you'd get the cheat codes. Like, everyone would share what you didn't know or what you didn't understand. Like when I read it, it's not giving DACA permanent residency, but what it's actually doing is it's recategorizing them and it's putting them in the queue, right? It's not, they're no longer getting a protective status. They're right back in the queue with any other illegal immigrants. So it's kind of screwing them, to be honest with you. And I don't know if you've read it or not, but it's also putting it's putting an emphasis on building up the ports of entry. It's coming hard on anyone who is a drug dealer or human trafficking. It's increasing the things on that. It's actually very, very bipartisan, but it's not very friendly to DACA, and it's not very clear. It's very, very vague on the so-called amnesty within it, or the process by which they're going to give people a pathway, and it's not specific. Like I mean, you're probably a little too young to remember Clinton, but when we voted for Clinton in '92, the arguments were, okay, we were going to give amnesty, not a blanket amnesty, but we were going to target it to the so-called dreamers, although they weren't called that at the time, the farm workers.
I was 7 years old when land was voted into office, I remember.
This is how Clinton got fucking elected. This was a huge fucking deal. We're getting the dreamers, the farm workers, and the grandmas. If you've been here for 20 years and your kids, much less your grandkids are citizens, let's bump you in the front of the line. And there was things like you have to learn English. That's why when all these people go off, I'm like, Bill Clinton wanted them to learn English as part of it. Like, right? And what we got in '96 was that the whole complex ass fucking system is because of Clinton. And he deported 11 million people without due process and expedient removals. Right? And it's like.
And usually all of these people who have an issue with people learning English are either immigrants themselves, like are kind of illegals themselves, or people who don't necessarily believe in America as a state, or they are like young and stupid.
Yeah, they're like that meme. Like, you're infringing on their rights. It's like the people who scream voter ID. It's like, okay, I will pay $10 for their ID.
Yeah, and I'm a liberal. Like I'm a card-carrying Democrat. I vote for. I mean, I'm a centrist, but generally, like, I believe that I don't believe that in any party loyalties, but I do believe that generally, from my own history, that the Democratic Party generally has my favor, right? Generally, but I also believe in many things that the Republicans vote for. I believe in fiscal conservatism. I believe in a budget, in a well-managed governmental budget. It shouldn't be like we shouldn't be throwing money everywhere.
You are.
I believe in strong borders.
Yeah, you are.
I believe in national security. So go ahead.
You're in the majority. In fact, I throw this stat out all the time. Since 2008, the Democratic Party went from 36% of the registered voters to 27%. In that same time period, the Republicans went from 29 down to 27, while the Independents rose to 43%. And most of the people in my entire life, and I'm about to turn 60, next year, are a little left or a little right of center. And the extremist is getting so vocal and vile on both sides of the equation. It's just driving more people to the center, right? Like we are the majority now. We're about to be more than both of them combined, right? And Trump's just gonna accelerate that to the maximum. And I actually believe that that's what's good for the country. The problem is we don't have a third party, and every attempt that there has been from the top down instead of the bottom up. The Electoral College fucks us, and it's going to be next to impossible to create that term limits and a whole bunch of uphill battles. But we all think the way you think to some degree or another. You and me might disagree on certain things like the First Amendment or the Second Amendment or whatever, right? But generally speaking, there's more things that you and I agree on than we disagree on. And that is the majority of the country, and it has always been that way. I mean, I can't remember a time when it wasn't that way, and I have never, I
take that back. At one time did I vote for Republican at the top of the ticket. And it was Romney, and it was basically because I was mad at Obama because of his immigration, and because he basically said, okay, we're going to do health care, but we're not going to do the mandate. He promised that during the primaries because Clinton, she was all about the mandate. And he was like, nah, we don't have to do the mandate. And as a small business owner, then all of a sudden it's like, oh, we got to do the mandate. Like, the math doesn't work without it. It's like, wait, motherfucker, that's not what you said in the primary, right? And then he gets the nomination. All of a sudden his story kind of changes, but it wasn't until he got elected and he's in office that finally he's like, oh, no, this doesn't work without the mandate. It's like, no, but you said we didn't need the mandate. You were going to find a way to do it, and then he never did. And then he turned around and doubled, backtracked on immigration. And there were some other things, but I was like, you know what, fuck this. And I registered as an independent. And then I voted for Romney just as I'm in California, so my vote doesn't fucking matter, right? Just like I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't vote for Biden. I didn't vote for Hillary. I voted for Willie Nelson and then Kanye West. And then it turns out the person that I voted for this last time is like a card-carrying member of like the Socialist fucking party. Like her name's like Claudia de Cruz, and I've been hearing some shit about her going like, oh, I gotta stop admitting I voted for her. But I just randomly picked somebody on that ballot. I was like, no, I'm not voting for the Green Party lady. I'm voting for this one. I don't even know who the fuck she is. Right? Turns out she's part of the group that's paying all these protesters to go out and cause all kinds of havoc in the streets. And I went, oh, I should probably stop admitting I voted for her. But my vote doesn't matter because I'm in California, right? But at the same time, I lean to the left. I believe pretty much all the same things you believe, right? But, you know, it's like we're being lied to, and all these people are frothing at the mouth. And people like that D are just like, geez, man. Like, how do you get that far out there?
Yeah, I am also curious where these people actually come from. That there's, I don't know what percentage of the makeup of America, but they're being influenced by somebody, and I really do feel like it's communists, honestly.
I don't think so. And Roger tried to correct me on this because I tried to say like, look, Gildas, do you know who Gildas is? Gildas?
Yeah, follow.
Okay, so Gildas, who's like the most staunch capitalist there fucking is, said something. He read the definition of anarchy, kind of because he was flirting with her or whatever. But and then the way he described it, I came off the mic real quick because I always like put in these little comments, and I don't talk for long periods of time unless there's only a couple people in the room. And I said, well, that's kind of more like anarchy light, right? And Roger comes and goes, wait, what? So I said, look, the anarchists that I knew back in the day, they wanted chaos. They wanted true anarchy. They don't want what these people call anarchists these days, because that's just, it's like socialism on some weird level with its own little weird twist to it. Like it's like this hybrid between capitalism and socialism with like no responsibility and the utopian idea of how everything's going to magically work, right? Whereas anarchists back in the day, they wanted true anarchy. You know, they wanted chaos. They didn't want any form of government. They wanted you to run through the streets like it was the goddamn Wild Wild West, right? And Mojo was like, wait. Right? But it's like, I don't know how somebody gets that way, but I don't think it's communism, and I don't think it's socialism. I think it's misplaced kumbaya-ism, for lack of better words.
So it's not. So there's this book that I was reading, and I haven't finished it, but it was about Bedouin law. Now Bedouin law sort of like developed in the deserts, right? And this is kind of what they want. They want the ability for the Wild Wild West experience, but when shit goes down, they want the ability also to spackle together a makeshift court system to judge people whenever they want to.
Yeah, that's it. Wait, we need that. Wait, we don't want any government. Wait, we need government. Okay, now go away. We don't want government anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they also believe in this magical world that like might means right won't be a thing because their primary issue with the American government now, and actually been anywhere else, is that they believe that America uses might means right and like goes in and like, you know, topples governments and dictatorships and blah blah blah, and they think that it's just like America being a mean entity.